Sorry. Li Qiao, let's break up. Wait a moment. Mu Sigs, give me some time. Don't be so hasty. Li Qiao's eyes widened like bronze bells, staring at the naked, stunning campus belle inside the room and the white-eared beast girl standing beside her. What do you mean? Are you telling me I lost my boyfriend to a beast girl? Mu Sishua didn't answer. She simply held the cat girl's paw shyly and lowered her head. The scene was enough to make Li Qiao's head feel like it was about to explode in rage. If you had chosen a rich second-generation heir, I might have accepted it. But damn it, you ended up with a beast girl? What's going on? That beast girl was the first contracted pet Mu Sishua had acquired after awakening her beast master talent a few months earlier, the Moonlight Cat. Among beast pets, only a few were capable of transforming into human-like forms. The Moonlight Cat was one of these rare cases. A few days ago, the Moonlight Cat transformed into her beast girl form. From then on, Mu Sishua relied on her constantly, unable to part even for basic needs, completely disregarding Li Qiao's presence. And today, coincidentally, was the day they had planned to play cards together. Using the excuse of feeling unwell, Mu Sishua rejected their meeting and stayed at home to rest, which raised suspicion in Li Qiao. Finally, he burst through the door to investigate the truth. Why? Li Qiao's gaze was sharp. Am I not good enough for you? No, that's not it. Mu Sishua hurriedly explained. I admit you're great, but Miao and I are truly in love. I hoped you could. Enough. Li Qiao shook his head, his voice cold and firm. I can't accept this, Mu Sishua. Sigh. Mu Sishua exhaled deeply. Li Qiao, without the beast master talent, you'll never understand. Those words were like a blade lodged in Li Qiao's throat, leaving him speechless. Indeed, he was 18 years old and had yet to awaken any beast master talent. He wasn't originally from this world, but used to live on Blue Star. A bizarre slip into an old sewer late one night mysteriously transported him to this dimension, a world where beast masters reigned supreme. 18 was the age of awakening, with powerful or weak abilities determining one's future potential. Li Qiao had envisioned making a grand impact here. After all, in his past life, he was a hardcore fan of pet and spirit games. With his title as the province's humanities champion in the entrance exams, he'd earned his way into Jianghai University, which he saw as one of the deciding factors in winning Mu Sishua's heart. Little did he expect, his entire college life had passed, and he remained clueless and untalented. Without a talent, he could only turn to academic pursuits, never reaching the status of an admirable beastmaster. Yeah, I have no talent, Li Qiao chuckled bitterly. Sensing she had hit a nerve, Mu Sishua quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Li Qiao. I didn't mean it. I just got too emotional. Li Qiao raised a hand to stop her. That's enough, Mu Sishua. Since it's come to this, I respect your decision. Let's go our separate ways. Bam! Li Qiao slammed the door shut, leaving without looking back. Outside, the summer night wind brushed against his face with a cool touch, yet all he felt was a chilling bitterness piercing deep into his bones. To say he didn't care would be a lie. The feelings he'd poured into the relationship were too profound to dismiss easily. Honestly, Mu Sishua was a good person. She never despised his poverty, and her figure was enchanting. What exactly am I still reminiscing about? Li Qiao shook his head with a heavy sigh. Deep down, he knew that even if infidelity hadn't happened, their paths would have diverged eventually. Mu Sishua had awakened an extraordinarily rare and powerful beast master talent, instantly becoming a target of interest to various influential forces. That unseen barrier had long been standing between them. Sigh? If only I could awaken too. Ding. Host has been cheated on by a beast girl. Activating the Supreme Beast Girl system. Oh damn. Finally, a cheat system shows up. The cold, mechanical voice in his mind startled Li Qiao as he instinctively jolted upright. Apparently, being cheated on by a beast girl was the trigger for the system's activation. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Li Qiao murmured, I haven't awakened a beast master talent yet. By logic, shouldn't I get a rookie starter pack? Of course. To tame beast girls, one must first grow strong. This system grants the host 5 divine tier talents immediately. 1. All-seeing eye. Discern any beast pet's talent and skills instantly. No rare beast can hide from you. 2. Succubus holy physique. Female beast pets will bow to your charm. Within your beast master rank, eye contact alone seals the contract. No battles needed. 3. Golden right hand. A gentle stroke on any female beast pet's head transforms it into a beast girl. This works even on uncontracted pets. 4. Sovereign of Spirit. The host possesses unparalleled mental power, no limit to the number of contracted pets. Command as many simultaneously as desired. 5. Divine Space. The host's beast realm starts with 1,000 cubic meters. Pets entering the realm automatically recover from all ailments, whether unconsciousness, poisoning, or burns. Divine Space. Isn't this even more OP than the so-called SSS level abilities? Just a single one of these talents is game-changing. Imagine 5. Wouldn't the ground itself crack open? Li Qiao's heart pounded rapidly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He knew it well. Of the hundreds of colleges and universities in the country, only a handful of students had ever awakened to an SSS level ability. The number of S-ranked students could be counted on one hand. This year at Jianghai University, only Mu Sixue appeared with an S ranking. In a month, the martial competition will begin. If I push myself hard enough, I might secure a ticket to enter the secret realm. Li Qiao gritted his teeth, determined to contract his first pet beast immediately. My first priority is to head back to school to get one of the trio, he resolved. In Xia Nation, the annual quota was fixed, and the 3 foundational pet beasts were allocated specifically for beast mastery students. They were the rain tadpole, flame chicken, and cactus sprite, representing water, fire, and grass attributes respectively, commonly known as the starter trio. Any student who had awakened their beast mastery talent could apply for one. While the starter trio did not stand at the pinnacle of existence, their foundation was solid. All 3 could evolve to the extraordinary level, and with meticulous nurturing, they were enough to help students hold advantageous positions in the martial examinations. Pet beast rank differentiation: ordinary, elite, extraordinary, leader, overlord, sovereign, supreme lord, holy king, god, each divided into 9 tiers, systematically structured. Students with powerful backgrounds often bypass the starter trio, opting instead to contract rare pet beasts with far greater potential and value. Mu Sixue's Moonlight Cat, for instance, was a top-tier psychic pet beast, capable of evolving to the leader rank, with a price so high that it left most students in awe. But for someone like Li Qiao, who came from an orphanage and struggled to make ends meet, relying on a scholarship to survive, being able to apply for one of the starter trio was already the most reasonable choice. With the holographic eye in his possession, he was filled with anticipation about selecting a high-quality pet beast. Li Qiao pushed open the ajar door of his counselor Wu Gang's office, knocking lightly. "Hello, Mr. Wu." Wu Gang, whose sparse hair formed a crescent shape, was in his early 30s. Despite his stern appearance, he was fundamentally a highly dedicated mentor. He turned from behind his desk, adjusting the thick frames of his glasses. "Oh, Li Qiao, come on in. What brings you here, Li Qiao?" Wu Gang clasped his hands tightly, his tone carrying a trace of concern and regret. "Sir, I've awakened my beast mastery talent, and I want to apply for a contract with one of the starter trio." Li Qiao stated without hesitation. "What? You've awakened your beast mastery talent?" Wu Gang shot up from his seat, his brows furrowed in disbelief. "That can't be right. Beast master talents usually awaken on the day of one's 18th birthday. You've had your birthday a long while ago." Li Qiao had anticipated this question, scratching his head with a slight hint of helplessness in his voice. "Sir, I think the orphanage might have recorded my birthday incorrectly." Wu Gang frowned, but then nodded slightly. It was understandable. How could anyone precisely determine the birth dates of children from the orphanage? After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "All right, Li Qiao, just to be sure, I'll have to perform a simple test." "A test? What kind of test?" Wu Gang smiled, his voice steady. "Regardless of the talent, every beast master has a beast space within their body. My job is to test whether you have one." "Got it. No problem. Let's do it." "All right." Wu Gang clapped his hands together, slowly forming a summoning gesture. "Appear now, Steel Spindle Octopus." A glowing, icy blue 5-star formation appeared on the floor, flickering with sharp, frigid light. Li Qiao's pupils constricted sharply. A blue formation, this signified an extraordinary ranked pet beast. The color of a summoning formation served as a warning signal. Yellow for ordinary, green for elite, and blue represented the extraordinary rank. The formation's light intensified, and the mechanical octopus suddenly leapt forth. Its 8 limbs were both sharp and agile, akin to a predator from the deep sea. The metallic sheen of its body exuded a cold, cutting edge. Virtual data slowly unfolded before Li Qiao's eyes. Name: Steel Spindle Octopus. Gender: male. Attributes: Steel, psychic. Rank: Extraordinary Tier 2. Potential: Extraordinary. Skills: Interference, Intermediate. Psychic Perception, Advanced. Steel Tentacles, Advanced. Spirit Analysis, Advanced. State: Calm. Evolutionary Path: 1 branch. Description: a high-intellect, steel-bodied octopus pet beast. Its tentacles are covered with highly precise sensors, granting it exceptional sensory and analytical abilities. Spirit Analysis, an advanced skill. As information about the steel spindle octopus flickered before his eyes, Li Qiao froze for a moment. Pet beast skills were also ranked, increasing layer by layer. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, followed by transcendent, destruction, catastrophic, and even creation level. Though spirit analysis was only advanced, it could precisely calculate the size of the Beast Master's internal space. With its tentacles as sensitive as spiders' threads, it could constantly capture fluctuations in the Beast Master's strength. Many seasoned mentors kept a steel spindle octopus precisely for tracking the growth paths of their students. Li Qiao, I suppose you understand the capabilities of this steel spindle octopus well by now? It can directly sense. The size of your beast space has been prepared. Let's begin the test. Wu Gang said. All right, teacher, I'm ready. Li Qiao nodded, closing his eyes quietly. Wu Gang gently tapped the steel nexus octopus beside him. It immediately extended two mechanical tentacles, pressing them firmly against Li Qiao's temples, one on the left, one on the right. Activate Spirit Nexus Analysis. As soon as the last word was spoken, a faint blue light emanated from the tips of the tentacles. It glowed like a damp constellation, flowing gently into Li Qiao's mind. A faint humming echoed, subtle yet sharp, like countless thin needles gently pricking his skin. After just 3 minutes, the tentacles retracted, and the steel nexus octopus swiftly transferred the analysis results to Wu Gang. What? Are you sure this isn't an error? Wu Gang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he muttered quietly to himself. 1,000 cubic meters of beast space. The steel nexus octopus's data doesn't lie, but this result is simply unbelievable. What's wrong, teacher? Li Qiao's curiosity piqued. For a typical Tier 1 beast tamer, their beast space is barely 10 cubic meters. A rare few with extraordinary talents might have up to 20. But you, just awakened, and already possess 1,000 cubic meters? This is nothing short of astonishing, Wu Gang said, his expression turning grave. Li Qiao chuckled, a confident smile playing on his lips. Teacher, doesn't this just prove how exceptional my talent is? He didn't shy away from letting his brilliance show. For a high-potential beast tamer, being a standout would inevitably earn him priority resources and attention for growth. Revealing a hint of his abilities would only work to his advantage. With just this volume of beast space alone, Li Qiao, you are unquestionably a strong contender for an S-rank talent. Wu Gang's excitement was palpable, his enthusiasm blazing like fire. The mere existence of an S-ranked candidate like Mu Sixue, the star of a previous cohort, had cemented her swift promotion to department head. If Li Qiao could also secure an S rank, the position of university president might be within Wu Gang's future grasp. Seeing Wu Gang more exhilarated than himself, Li Qiao remained relatively composed. It's not that dramatic, he remarked mildly. Yet, inwardly, he was calculating. Compared to his 4 additional god-tier talents, this beast space seemed, surprisingly, a mere appetizer. Li Qiao, you may not yet realize what the sheer size of such a beast space truly entails. Wu Gang's words were tinged with passionate fervor as he explained. Some beasts are massive in size and extraordinarily powerful. Many beast tamers exhaust all their efforts but are unable to form a contract with them, simply because their internal beast spaces lack the capacity to contain the creatures. He spoke with a sigh, as if lamenting a regretful memory spanning years. For someone like me, my beast space has hardly expanded over time. I can barely raise 2 beasts. The steel nexus octopus takes up most of the space, leaving little room for my second beast to evolve. People like us, with such ordinary beginnings, could never hope to sustain 1,000 cubic meters of beast space. But for you, Li Qiao, this is just the starting point. It is said that divine beasts roam this world, their bodies spanning thousands of meters, their presence capable of overturning mountains and seas with a mere thought. Perhaps someday, you could be the one to form contracts with such mythical beings. And let's not even talk about divine beasts. Just with your current beast space size, you already have the qualifications to challenge massive dragon-type beasts. Dragon-type beast tamers are welcomed and revered everywhere. Dragon-type beast tamers? Li Qiao murmured softly. It was a path he had never previously considered. But teacher, I don't even have a single beast yet. Wu Gang smacked his forehead. In all my excitement, I completely forgot about that. You said you were thinking of applying for one of the 3 starters? Yes, I wanted to select a Torchic to form a contract with, Li Qiao replied. Unfortunately, the school's quota for the 3 starters has already been exhausted. Wu Gang shook his head with a sigh. What? There are no slots left. A trace of disappointment flashed in Li Qiao's eyes. There's nothing we can do about it. Jianghai University isn't exactly a top-tier institution. We don't even break into the nation's top 100 rankings. The allocation for the 3 starters is pitifully small. Some go to elite students, some to impoverished students, and some, well, let's just say reserved for those with the right connections. There's never enough to go around. Wu Gang's words were direct and unvarnished, leaving no room for sugarcoating. Many students ended up purchasing their own beasts to form contracts, but the demand for the three starters always outweighed supply. Official genetic modifications over the years had stabilized the combat baseline for the three starters, but these creatures still retained their own consciousness and emotions. They could never be bred as freely as livestock. With tens of millions of university students vying for them, the quotas were hopelessly insufficient, dictated by each institution's standing and strength. Li Qiao's expression dimmed, disappointment etched deeply into his features. Seeing this, Wu Gang promptly patted his shoulder, his voice gentling. Hee, don't be discouraged, Li Qiao. While the school's allocation for the three starters is indeed depleted, there's another route available. Once your talent grading is confirmed, you can apply through the special national allocation channel. With your level of talent, getting a Torchic won't be difficult at all. Special allocation channel? Li Qiao stroked his chin as his thoughts began to churn. Rotation. The path seemed convenient, but it had its limitations. Only one could be assigned, its quality entirely dependent on luck, leaving no room for personal selection. Moreover, one had to complete the evaluation before applying, and with less than a month until the martial competition, he couldn't afford to wait. Teacher Wu, is there another way? I want to contract my own beast as soon as possible. Li Qiao's tone was resolute. Another way? Wu Gang was startled for a moment. His brows furrowed, as though weighing the pros and cons, before finally speaking with a hint of hesitation in his voice. There is a way, but it's nowhere near as good as the starter three. The quality of the beasts might disappoint you. Please tell me, teacher. Li Qiao's eyes lit up with anticipation. If you're not picky, you can head to the academy's training base and pick a temporary training beast to use. A training beast? Yes, that's right. The martial exams have become increasingly difficult, and the school specifically prepared these training beasts to help students practice real combat. They're kept in the training base. Oh, so that's how it works. Wu Gang's gaze shifted, his expression complex as he added. However, most of these beasts were bought in bulk from outside markets, with a few captured by teachers in the wild. Their levels are generally low, and the variety is rather limited. That's fine, Teacher Wu. I want to go take a look. A spark ignited in Li Qiao's eyes. Rather than idly waiting, the idea of trying his luck at the base resonated deeply with him. Wu Gang was momentarily stunned, a faint trace of worry rising within him. Li Qiao, think this through carefully. The spiritual power of most first-tier beast tamers only allows for contracting one beast. You might want to wait a bit longer. No need, teacher. I'll go now. All right. If that's your decision, I won't try to dissuade you. Taking a sheet of paper from his desk, Wu Gang quickly wrote a few large characters, stamped it with a red seal, and handed it to Li Qiao. Take this to the teacher at the training base. They won't give you a hard time. Remember, it's better to have none than to pick poorly. Not long after, Li Qiao stood alone before a massive circular building. Having never awakened his beast-taming talent before now, this was his first time stepping into the training base of Zhanghai University. For safety reasons, only beast tamers who had already contracted a beast were permitted entry. The guard at the entrance scrutinized the document Li Qiao handed over, a flicker of doubt crossing his face before he issued a stern warning. The beasts in the facility are quite wild. Try to stay close to the other beast tamers and seize the right moment to pick one you're satisfied with contracting. Li Qiao nodded solemnly. Understood, teacher. The moment he stepped into the arena, he was engulfed by waves of sharp and intense battle cries. Rain Tadpole, activate Rain Dance. Cacturn, Needle Barrage. Swift Wind Dog, Rapid Charge. So many beasts. Turning his head to look, Li Qiao saw the training base spread out as vast as 10 stacked football fields. He couldn't help but exclaim, I heard this base was entirely funded by a wealthy entrepreneur in Zhanghai. Truly a lavish investment. The training base was divided into multiple zones, each meticulously designed to simulate different ecosystems tailored to the beast's attributes. Dense wooded areas, volcanic territories ablaze with molten lava, tranquil lake sections with rippling waters. 20 zones in total, each corresponding to one of the 20 known beast attributes in the beast tamer continent. Water, fire, grass, electric, stone, earth, ice, poison, steel, bug, dragon, subdragon, light, shadow, ground, flying, combat, normal, psychic, demon, holy spirit. Li Qiao wandered aimlessly, his gaze sweeping across a few barren sections. There were properly curated habitats, but not a single training beast to be found. He speculated inwardly. Aside from budget constraints, some creatures were simply so rare that they were nearly impossible to acquire. Dragon-type or psychic-type beasts, those marquee favorites, were priced astronomically high, as rare as meteors streaking across the night sky. For ordinary beast academies, There was no need to overindulge. Careful budget management, spending money where it made the most sense, was the wisest approach. Student mishandling often led to the demise of the training beasts, and even the cheapest ones couldn't offset the losses. Thus, purchasing inexpensive, readily available wild beasts had become the most practical and cost-effective option. There's quite a variety. Which type of beast would be the best fit for me to contract? Li Qiao's stride came to a halt at the lava zone. This was where fire-type beasts gathered in droves. The molten terrain radiated intense heat, and the thunderous crackle of fiery bursts assaulted his senses. Many beast tamers frequented this zone for training. It was overwhelmingly popular. Fire-type beasts were abundant in the wild, and learning their techniques was immensely advantageous when venturing into secret realms. Li Qiao had always liked fire types. Their explosive power made them some of the most celebrated beasts among common tamers. With their broad compatibility, having a versatile fire-type companion was always a safe bet. The Blaziken was the prime example, renowned for evolving into the outstandingly fierce Blaze. Cockfighting, adding even more of a combat attribute. This was precisely what Li Qiao had in mind when he initially wanted a fire-type battle pet. Firefang pig. Not as ferocious as a flame rooster, but that thick skin isn't just for show. His gaze landed on a small purple pig with flaming tusks, and a few lines of information flashed through his mind. Name, Firefang pig. Gender, male. Attribute, fire. Level, ordinary tier 2. Potential, ordinary. Skills, board charge, beginner. Status, dazed. Evolution sequence, none. Description, unable to control its own flames. It often ends up roasting itself like a suckling pig. Li Qiao shook his head. Without any elite potential, the creature was discarded like old shoes. He turned his attention to a nearby pet beast that was entirely brown, resembling a clay figurine. Name, volcanic mud. Gender, male. Attribute, fire earth. Level, ordinary tier 1. Potential, elite. Skills, self-heating, beginner, mud throw, beginner. Status, shivering. Evolution sequence, 1 path. Description, lives on the edges of volcanoes, timid by nature, often hides in ashy soil. When confronted by enemies, its body heats up like a furnace to protect itself. Volcanic mud, Li Qiao stroked his chin. Though it's dual attribute and can evolve into a mud king, its combat capability leaves much to be desired. No wonder. The more I look, the more it resembles a pile of mud. His eyes swept past a few other lava-themed pet beasts, but none were suitable. With no better options, he had no choice but to move to another section and try his luck. Name, Vine Moongrass. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, ordinary tier 2. Potential, elite. Skills, leaf cutter, beginner. Status, preening. Evolution sequence, 1 path. Description, a beautiful grass-type beast that can evolve into a vine moonflower, visually pleasing. A decorative pet? Pass. Name, Electric Mouse. Gender, female. Attribute, electric. Level, ordinary tier 1. Potential, ordinary. Skills, discharge, beginner. Status, observing carefully. Evolution sequence, 1 path. Description, a small electrical mouse that loves chewing wires. Watch out, your home's electrical lines might get gnawed through. Such weak potential. Li Qiao sighed. After scanning through several sections, having seen nearly 1,000 pet beasts, he hadn't found a single suitable contract candidate. As Wu Gang had mentioned, the beasts available here were far inferior compared to the iconic starter trio beasts. There's still the ice attribute section left. Resolutely, he strode toward the winter training zone. Before entering the arena, he spotted a tall red-haired girl from a distance. She was commanding her pet beast in fierce combat amidst the chaos of battle. The girl stood around 1.78 meters tall, her twin ponytails cascading like waterfalls down to her waist. She wore a cream-colored cheongsam that clung tightly to her figure, outlining her perfect curves. Her long legs were wrapped in snow-white stockings, flawless without a single seam, like a sculpture of perfection. What was strange, however, was that although the edges of the ice attribute section were packed with beast trainers, none of them dared to step into the training arena. They all kept their eyes fixed on the battle while exclaiming in awe, "Wow, it's actually Lin Feier, the campus belle. The goddess herself. Who would have thought she'd bring her dragon-type pet beast here to battle in the ice attribute section, defying type disadvantage? That takes guts." I heard most of the beasts in this ice attribute zone were personally retrieved from the extreme Arctic wilderness by the teachers, braving the frigid winds. These creatures are wild and fierce, much tougher than the delicate ones nurtured in greenhouses. TCH, Lin Feier's been grinding here an entire day? What kind of iron will does she have to push herself this hard? No kidding, Lin Feier and Mu Xixue are both campus belles of Jiang University. They're evenly matched in academics, looks, and family background. The two have secretly competed for years. But recently, Mu Sixue awakened an S-level talent, while Lin Feier only got an A-level. Ever since, it's like Lin Feier has become a whole new person, practically living in the training grounds, training like a lunatic, terrified of falling behind. No wonder her Crimson Crystal Dragon jumped to ordinary tier 8 in such a short time. At this rate, it might even evolve to elite tier before the martial exams. Just look at that Crimson Crystal Dragon. Its translucent, ruby-like scales are so rare, with a market value easily exceeding tens of millions of beast coins. TCH, Lin Feier's background is seriously wealthy. Li Qiao hid quietly among the crowd, watching from afar, not daring to approach. Damn it, Lin Feier's here too. Li Qiao knew this woman all too well. Like Mu Sixue, she was also one of Jiang University's campus belles, yet her personality brimmed with aggressiveness, the complete opposite of Mu Sixue's gentle demeanor. If Mu Sixue was like the delicate jasmine blossom, then Lin Feier resembled a thorn-laden queen's blossom. Not only was her figure alluring, but her temper was explosive. Competitive to the core, she was determined to surpass Mu Sixue at all costs. Sixue, grades had to be surpassed, beasts had to be stronger, and even her boyfriend had to be stolen away. Li Qiao was once the top student in liberal arts, handsome and popular at school. He pursued Sixue with relentless passion, causing quite the sensation. Naturally, Lin Feier was displeased. As a fellow school beauty, why would he chase after Sixue instead of her? Was she not charming enough? Many times, Li Qiao was intercepted at the school gates by Lin Feier, who pressured him to be her boyfriend. Li Qiao calmly refused because he understood that Lin Feier was insincere and treated him as nothing more than a pawn in her competition. Later, he and Sixue got together. This made Lin Feier so furious that she sought people to corner and severely beat him up. From then on, whenever Li Qiao saw her, he would always take a detour. Why are there so many corpses lying around here? Li Qiao's gaze suddenly shifted to the icy terrain. Across the cold, frosty land lay the remains of beasts of varying kinds, blood crystallized into dark red frost. Could it be? Could Lin Feier have done all this? He fixated his gaze on the beast beside Lin Feier. It was a 2-meter-tall red crystalline dragon. Its body was formed entirely of translucent red crystal, resembling a layer of razor-sharp armor, exuding an oppressive and awe-inspiring aura. Name: Crimson Armored Dragon. Gender: male. Attributes: Dragon Ground. Level: Ordinary Tier 8. Potential: Superior. Skills: Dragon Claw, Beginner. Crimson Crystal Barrage, Beginner. Berserk Rage, Intermediate. State: Exhausted. Evolution count: once. Description: The Crimson Armored Dragon is a demi-dragon beast, its entire body sculpted from red crystal. Under sunlight, it refracts dazzling glimmers to confuse opponents' vision. A battle-loving creature, its attack power surges dramatically during a berserk rage. Provoking it lightly is ill-advised. It's already mastered berserk rage. Impressive strength, Li Qiao murmured to himself. Berserk rage could increase a beast's attack power by 50%. Though it was only a demi-dragon and couldn't compare to a pure-blood dragon, this enhancement was enough to make up for its shortcomings. Crimson Crystal Dragon, Dragon Claw. Lin Feier yelled with a voice as commanding as a mountainside roar. The Crimson Armored Dragon cleaved through the air, hurtling toward its opponent, a snow barbarian. The snow barbarian was thickly built, its stature even more robust than the Crimson Armored Dragon. Donning a rough straw hat, it looked like a savage from the icy wilderness. Name: Snow Barbarian. Gender: male. Attributes: ice. Level: Ordinary Tier 3. Potential: Superior. Skills: Fierce Charge, Beginner. Ice Fist, Beginner. State: Invincible. Evolution count: once. Description: An ice-type hunter from the Arctic tundra with a highly territorial nature. Capable of evolving into a snowstorm savage, it becomes wild in combat. A snowstorm savage? Wow, this guy's tough. Compared to those mediocre beasts, Li Qiao couldn't help but admire this vigorous snow barbarian. Its well-defined physique, sharp features, and bold stance gave it a sculpted, powerful appearance. He speculated that the snow barbarian must have been captured from the wild. Its potential was extraordinary. If it could be trained as a beast, it would be a highly valuable asset. What a waste that it's a male beast. I can't contract it directly. I'll have to wait for the right moment. Female beast partners or not, the strength of a beast was what truly mattered. Li Qiao moved stealthily through the crowd, his eyes locked on Lin Feier, waiting for her to knock the snow barbarian unconscious so he could strike when it was weakened. Rumble. Before Lin Feier's voice even faded, the Crimson Armored Dragon pounced like crashing thunder. With a roar that seemed to tear through the heavens, It charged at the Snow Barbarian. The Snow Barbarian lifted its massive fist, and a layer of cold, crystalline ice rapidly condensed around it, which it hurled toward the crimson armored dragon. Boom! The air quaked as their clash rang out like shattered ore. But in the next instant, the crimson armored dragon's claws flared with a vivid red brilliance, instantly tearing through the ice. Then, with precision, one claw struck the Snow Barbarian's head. Bang! The Snow Barbarian collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Snow Barbarian, deceased. Damn it, it's dead. Li Qiao couldn't help but curse out loud as he saw the system prompt indicating the Snow Barbarian's death. Lin Feier's methods were brutal, leaving him no opportunity. Before he could even attempt to contract the Snow Barbarian, it was killed outright. This wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. At that moment, a staff member with an identification badge strode over, shouting angrily. Lin Feier, what are you doing, killing the training beasts so often? This is a training ground, not a battlefield. If you keep killing the sparring beasts, how are others supposed to train? Facing the reprimand, Lin Feier crossed her arms with disdain, her voice icy and sharp like a blade. In a real battle, enemies won't go easy on me. These sparring beasts are hardly worth anything. I can simply compensate for them. You. The staff member was left speechless. By the rules, frequently killing sparring beasts could lead to expulsion and even being blacklisted. But Lin Feier's father, Lin Feng, was a towering figure in Jianghai City's business world. He controlled the city's entire power grid. More importantly, he was also the president of Jianghai's Beastmaster Association, wielding unfathomable influence. Even though the authorities at Jiang University were gritting their teeth in hatred, they dared not offend Lin Feng lightly. Such arrogance. Does having money mean one can act with impunity? Li Qiao gritted his teeth bitterly. He couldn't help but recall that humiliating moment when he was cornered, his face ruthlessly stomped on by Lin Feier's high-heeled black boots. That cold and oppressive sensation vividly replayed in his memory. He made a silent vow that one day, he would make Lin Feier taste humiliation tenfold. Lin Feier glanced sideways, completely disregarding the conflicted expression of the staff member. In her low, magnetic voice, she softly commanded her pet beast. Continue, Red Crystal Dragon. However, the Red Crystal Dragon remained motionless, standing in place, panting heavily, with an unexpected look of pity flickering in its eyes. What's the matter? Tired? Lin Feier sneered coldly, her tone sharp as a knife. We've only just begun. With such little stamina, how do you expect to evolve into an elite tier? If you can't hold on, I'll cancel the contract immediately and sell you off. Weaklings don't deserve to follow me. The Red Crystal Dragon trembled slightly, forcing itself to shake off its fatigue, and it painfully took a small step forward. That's more like it. Now go. There are only a few white spirit snakes left. Finish them off, and today's training will be complete. White spirit snakes? Where? Li Qiao looked around, scanning the icy field, but saw no trace of the white spirit snakes. Are they hiding? Red Crystal Barrage. Before Lin Feier even finished speaking, the Red Crystal Dragon sprang into action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crimson, diamond-shaped crystal arrows flew out from the dragon's palms, piercing toward various hidden burrows scattered across the frozen landscape. Hiss! Shrill cries echoed as snow-white pet snakes emerged from the darkness, writhing in panic. Li Qiao quickly scrolled through his system, searching for the data on the white spirit snakes. Name: White Spirit Snake. Gender: female. Attribute: ice. Level: normal, stage 1. Potential: elite. Skill: Mist Wave, beginner. Status: fearful. Evolution potential: single point advancement. Description: a beautiful, snow-white snake beast. Deceased. Damn it. Another one's dead. Before he could even finish reading the details, the white spirit snake was pierced through by a crystal arrow fired by the Red Crystal Dragon. Next one. He hastily moved on, rapidly scanning the fleeing white spirit snakes. Normal potential, discarded. Elite potential, discarded. Lin Feier's speed was overwhelming, and within moments, the snowy landscape turned into a battlefield soaked in blood and ice. Li Qiao's heartbeat quickened. He needed to collect all the data on the white spirit snakes before their lives were completely snuffed out. Last one, someone shouted. There was only one white spirit snake left. Surprisingly, this particular snake deftly used the icy terrain to its advantage, weaving agilely through the ice blocks and narrowly escaping the relentless storm of crystal arrows fired by the Red Crystal Dragon. Its speed was astonishing, far surpassing that of its fallen kin. This one's different, even though its potential is still classified as elite, Li Qiao muttered, his eyes fixed on his display panel as his pupils suddenly dilated in shock. Name: White Spirit Snake. Gender: female. Attribute: ice. Level: normal, stage 2. Potential, elite. Skills, beginner snow mist, beginner constriction. Status, calm and confident. Evolution stage, phase 1. Description, a beautiful ice element pet beast, adept at creating snowy environments. One of the most popular pets for ice cream factories. Special note, contains latent bloodline traces of a true dragon. Contracting this creature may trigger an ancestral trial, evolving it into the formidable white spirit dragon. Holy, it has the bloodline of a white spirit dragon. Li Qiao's eyelids twitched. This was a treasure beyond measure. He had to form a contract with it at all costs. However, the battlefield was too far away. The white spirit snake wouldn't be able to see him, and without eye contact, forming a contract was impossible. Li Qiao shot a cold glance toward Lin Feier. Although he loathed her, he forced himself to push through the crowd toward the fight. The white spirit snake continued its fierce skirmish with the red crystal dragon. Its movements were fluid and calculated, evading crystal arrows multiple times as it weaved unpredictably among the icy terrain. Lin Feier frowned. Her dissatisfaction was evident. "Cunning little creature," she scolded loudly. Being toyed with by a mere stage 2 normal-tier pet beast soured Lin Feier's expression further. Unleash rage. In an instant, the red crystal dragon's eyes turned blood red, and it let out a deafening roar, its draconic cry reverberating throughout the icy training ground. Brilliant red crystals on its body began to shine even brighter. Its aura surged, expanding like an erupting volcano, the fiery glow consuming its entire frame. The spectators held their breaths, suffocating under the overwhelming pressure. Is this the true power of the red crystal dragon? Incredible. The dominance it exudes could rival that of an elite-grade beast. Lin Feier is both terrifying and alluring. How many men would dare to take on a woman like her? Continue the red crystal barrage. Lin Feier signaled. The red crystal dragon fired a multitude of massive crystal arrows, which rained down like blood rained down. The ice blocks were mercilessly torn apart. The white spirit snake's eyes filled with fear as it scrambled to flee in panic. Li Qiao cursed under his breath, squeezing through the crowd, his hands and feet moving tirelessly. This time you won't escape. Lin Feier sneered coldly. The ice chunks on the frozen surface shattered into splinters, turning into a flat, exposed battlefield. The white spirit snake lost its cover, revealing countless vulnerabilities. A red crystal arrow grazed its pristine white tail, and blood quickly oozed out. It screamed in agony and collapsed, its body losing all agility. "It's over, little creature." Lin Feier's voice was icy. The red crystal dragon gathered power once more, releasing a crystalline arrow as sharp as a blade that glittered with a piercing cold light. The white spirit snake's terrified eyes widened before it slowly closed them, ready to embrace its end. In its blurred vision, it faintly saw a youth rushing out from the crowd, his eyes as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. In his hand, a radiant glow emanated warmth. Now is the chance. Drawing all his strength, Li Qiao broke through the encirclement, striding forward in large steps. "Li Qiao." Lin Feier's gaze froze instantly, her shock unmasked. Just as the crystal arrow was about to pierce the white spirit snake, Li Qiao abruptly reached out his right hand. Contract. A dazzling yellow light burst from his palm, illuminating the entire ice rink in an instant. The white spirit snake suddenly vanished, as though swallowed by the light. The onlookers were all stunned, eyes widened in disbelief. What just happened? The white spirit snake, it suddenly disappeared. Wow, who just made the contract? Li Qiao, can you even do it like this? Weren't we taught you have to communicate with the beast before contracting it? But he just rushed in and captured the white spirit snake outright. Li Qiao, the top humanities student? Mu Sishue's boyfriend? Wasn't it said he hadn't awakened as a beast tamer? Who knows? I heard not long ago his beast girl cheated on him, and Mu Sishue left with that cat girl. It was pretty tragic. Not just Mu Sishue. Didn't this guy also have something with Lin Feier? Word is Lin Feier chased after him but failed, then gave him a good beating. This is about to get real interesting. The moment Li Qiao appeared, he ignited the buzz of the frozen battleground. Some were gossiping about his beast-taming talent. Others dredged up his entanglements with 2 campus beauties. At the same time, fangirls gasped in awe at his poster boy good looks. But Li Qiao's mind wasn't on any of this. With the contract now established, he silently immersed himself in the beast-taming space. The white spirit snake was curled up, clearly still in shock over what had just transpired. Deep down, it instinctively understood that this young man was now its master, and it had to obey his words. It cowered slightly, looking a bit lost. To its surprise, however, the wounds on its body were healing rapidly. This space felt warm, like home. Its tense nerves gradually began to relax. This was the miraculous effect of Li Qiao's divine-level beast-taming space. Injuries self-healing, tender and renewing as ever. Xiaobai, let me call you Xiaobai. Li Qiao's gentle voice reverberated throughout the space. From now on, I'll be your beast-tamer. Let's get along well. Xiaobai. The white spirit snake tried to comprehend the unfamiliar term, flicking its tongue and softly hissing, as if deciphering it in its own language. Everything had happened too quickly, but this beast-tamer gave it a reliable feeling. Just now, he had saved it, truly a good person. A warm current flowed through its heart. Finally, no more scoldings. The white spirit snake nodded vigorously, responding to Li Qiao's voice. Hiss, yes, master. Good. Close your eyes and rest for now. Once your injuries are healed, I'll treat you to the finest food. Hiss, sleepy diseasy. If you don't explain what happened, don't even think about leaving the training ground today. The rhythmic clack of high heels echoed across the icy surface, Lin Feier's magnetic voice trailing the sound. What is meant to come, will come. Li Qiao sighed, turning to face the slowly approaching Lin Feier with a calm, yet resolute tone. Lin Feier, I don't mean any offense. I was just contracting a pet beast. Oh, contracting a pet beast? Lin Feier stepped closer, her slender fingers tilting Li Qiao's chin with a teasing air. Who would have thought, a useless wretch like you actually awakened a beast-taming talent? The captivating fragrance around her lingered in the air. Her red lips hovered less than an inch away, her tone a low murmur, sultry and beguiling. Step forward, and tonight, I'll pretend none of this ever happened. Lin Feier's warm breath brushed lightly against his face. Li Qiao swallowed hard, his throat trembling slightly. Damn it, this is tough to endure. Clearing his throat, Li Qiao braced himself and said, Cough, Lin Feier, you know me. I'm a gentleman, immune to women's charms. Immune to women's charms? Huh. Lin Feier sneered coldly, a mocking light flashing in her eyes. Last month there were 30 days, and you hooked up with Mu Sixue 29 times. And you still call yourself a gentleman? What the hell? How do you know that? Li Qiao immediately panicked. This woman had dug that deep into his personal life? Even checking hotel records? How much power was backing her to achieve this? Humph. Lin Feier turned her head, feigning pity. What a pity. The goddess you'd been chasing for so long turned around and ran off with another guy. Isn't that just tragically ironic? I already warned you that Mu Sixue, that scheming fox, was nothing but trouble. You refused to listen. Now the whole school is laughing at you. Already expecting her to bring up Mu Sixue, Li Qiao lowered his voice and responded calmly. Mu Sixue and I have broken up. She made her choice. It's none of my business anymore, and it has nothing to do with you either. Nothing to do with me? Lin Feier sneered coldly, her gaze sharp. Fine, then let's talk about today's issue. What's your plan to resolve it? There's nothing to resolve. I don't see this as a problem, Li Qiao replied flatly. Yeah, you interrupted my training. That's the problem. Lin Feier fired back, refusing to back down. I have a signed letter from a teacher giving me permission to use any training beast in this facility at will. This training area doesn't belong to you alone. I haven't done anything wrong. Li Qiao threw the document from teacher Wu Gang in front of Lin Feier. Lin Feier didn't even spare the paper a glance. Crossing her arms, she sneered. Li Qiao, are you seriously trying to use your teacher to pressure me? It seems you haven't fully grasped the difference in our positions. She moved gracefully, circling Li Qiao like a leopard on the hunt. Her voice was razor-sharp and icy. Let me make this clear. This Jiang University Training Hall, it was funded by my Lin family. As for your beloved teacher Wu, even he has to speak politely to me. Don't even get me started on the university president. You. Li Qiao clenched his teeth. Lin Feier's grudge over past disputes had clearly not faded, and she was now taking advantage of the situation to strike. He knew there was no way she'd let this go. He inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on her with an expression as calm as a lake before a storm, steady yet filled with hidden fury. Lin Feier, what exactly do you want? Just be direct. Smart man. Lin Feier laughed condescendingly, her voice as sharp as a blade slicing through ice. Summon your white spirit snake, and let's have a match. Only if I have a satisfying fight will I consider letting this go. Li Qiao furrowed his brows tightly, anger flaring in his voice. You know full well that the white spirit snake isn't on par with your red armored dragon, especially when it's injured right now. How could it possibly fight? Not my concern. That's your problem, Lin Feier said coldly, tossing the retort at him without a second thought. You're unbelievable. Li Qiao clenched his fists, his rage threatening to erupt like a volcano, but he could only feel powerless against her arrogance and cunning. Letting out a sigh, he softened his tone, though his words were resolute. Lin Feier, even if you win, it won't bring you satisfaction. It won't be an honorable victory. For a moment, Lin Feier paused. Her eyes flickered with a trace of curiosity as she fixed her gaze on him. Then what do you propose? Li Qiao answered calmly. 1 month from now, at Jiang University's martial competition. Let's settle this with a fair fight there. Universities in the Xia Kingdom held a martial arts competition at the end of every semester. Students in the Beast Taming Academy would duel one-on-one, based on random draws, to fight for the championship title. The winner would not only earn glory but also receive a permit to explore a national-level secret realm. Lin Feier snorted derisively. You're awfully confident. But with your current level, I doubt you'll even qualify to face me directly. Her veiled implication was clear. The random draw during the competition might mean she'd make it to the finals, while Li Qiao could be eliminated in earlier rounds, never even getting a chance to meet her in combat. That's not happening, Li Qiao said with unwavering determination, his tone as firm as thunder. I guarantee I'll fight my way to the end and face you in a fair match. Lin Feier froze for a moment, staring into his eyes as if caught in a trance. She couldn't comprehend the source of his confidence, but his seriousness made her second-guess whether he was bluffing. A faint smile played on her lips, seductive and sly. Fine, I'll give you a chance. But what? Li Qiao frowned. I want to make a bet with you. A bet? A match is too dull on its own. A wager is what makes it exciting. Lin Feier's eyes sparkled with mischief, her expression that of a cunning fox. Li Qiao hesitated for a moment before finally asking, What's your wager? If you win, I'll forget about the trouble you caused me today and even give you 1,000,000 yuan. 1,000,000 yuan. Li Qiao was taken aback, marveling at how casually this woman treated money as if it were nothing. And what happens if I lose? He asked cautiously. If you lose? Lin Feier let out a curious laugh. You'll have to be my boyfriend. What? The moment those words were spoken, not just Li Qiao but everyone around him nearly dropped their jaws in shock. Who would have thought Lin Feier would dare to propose such conditions? To other pursuers, it seemed like an offer too good to pass up. Without realizing it, hostile gazes were subtly aimed in Li Qiao's direction. But deep inside, a chill ran down Li Qiao's spine. If he really ended up with this fierce woman, he might as well prepare to be torn apart. Scared, Lin Feier raised her eyebrow provocatively. Scared, Li Qiao sneered coldly, resolute as iron. Let me tell you, Lin Feier, you'll never get that chance. Lin Feier smirked contemptuously. I can't wait to see whether the rest of you is as tough as that mouth of yours when the time comes. She turned on her heel, her strides swift and breezy, disappearing into the icy, snow-covered platform. The arena fell silent for a moment before the noise returned in an uproar. Everyone cast sympathetic glances at Li Qiao. It's over, Li Qiao. Better stock up on scrubbing sponges. You've barely got a shot with that low-tier white spirit snake of yours. Lin Feier's crimson armored dragon will crush you. If it were me, I'd just admit defeat and enjoy an easy ride. So much less stress. Surrounded by the cacophony of voices, Li Qiao gave a faint smile, his tone light, yet resolute. Sorry, but my teeth bite pretty hard. Leaving the school, Li Qiao walked briskly through the crowds without stopping, heading straight to the nearest pet beast store. He grabbed a few bottles of pale yellow nutrient solution, the cool surface of the bottles brushing against his fingertips. With his purchases in hand, he boarded a city bus to make his way home. The bus interior smelled of grease and sweat, and its jolting movements swayed rhythmically as it traveled. As dusk fell over the lower district of Jianhai City, Li Qiao moved through narrow and dilapidated alleys. The place he rented was shabby, but at least it had walls to shield against the elements. The cheap rent spared him from homelessness, though loneliness followed him like a dark shadow. After a few turns down winding corners, he pushed open a creaky wooden door. Closing it behind him, the sharp click of the lock shut out the noisy chaos of the city. The room was stifling, dimly lit, as if time itself slowed down within these walls. Taking a deep breath, Li Qiao quickly formed a summoning gesture with his hands. A soft golden light split the air, and the white spirit snake slithered into view. Its slender body stretched a meter long, its snow-white scales shimmering with a faint glow. Hisses, it greeted him with a vibrating sound, almost playful. Master he. Coiling its body gracefully into an elegant curve, the snake brushed lightly against Li Qiao's leg. Its forked tongue flicked out, the cool sensation sending a shiver down his nerves. Li Qiao chuckled and lightly scratched the top of its head. Does that tickle, Xiaobai? Their affectionate banter filled the room like a feather's touch. Li Qiao's gaze swept over the snake's sleek body, his fingers brushing against where old wounds had once been. Now, they were completely healed, as smooth as new. The scars are gone. It was as if invisible hands had stitched the injuries closed, leaving no trace of blood. The battle from earlier felt like nothing more than an illusion. Faster healing than any pet beast clinic, he marveled, pulling out 2 bottles of the nutrient solution and shaking them in front of the white spirit snake. The liquid inside sparkled softly like a clear mountain stream. The snake's eyes lit up, and it hissed with excitement. Master, I want it. Li Qiao's smile was warm as he carefully unscrewed the cap and fed the liquid to his companion. The fluid slid down the snake's throat, like it was being replenished by the very essence of life. Before long, Xiaobai let out a satisfied little burp. Full now? Then it's time to plan our path to becoming stronger. Li Qiao's gaze was brimming with determination. Upon hearing this, the white spirit snake shuddered slightly, its fighting spirit igniting like a blaze. Its expectant eyes locked onto Li Qiao with unwavering focus. Opening the pet beast interface, he glanced over the details. Name, White Spirit Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, Ice. Level, Ordinary, Stage 2. Potential, Elite Level. Skills, Snow Mist, Beginner. Constrict, Beginner. System Alert. Ancient, True Dragon, Bloodline detected within the White Spirit Snake, presenting an opportunity to transform into a White Spirit Dragon. Would you like to accept the transformation quest? System Alert. Snow Mist skill is eligible for upgrade to Ice Mist, Intermediate. Do you wish to proceed? System Alert. Constrict skill can be enhanced into Deadly Constriction, Intermediate. Do you wish to proceed? Whoa! Li Qiao's eyes widened, his excitement barely concealed. For him, the level of a skill was akin to the sharpness of a weapon. Snow Mist, being a basic ice element skill, could release a faintly icy fog to obscure visibility. As the beast's level increased, the range of the fog would grow even more captivating. By upgrading to Ice Mist, the hazy fog would thicken and strengthen, not only blinding enemies but also slowing their movements and potentially freezing them into place. A power more than doubled. As for the Constrict skill, it was akin to binding an opponent with chains. At the beginner level, it could exert a mere 10 kilograms of force to hinder speed. When enhanced into Deadly Constriction, a single blow can unleash the strength of 100 pounds, enough to render an opponent immobile. The disparity in power is truly astonishing. As for intermediate-level skills, only elite-grade pets can comprehend them. Ordinary pets find it challenging even to make contact. Little White just reached the second stage of ordinary rank and can already learn intermediate skills. Li Qiao grinned broadly, his smile radiant. At this rate, it'll truly transform into a white spirit dragon, soaring straight into the skies with no stopping it. His fingers moved swiftly, navigating the interface as he accepted all tasks. Task successfully accepted. Task 1. Ancestral regression to White Spirit Dragon. Task description. Defeat wild pets with dragon in their names and collect 7 crystals to complete the transformation. Crystal collection progress, 0 out of 7. Task 2. Upgrade skill Snow Mist. Task description. Produce and sell 100 servings of icy treats with the White Spirit Snake to upgrade Snow Mist to Ice Mist. Sales progress, 0 out of 100. Task 3. Upgrade skill Coil. Task description. Have the White Spirit Snake coil around the host's neck for 12 hours to successfully fortify the skill. Coiling time, 0/12 hours. Li Qiao frowned, muttering, "What the hell kind of tasks are these?" The ancestral regression task required hunting down rare dragon-type pets, creatures so rare they were nearly legendary, with wild encounters being virtually nil. Moreover, he needed to gather 7 crystals, akin to collecting Dragon Balls to summon a mythical beast. Sighing helplessly, he gazed at the lively, spirited white snake before him, a mix of anticipation and anxiety brewing within him. With your current strength, should you face a dragon-type pet, I fear you'd get beaten senseless. Little White's eyes gleamed with battle intent as it stared at Li Qiao, hissing defiantly, "Hiss, hiss, hiss, even if it's a dragon, I won't back down." Li Qiao patted his chest. "Little White, don't be rash. We have to rely on wisdom." He frowned, murmuring under his breath, "Dragon." The system didn't really specify how to deal with dragon-type pets. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Wait a second, doesn't a lobster have the word dragon in its name? With a loud slap of his hand, excitement filled his voice. That's it. Steelhead dragon lobster. Thinking of those monstrous creatures encased in steel shells, a smile unconsciously crept to Li Qiao's lips. Steelhead dragon lobsters were pets with dual attributes of steel and water. Their largest habitat was the bustling Sunset Beach in Zhanghai City. Sunset Beach during sundown was a sight to behold. Golden red rays scattered across the sand, waves crashing against the rocks, with the scent of salt-laden sea breeze and moist sand filling the air. A paradise for tourists, requiring hundreds of bucks just to gain entry. But Li Qiao couldn't care less about that right now. Little White's level was far too low. Encountering a group of steelhead dragon lobsters would leave them utterly defenseless. First, I need to upgrade Little White's 2 skills to intermediate level before hunting down steelhead dragon lobsters. Li Qiao quickly made up his mind, focusing on the upgrade tasks. The ice treat making task seems fitting. Completing the mission doesn't sound too hard. It's just a matter of figuring out how to sell them. He stroked his chin, calculating silently. He then turned his gaze to the skill upgrade plan for Coil. Coil, turning into a scarf or something, won't this strangle me? His face twitched slightly. Never mind. Out of the 3 tasks, this one seems the easiest. Crouching down, he began explaining earnestly to Little White. Little White, this task will make your skill stronger. All you have to do is learn to wrap yourself around me and activate Coil. Minutes passed, yet confusion filled Little White's eyes. It hissed softly. Hiss. If I were a beast maiden, I wouldn't strangle Master. Li Qiao's eyes brightened. Great idea. First, I'll turn you into a humanoid form. Placing his palm gently on Little White's head, he focused his thoughts on a clear intention, to transform it into the form of a beast maiden. A brilliant white light erupted, the air turning cold and electric in an instant. A soft, ethereal voice echoed, Master. Li Qiao glanced down, only to see a silver-haired girl standing before him. Her raised gaze revealed a flawless, almond-shaped face and a pair of light blue eyes, as deep as the ocean. Quickly, Li Qiao rummaged through a cabinet and pulled out an oversized long t-shirt, handing it to Little White. Put this on first, Little White. Little White blinked her large eyes, hesitating a little. Clothes? I don't know how to put them on. It's fine if I don't wear them. I'm not cold. Li Qiao frowned. You not feeling cold is fine, but I don't want to overheat. As he spoke, he swiftly slipped the t-shirt over Little White. At that moment, he was almost mesmerized by the sight before him. The white long t-shirt was a perfect fit, gracefully flowing down to mid-thigh, resembling a dress. Li Qiao stepped back 2 strides, scanning her from head to toe with satisfaction. He nodded approvingly. Not bad, fits you well. Little White pouted, visibly uncomfortable, as though the clothes were a set of shackles. Master, aren't these clothes meant for girls? How do you have so much stuff? Isn't our family quite poor? Xiaobai asked with a hint of confusion, staring at the pile of clothes stacked on the bed. Li Qiao scratched his head and gave a wry smile. Hee hee, save where we should, and spend where we must. Don't think too much about it, Xiaobai. Just pick something you like. I like clean colors. I'll choose this white one. Xiaobai grabbed a pair of pure white one-piece stockings and hesitated. Master, can you help me put them on? You can't even dress yourself. Stockings are even harder to wear. Li Qiao gestured for Xiaobai to sit down next to him and said with a smile. Come on. Be good. Stretch out your leg. The size is just right. Fits your figure perfectly. Li Qiao praised as he skillfully helped Xiaobai put them on. Suddenly, Xiaobai's tone shifted, tinged with a trace of grievance. Master, you're so practiced at this. You must have helped other girls wear clothes many times before, haven't you? Ah well. Li Qiao chuckled awkwardly. I can't help it. I'm just always eager to help others. Xiaobai's not happy now. Xiaobai pouted. What can I do to make you not upset? Li Qiao asked, smiling to appease her. Of course that's my job. Li Qiao covered his embarrassment with hearty laughter. The next morning, the sharp ringing of an alarm clock resonated throughout the room. Time to get up. Li Qiao quickly jumped out of bed and immediately checked his interface panel. The screen lit up with a task completion notification. Skill learning progress. Whirling Wrap, December 12th. Skill Wrap successfully upgraded. Congratulations to the host. The White Spirit Snake's skill, Wrap, Beginner, has been upgraded to Death Wrap, Intermediate. Death Wrap, a neutral type skill where the White Spirit Snake tightly coils around its target, rendering them breathless. The power increases exponentially as the snake's body grows longer. White Spirit Snake Evolution. Current level, Ordinary Stage 3. This is amazing. Both its level and skills have risen simultaneously. Li Qiao's eyes brightened as a wide smile stretched across his face. Xiaobai had grown stronger, with more grounded power now. Once the Snow Mist skill advances one more level, Li Qiao thought, he could head to Sunset Beach without worry to catch lobsters. He thoughtfully stroked his chin, frowning lightly. I need to sell 100 portions of shaved ice first. With Xiaobai's current Snow Mist skill, making shaved ice was no issue. The challenge would be figuring out how to sell them quickly. After careful consideration, street vending seems like the most practical option. Set up outside the university entrance. The students are plentiful, and business will be great. He lit up with excitement. Step 1. I need a pushcart to sell shaved ice. The moment he said it, Li Qiao grabbed a hammer and some wooden planks and started pounding away in the open lot downstairs. The days spent in the orphanage hadn't been wasted. His life skills were solid, and carpentry was nothing difficult for him. After over an hour, a simple framework for a shaved ice cart appeared before him. Li Qiao rubbed his chin in satisfaction and murmured, just need some decoration now. Next, I'll need to figure out how to make delicious shaved ice, he muttered to himself. The night had grown late, and he planned to head upstairs to wake Xiaobai. Just as he turned, a silver-white figure quietly stood at the door. The girl's eyes were glistening with tears, which shimmered as she gazed at him. Xiaobai. Li Qiao quickly approached, frowning in concern. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Whoa. Xiaobai threw her arms around Li Qiao tightly, as though afraid he'd run away. I thought Master didn't want me anymore. She buried her head into his shoulder, her sobs tinged with helplessness. For a moment, Li Qiao was at a loss. Her emotions were so strong that the explanations he had on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down again. He gently stroked her silver hair and comforted her softly. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I won't leave you behind ever again. Whoa. Her tears flowed like pearls from a broken string. Xiaobai's cries only grew heavier. She spoke with conviction. In my world, there's only Master. Please don't leave me. Silly girl. Why would I ever do that? Li Qiao gently wiped away her tears. Look, your eyes are all red from crying, and your hair's all messy. I'll brush it for you when we get back. Hearing this, Xiaobai stopped crying and responded sweetly with a soft Hand in hand, Li Qiao took her to the marketplace to buy some decorative materials and fresh fruits. While there, he also picked out 2 clothes-fitting outfits for her. Once back home, he helped her bathe like a human, gently scrubbing her back as he instructed. Blow-drying her silver hair afterward, Xiaobai closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and her smile blossomed into brightness. It smells so nice, just like Master. We use the same shampoo. Of course the smell is identical. Li Qiao laughed. Hee. Xiaobai wants Master to help bathe me again in the future. Well, it's not impossible. Li Qiao pretended to hesitate. Yay, Xiaobai likes Master the most. She happily planted a quick kiss on Li Qiao's cheek, leaving him utterly stunned. Xiaobai, where did you learn that trick from? I certainly didn't teach you. Hee. She chuckled mischievously. Humans aren't the only ones who use kisses to show affection. I see. It seems my thinking was too narrow. Huh. By the way, Master, is the training over? Do I still need to cling to you while sleeping tonight? Li Qiao's lips twitched. Not for now. With the strength you have now, you could really strangle me. All right then. What's the car downstairs for? Is it for a mission selling smoothies? Xiaobai resembled a curious little fox. Her eyes sparkled as she fired off questions one after another. Ever since she became Li Qiao's contracted beast, her chatter had increased significantly, and she couldn't help but want to talk to her master. Xiaobai is so clever. The next task will depend entirely on you. Li Qiao patted her lovingly on the head. No problem. Xiaobai is the best at making ice. She puffed out her chest, filled with confidence. Okay, but first, you need to transform into your combat form. Xiaobai responded with a sound, her body shrinking rapidly as she morphed into a silver-white spirit serpent, curling around Li Qiao's neck and shoulders. The soft, sibilant voice whispered like a breeze, Master, I'm ready. Let's begin. Li Qiao chuckled. I haven't even started making smoothies yet. We'll have to learn by experimenting. The serpent's voice followed quickly. Doesn't matter, Master. I know how to make them. You know how? Li Qiao asked in surprise. Yes, it's an innate skill imprinted in my body, so there shouldn't be any issues. However, I'll need you to handle the fruit prep first, Master. Of course, no problem. Upon hearing this, a broad smile immediately spread across Li Qiao's face. He swiftly grabbed a fruit knife, skillfully slicing and dicing with ease. The strawberries were washed until they gleamed, bananas sliced into even pieces, and the mango skin was gently peeled away. An array of vibrant fruits, neatly arranged on a plate, came to life under Li Qiao's dexterous hands. Hiss, my turn now. Xiaobai dashed onto the tabletop in a flash. With a sudden flick of her tail, a thwop echoed as it smashed a peeled banana flat, the fruit instantly turning as soft as flowing custard. That strength, it's on par with the iron-palmed panda next door pounding rice cakes. Li Qiao teased with a laugh. Next, Xiaobai exhaled a perfectly chilled mist, enveloping the strawberries, their tiny hairs immediately sparkling with frost-like crystalline sugar. With a gentle rub, Li Qiao effortlessly dispelled the snowy mist, leaving the strawberries clean and pristine. Impressive. No need for saltwater soaks to remove pests. When handling the mango, Xiaobai tapped her tail lightly, an invisible chill instantly penetrating the seed, ejecting it with ease. With a nimble bite, her sharp fangs grasped the pit and spun it sharply, condensing icy smoke into a precise blade. The mango's flesh was neatly cubed as if by magic. Incredible. Li Qiao's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Xiaobai to possess such extraordinary skills. Hiss, watch and learn, Master. Xiaobai suddenly released a gust of frosty mist, instantly lowering the room's temperature. Her tail swiftly gathered all the fruits, tossing them into the swirling mist. The pale, foggy vortex spun them high into the air, their vibrant red, yellow, and white colors intertwining like a soft and silky whirlpool of hues. After a moment, a mound of shaved ice stacked into the shape of a petite, snow-covered mountain. Mist lingered around it, emitting an ethereal, almost divine aura. It's done. Looking at Xiao Bai effortlessly finishing the task, Li Qiao couldn't help but praise her. That's amazing. With your skills, ice cream factories everywhere would compete to hire you. Hiss hiss. Master, try the shaved ice I made. Li Qiao scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. His eyes instantly lit up with delight. First came the refreshing tartness of strawberry ice crystals, followed by the rich, enveloping mango puree, and finally the smooth, creamy essence of banana gently gliding down his throat. Hiss, is it good, master? Yes. We could set up shop right away. I'm ready to make a fortune. A faint smile played at the corner of Li Qiao's lips. To diversify the flavors, Li Qiao went on to create several varieties of pure fruit-flavored shaved ice. As he looked at the cart piled high with colorful, freshly made snow cones, his mood soared along with it. Over 100 servings. Invisible to the naked eye. Rare and elusive, Phantom Mirage Cloud is highly intelligent and playful, often driven by curiosity rather than malice. It excels in using dark element skills to manipulate its surroundings. Phantom Mirage Cloud, Li Qiao murmured, staring intently at it. His breath quickened with excitement. Master, what should we do? Xiao Bai asked, her voice low yet determined, her eyes fixated on the strange creature. Li Qiao exhaled deeply, calming his nerves. Xiao Bai, we can't act rashly. This type of beast is incredibly cunning. Let's first assess its behavior. The Phantom Mirage Cloud hovered in the air, its vivid, enchanting aura shimmering faintly under the afternoon sun. It glanced at Li Qiao and Xiao Bai, as if gauging their intentions, before playfully spiraling upwards like a wisp of dance amidst the sky. It's still here. It seems to be teasing us, Li Qiao muttered, squinting at its peculiar movements. Master, should I try engaging it again? Xiao Bai suggested hesitantly. Li Qiao shook his head. Not yet. Let's observe a little longer. We might be able to find a way to lure it down. Suddenly, the Phantom Mirage Cloud spiraled closer, just out of reach, and released a low, almost whistling sound. It felt like a taunt, a provocation lingering through the air. Trying to provoke us now, are you? Li Qiao's lips curled into a sly smile. Master, it looks really playful. Maybe it's not hostile. Xiao Bai tilted her head slightly, her tone uncertain but curious. Not hostile, but definitely mischievous, Li Qiao muttered thoughtfully. Still, it took our ice slush without permission. We can't just let it walk, or float, away scot-free. Phantom Mirage Cloud began circling them in deliberate, fluid motion, now radiating what could only be described as a sense of amusement. A radiant, mysterious glow faintly wavered through the semi-transparent center of its mass, capturing Xiao Bai's eyes. Master, Xiao Bai hesitated before saying softly, I think it's communicating with us. For a few moments, there was silence. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. Then, raising a hand, he gestured as though signaling the cloud-like creature to come closer. Its movements momentarily paused. The shimmer on its body pulsated erratically, like an unspoken dialogue being contemplated. Then it descended a fraction closer, maintaining an assured and mysterious demeanor. Li Qiao seized the chance. I see now, this isn't just random. It's testing us. Let's not waste this learning opportunity. Xiao Bai blinked at her master, puzzled but trusting. His mind raced, already formulating a strategy to capitalize on this chance meeting. Phantom Mirage Cloud, Li Qiao called out aloud, his voice steady but commanding. If it was a taste you were curious about, we can strike an exchange. Quit playing hide and seek, and we'll talk terms face to cloud. The creature appeared momentarily startled before emitting another low whistle, this one sounding intriguingly akin to a sly chuckle. Its sprawling glow dimmed before it hovered closer, curiosity tangible. That's better, Li Qiao murmured with a grin. Yet, on a deeper level, he knew. Taming, or simply reasoning with, something as rare and enigmatic as the Phantom Mirage Cloud would demand wit, caution, and a sharp instinct. Doubtless, this was an encounter that could either unravel into chaos or spark an enduring companionship, one bound by mutual respect, and perhaps, the irresistible allure of a proper deal involving ice slush. Invisible, powerful, and mysterious. Oh my god, potential for a leader rank, and 2 evolution paths. Li Qiao's heart raced as he stared at the screen, unable to look away. As expected, it just used chameleon mimicry to hide in midair, he said excitedly. Incredible power, he murmured under his breath. Xiao Bai, what should we do? Should I jump up there and grab it? The system's voice spoke softly. Xiao Bai stared intently at the hovering phantom mist cloud, her gaze sharp, like a predator eyeing a thief. Li Qiao shook his head. You can't fly yet. It's floating way up there. No chance. Seemingly understanding his words, the phantom mist cloud cheekily stuck out its tongue. That disgusting creature. Xiaobai's cheeks flushed red with anger. The phantom mist cloud let out a satisfied burp, making bubbling sounds as if mocking them. Xiaobai seethed, but there was nothing she could do. The phantom mist cloud lazily turned around and drifted away leisurely, as if showing off its victory. Annoying. This is so annoying. Xiaobai stomped her feet. Master, is there really no way to deal with it? Li Qiao's voice became firm, deliberately drawing out his words. Little phantom mist cloud, I do have a solution to deal with you. Sure enough, it was as though the phantom mist cloud understood him. It suddenly stopped mid-flight, turned its head slowly, and cast a cold, piercing glance at him. A mocking sneer flicked across its face, sharp and chilling, like blades scraping over thin ice. However, the moment its gaze fell on the faint glow in Li Qiao's palm, the sneer froze instantly, congealing into icy stiffness. Hey, gotcha! A confident smile curved on Li Qiao's lips as the golden light in his right hand burst forth. Contract. The air suddenly stilled. In the blink of an eye, the phantom mist cloud was drawn into Li Qiao's beast tamer space, and their silent connection was established without a hitch. The phantom mist cloud flapped its wings with a faint buzzing noise, almost like grumbling. Fine, you got me just like that, oh. Li Qiao chuckled. You don't look very pleased about it. Buzz buzz. Its voice was low, tinged with a trace of resentment. I admit, I underestimated you. Buzz buzz. The phantom mist cloud warned sternly. Beast tamer, you better not mistreat me. Of course not. Li Qiao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let me give you a name. What would suit you? Buzz buzz. It responded urgently. Don't bother, just call me Ziyun. That's the name my parents gave me. Ziyun not bad. Li Qiao smiled warmly. By the way, are your parents nearby? Should we let them know you're coming with me? Buzz buzz, buzz buzz. Its tone was laced with bitterness. No need. They abandoned me long ago. Otherwise, why would I be wandering around, sneaking ice slushies from you? Buzz buzz. It asked nervously, filled with unease. Beast tamer, you won't abandon me too, will you? Li Qiao's gaze hardened, his voice resolute. You will never need to wander again. No matter what, I won't leave you. Buzz buzz, a light-hearted response followed, as though hope had been reignited. I hope you mean it, asterisk asterisk. You thief, what are you and Ziyun whispering about? From behind, Xiaobai pouted, her eyes filled with doubt. Li Qiao rubbed his face, exasperated. Xiaobai, don't call Ziyun a thief anymore. It's part of our team now. You two need to get along. Humph, a thief is a thief. It stole our ice slushies. It's unforgivable. Xiaobai crossed her arms stubbornly. Her blue eyes darted mischievously, and her tone softened unexpectedly. Master, summon me back to the beast tamer space. I'll get along with Ziyun. Li Qiao smiled wryly, knowing full well she intended to settle the score with Ziyun. Xiaobai, weren't you going to help me sell ice slushies? The task isn't done yet. Xiaobai glanced at the slushies on the table, still untouched. A glimmer of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Fine. She exhaled a soft breath, scattering snow mist that instantly enveloped the ice slushies, reinforcing their frostiness and chilling the air. See? Without you, these would have melted by now. You're indispensable, Xiaobai. Li Qiao smiled, showering her with praises. Xiaobai's lips curved into a smile as she clasped his arm, pressing her cheek against him. Xiaobai will never leave master either. Buzz buzz, Ziyun's voice was filled with exasperation. Beast tamer, she's so clingy. Omega to Omega. Li Qiao shrugged. What's wrong with a tamed beast being close to its tamer? Buzz buzz, Ziyun responded flatly. I disagree. Just as they were getting along, a sharp female voice suddenly pierced through the distance. The great campus belle offers herself to you, and you, of all people, go and cozy up with a snake. Li Qiao immediately became alert, frowning as he looked towards the source. Lin Feier strode closer, her crisp high heels clicking sharply with each step, her commanding presence akin to that of a hunting leopard. Xiaobai, seeing her approach, Xiaobai clung tightly to Li Qiao's shirt, her eyes brimming with unease. Li Qiao shielded her, positioning her behind him. It's all right, don't be afraid of her. Lin Feier stared coldly, and, with piercing eyes, Lin Feier scanned Li Qiao's stall from top to bottom. Her gaze then shifted critically to Xiaobai, and she sneered in a cold voice. Li Qiao, oh Li Qiao, you're almost at the level of a military officer. Why aren't you training? Instead, here you are running a stall with a snake. Did my kick to your head last time leave you brain damaged? Li Qiao responded with a composed expression. What I do is none of your business, Lin Feier. Lin Feier's lips curled into a mocking smile. Oh, so, I can't even come here to buy a shaved ice now. If you're here to buy, you're welcome, Li Qiao said flatly. Her words seemed to catch Lin Feier off guard for a moment. Sighing lightly, her tone softened, shedding its usual harsh edge for a rare hint of sincerity. Li Qiao, if you're short on money, just come to me directly. There's no need to exhaust yourself like this. Li Qiao paid her no mind, remaining nonchalant as he asked, how many? What flavor? I'll take a strawberry shaved ice. How much? Her voice was lazy, almost indifferent. 10 yuan per serving. 10 yuan. Lin Feier arched an eyebrow, let out a cold humph, and casually pulled out 1,000 beast currency bill. She held it between her fingers and waved it lightly. Here's 1,000. Keep the change. Just as Li Qiao reached out to take the money, Lin Feier loosened her grip abruptly. The bill fluttered down like a feather, landing softly on the ground. Xiaobai erupted instantly, stepping forward with a sharp voice. You're going too far. Lin Feier cast a cold glance at the snake, her tone icy. I'm talking to your master. You, dumb snake, shouldn't meddle. Rage ignited in Xiaobai's eyes. I'll kill you, you wretched woman. Lin Feier stood tall and unfazed, her voice piercing cold. Come on then. If I could kick you down once, I can kick you down 100 times. The air tensed, filled with confrontation. Li Qiao quickly stepped in front of Xiaobai. That's enough, Xiaobai. We're here to do business, not to fight. He squatted down, picking up the 1,000 yuan bill, brushing off the dirt delicately before gripping it tightly. After all, who dislikes money? Handing over the strawberry shaved ice with a polite smile, he said, thank you for your business. As the transaction concluded, an alert appeared in Li Qiao's mind. Shaved ice sales progress, 1 out of 100. Keep up the good work, host. Li Qiao's composure didn't waver, but Lin Feier's expression carried a hint of admiration. You're good at enduring. I hope you can remain this calm when I defeat you. Li Qiao's stare was unwavering. Do you really think you can take me? Of course. Your pathetic pet beast has no strength at all. Li Qiao, you'll never escape my grasp. Xiaobai was fuming, his face dark. Who are you calling a useless vase of a pet beast? Whether you're a decorative vase or a ferocious beast, we'll see soon enough. With a cold smile, Lin Feier leaned in close to sniff the shaved ice briefly. You made this, didn't you? How pitifully awful. With a loud slap, the cup of shaved ice never made it to her lips. Instead, she threw it heavily to the ground. Turning on her heels, she walked away, stomping hard on the spilled strawberry shaved ice as she left. You. Li Qiao clenched his fists, anger roaring in his chest. How could such a tyrannical and unreasonable woman exist in this world? Suddenly, the sound of soft sobbing reached his ears. Turning, he saw Xiaobai crouched on the ground, staring intently at the trampled shaved ice, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, Li Qiao felt a pang in his heart. He bent down and embraced Xiaobai. It's okay, Xiaobai. That woman doesn't deserve it. Don't take it to heart. Through gritted teeth, Xiaobai muttered, Master, I swear I will one day trample Lin Feier beneath my feet. I will. Excuse me, are you still selling shaved ice? Suddenly, a strange male voice came from the side. Hearing this, Xiaobai quickly wiped away his tears, forcing a smile as he greeted the customer. Hello? What kind of shaved ice would you like? The boy, wearing glasses, looked a bit hesitant as he pointed to the stomped-on ice on the ground. Can I buy that one? What? Xiaobai frowned and looked at Li Qiao. Li Qiao explained, Classmate, that ice was trampled and is dirty. How about we make you another one? Is that the one Lin Feier stepped on? A flicker of excitement flashed in the boy's eyes. Li Qiao nodded, looking puzzled. That's fine then. I'll take it. 10 yuan a serving, right? I'll pay cash. The boy carefully picked up the trampled shaved ice, handed over the money, and left. Li Qiao and Xiaobai stood frozen in the wind, utterly perplexed. Master, what kind of hobby is that? I think it's a little strange. Xiaobai looked at Li Qiao in complete bafflement. Even I, a self-proclaimed weirdo, find it strange. Li Qiao exclaimed. His mouth agape as an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. I've figured out the secret to selling shaved ice. He quickly pulled out a pen and paper from his bag, furiously jotting something down. Xiaobai blinked, speechless. Master, what are you doing? Before long, the sign on their cart reading handmade shaved ice was replaced. In its place were bold and striking words. Shaved ice crafted by the school bell's feet. Shaved ice sales progress, 100/100. Congratulations. Host. The White Spirit Snake's Snow Mist skill has been upgraded. Snow Mist, Basic. Ice Mist, Intermediate. Ice Mist. The White Spirit Snake releases a dense icy fog that envelopes enemies within its range. The mist obscures vision, slows enemy movements, and significantly increases the probability of frostbite. The White Spirit Snake has leveled up. Current level, Common Rank 4. Congratulations, Little White. You've leveled up again. Li Qiao joyfully patted Little White's head. In just 2 days, it had broken through its bottleneck and mastered 2 intermediate-level skills. This speed was as fast as lightning, unprecedented in history. Who would have thought this move of yours would be so effective, master? Once we rebranded, customers came flooding in to buy shaved ice. In the end, we sold out completely. Haha, you're the clever one, master. With so many LSPs asterisk around, who can resist a school bell special shaved ice for 10 yuan per cup? LSP equals perceived efficiency abbreviation for online humor, implying men eager to purchase from charming promotional gimmicks. Little White, are you worried about using Lin Feier's name for promotion? Will she come looking for trouble with us? Little White's voice held a tinge of apprehension. Trouble? Li Qiao looked relaxed and chuckled. She's not the only school bell, you know. I never explicitly said it was made by her. People just filled in the blanks with their imaginations. Master is too smart. Little White's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Li Qiao. Hee hee, but ultimately, it's thanks to your delicious shaved ice, Little White. Without the quality, no one would buy it just for the gimmick. Little White's cheeks blushed gently. Master is always right. But, Master, Little White lowered her head, her voice hesitant. What is it? Li Qiao asked curiously. Do you think I compare to Lin Feier? Little White asked cautiously. Hearing this, Li Qiao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Little White, how could you compare yourself to her? You're completely different. Why are we different? Little White lifted her head, stubborn like a little snake. I'm in human form now too, aren't I? Is it that Master can't tell who looks better? Or, do you think I'm just a pet and not qualified to be compared to Lin Feier? Ah. Li Qiao was momentarily stunned. This little treasure of his was surprisingly fragile. He quickly patted his chest. That's not what I meant. If it's about looks, you're in no way inferior to Lin Feier. But you can't judge people just by their appearance. Take Lin Feier, for instance. Sure, she's beautiful, but her heart is cold and mean. It's the most off-putting thing about her. Look at my Little White. Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is even better. Master, you've made me blush. Little White shyly lowered her head, her innocent, pure snake heart completely melted by Li Qiao's sweet words. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A voice rang out in Li Qiao's mind. It was Ziyun. Beast Tamer, don't forget about the little darling you left in the beast space. Almost forgot. We'll talk more when we're home. Li Qiao chuckled, quickly packed up the shaved ice stand, and went inside. A yellow magic formation flashed, and Li Qiao summoned Xiao Yun. Turning to Little White, he said, From now on, you two are partners. Get to know each other. Even though you sneaked some of my shaved ice, since you belong to Master, I'll let it slide. But from now on, you'd better call me Big Sister. Little White crossed her arms puffily, her face an exaggerated display of dignified pride. Buzz, buzz. I don't accept that. Beast Tamer, make me transform into a humanoid form. I want to face this snake and settle this properly. You want to transform into a beast girl too? Li Qiao blinked in surprise. Based on last time's experiment, he had already used earned money to buy clothes for Ziyun. Lightly running his right hand across the small, floating form of Ziyun, he concentrated briefly, and in the next instant, Ziyun transformed into a beast girl. She was about the same height as Little White, her face playful, yet carrying a hint of sensuality. Long, purple hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her crystal-clear eyes shone with lively brilliance. Not to mention her scorching hot 36D figure. Her snow-white legs were flawless and without a single imperfection. Ziyun, put this on. Li Qiao handed her a Lolita-style vintage dress. The dress accentuated her slim and graceful figure, instantly giving her an extra dose of youthful charm. Ziyun planted her hands on her hips and glared at Little White. Why should I call you Big Sister? I won't accept it. My level is higher, and I've been with Master longer. Little White responded with a dignified air. Level? What does that even mean? Out in the world, you settle things with fists. Whoever wins in a fight is the boss. Ziyun clenched her fists and flexed her arms. Well said. If we're going to compete, then let's compete. Little White didn't back down an inch. Hey, stop fighting. The atmosphere became tense as Li Qiao quickly stepped between them. I didn't bring you two out here to fight. Little White, as the elder, you should let Ziyun go first. Li Qiao held Little White by the hand as he calmly persuaded her. Little White muttered reluctantly under her breath. Then, turning to Ziyun, he added, And you, if you want to keep enjoying that delicious shaved ice, you need to get on Little White's good side. Hearing this, Ziyun's eyes glistened red. Thinking of the smooth, sweet flavor of the shaved ice, she couldn't help but gulp. Immediately, as if flipping a switch, she grabbed onto Little White's other hand and said earnestly, Oh, Little White Big Sister, I was only joking. Don't take me seriously. Come on, Could you make a smoothie for me, pretty please? As Ziyun's coquettish voice rang out, both Li Qiao and Xiaobai burst into laughter. You're such a foodie. Big Sister Xiaobai. Sister. Brother. How about I just call you Brother Li Qiao from now on? Ziyun looked up at Li Qiao with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Of course you can. Li Qiao agreed with a hearty nod. Turning into a beast girl feels so great. I get to wear all kinds of pretty clothes. Ziyun sighed with delight, her gaze suddenly landing on Xiaobai. Xiaobai was wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, and the curves of her chest were particularly noticeable. Ziyun stretched out her hand, gleaming with intent, and suddenly lunged forward. Sister Xiaobai, your buns seem bigger than mine. This scene made Xiaobai's face flush a vivid red. Having spent the past few days living with Li Qiao, Xiaobai had gradually picked up on some of the human world's notions of modesty. As Ziyun's mischievous hand approached, Xiaobai instinctively shielded herself. You can't. Ziyun, come on. Let me give them a squeeze. Sister Xiaobai, I'll let you feel mine too. Li Qiao looked at the unfolding scene, caught between laughter and exasperation. Finally, seeing the two at ease with each other, he felt a sigh of relief wash over him. He silently observed the two playful beasts, furrowing his brows slightly as he began to seriously contemplate his future plans. As for Xiaobai's evolution, he'd have to wait until the ancestral regression task was completed. The white spirit dragon, mentioned by the system, was something Li Qiao hadn't really heard of before. But that wasn't surprising. There were countless kinds of companion beasts in the world, and new species emerged every year. Even though the art of beast taming had a history of over 1,000 years, humanity's exploration of companion beasts was far from complete. Currently, Xiaobai had elite potential, which meant she could conventionally evolve into a larger ice pattern python, a massive snake adorned with icy patterns. While ordinary white spirit snakes were mostly treated as domestic companion beasts, it didn't mean they were entirely without value. An elite-level ice pattern python, when categorized as a combat companion beast, had several notable highlights. For instance, most tamers of ice pattern pythons would specifically train them in a mid-level skill called Death Glare. Death Glare could instill fear and immobilize opponents, perfectly compensating for the weakness of Snow Mist's lack of speed. In conventional battles, the Snow Mist plus Death Glare plus Constrict combo often caught opponents off guard. However, the potential of ice pattern pythons capped at the elite level, which met the basic needs for second-tier tamers. Beyond the third tier, they struggled to keep up. I wonder what heights the white spirit dragon will reach after the ancestral regression. Li Qiao's heart surged with anticipation. Now that Ziyun had joined him, he made up his mind to head out early the next morning, straight for Sunset Beach to hunt the ferocious steel-headed lobsters. Which direction should Ziyun develop toward? Li Qiao opened Ziyun's information panel, his gaze landing on her two evolutionary paths as he fell into deep thought. Name: Phantom Undercloud. Gender: female. Attribute: dark. Level: ordinary, stage 3. Potential: commander level. Skills: Shadow Sphere, intermediate. Mood: happy. Evolutionary paths: 2. Path 1, pure dark type development path. Phantom Undercloud, Nethermist Cloud, Eternal Night, Nethercloud, Violet Abyss, Dark Domain. Path 2, dark plus water type development path. Phantom Undercloud, Deep Sea Dark, Cloud, Underworld Violet, Cloud Violet, Wave, Oceanic Tide. Eternal Night, Nethercloud. Violet Wave, Oceanic Tide. Both are commander-level beasts. This really is a tough decision. The two possible forms before Phantom Undercloud represented the only known evolutionary paths among humanity. Even though he hadn't seen them in person, Li Qiao had read and heard scattered bits of information about them through books and word of mouth. Both Eternal Night Nethercloud and Violet Wave Oceanic Tide were undeniably formidable entities. Eternal Night Nethercloud emerged entirely from Phantom Undercloud's pure dark attribute, embodying overwhelmingly potent and aggressive dark energy. On battlefields, it could produce mysterious, shadowy domains, taking enemies down under shrouds of obscurity. Eternal Night Nethercloud was often crafted into an assassin-type companion beast by tamers due to its elusive and enigmatic qualities, with many of its skills and traits still cloaked in mystery. Li Qiao had once heard of a top-tier assassin on the taming continent who wielded an Eternal Night Nethercloud. This assassin was notorious for executing high-level assassinations, defeating Overlord-tier companion beasts time and again. Despite numerous countries issuing bounties for capture, the assassin remained free and untraceable. The massacres carried out by Eternal Night Nethercloud had become a forbidden, unsolved legend. As for Violet Wave Oceanic Tide, it fused the ferocity of water-type abilities, emerging as an aggressive and relentless combat companion beast. Its attributes were less restrictive compared to Eternal Night Nethercloud, offering greater tolerance for errors. Most Phantom Undercloud tamers leaned toward choosing this evolutionary path. Although both forms had made appearances before, the specific methods for their evolutions were unpublished and unconfirmed. After all, Phantom underclouds were exceedingly rare, and tamers fortunate enough to possess one often guarded their knowledge zealously, unwilling to reveal the secrets of such precious evolutions. With evolutionary paths known but outcomes unproven, Li Qiao found himself. The key to evolution could not be found. Even if someone were lucky enough to form a contract with the phantom cloud, they could only watch it stagnate, like a ferocious beast bound in chains, struggling with no way out. Fortunately, Li Qiao had a system to rely on. He tried to unlock Sequence 1, hoping to glimpse the secret to nurturing a dark attribute companion beast. Suddenly, a warning box popped up on the screen, a pulse of light sweeping across his vision. Attention! Once the evolution sequence is confirmed, the system will strictly allocate tasks for the companion beast's cultivation along this route. Changes cannot be made midway. Beastmasters, please choose wisely. Then, a second prompt leapt onto the screen, its words like icy blades stabbing into his heart. Would the host like to confirm activation of the Phantom Cloud Evolution Sequence 1, Dark Attribute, Purple Nether Abyss Cultivation Route? Li Qiao froze, hesitating slightly as he murmured, "Is this the only path available?" After a moment of silence, he still pressed cancel. After all, he only wanted to understand Purple Cloud's evolution blueprint and wasn't ready to hastily make a decision. Purple Cloud is, at most, just at the third ordinary tier now, with limited skills. It needs more cultivation time to observe which path is the most stable. He stroked his chin, his thoughts churning. System, didn't you once say that humanity's understanding of the Phantom Cloud barely scratches the surface? The two evolution sequences before me are entirely based on official records. Are there really no other routes? The system responded with calm text, each line striking his mind. Host, the potential and evolution sequences of companion beasts are evaluated by the system based on their current characteristics. Given the current traits of the Phantom Cloud, these two sovereign-level evolution sequences are already the optimal options. Current characteristics. Li Qiao frowned deeply. In other words, as the companion beast grows, its potential and evolution paths will change? Correct. The system dynamically updates the potential and routes based on the companion beast's state. I see. His eyes lit up with realization. This explained why it made sense not to rush into a decision. If Purple Cloud underwent a qualitative transformation in the future, it might unlock even higher-tier evolution pathways. He pulled back from his train of thought, shifting the topic. Let's put this matter aside for now and focus on handling Xiao Bai's atavism task first. Li Qiao glanced at his two companion beasts. It's getting late. We should rest early. We still have to hit the road tomorrow to Sunset Beach. Got it, master. All right, big brother Li Qiao. Two voices chimed in simultaneously, crisp as bells. Seeing them standing quietly, he added, quickly revert to your companion beast forms. I'll summon you back into the beast space. It'll be more comfortable to rest there. Xiaobai hesitated. Master, I'm not tired today. Can I keep sleeping with you? Purple Cloud immediately shook her head. Big brother Li Qiao, I'm afraid of the dark. I don't want to go back to the beast space. Li Qiao gave a bitter laugh, dark lines creeping across his forehead. Don't push it. Xiaobai, you've been working at the stall all day. You're already exhausted. If you don't rest, how will you fight tomorrow? And Purple Cloud, stop dodging the issue. As a dark attribute beast, being afraid of the dark, that's just absurd. I'll be fine. I promise I'll be in peak condition tomorrow. Xiaobai puffed up her chest, her tone resolute. Purple Cloud winked playfully. Either way, I'm definitely sleeping with you tonight. Xiaobai got to sleep with you last night. Tonight it's my turn. Hey, Purple Cloud. That phrase sounds really off, he teased. Master, please. They flanked him, double-teaming with their pleading voices and coquettish airs. Li Qiao sighed, rubbing his forehead in defeat. Fine. I can never win against you two. Yay. Xiaobai beamed, her crescent-shaped eyes glowing with joy as she expertly opened the wardrobe and pulled out a white silk gown. Master, I'm wearing this again tonight. Ziyun's eyes widened into huge circles. Damn, you guys are really going all out. You're playing this pervy? Can I join in? Li Qiao looked helplessly at the innocent Xiaobai and explained, Xiaobai, this task is already completed, so we don't need to worry about it tonight. Task? You actually take on tasks too. Ziyun's mouth formed a capital O as she exclaimed. It's actually perverted to this extent? I love it. Stop fooling around, Ziyun. Hurry up and take a bath. Get ready for bed. Li Qiao called out. In the dead of night, on both sides, Xiaobai and Ziyun's breathing was steady and light. Li Qiao stared at the low ceiling, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. This bed is too small, and the room is too cramped. Having lived alone for many years, he never felt it was hard. Now, Xiaobai and Ziyun were by his side like family. Looking at the two of them sleeping soundly, Li Qiao felt a pang of pain for the first time in his heart. With his current means, he still couldn't give them a comfortable life. Although pets never resent their own beast masters, a sudden urge to make money ignited in Li Qiao's heart. He swore that from now on, he would contract even more pets and never let them crowd into this cramped little room with him again. Early the next morning, Li Qiao took a bus to Sunset Beach. Jianghai City, this coastal city in the eastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, was vast and sprawling, almost able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the great powers of the old Blue Star era. Sunset Beach was set into the easternmost coastline of Jianghai City. The broad shoreline stretched out like a painting, the sunset blazing brilliantly, and all kinds of distinctive marine pets roamed within it. This 5A scenic spot attracted countless tourists, as well as beast masters like Li Qiao, who rushed here to chase the legends that belonged to them. By the time Li Qiao arrived at the scenic area, it was already past noon. "Hello, one ticket," he said as he walked to the ticket window, his gaze sharp and neat. Behind the counter was an auntie with a mole at the corner of her mouth. She glanced at Li Qiao lazily, and since there was no one nearby, she said, 500 yuan. Li Qiao raised a brow. 500? I'm a student. Can I get a discount? The auntie sneered. A student? At your age, you're not even qualified to call yourself a student. What? Aren't student tickets half price? They used to be. Not anymore. There are too many people in the scenic area, so to control the crowd flow, student tickets have been canceled. Damn it. That's a violation. I'm going to complain. Suit yourself. Buy it or don't. Clenching his teeth, Li Qiao finally handed over 500 yuan. Give me a ticket. The auntie gave him a smug sidelong glance and handed over the ticket, saying, Remember, you have to leave the scenic area before 6. What? Before 6? What? Li Qiao instantly panicked. During the day, tourists flooded the beach, and pets rarely appeared, especially timid ones like the iron-head dragon shrimp, which kept far away. In broad daylight, there are too many people on the beach, so the pets are cautious, the auntie explained. Recently, the tides have been especially fierce at night, and dangerous beasts drift in from the sea. Several people have already been injured. Beasts injuring people? Li Qiao looked up, his eyes flashing. I'm a beastmaster. I'm not afraid of those beasts. The auntie snorted coldly. A beastmaster? I hear that phrase 1,000 times a day. No matter who you are, the staff will forcibly clear the area after 6 in the evening. If something happens, no one will be responsible. Move it. I still need to buy a ticket. A number of tourists behind him began urging him on. Yeah, stop dawdling. Hearing the noisy complaints behind him, Li Qiao simply suppressed his irritation. Forget it. Let's go in first. After checking the ticket, he changed into the beach shorts, sunglasses, and sun hat he had prepared long ago, then lay down on a beach lounger. Xiao Bai and Ziyun were also summoned by him, standing guard on his left and right respectively, gently accompanying him. Master, water. Xiao Bai bent down and handed him a coconut drink with a straw, smiling like a blooming flower. Li Qiao took a big gulp, and as he looked through the neckline at Xiao Bai's rounded curves, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. This is real life. Brother Li Qiao, you're sweating already. I'm heartbroken. Ziyun hurriedly started fanning him, sending a refreshing breeze his way. So cool. So refreshing. Li Qiao clasped his hands behind his head and lazily enjoyed the sunlight and sea breeze, while passing tourists occasionally cast envious glances at him. There were quite a few beast masters on the beach who brought their pets here for vacation, but pets as beautiful as Xiao Bai and Ziyun were truly rare. Master, when will the iron-head dragon shrimp appear? Xiao Bai asked curiously. When night falls and the crowd disperses, they'll naturally come ashore, Li Qiao said with confidence. The iron-head dragon shrimp was the native marine beast here, and only at night did they dare come out to roam. But, isn't the area supposed to be cleared at 6? Xiao Bai was a little worried. By 6, it's almost dark anyway, and this beach is so big, there are plenty of places to hide. Li Qiao smiled meaningfully. You mean, after the area is cleared, we'll hide and then come out? Li Qiao nodded slightly. My guess is, we're definitely not the only ones planning this. Ziyun froze. Brother Li Qiao, do you mean there are other people who want to come here and look for steel-headed lobsters after the beach is cleared? Haha. Ziyun, Sunset Beach isn't the only place with steel-headed lobsters. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze passing through the crowd as he fixed on his several beast masters of extraordinary bearing in the distance. These people were completely different from the tourists. Their steps were slow, yet their eyes were sharp as eagles, locked firmly onto that stretch of azure, shimmering water, with not the slightest trace of leisurely amusement. The most eye-catching was a tall, thin man, a long blade scar slicing across his face, his gloomy features concealing an aura of imposing authority even without anger. Unknown level? Feeling the oppressive aura on him, Li Qiao guessed that this man was at least a third-tier beastmaster. A third-tier beastmaster? One who has contracted 3 pet beasts, with one of them reaching the extraordinary level. Ziyin quietly recalled the rules Li Qiao had taught her. This was the unified standard established by the Global Beastmaster Association. A first-tier beastmaster only needed to contract a single ordinary pet beast, making them a beginner who had just entered the field. A second-tier beastmaster had to contract 2 pet beasts, with at least one reaching elite level. Beyond third tier, the levels followed the same pattern. The number of contracted pet beasts reflected the strength of one's mental power and the capacity of one's pet space. Pet space. The evolution of the pet beasts, meanwhile, exposed the beastmaster's breeding ability. Li Qiao's homeroom teacher, Wu Gang, possessed an extraordinary steel frame octopus, but his pet space had long failed to expand, causing him to remain limited to only 2 pet beasts for years, and thus stuck at second tier. This ranking system almost represented a beastmaster's overall combat power. Third-tier beastmasters are extremely rare throughout the entire Jianghai region. Just what are they here for? Li Qiao's heart tightened. He thought of the surging tide hour the ticket seller had warned about, when fierce sea beasts would appear. Could these people's appearance here have something to do with that beast? Forget it. What does it have to do with me? He shook his head with a gushao. Those high-tier figures would definitely not care about low-grade trash pets like steel-headed lobsters. As long as he completed the system mission, he could leave. As long as you complete the system tasks, you can leave. Whatever they wanted to do had nothing to do with him. Li Qiao relaxed his body, spread his limbs out, and lay on his back, striking a lazy, dead fish pose. Before his eyelids could even close, a burst of commotion suddenly erupted around him. "Ma'am, please show your ID. Who are you? What right do you have to check it? We are from the Jianghai Patrol Office. We've been ordered to investigate a murder suspect who infiltrated the scenic area. Please cooperate with the inspection." "A murderer? Sir, look at me. Do I look anything like a killer with this gorgeous face?" "Perfect, then. The suspect we're looking for is also stunningly beautiful." Cops. The 2 plainclothes officers spoke softly, yet their voices clearly reached Li Qiao's ears. They verified the woman's identity, returned her documents, and then swept their gaze one by one toward where Li Qiao was. Before he could make sense of what was happening, a seductive back suddenly entered his field of view. It was a woman. As Li Qiao admired the sight, he also found it strange. The woman approached Li Qiao, then suddenly froze, her steps halting as if time itself had stopped. Then, an utterly jaw-dropping scene unfolded. With a light, almost weightless motion, she tipped forward and went straight for Li Qiao. "Holy crap, this is bad." Li Qiao panicked. Thud. Right in front of Xiaobai and Ziyun, the woman without the slightest hesitation collapsed into Li Qiao's arms, letting out a soft, coquettish moan. "Hey, what are you doing?" Xiaobai said through gritted teeth in anger. "You nasty woman. You're not allowed to bully my brother Li Qiao." Ziyun also joined in cursing. Ziyun resentment value +20. What's this? 2 strange pop-up windows suddenly appeared on the system interface, leaving Li Qiao completely baffled. But with the woman softly leaning into his arms, exuding a seductive fragrance, he had no mind to care about this broken system's problems. At that moment, he finally saw her face clearly. Just as he had sensed, she possessed a face of flawless perfection, like a sculpture. Yet there was something unusual about it. The beauty on that face was cold and stern, like a mass of ice pressing overhead. Most heart-stopping of all were her bright red lips, moist and alluring, carrying a dangerous desire. Who knew what brand of lipstick she used? One always made people want to take a bite. Ignoring Xiaobai's and Ziyun's warnings, the woman leaned against Li Qiao at an angle, her cheek pressed to the side of his face, her voice low and magnetic, as if enticing him. "Hold my waist tight." Li Qiao's entire body stiffened, his mind buzzing. There was actually such an outrageous request. Ziyun resentment value +20. A cold laugh surged in the woman's heart. Who exactly was clinging to whom? Your master's hands and feet are far more restless than anyone else's. Hey, don't go too far. Kid. She leaned closer to Li Qiao's ear, a layer of icy, killing intent faintly seeping from her voice. Hee, you're the one asking me for help. Don't you plan to pay a little price? Though anger surged in her, she forcibly suppressed it and calmly retorted. I just accidentally fell. You pervert. Hurry up and help me up. Fell? Not likely. Li Qiao's gaze swept toward the 2 plainclothes patrol officers approaching. I'm guessing you're the target they've set their sights on, right? So, that means should I still help you or not? The woman smiled faintly, her tone teasing, yet laced with sharpness. Kid, if you really dare to spill the beans, then Big Sister's hands won't be this clean. Li Qiao's body trembled. Just now, he had clearly smelled a sudden aura of intimidation radiating from her. This woman was definitely no ordinary person. The aura of a beast spirit master came flooding over, in no way inferior to that scar-faced man from before. She said she'd take his head off. That wasn't a bluff. It was a matter of life and death. He coughed twice and stammered. I was just kidding, big sister. You're so powerful. Don't scare your little brother like that. If they really find out, I'll have to take the blame too. The woman sneered. If I get caught first, I'll kill you immediately. From now on, treat me as your beast girl. Ziyun's grievance value plus 20. What, beast girl? Li Qiao's stomach lurched. So, she came over to bluff her way through only because she saw that he had 2 beast spirits by his side. Absolutely not. Ziyun couldn't help but retort. You shameless woman. Take your filthy hands off brother Li Qiao. Ziyun's grievance value plus 20. Brother Li Qiao, hurry up and control her. Ziyun's grievance value plus 10. Li Qiao gave a bitter smile and helplessly shook his head. This woman was definitely far stronger than him. He really couldn't control her. They're here. Little brother, big sister's safety depends on you. The woman suddenly pressed her face against the edge of Li Qiao's head. Not far away, 2 plainclothes patrol officers had already walked up to them. Young man, we're from the Jianhai patrol team. The leader enunciated clearly. Are these people your companions? Please have them show their IDs. Patrol. Li Qiao looked innocent. Sir, I didn't accidentally cause any trouble, did I? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, one of them replied sternly. We're under orders to arrest a highly dangerous female assassin. Her level is extremely high. Please cooperate with the investigation. A highly dangerous assassin? Sounds pretty ruthless, Li Qiao said solemnly on purpose. Codename Night Rose. She infiltrated Jianhai City a few days ago. We chased her for days, only to lose track of her near Sunset Beach. We suspect she has entered the scenic area. Night Rose, huh? Never seen her. Li Qiao turned to Xiaobai and Ziyun and signaled them. Turn your heads around so the 2 officers can confirm whether you're the person they're looking for. Xiaobai and Ziyun immediately turned their faces away and stood straight. The 2 patrol officers froze. They are beast girls. One exclaimed. Yes, their hair color and pupils clearly show beast spirit traits, and their aura even has a combat edge, the other nodded. Then there's no need to check them. As soon as the words fell, the patrol team shifted their gaze to the woman lying beside Li Qiao. Feeling those sharp eyes on him, Li Qiao's heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, fury ignited in Ziyun's eyes, and her resentment surged to the peak. Ziyun's resentment value plus 20. The woman's voice was just within range of the 2 patrol officers' ears, making them look at each other with complicated expressions in their eyes. Li Qiao forced out a stiff smile. Hey, please don't take offense, officers. I only have this one little habit in my spare time. This beast spirit had only just contracted not long ago and still doesn't fully listen. I'm still training her. The woman's cheeks instantly flushed red. She had never been taken advantage of like this before. Humiliated and furious, she clenched her teeth and said nothing. She cursed softly. You little lecher. Becoming my beast girl is a required lesson. A sly smile curled at the corner of Li Qiao's mouth. The 2 patrol members stared dumbfounded at Li Qiao's outrageous act just now. The suspicion in their eyes vanished completely, replaced by an indescribable awkwardness. I don't think there's any need to keep investigating. It's getting dark soon. Hurry up and go ahead to check things out. One patrol member solemnly reminded Li Qiao. Young man, that Night Rose is about 1.75 meters tall and has a rose pattern on her body. If you run into her, you must be careful and report to us immediately. Don't worry. I'll report to the 2 officers at once if anything comes up. Li Qiao replied without hesitation. Then we won't disturb you any longer. Just as they were about to leave, they again said to Li Qiao earnestly, Young man, you're still young. Take care of your health. Woman, have you had enough tofu? They're already far away, and you're still lying on him and not getting up. Ziyun stared at the seductive woman pressing against Li Qiao, his face darkening as rage mounted. Ziyun's resentment value plus 10. Ziyun's resentment value has reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have completed the limited time hidden quest, Resentment Accumulation. Within 3 minutes, Zi Mingyun's resentment value reaches 100. Phantom Mingyun has comprehended skill. Curse of Resentment, Advanced. Curse of Resentment. Turns the opponent's buffs into negative effects. Hidden quest. Li Qiao caught sight of the system pop-up and was startled. He hadn't expected to actually strike gold this time. It's actually Curse of Resentment. Li Qiao's heart tightened. This was an extremely rare shadow-type skill, and very few beast pets could master it. Once learned, any enhancement methods used against Ziyun would become worthless paper. He was practically its natural counter. Hearing Ziyun's words, the woman slightly raised her head. Seeing that the two plainclothes patrol officers had already gone far away, she tentatively tried to stand up from Li Qiao. But no matter how hard she struggled, her body wouldn't budge at all. Looking down, she saw that Li Qiao's hand was pressing tightly on her waist, not moving an inch. "Little brother, are you still not satisfied?" the woman said, with a hint of shyness mixed with mockery. Li Qiao smiled lightly. "Hee, sister, you've misunderstood. My hand isn't being greedy. It's just that I'm afraid the patrol team will turn back. That wouldn't be fun." The woman glared at him. "You smooth-talking brat. Since you helped me just now, I'll be generous and not hold it against you." "Woman, just who is taking advantage of whom? I think you were enjoying yourself quite a bit just now." Ziyun's face turned livid. If Li Qiao hadn't steadied her, he probably would have already thrown a punch. That little girl's temper is pretty fierce. The woman glanced at Ziyun from the corner of her eye, and her expression suddenly showed surprise. "Oh, Phantom Mist Cloud? Kid, you've got some pretty good luck." Li Qiao felt his heart tighten. Beast tamers who could recognize Phantom Mist Cloud were few and far between. Now that Ziyun was in beast girl form, she was seen through at a glance by this woman, leaving him utterly shocked. No need to be too surprised." The woman chuckled lightly. "Phantom Mist Cloud is rare, but I happen to know a beast tamer who contracted a Phantom Mist Cloud through a fated bond. It's perfectly normal that I could tell. The other Phantom Mist Cloud beast tamers are." Thoughts raced through Li Qiao's mind, and he couldn't help but wonder which evolution path she had taken, and how many stages she had advanced Phantom Mist Cloud by. The woman used the opportunity to press up with her palm and slowly rise from Li Qiao. Before Li Qiao could fully process it, the sight before him jolted him awake. On that woman's faintly visible side breast, there was unmistakably a black rose insignia. S-rank assassin. "Night Rose," he blurted out, remembering the warning from the patrol member just now. The woman's body stiffened. Then she looked at Li Qiao with a smile and teased. "Oh? Little brother, got a problem with that. You're an assassin." Li Qiao narrowed his eyes, his tone cold. The woman smoothly adjusted her black bralette, perfectly covering the rose insignia, and said with a seductive smile, "How could such a beautiful sister possibly be an assassin? If you're not, why are you hiding from the investigation? Little brother, asking too many questions can get you into trouble." Her tone was calm, yet carried an unignorable killing intent. Li Qiao's expression tightened instantly, and he worried inwardly. If she knew he had identified her, would he be cut down in an instant? The woman raised an eyebrow and sneered. "Why so quiet? Little brother, where did all that lechery from just now go? Afraid I'll kill you, sister?" Before her words even faded, Li Qiao clenched his fists, while Xiao Bai and Ziyun beside him were already subtly gathering momentum. "Seeing how nervous you are, forget it. I won't tease you anymore." The woman suddenly laughed, her voice light and airy. "To be honest, I'm not an assassin. I'm a bounty hunter." "A bounty hunter?" Li Qiao sneered, a trace of mockery at the corner of his lips. "Is there even much difference between the two?" "Difference?" The woman answered without hesitation. "An assassin takes lives. I'm in it for the money." "Then why did that patrol member just now say you were an assassin?" The woman touched her chin, a faint smile on her lips. "Probably because I've got more lives on my hands than some assassins do. The association always assigns my sister assassination missions. Sister can't help it." Listening to her casually talk about dozens of lives, Li Qiao felt a chill all over. That cool, alluring smile was like a venomous snake writhing its tail, dangerous, yet mesmerizing. Seeing his dazed expression, Night Rose's smile grew even more unrestrained. "Little brother, don't be scared. Sister usually doesn't kill good people." She laughed, and the sound was like a fierce storm in the night, scattering the fear in Li Qiao's heart. "Don't call me little brother. Disgusting." Li Qiao frowned. "Oh, you don't like it? Then your little brother's strength is no small matter either. Hee hee." Cold sweat soaked Li Qiao's back. "My name is Li Qiao." "Li Qiao." Night Rose lifted her eyes and glanced in his direction, the smile in them deepening. "That name really does suit you." She suddenly lowered her voice. "Li Qiao, little brother, you didn't come to Sunset Beach for a vacation, did you?" Li Qiao turned his head and stared at her warily. "How do you know? It's obvious. Sunset is almost here, and you still haven't left. I'm guessing you're here for the thing out at sea." "The thing out at sea?" Li Qiao froze, and the stern warning from the ticket seller ant suddenly rang in his mind. He glanced at the several high-level beastmasters beside him, then thought of the unfathomable Night Rose before him, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. "Oh, so I'm wrong." Night Rose shrugged. "But with your strength, going there would be no different from courting death." "Then what exactly is it?" Li Qiao asked, his voice low. Night Rose looked toward the churning waves, her tone grave. "A ferocious beast that countless people covet." "A ferocious beast?" Li Qiao's entire body tensed. He knew the ticket seller ant hadn't lied to him. The beast-related attack incidents at Sunset Beach were real. For Night rose to be this cautious. This ferocious beast must be terrifying beyond measure. Suddenly, shouts came from afar. The tide is rising. Evacuate the scenic area immediately. Move now. Several staff members, holding megaphones, urgently drove the tourists away. Night Rose turned her head and smiled as she reminded Li Qiao. Little brother, I suggest you stay out of this. Not all bounty hunters are as kind as I am. Her gaze locked onto the scarred man not far away. A wave of bitterness rose in Li Qiao's heart. That scar-faced man had killed countless people, yet she could still put on an innocent face. How ironic. What I'm here to do has nothing to do with the ferocious beast you're looking for, Li Qiao said in a cold tone. Oh, Night Rose smiled, turned around, and disappeared into the twilight, leaving only this behind. I hope I don't run into you again tonight. The night grew heavy, and after Sunset Beach was swallowed by darkness, it seemed to gain another layer of mysterious gauze. The waves kept crashing against the shore. The rising tide had submerged most of the beach, leaving it pitch black and unfathomably deep, like a black hole where one could not see a thing. Li Qiao stepped out from behind a huge boulder and looked toward the tightly shut entrance to the scenic area, finally letting out a sigh of relief. It's this late. The patrols have all gone home. At the same time, figures gradually appeared among the reefs. Like him, they had been lying in wait silently after the scenic area closed. Li Qiao ignored them and only summoned his beasts in a low voice. Xiao Bai Ziyun. From now on, we have only one target, to kill the steel-headed lobster in the sea. The two pets responded, nodding like flags waving. Not far from the waves, several figures stood among the reefs. They wore different clothes, but all of them were watching Li Qiao with sharp eyes. Well, this kid's interesting. He can actually contract both a mysterious phantom nether cloud and an extremely ordinary white spirit snake at the same time. The voice was low and hoarse, coming from a fair-skinned young man whose narrow eyes concealed cunning and calculation. What? Bai Liang, you're actually interested in this phantom nether cloud? With your rank as a third-tier beastmaster, picking on a rookie who's just started out is a bit beneath your status, isn't it? On a reef nearby, a burly man with a rough face had his arms crossed, his words laced with barbs. Huang Yin, you're wrong about that. Bai Liang's lips curved upward, unable to hide the teasing smile in his eyes. The phantom nether cloud may be strong, but no one has ever publicly revealed how to make it evolve and advance. If you forcibly snatch a contract, a pet's spirit often collapses. I don't like such incomplete battle partners. Methods for advancement? I've heard that among Scarface's 7 divisions, there's an S-rank hunter who forced the phantom nether cloud into the purple nether dark realm. Huang Yan's eyes flickered, his tone carrying hidden reverence. This guy's become quite famous lately. Oh, the 7 divisions still have someone that fierce. Introduce me to him, Bai Liang said with a smile, his gaze sweeping toward the man nearby with a deep scar across his face. Not familiar with him. Scarface replied coldly, not even lifting his head. They're already S-rank. Of course they don't give a damn about us lowly A-rank grunts. As soon as the words fell, Scar's eyes suddenly narrowed, glaring fixedly at Bai Liang, killing intent as chilling as ice. Bai Liang's expression didn't change as he gave a cold sneer. What? Scar, they haven't even arrived yet, and you're already itching to start a fight with me? I wouldn't mind killing you first. Scar's voice was icy, like thunder suddenly exploding deep in a valley. You. Bai Liang was forced into a stutter, then clapped a few times, pretending to be relaxed. Fine. I heard your serrated frenzy shark has already broken through to the threshold of outstanding rank 9. My third shift straw man isn't weak either. Want to try it? Scar's gaze darkened, as if he couldn't even be bothered to put Bai Liang in his eyes. Whatever. Bai Liang, watch your foul mouth. That Scar, was it the S-rank guy you mentioned who did that? A magnetic female voice suddenly cut in. Bai Liang and Huang Yin both turned their heads, and even the usually calm eyes of Scar slowly lit up. Night Rose. This woman was the same one Li Qiao had encountered during the day. Unlike her usual revealing attire, she was now wrapped tightly in black leather, her jet-black long hair cascading to her waist like a waterfall, resembling a curtain of night. Her fiery figure traced a perfect silhouette, and her sensual lips exuded an invisible danger. Seeing her, the expressions of the 3 immediately grew solemn. Huang Yin spoke first. Night Rose, your beast has already broken through to chief rank. Are you still here to snatch our treasure blood? Bai Liang's face darkened. Treasure blood determines the limit of our main pet's potential. For an S-rank killer like you to come and fight us for it is a bit too arrogant. The mixed emotions on Huang Yan's face deepened. This is really a headache. Night Rose sighed lightly. How many times have I said it? I'm a bounty hunter, not an assassin. Unlike you lot, who hold the Hunter Association's rice bowl in one hand while secretly taking human lives with the other. Hearing her cold mockery, Bai Liang was instantly furious. Flames of anger surged in his chest as he thought, "You've taken more massacre orders than all of us combined, and you still want to act like some saint. There's a bounty? Someone put a reward with the association for the treasure blood?" Scar suddenly asked. The client offered an extremely high price. Night Rose said indifferently, "Association rules say you can't take part in a mission without accepting the bounty. If they find out you've privately interfered with an S-rank bounty, I won't be responsible if something happens." Damn it. Bai Liang clenched both fists, grinding his teeth. Why is it only S-ranks who can take these big jobs? We A ranks can only struggle at the bottom and still have to watch the association's face. Fear my ass. It's not like we signed some slave contract. Hunters and the association are just in a cooperative relationship. Whatever happens on the side, who still needs to report it? If something goes wrong, just say we didn't know, and it's over. Huang Yin cursed nonstop. Night Rose being here isn't entirely a bad thing. Scar analyzed calmly. That fierce beast isn't ordinary. I'm afraid it'll take several of us working together. Bai Liang rolled his eyes and smiled slyly. In that case, let's make it clear. Split the treasure blood evenly. How about it? The three of them all turned to look at Night Rose, clearly wary of her strength. Night Rose curled her lips into a cold smile. I'll take as much as I need. Once I have enough, the mission is considered complete. As for what you do with the rest, that's up to you. What? Bai Liang nearly lost his footing. Night Rose, that's too much. No one knows how much you need. What if you take it all? What are we supposed to do? Then I'll take it all. Night Rose replied indifferently. You. Bai Liang glared angrily at Wild Rose. Wild Rose merely cast him a faint glance, the chill in her eyes like a night cat crossing the moonlight, striking straight at Bai Liang's heart. Bai Liang suddenly raised his hand, but then involuntarily drew it back, his face filled with unwillingness and rage. Let's wait until that guy shows up, Huang Yin said, his gaze fixed tightly on the surging sea, his voice low and tinged with worry. Whether the intelligence is true or false, we'll have to wait and see. Relax, Bai Liang said with a confident smile. I got this intel from the source. 3 days ago, after the Baxiao fortress exploded, the ferocious beasts that were being held there, along with that guy, all fell into a coma. Based on their size and the ocean current speed, by tonight, they'll definitely reach Sunset Beach. I really don't know which lunatic dared to do that, blowing up the largest fortress on the west coast of the land of Fusang and turning it into ruins. All those untamed ferocious beasts were released. Huang Yan's tone carried a hint of shock. I think it was probably done by some powerful beastmaster, and maybe they have a deep blood feud with the Japanese. Bai Liang let out a light chuckle. Whatever. That guy will most likely appear at the highest point of high tide. Everyone, don't forget, excellence-grade ferocious beasts are extremely intelligent, so don't let your guard down and miss this perfect opportunity. Huang Yan's voice was low and forceful, each word rolling into the ears of the three like the tide. Scarface squinted and gave Bai Liang a meaningful glance. I just hope no one stabs us in the back. Scarface, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Bai Liang? Bai Liang's anger flared instantly. He was just about to spit out some harsh words when his gaze was drawn to Li Qiao's actions in the distance, and a hint of suspicion rose in his heart. This kid has been lying low in silence for so long. Could he really be after the lobster? Bai Liang muttered under his breath. Wild Rose slowly turned her head, her gaze also falling on Li Qiao, cold and sharp. Master, a steelhead lobster has been found. Purple Cloud, floating in the air, suddenly sent a message. To avoid alerting the target, Purple Cloud followed Li Qiao's instructions, using illusionary colors to stealthily move through the air in silence while searching for the target. Li Qiao immediately led Little White toward the direction Purple Cloud indicated. It didn't take long before they spotted a steelhead lobster lying on a low reef, using its sharp claws to gnaw at the moss. Name, steelhead lobster. Gender, male. Attributes, steel, water. Level, ordinary stage 2. Potential, ordinary. Skills, fierce charge, beginner. At last, it's come ashore. A faint smile rose at the corner of Li Qiao's lips. Borrowing the faint light cast down through the clouds, he could clearly see what the steel-headed lobster looked like. This little guy stood about 80 to 90 centimeters tall, its 2 feet planted firmly on the ground. Its head was like it was wearing a mechanical helmet, and its 2 huge black pincers had distinct outlines, but it looked clumsy and adorably silly. Xiaobai go. At Li Qiao's command in his heart, Xiaobai shot toward the target like an arrow. Used death coil directly. With the cover of seawater, Xiaobai swiftly swam in from below. The moment it reached the steel-headed lobster's feet, it abruptly unleashed its coil. Crack! Just as the steel-headed lobster reacted, it felt a strange force explode. Its body shattered instantly, and the sound of cracking echoed through the air. All of this happened as fast as lightning, yet it was all seen by the several people watching intently from afar. Oh, Coil. One-hit kill. Bai Liang narrowed his eyes in surprise. This white spirit snake doesn't seem simple. Looks like he just became a first-rank beast master and already contracted 2 pets. This kid really has some skill, Huang Yin said decisively. Death Coil, Dao Scar said coldly, enunciating each word with a sneer. What? Death Coil? Bai Liang narrowed his eyes even more. This white spirit snake is clearly only ordinary grade, yet it has mastered an intermediate skill. No wonder something seemed off. This kind of low-level fight isn't worth watching. Wild Rose crossed her arms and cut in coldly, seemingly unwilling to let everyone keep their attention on Li Qiao. Li Qiao quickly dealt with the first steel-headed lobster. Xiaobai used its sharp claws to split open that iron-hard skull. Xiaobai turned to Li Qiao and shook its head, its eyes full of disappointment. No crystal core had appeared. Li Qiao comforted it. It's okay, Xiaobai. This steel-headed lobster is too low-level, so it's normal that it hasn't developed a crystal core. Next time, we'll find one bigger and tougher to fight. Xiaobai seemed encouraged, its spirits lifting again. Xiaobai to the right. Purple Cloud's voice came from above. She was now Xiaobai's eyes and ears in the air. At the command, Xiaobai flicked its tail and shot like lightning toward the reef on the right. Seeing that this steel-headed lobster was nearly a meter tall, Li Qiao quickly opened its panel. Name, steel-headed lobster. Gender, female. Attribute, metal, water level, ordinary 4th stage potential, ordinary skills, fierce charge, beginner, scissor hands, beginner. Xiaobai, be careful of its scissor hands. Use ice mist first to slow it down. Li Qiao urgently issued the command, his voice steady with authority. Xiaobai abruptly stopped and focused intently on the enemy ahead. Sure enough, the steel-headed lobster made a clacking sound, raised its sharp claws, and charged straight at it. Without hesitation, Xiaobai spat out a cloud of ice mist. The white fog, mixed with tiny ice crystals, spread rapidly like a sudden frost, enveloping the steel-headed lobster. This steel-headed lobster was only at the ordinary 4th stage. How could it escape this intermediate ice mist? Its 2 claws were instantly sealed by a layer of transparent ice shell, and its movements immediately stiffened, leaving it unable to move an inch. The cold night air is making the freezing effect of the ice mist even more complete. Li Qiao curled the corner of his mouth, his gaze calm, as he watched Xiaobai easily deal with yet another enemy beast. Excitement surged in his heart. Xiaobai had actually dug a crystal core the size of a fingernail out of the steel-headed lobster's shell. Collected 1 pet beast crystal core with dragon, in its name Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress. 1/7. Oi, please keep it up, host, and complete the White Spirit Snake Ancestral Return task. The system prompts rang out one after another, and Li Qiao's spirits soared. Indeed, the steel-headed lobster crystal core works, he nodded quickly. At this rate, the ancestral return could be completed tonight. Ice Mist, another intermediate skill. Huang Yan's expression also changed. A trace of brilliance appeared in Scarface's cold eyes. 3rd stage beast masters all knew that for an ordinary pet beast to learn an intermediate skill was no easy feat. One instance could still be explained, since there are occasionally gifted ones. But 2, it was by no means a coincidence. Even elite-level pet beasts rarely comprehend more than 1 or 2 intermediate skills. Yet the white spirit snake had mediocre bloodline and still cast 2 intermediate skills in succession. Everyone couldn't help but speculate. Just what kind of miraculous method of cultivation was this? Such talent was comparable to the results of a top-tier beastmaster. 2 on the left are sneaking in for a sneak attack. Ziyun's voice came suddenly. Xiaobai immediately turned around. Seeing 2 steel-headed lobsters charging recklessly, it sank into the water and vanished into the shimmering surface. The cold water concealed its movements. When the 2 attacks missed, Xiaobai suddenly sprang up, its claws entwining like the tendrils of death, swiftly binding the opponents to death. As time passed, more and more steel-headed lobsters gathered on the reef, and Ziyun no longer needed to deliberately search for them. Just as Xiaobai was fighting fiercely, a steel-headed lobster quietly appeared behind it. Name, Steelhead Lobster. Gender, female. Attribute, steel, water level, common stage 4 potential, common skills, water gun, beginner. Xiaobai, this one only knows water gun. Li Qiao shouted. Ziyun, use Shadow Ball to block it. Understood, brother Li Qiao. Ziyun's figure flashed through the air, and with a sweep of her hand, a basketball-sized shadow ball shot out, precisely shattering the incoming water gun. Taking advantage of the opening to escape, Xiaobai moved nimbly and dealt with the enemy in just a couple of moves. Collected +1 pet crystal core with dragon, in its name Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, February 7th. 5 more to go. Li Qiao's heartbeat quickened, eager to see the white spirit snake transform into a dragon. Xiaobai, the biggest one ahead. Li Qiao ordered. The larger the body size, the higher the chance of a crystal core dropping. Name, Steelhead Lobster. Gender, male. Attribute, steel, water level. Common stage 5, U potential. Common skills, water gun, beginner. Iron tail, beginner. It actually knows Iron tail. Use ice mist. Li Qiao shouted. The combo of ice mist and death entanglement was like icy blades. Freeze first to slow it down, then follow with entanglement, leaving no room for a counterattack. This common stage 5 steelhead lobster was soon torn apart in its resistance and collapsed to the ground, silent. Collected +1 pet crystal core with dragon in its name. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, March 7th. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed a pet with the skill Iron Tail. Skill Simulation Transformation Quest activated. Simulating transformation of Iron Tail, Frostblade Tail. Simulation Transformation Progress, 25%. Frostblade Tail, an intermediate skill. Li Qiao's eyes flashed with astonishment. Last time, while cutting fruit, he had noticed the potential of Xiaobai's tail. If it could master this skill, its strength would rise dramatically. Xiaobai, follow my command and quickly attack the steelhead lobster with Iron Tail. Xiaobai nodded firmly and charged toward the target, striking at once. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, 4/7. Simulation Transformation Progress, 50%. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, 5/7. Simulation Transformation Progress, 75%. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, 6/7. Simulation Transformation Progress, 100%. Congratulations, host. Skill Simulation Transformation Quest completed. White Spirit Snake successfully comprehended skill. Frostblade Tail, intermediate. Frostblade Tail. The White Spirit Snake's tail condenses cold energy, turning into a sharp ice blade that tears through the air. White Spirit Snake leveled up, common stage 5. Great. Li Qiao hurriedly opened Xiaobai's panel to check. Name, Bailing Serpent. Gender, female. Attribute, ice level. Common stage 5, U potential. Elite skills, Ice Mist, intermediate. Death Coil, intermediate. Cold Blade Tail, intermediate. Status, excited. Her strength has increased quite a lot again. Li Qiao happily patted Xiaobai's smooth head beside him. His gaze locked onto the progress bar of the Ancestral Return Quest, 6/7. Hang in there a little longer, and you'll soon become a noble dragon beast. Hiss hiss. It's not hard, master. You're amazing. Xiaobai's eyes blazed, her body straightened, and she could feel the impact of a sudden surge in strength. With eyes full of admiration, she kept her gaze firmly fixed on Li Qiao. The Bailing Serpent suddenly turned its head, locking onto the largest steelhead lobster, its eyes flashing with a victorious light. Try the power of the new move. Xiaobai charge. At Li Qiao's command, the Bailing Serpent shot out like an arrow loosed from a bow. But in the next second, that steelhead lobster seemed to be suddenly startled, scrambling in panic as it raced toward the sea and vanished into the waves in an instant. Xiaobai stood frozen in place. This is, Li Qiao frowned, narrowing his eyes to watch carefully. One bizarre sight followed another. All the pet beasts by the shore, including the steelhead lobsters, seemed like frightened birds, losing control and rushing toward the sea. They've finally come. Night Rose looked at the dark sea, a slight curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Rumble. The waves burst apart, the sea roiled as if it were boiling, and then a deep, beastly roar came forth, deafeningly loud. Li Qiao's brows were tightly locked as he pierced the darkness with his gaze, staring into the deep and endless shoreline. He couldn't make out its shape, but the sharp aura alone made even his soul tremble. This energy fluctuation is too strong. These assassins have clearly been waiting so long tonight for this pet beast. As he spoke, his eyes unconsciously drifted toward Night Rose, who stood upright on the reef. Several beast tamers wore solemn expressions as they stared unblinkingly at the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The beach trembled violently, as if a massive earthquake had struck. Sensing danger, Li Qiao quickly hid behind a boulder and observed quietly. Damn it. It was early, it was late, but it just had to arrive when I was only one steelhead lobster crystal core away. Li Qiao cursed inwardly. The next moment, the sight before him left him dumbstruck and unable to believe his eyes. In the dim, black waves of the sea, the outline of a colossal monster suddenly emerged, towering over 10 meters high. Two crimson eyes, as big as watermelons, glowed like beacons, adding a touch of deathly chill to the dark sea. So huge. Seeing such a monstrous beast for the first time, Li Qiao's heart jolted. Scarface stared at this eerie monster, and a trace of a smile unexpectedly squeezed onto his ferocious mouth. Dragon Turtle has finally appeared. The ferocious beast slowly climbed onto the shore, and Li Qiao finally saw its full form clearly. A gigantic turtle, its shell made up of pentagonal plates like stone, jagged as cracked earth in midsummer. In front extended a snake-like head, and with every sway, it shook the ground. It's actually a dragon turtle. Li Qiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Name, dragon turtle, gender, male. Attribute, water, rock. Level, leader stage 5. Potential, leader tier. Skills, super rock armor, transcendent. High pressure water cannon, advanced. Wild waves, advanced. Crushing, advanced. Arrow rain, advanced. Hail, advanced. Description, dragon turtle, an extremely rare top-tier island pet beast. Although its main attribute is water, it cannot remain submerged for long periods and must surface regularly to breathe. The dragon turtle is said to be a descendant of the ancient primordial dragon, with its bloodline having grown thinner over billions of years. Though its dragon nature is faint, the precious blood nurtured within its hard turtle shell can help pet beasts break through the limits of evolution. So thereafter the dragon turtle's precious blood. Li Qiao looked at the several people standing on the reef and finally figured out their purpose. There really are rare treasures in this world that can help pet beasts break through the boundaries of evolution, and Li Qiao had heard a little about them. But he hadn't expected the dragon turtle shell to actually contain such a mysterious treasure. Detected leader tier ferocious beast, dragon turtle. Kill the dragon turtle to inherit its skills. Please, host, kill the opponent as soon as possible. Li Qiao. No way. Are you kidding me? We're both ordinary rank, and you want us to go head-on against a leader tier beast? Do you really think I'm stupid? Li Qiao stared at the new mission popped up by the system, his expression darkening instantly, completely losing the will to fight. He muttered to himself. That dragon turtle was hidden on a desolate island in the distant outer sea, and no one within Great Xia had ever discovered its trace. How did these people get the information that the dragon turtle would show up? And besides, could they really handle a leader-tier dragon turtle? On the reef, everyone's eyes were sharp. The scar-faced man made the first move, waving his hand to summon his pet beast. A blue light flashed. A gigantic shark pet beast, fully 5 meters tall and holding a trident, leapt up from the water. Name, Sawtooth Frenzy Shark. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Level, outstanding rank 9. Potential, outstanding tier. Skills, high-pressure water cannon, advanced. Water blade, advanced. Condensed water heavy fist, advanced. Demon bite, intermediate. Description, a bloodthirsty, brutal shark pet beast that likes to bite and tear other pet beasts apart. Sawtooth Frenzy Shark. Li Qiao's heart tightened instantly. This scar-faced man's pet beast was indeed no ordinary one. Those rows of razor-sharp, serrated teeth gleamed with a cold silver light in the night, as if they could tear through the sea with a single bite. Li Qiao glanced at the scar-faced man, his expression complicated. This guy has trained the Sawtooth Frenzy Shark to outstanding rank 9. As long as it can break through its limits and eat the dragon turtle's blood, it might be able to leap up another level. Sure enough, a feverish fire instantly lit up in the scar-faced man's eyes, and he waved his hand fiercely to signal the Sawtooth Frenzy Shark to attack. The Sawtooth Frenzy Shark plunged into the sea. Its dorsal fin sliced through the water as it swiftly swam toward the dragon turtle's flank. When the distance was less than 50 meters, it suddenly leapt out of the water, opened its huge maw, and bared its blood-like mouth. Boom. A water column as thick as a pillar shot out of its mouth, charging straight at the dragon turtle's head from a tricky angle. High-pressure water cannon. What a ferocious move. Li Qiao widened his eyes. The dragon turtle's weak spot was its head. If it were hit, even a commander-class beast might not survive. Just as Scar thought he had succeeded, the dragon turtle lazily turned its head and also pinchu a thicker water column from its mouth to meet the attack head-on. A high-pressure water cannon even thicker than the serrated shark's. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes. This strike almost forced that water column straight back. The water cannon fired by the dragon turtle not only neutralized the enemy's attack, but the aftershock also slammed directly into the serrated shark. Scar hurriedly ordered it to retreat, and the serrated shark instantly dove beneath the seawater. Boom. The water cannon blasted apart the reef it had just stood on, sending rocks flying everywhere. Having narrowly avoided this mighty attack, Scar's face was full of lingering fear. For the same skill, the power unleashed by a commander-class pet far exceeded that of an elite class one. If the serrated shark hadn't reacted fast enough, that blow just now might have left it crippled. While keeping an eye on by Liang and the others, he warned, "What are you still watching for? Hurry up and send out your main battle pets. This dragon turtle isn't easy to deal with. If it gets enough rest on shore and dives back into the sea, you'll regret it too late." By Liang, however, looked relaxed and said with a cheeky smile, Scar, why are you getting so worked up? We never said we wouldn't make a move. Who doesn't want the precious blood? Don't be stupid. You've got to use your brain. Bai Liang, don't think I'm afraid of you. Scar's rage surged, and he was full of killing intent. All right, stop arguing. This dragon turtle is no pushover. The few of us should work together and finish it quickly to grab the blood. Otherwise, if other experts arrive, we won't even be left with scraps. Huang Yin tried to mediate. He clasped his palms together and roared, Come out. Giant armored stone man. A streak of blue light flashed, and a sturdy brown pet covered all over with massive rocks suddenly appeared. Name, Giant armored stone man. Gender, male. Attributes, rock, ground level. Elite rank 7 in potential, elite grade skills. Earthquake, advanced. Rock burst fist, advanced. Rock armor, advanced. Boulder art, intermediate. Description, condensed from hundreds upon thousands of stones, it sacrifices speed in exchange for top-tier offense and defense. A stone man. Li Qiao was shocked. The pets appearing today were each rarer than the last. Though this stone man had evolved from a weak little pebble creature, its potential was astonishingly great. After the pebble creature evolved into its final form, it devoured several tons of giant rock ore, with resources consumed at an alarming rate. Huang Yin had spent lavishly to push this pet to its final form. Exactly how much it cost, no one dared calculate. Huang Yin, since you've already made your move, it'd be too shameless of us to keep holding back. Bai Liang's lips curled into a strange smile. It's our turn to take the stage. Triple transformed straw man. Name, triple transformed straw man. Gender, male. Attribute, psychic level. Elite rank 8, potential. Elite grade skills, psychic arrow, advanced. Telekinesis, advanced. Mysterious smile, intermediate. Introduction. Compared with the first and second transformations, the third transformation can control the enemy's emotions, quietly breaking them down. The straw man wasn't very large, with broad shoulders and long legs, about the size of an adult man, and looked unremarkable. If one were to inspect it closely, the only obvious difference would be those eyes that slowly flickered with a pale yellow glow. Huang Yin teased, Bai Liang, the straw man has been stuck here for so many years, and no one has ever broken through its limits. You really think dragon turtle blood can make it cross into the 4th stage? Don't try it. And how would you know? Bai Liang sneered, glancing at Yi Rose. Yi Rose, as the only S-rank here, aren't you going to summon your pet beast? That wouldn't make much sense, would it? Yi Rose's lips curled slightly, her voice icy. Isn't it just behind you? Behind me. A chill rose up Bai Liang's spine as he slowly turned around. In the darkness, 2 piercing, watchful beams of light suddenly flashed. It was a pet beast in the bizarre form of a rose. Its flower head was a seductive scarlet, while its hands and feet were covered in inky black. Though not large, it exuded a coldness as chilling as the Grim Reaper. Li Qiao stared at those eyes and murmured, Night Shadow Rose. Name, Night Shadow Rose. Gender, female. Attribute, grass level. Commander rank 2, potential. Commander rank skills, gorgeous flower array, extraordinary. Flash step, advanced. Leaf storm, advanced. Leaf blade, advanced. Giant leaf slash, advanced. Rosemary, intermediate. Introduction, a rose blooming fiercely in the night, beautiful to the point of lethality. It actually advanced to commander rank, so enviable. Bai Liang's parched voice clutched at the air tightly. With the dragon turtle's precious blood, the straw man has a chance to cross the 4th transformation and take the commander's throne. His gaze cut toward the dragon turtle like a blade, murderous intent heavy in his eyes. Straw man. Psychic power, activate. The straw man turned its head mechanically, yellow light in its eyes surging violently, a faint, eerie smile curling at the corners of its mouth. In the next second, the dragon turtle, not far away, struggled in vain and slowly floated up from the ground. That psychic power is too strong. It can actually hoist a dragon turtle weighing over 10 tons into the air. An Esper-type attribute really can't be underestimated. Everyone, strike now and kill the dragon turtle. Huang Yin growled. The giant armor stone man charged first, raising both arms high. A massive yellowish stone slowly condensed, and in no time at all it was as large as a house. Imposing and overwhelming. Rockfall spell. Li Qiao watched without blinking. Beside him, the sawtooth mad shark leaped out of the water, and as its trident swung, a crescent-shaped wave was instantly cleaved out. It was its advanced skill, Waterblade. The night shadow rose moved like a ghost, striding across the waves, light as if skipping across a pond, yet erupting with fierce killing intent. Leaf storm, it cried with a sharp, sweet voice. As soon as the words fell, black leaves rapidly converged into its palm. In an instant, It abruptly stopped, swept its hand through the air, and a black tornado dozens of meters wide took shape at once, roaring with violent waves as it swept toward the suspended dragon turtle. As expected of a third-tier beastmaster, truly formidable, Li Qiao sighed inwardly. None of their great pets was ordinary. If this offensive succeeded, the dragon turtle would likely have nowhere to escape. Boom. The giant armor stone man's enormous rock came crashing down like a hurled iron hammer, smashing toward the dragon turtle. At the same time, the water blade and leaf storms surged in from different angles like raging tides, mercilessly pressing in on the giant beast hanging in midair. Hee hee. So what if it's huge? Under my third-class scarecrow telekinetic control, you were just a living target, Bai Liang said with complete confidence, just as he thought victory was in the bag. Whoa! The dragon tortoise's thunderous, mountain-shaking howl ripped through the sky, its fury burning like fire across its turtle face. Li Qiao felt a deafening roar slam into his eardrums and quickly pressed both hands over his ears, as if trying to block out the storm of rage. Crash! At the critical moment, the seawater around the dragon tortoise suddenly surged, transforming into a leaping water dragon that swiftly coiled and wrapped around its massive body. The waves raged like ferocious beasts, encasing the dragon tortoise so tightly that not a gap remained. Its raging waves. Li Qiao's heart tightened. This thing isn't going to be easy to deal with. Fighting in this watery domain, the power of raging waves was amplified infinitely. The tides gathered, the crashing sounds were thunderous, and several thick water curtains rose up, as solid as natural walls of shields. The attacks from Huang Yan's group's pets were mercilessly torn apart by the water curtains, turning to dust in an instant. Whoa! The dragon tortoise let out another long howl, and dense curtains of rain suddenly descended from the sky. Damn it, it's arrow rain. Li Qiao cursed. Those guys have completely enraged it. This wasn't ordinary rain. It was tens of thousands of piercing, bone-chilling water arrows, each 20 centimeters long, narrow and sharp like ice cones, flooding the entire battlefield and falling from the sky like blades. Cold sweat soaked through Li Qiao's back. He was dressed too lightly and had no protective gear at all. How could he possibly take this deadly arrow rain head-on? He darted into the shadow of a reef and curled up tightly. Clang, clang, clang. The first to suffer was the giant armored stone golem controlled by Huang Yan. The arrow rain slapped against its hard stone hide, producing crisp, ear-splitting impacts. Water naturally countered earth. Under the furious barrage of arrows, the stone golem gave a heavy crash and dropped to one knee, dust flying everywhere. Quick, use rock armor. Huang Yan shouted urgently. The stone golem secretly gathered its strength, and a layer of brown light suddenly enveloped its entire body, easing the pain a little. Rock armor can double its defense, but if the arrow rain doesn't stop, it'll break down sooner or later. Huang Yan clenched his fists, his brows tightly furrowed, worry written all over his face. The scarecrow's situation was dire. Psychic abilities were most afraid of disruption. As the arrow rain poured down, it was forced to cut off its telekinesis and could only dash around amid the arrows, panicking. This gave the dragon turtle the chance to escape. With a muffled thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. In the water, the sawtooth frenzy shark lurked just beneath the wave's surface, hesitating to advance. Bai Liang turned anxiously and shouted at Night Rose. If this drags on any longer, we won't be able to keep fighting. Night Rose, your Nightshade Rose has the advantage in attribute. Hurry up and break through this arrow rain. Don't tell me what to do. Night Rose frowned, a flash of cold light crossing her eyes as she lightly signaled the Nightshade Rose to act. The Nightshade Rose quickly summoned a vortex of black leaves, spinning and dancing through the air. The arrow rain was forcibly drawn in by the vortex's immense suction, each bolt smashing into the leaves and shattering, and the air instantly cleared. Saved, Huang Yan finally let out a breath of relief. No, it's not over yet. Scar stared unblinkingly at the dragon turtle. Sure enough, before the others could seize the chance to counterattack, whoosh, another shower of cold crystal projectiles the size of apricot pits fell from the sky. Damn it, when is this going to end? What is this? Hail! Bai Liang roared in anger. Hail is coming. This thing actually knows ice attribute skills, and it's specifically countering the Nightshade Rose. Li Qiao's brows were tightly furrowed, shock rising in his heart. A leader-level beast's combat instincts were almost comparable to a beastmaster's. To actually control ice-type skills, Night Rose parted her lips, secretly tense. The hail pounded fiercely, and the leaf storm vortex rapidly disintegrated. Black leaves shattered and fell, and the Nightshade Rose looked utterly exhausted. The straw man's defenses were weak. If it got hit, it could only dodge in a sorry, utterly miserable state. Dodge the hail with instant flashes. Knight Rose coldly ordered, directing the Nightshade Rose to dart nimbly across the battlefield. The hail assault grew even more violent, and its coverage expanded dramatically. Helplessly, Bai Liang led his companions in a quick retreat toward the reef where Li Qiao was hiding. Although they wore decent armor and could cooperate closely with their beasts, facing this leader-level dragon turtle, none of them dared to force the issue and fight recklessly. Damn it! I don't believe this. Stoneburst Fist activate. Huang Yan's rage surged like a mountain. After repeatedly fighting bloody battles, he no longer had his earlier composure and could finally no longer hold back, preparing to charge straight and head-on. You charge. Sawtooth Frenzy Shark go. Use Condensed Water Heavy Fist. Scar shouted. I'll provide cover. Scarecrow, activate Mysterious Smile plus Spirit Arrow. Bai Liang ordered coldly. A strange smile crept onto the face of the third-tier Scarecrow, and the dragon turtle's movements instantly froze, as if bound by invisible chains. Then, the Scarecrow suddenly fired a translucent light arrow, piercing through the air at high speed and striking the dragon turtle's vital point. A wave of pain immediately twisted the dragon turtle's face, as though countless ice needles were stabbing into the wounds deep within its memory. Li Qiao exclaimed in surprise, Spirit Arrow. It can actually plunge a pet beast into painful memories. This Scarecrow is truly crafty and calculating. It's been affected emotionally. Everyone rush in now. Bai Liang roared, and the thunderous cries of battle rose into the sky. Several people nodded in unison. The three pets burst out like tigers from their cages, charging fiercely forward. Nightshade Rose leapt high, black giant leaves rapidly condensing like razor-sharp blades, whirling wildly as they slashed toward the spinning turtle shell of the dragon tortoise. The air split apart. The giant leaves cleaved out a sinister streak of cold light. Giant Armor Stone Man and Sawtooth Berserker Shark followed close behind, with powerful Rock Burst Fist and Condensing Water Heavy Fist both hammering out at once, the fist winds crashing like landslides and earthquakes. At the critical moment, the dragon tortoise let out a heaven-shaking howl, a sound carrying the power to rattle the surrounding air, and instantly broke free from the Scarecrow's control. It quickly drew back into its heavy shell. The attacks of several pets struck the hard carapace, only producing a few dull thuds, heavy and powerless like stones being struck. Defense is terrifying. Those two punches might as well be tickling it. Scar frowned, his face dark. Nightshade Rose's slash did open a tiny crack in the turtle shell, but this defense is still an iron wall and copper fort. Huang Zhu let out a soft sigh. Your attacks are too weak. Bai Liang's expression tightened. Should I send in the lightning bird? Maybe it can counter it. Don't be rash. Huang Yan stopped him urgently. The lightning bird does have an elemental advantage, but it's only at elite level. With a single blizzard, this dragon tortoise could kill you in one shot. Damn it. Is there really no way? Bai Liang's unwillingness was plain as day. Even our main battle pets can't hold it off. Don't just send other pets in to die. The only one who can fight it now is probably Nightshade Rose. Huang Yin said solemnly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Nightshade Rose. Scar's voice was urgent and oppressive. Nightshade Rose. This dragon tortoise's hard shell is formed from interwoven rock and water. Your shadow leaf attacks are 4 times effective against it. If you don't go all out now, all the effort we've put in will be wasted. Nightshade Rose remained unusually calm, her gaze steady. Don't keep staring at me. Nightshade Rose specializes in assassination in a single killing blow. Against that shell's defense, I'm not sure I can one-shot it either. Suddenly, the sound of rolling echoed across the beach, accompanied by a deep, rumbling tremor. Not good. It's starting a crushing charge. Watch out and dodge. Huang Yin warned sharply. In the darkness, the turtle shell, more than 10 meters tall, rolled forward like iron clamps, shaking the beach so violently it seemed absurd. The dragon tortoise pressed in aggressively, charging straight at the slow-moving giant rockstone man. No matter how fierce the attacks, the dragon tortoise's speed didn't slow in the slightest. Rock armor. Use rock armor to protect yourself now. Huang Yin ordered urgently. The giant armor stone man resisted with all its might, but the dragon tortoise's impact was like a flash flood bursting from a mountain. It was brutally sent flying more than 10 meters away. Huge reefs shattered and exploded, debris flying everywhere. Pain and fury flashed in Huang Yan's eyes. This destructive power is unreasonable. Giant Armor Stone Man is seriously injured. He turned his gaze to Nightshade Rose, his voice grave. Nightshade Rose, this chance is yours. Stop holding back. Give me a one-hit kill. A trace of resolve appeared on Nightshade Rose's face. Her voice was soft but firm. I'll give it everything I have. Huang Yin nodded, then turned back and instructed the badly injured Giant Armor Stone Man. Hold on. Don't you dare fall. Feeling the will of its beast tamer, The giant armor stone man clenched its teeth and struggled to its feet from among the shattered rocks. "Let me show you our strongest bond." It roared, a blazing brown light surging across its body like flames, and slammed both hands into the ground. The earth cracked open at once. The fissures looked like ferocious beasts tearing at the land, and the thunderous roar shook the heavens. "This attack is way too exaggerated. It really looks like the ground was torn apart." Li Qiao nearly lost her footing from the shock and hurriedly steadied herself against a reef rock. The giant armor stone man howled as the cracks kept widening, shockwaves surging toward the rolling dragon tortoise. With a deafening blast, the ground fissures spread like blood-red serpents, blasting the mountain-sized body of the dragon tortoise into the air. Everyone's eyes glittered with shock, and the silence was filled with awe for the true strength of the giant armor stone man. Nightshade Rose's gaze sharpened like a blade. As the instant of eruption arrived, red, killing intent flooded her eyes. Gorgeous flower formation. She let out a cold shout, and her figure vanished instantly from where she stood. Gorgeous flower array. Extraordinary skill. Bai Liang's eyes widened in shock, envy impossible to hide. When a pet beast masters an extraordinary skill, it means it has touched some kind of law power beyond the ordinary, and its might far surpasses that of ordinary advanced skills. He never expected Nightshade Rose to be hiding such deep foundations. Could it be S-rank? Scar's expression was complicated as he looked at the scene before him, his thoughts surging beyond words. "I'd like to see just how fierce an extraordinary skill really is." Li Qiao did not take his eyes off the battlefield for a moment. Suddenly, he caught sight of Nightshade Rose again, only to be shocked to find that she had already leapt into the air above the dragon turtle's head. Looking closely, several black leaves were still fluttering through the air. Turns out Nightshade Rose had used those flying leaves to rapidly close in on the dragon turtle. Nightshade Rose closed her eyes in midair and elegantly spread her hands. In an instant, a violent gale swept across the battlefield. The fragrance of roses filled the air, carrying a sweet scent that pierced everyone's nostrils. An even more eerie scene followed. Beneath the dragon turtle's feet, in the dark night, a blood-red phantom rose slowly bloomed. Its petals spread outward, wide as a massive crimson cloud spanning over Tianzhong. Nightshade Rose landed lightly on the turtle's back. With just a gentle leap, that heavy carapace seemed to have its gravity drained away, slowly falling toward the center of the deep red rose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several pitch-black vines lashed out like blades from the side of the flower, swiftly wrapping around and binding the dragon turtle tightly at the flower center. It could not move, like prey ensnared in blood. The storm grew more and more ferocious. Countless blood-red petals surged into the flower's center with the wind, each one sharp and icy, like blades howling in a snow night. Millions of blades converged into a tide of blood, launching a furious assault on the turtle shell. Li Qiao drew in a sharp breath. This is the gorgeous flower array. Just how long would it take to train to reach this level? Crack, crack. Amid the continuous bursts of cracking, thousands of long wounds split open across the dragon turtle's rock-like shell, and blood seeped from the fissures. Treasure blood. The dragon turtle's treasure blood. Bai Liang's face flushed pale with excitement. After waiting so long, he had finally seen this rare treasure blood. Scar and Huang Yan also showed unmistakable joy. At this rate, Nightshade Rose would soon break through the dragon turtle's defenses and kill it. Woo! The dragon turtle let out a deafening roar of agony. Nightshade Rose's expression did not change as she stared at it coldly. If you're going to die, there's no need to welcome pain. Wait, something's not right. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes, his mind racing. As a leader-class pet beast, the dragon turtle could not possibly just sit there and take it. Was it enduring Nightshade Rose's relentless attacks while secretly gathering power, preparing to unleash some ultimate move? He lightly pinched his chin with his fingertips, staring at the dragon turtle's status panel. In that instant, a thunderclap-like thought flashed through his mind. The dragon turtle is using an extraordinary skill. Just as Li Qiao was still utterly puzzled, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. The pentagonal, dried earth-like armor plates on the dragon turtle's shell trembled violently, slowly pressing inward toward the center. Immediately after, the 5 armor plates fit together seamlessly like puzzle pieces, flashing a sharp earthy yellow glow in the night, and the entire shell instantly became bright and new. What is this? Bai Liang frowned deeply, his face full of confusion. Long-duration charging. Could it be super rock armor? Huang Yan's eyes flashed with shock. Super rock armor? Bai Liang asked in alarm. How is that different from the rock armor you used before? Super armorization, a top-tier extraordinary skill. This is bad. Dao Scar narrowed his eyes slightly, his voice grave. After the dragon turtle successfully activated super armorization, Night Shadow Rose's attack instantly became ineffective. That mountain-like heavy shell had turned into an indestructible stone armor with no flaws at all. Night Shadow Rose frowned tightly, the corners of its mouth forming a hard, straight line, and it decisively ordered, "Come back." Night Shadow Rose. It quickly withdrew and disappeared beside Night Rose. Bai Liang angrily shouted, "What the hell? The fight was going so well. How can you bear to recall your pet beast?" The gorgeous flower formation is ineffective. Forcing a head-on clash will only put Night Shadow Rose in a difficult position. Night Rose replied indifferently, "How is that possible?" Bai Liang said irritably, stomping his feet. "Night Shadow Rose is a grass type, with fourfold restraint. You can't give up over just this little setback." Huang Yin shook his head and sighed. "It's useless." Bai Liang looked at him in shock. "What do you mean by that?" "Super armorization grants a fivefold defense bonus." Huang Yan's tone was calm, yet it struck everyone like thunder. Fivefold. That meant the dragon turtle's defense at this moment had increased by a full 6 times compared to before. Even with Night Shadow Rose's fourfold type advantage, it would still be difficult to kill it instantly. "Looks like we really underestimated the dragon turtle." Daoskar sneered. Damn it. Damn it all. We were so close to getting it, and now this mess has been dragged back again." Bai Liang's face was full of resentment. "If there's no risk, I, Night Rose, never do anything I'm not sure of. Farewell." With that, Night Rose turned around and left with determined steps. Several people whispered to each other, faintly reaching Li Qiao's ears. 6 times defense. Li Qiao stared at that dragon turtle, and a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. The buff is still there. Maybe Ziyan can try. His heartbeat suddenly quickened, fists clenched, his voice low and resolute. Ziyan, cast Curse of Resentment. Ziyan's figure immediately began to blur, drifting away like mist in water, quickly dissolving into the air. Suddenly, the cries of children and eerie laughter sounded all around, faint and intermittent. Ghostly shadows spread through the mist, like black threads entangling and madly devouring the shimmering armor on the dragon turtle's body. The light dimmed rapidly, as if silver liquid had been sucked dry. "What is that?" Bai Liang rubbed his eyes. "A ghost-type trick. It's definitely that kid pulling a stunt," Daoskar said coldly. The voice drew Night Rose over. She stopped, slightly narrowed her eyes, and looked through the chaos. Li Qiao. Her red lips parted slightly as her gaze shifted, fixed on Li Qiao's silhouette. "Oh right. I feel the dragon turtle's super protection is slowly disappearing," Huang Yin said hesitantly, staring intently at the situation. "Super armor. 5x. 4x. 0-1x. -2x. So it really is." Curse of Resentment reversed the buff. Li Qiao's eyes were locked on the numbers on the screen. So excited, he almost leapt up. "Xiaobai, attack." Xiaobai nodded and dove toward the dragon turtle. -5x. Li Qiao's pupils suddenly contracted. The dragon turtle's defense, hard as a steel wall, was now as fragile as paper. It must succeed. He clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat seeping out. Amid continuous wails, the dragon turtle began to panic. It was as if it had been sliced apart by invisible, sharp blades. Its body swayed precariously, exposing a fatal opening. A dark thought flashed through his mind. It had been completely weakened. Escape became its only thought. It abruptly thrust out its limbs and head, trying to take advantage of the assassin's sluggish reactions and rush toward the seawater. But how could Li Qiao let this perfect opportunity slip by? He kept his eyes fixed on the dragon turtle's movements and coldly ordered Xiaobai, who was charging forward. "Now, Max Ice Mist, freeze its head." Xiaobai's eyes flashed with icy blue light as it suddenly spewed out a freezing cold current, swiftly coiling around the dragon turtle's head. Just as the dragon turtle poked its head out, it was immediately engulfed by a mass of white ice mist. With the night's chill lending its strength, Xiaobai's ice mist was like steel chains, locking its head tightly in place. Frostblade Tail. Li Qiao's gaze was fierce, and his command came without the slightest hesitation. Xiaobai's body curled up on the reef before suddenly springing out, tumbling 2.5 turns. Its tail froze into a blade, glinting with a cold edge in the moonlight. A sharp arc cut through the night. Bang! The frostblade tail mercilessly struck the dragon turtle's head, producing a crisp cracking sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the frozen and rigid dragon turtle shattered apart, and a night pearl the size of a palm appeared in midair. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the leader-class ferocious beast, the dragon turtle. Skill inheritance settlement in progress. Rewards being distributed. White Spirit Snake inherited Dragon Turtle's Hail, advanced. Phantom Nethercloud inherited Dragon Turtle's Arrow Rain, advanced. Phantom Nethercloud leveled up to normal rank 6, White Spirit Snake leveled up to normal rank 8. Seeing these system notifications, joy filled Li Qiao's eyes. It worked. It really worked. As expected of a leader-class ferocious beast, both pets had leapt up 3 ranks in level. This combo attack had taken only an instant, and Bai Liang and the others were a second late in recovering from their shock. This guy actually took down the dragon turtle. It's unbelievable. Scarface's voice was full of amazement. Look, the crystal core dropped. Huang Yin pointed at the sparkling night pearl in the air. That's the dragon turtle's crystal core. White Liang's eyes flickered with greed as he licked his slightly dry lips. Damn it. We've painstakingly kept an eye on the dragon turtle for so long. There's no way we're letting this kid steal the credit. Come out. Thunderbird. A flash of dazzling lightning streaked by, and a golden bird-like pet appeared in midair. Name, Thunderbird. Gender, male. Attribute, flying, lightning. Level, Elite Tier 6 OI. Potential, excellent skills, Feather Spiral Strike, Advanced, Thunderbolt, Intermediate, / Intermediate. As another pet suddenly appeared in the air, Little White instantly became alert, its tail coiling like a steel band and firmly locking onto the dragon turtle crystal core. White Liang's razor-sharp gaze cut through the wind. Li Qiao frowned, his expression turning tense at once, and shouted, "Little White, come back." That voice was sharp and piercing, echoing repeatedly with the sea breeze. Kid, leave the dragon turtle crystal core behind, or don't blame me for being rude. He stared fixedly at the pair of lightning-bright eyes in the sky, grinding his teeth. Damn it. After a moment of hesitation, he barely suppressed the fury in his chest and forced himself to shout at Little White. Little White, hand over the crystal core. White Liang sneered triumphantly, his voice hoarse as it rang through the wind. Heh, smart of you. Li Qiao silently memorized that face, etching it into his mind. In front of this third-tier beastmaster, he knew he was powerless to resist. Better to endure the humiliation for now. He would remember this grudge. However, just after he gave the order, Little White remained unyielding with that fierce spirit and suddenly accelerated, charging toward Li Qiao. Li Qiao roared in fury. Little White, obey me. Drop the crystal core now. Little White's voice was cold yet resolute, its gaze firm and fearless as it stared at the Thunderbird in the sky. Master, the dragon turtle was killed by us. Why should we give its crystal core to them? White Liang let out a cold laugh, his tone laced with mockery and threat. Fine. If you insist on courting death, I'll show you what happens. Thunderbolt. The Thunderbird spread its wings violently, and in the next instant, thunder crashed from the heavens. A streak of blue lightning, like a blade, tore through the air and struck straight down. Amid the billowing dust and smoke, Little White convulsed violently and crashed heavily to the ground, lightning flowers dancing across its body. Its snow-white skin was scorched with several black-purple in, faintly exuding a searing heat. Little White. Li Qiao cried out heart-wrenchingly, rushing toward the fallen pet without the slightest hesitation. Xiaobai sensed its master's call, gritted its teeth, forced its eyes open, and slowly wriggled toward Li Qiao. Xiaobai, put down the crystal core now. We're not fighting. Li Qiao shouted as he ran, both fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Ba Yang, you bastard, I swear I won't rest until I've avenged this. Xiaobai looked at him weakly, its eyes gradually clouded with mist, but its tail still clung tightly to the crystal core as it slowly crawled toward Li Qiao. Oh, what touching loyalty between master and servant. Bai Liang sneered, his gaze stabbing viciously at the scene. Thunderbird, teach this brat a good lesson. Thunder. Another bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky. Li Qiao's chest tightened violently, and his heart nearly stopped. If Xiaobai was hit again, it would die for sure. At the very instant the lightning struck, a purple figure swiftly appeared, rushing above Xiaobai and blocking the lightning attack. Ziyun. Li Qiao was tense to the extreme, his eyes fixed on Ziyun. The lightning struck Ziyun without obstruction, yet was strangely swallowed up, as if sinking into the vast ocean, with not the slightest ripple. Everyone was stunned. Bai Liang's face was filled with disbelief as he muttered under his breath. This phantasmal nether cloud actually absorbed the lightning? Not buying it. Bai Liang gritted his teeth, his expression dark. Thunderbird, use thunder. The Thunderbird's wings erupted with golden light, lightning arcs rolling and leaping between its feathers as the air trembled violently. It flapped its wings again, and blue lightning, as ferocious as tearing through giant trees, shot straight at Ziyun. Li Qiao's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help shouting, Ziyun. The intense current struck Ziyun, and its cloud-like body flickered uncertainly in the lightning. The light so blinding no one could bear to look directly at it. Only after the Thunderbird had exhausted the entire skill sequence did Ziyun's figure become clear again. To everyone's shock, Ziyun was still completely unharmed, yet countless blue electric arcs were now entwined around its body. Those arcs of electricity seemed to merge into her body, becoming one with it, forcibly turning lightning into her own power. How is that possible? Bai Liang's pupils constricted, his face full of disbelief. This illusory dark cloud was far inferior to him, yet it had managed to withstand 2 thunderbolt attacks in a row. Instead, it was eerily cunning. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the purple cloud, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. Brother Li Qiao, I'm so hungry. Li Qiao suddenly heard Ziyun's voice in his mind, carrying a hint of contentment. He jolted, then let out a long breath. The taut nerves in him finally loosened a little. Ziyun, you really scared me. Congratulations, host. The third evolution sequence of Illusory Dark Cloud has been successfully activated. Please open the Illusory Dark Cloud panel to check it in time. The third sequence. Li Qiao's heart sank sharply. But at this moment, he had no time to care about evolution. He hurried over to the 2 pets and held Xiao Bai and Ziyun tightly in his arms. Master, I won't give it to them. Dragon Tortoise, the crystal core is ours. Xiao Bai's eyes were faint, yet he used up his last bit of strength to shout those words, then fell into a deep sleep. Li Qiao tenderly stroked Xiao Bai's hair. I said no means no. Even if I die today, I will keep this crystal core. He gently took the crystal core off Xiao Bai's curled tail, put it into his body, then summoned Xiao Bai back into the pet space to rest. You brat. You actually dared to hide the crystal core. Heh, looks like you've lived long enough. Bai Liang roared, striding toward Li Qiao. Li Qiao stared fiercely at the figures not far away who were watching coldly from the sidelines, a deep sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. The weak have no vigor to negotiate. Even though he was the one who killed the dragon tortoise, the assassins only cared about profit. If only I were stronger, Xiao Bai wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. Clenching his fists, Li Qiao, with no way out, blurted out without turning back. Bai Liang, you'd better kill me today? If you let me leave Sunset Beach alive, I'll kill you for sure. He gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the other man like a vicious wolf, unable to hide that fierce, determined rage. Bai Liang was stunned for a moment, then forced himself to stay calm. Heh, afraid of you, you little brat? Don't be ridiculous. He looked down at Li Qiao with a mocking, superior air. You really think that just because Lightning Bird zapped you twice with thunder, you can stand up to me? So what if there's a huge gap in strength? I, Li Qiao, am definitely not a lamb to be slaughtered. Li Qiao straightened his back, his voice cold and resolute. With the situation as it was, if he kept being timid, he would only die with even more regret. Ziyun quietly floated to the front of him, with no trace of fear in its eyes, ready to fight to the end at any moment. Good, good, good. Bai Liang clapped and shouted. Today I'll show you just how thick the wall between you and a third-tier Beastmaster really is. Lightning Bird, Wing Spiral Strike. Huang Yin hurriedly stopped him. Bai Liang, have you lost your mind? Using an advanced skill will bring the patrol team down on us. Do you want to die? Bai Liang sneered, his pupils contracting. Huang Yin, did you hear that? This brat is threatening me to kill him. If I don't cut him down, I won't even be able to save my own life. He's bursting with potential. Maybe one day he'll really catch up to me. Cutting him down and taking his beast pet to sell on the black market is the wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Lightning Bird flapped its wings, stirring up a gale. With a howl, a huge white tornado rapidly formed in the sky, and the violent wind whipped Li Qiao's hair all over the place. Wing Spiral Strike, an advanced flying-type skill. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes, his nerves tensing. Ready or not? Ziyun. Ziyun's eyes were resolute, unafraid of heaven and earth. Brother Li Qiao, even if I die, I'll fight alongside you. Li Qiao's lips curled slightly, yet he sighed inwardly. Too bad. I haven't had the chance to evolve to the third sequence yet. Kill them. Thunderbird. Bai Liang roared. The Thunderbird, carrying a gale dozens of meters wide, surged toward Li Qiao like a raging tide. Just as Li Qiao closed his eyes to meet the attack, a sharp, icy shout sliced through the sky. Enough! A huge black arc tore through the wind and waves, speeding toward the surging Thunderbird. Boom! The black arc struck the Thunderbird without the slightest deviation. Only a shrill scream was heard as the Thunderbird's momentum came to an abrupt halt, crashing sideways into a massive boulder. Blood slowly flowed along the rock's crevices, and in an instant it was on the verge of death. Great Leaf Slash. Night Shadow rose. Li Qiao's eyes widened in shock as he fixed his gaze on the woman standing upright not far away, dressed entirely in black. Bai Liang's expression changed dramatically as he roared in accusation. Night Rose, what do you mean by this? Night Shadow Rose crossed her arms and replied carelessly. You can't kill this kid. You can't kill him? Bai Liang gritted his teeth, his rage nearly bursting from his throat. Why can't I kill him? What exactly is this kid to you? No reason. Night Rose's voice was as cold as frost. If I say he can't be killed, then he absolutely cannot be killed. She suddenly turned her head, her gaze as sharp as a cold blade shooting toward Bai Liang. Bai Liang couldn't help but shiver, yet he still forced himself to say, Night Rose, don't think that just because you have a leader-level pet you can act without restraint. In this world, there's more than one top-tier assassin. Oh, Night Rose's lips curled into a trace of mockery. You mean your long-lost sister? Even if she comes, she won't be able to do a thing to me. Before she arrives, I don't mind sending you on your way first. You. Bai Liang was left speechless and could only turn to Scar and Huang Yan. This kid wants to swallow the crystal core for himself. Can you really stand for that? Bai Liang asked provocatively. Huang Yan slapped his shoulder hard. To be honest, Bai Liang, this guy did get lucky, but that dragon turtle was indeed killed by him. It's only right that he take the crystal core. What about you, Scar? Bai Liang fanned the flames. You're going to let someone steal your share and still hold it in. Scar shrugged. I'm only interested in blood crystals. Do whatever you want with the rest. All right. Both of you agree to let Li Qiao take the crystal core, and one of you abstains. Bai Liang, do you have anything else to say? Night Rose asked coldly. Bai Liang clenched his teeth, suppressing his rage. With the other's strength suppressing him, forcing it was useless. He glared fiercely at Li Qiao, unwilling as he said in his heart. Consider yourself lucky. Split up the blood essence then. If the police show up, things will get ugly. At that moment, Night Rose quickly shot Li Qiao a look. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave. Seeing the crowd busy directing their pets to extract the blood essence from the dragon turtle shell, Li Qiao dashed toward the scenic area's exit under cover of darkness. The gate had long since been sealed, so he had no choice but to pick a short fence, and with all his strength, climb over it. Glancing back and seeing no one in pursuit, Li Qiao immediately stepped into the afterglow and sprinted toward home. That bunch of people are probably still busy dividing up the blood essence. He gave a bitter smile, bitterness rising in his heart. He had killed the dragon turtle, yet hadn't even gotten a shred of benefit, and had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, I managed to snatch back the crystal core at the cost of my life. And with the 6 hard-shelled shrimp crystal cores I obtained earlier, Xiaobai should be able to recover much faster. Li Qiao hurriedly took out his beast-taming space and checked Xiaobai's injuries. The pet beast was curled up in a corner, breathing evenly, as if in a deep sleep. The wounds had already begun to slowly close, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Liang, Thunderbird. A cold glint flashed in Li Qiao's eyes. When we meet next time, I hope you two can still be this arrogant. With resentment buried deep in his heart, Li Qiao quietly calculated how to quickly improve his strength. As he hurried along, a faint figure appeared ahead. A tall woman stood with her back to him for a long while. Li Qiao stopped and narrowed his eyes to confirm. Night Rose. The woman wore a tight black leather outfit, and the moonlight carved her silhouette into a seductive curve. Didn't she go to get the blood crystal? How did she block my way so quickly? Li Qiao wondered. Night Rose turned around with an enchanting smile, full of alluring charm. Li Qiao's heart tightened. He didn't dare be so self-important as to think Night Rose had feelings for him. This woman was sinister and cunning. Appearing all of a sudden, she likely had another scheme in mind. He didn't think twice. Had Bai Liang just let him go to keep up appearances, only to steal the crystal core? Growing wary, Li Qiao retreated several steps. This scene did not escape Night Rose's eyes. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Oh, little brother, you were so intimate with your sister earlier in the day. Why are you so timid now? Li Qiao answered calmly. What do you want? Just say it. Night Rose. What do I want? Heh. She approached slowly with light, cat-like steps. Walking up to him, Night Rose traced a circle over Li Qiao's chest with her finger, her voice dreamy and teasing. It's so late. What could your big sister possibly want with you? Li Qiao lowered his head, his gaze drawn to the zipper that had been pulled slightly open and the deep ravine revealed between those snowy white peaks. He couldn't help but let out a low exhale. Are you like this with every man? You really think too little of your sister. Night Rose didn't get angry at all. Instead, she leaned close to Li Qiao's ear and gently breathed out, her voice low and seductive, as if the night itself were kissing him. You were really tough on the beach just now. I quite like that, little brother. Li Qiao's heart sank, and his body trembled slightly. He cleared his throat, his voice somewhat stiff. Ahem. You didn't come all this way just to say that, did you? Not entirely. Yi Rose laughed lightly, like a soft bell in the wind. She slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a bracelet on her wrist that shimmered with red light. It was a silver bracelet, its cold gleam like ice, set with red gemstones that seemed like flames from the abyss. This is the essence accumulated over 1,000 years in silver ore. The ruby is actually a pearl nurtured by a deep-sea red clam. It can store items, luxurious and rare. Li Qiao swallowed hard, his heart tightening. There were plenty of accessories used for storage, but this silver water chain was the only one in the world. It had once been bought at an astronomical price by a tycoon, and later that man was mysteriously assassinated. After that, the chain vanished without a trace. Li Qiao had seen its appearance in the news before. Seeing Yi Rose wearing it with his own eyes today, he vaguely felt that tycoon had just become her prey. Noticing his lingering gaze, Yi Rose gently stroked the chain, her smile hiding a sharp edge. Oh? Interested in this? Beg me, and I'll give it to you. After all, it was stolen, so I don't mind. Li Qiao shook his head bitterly. Forget it, I can't accept such a gift. See? You just don't have the guts. Yi Rose's eyes curved, her seductive smile like a spring breeze brushing past his face. If you don't want this, Big Sister has other treasures for you. As she spoke, she took out a transparent glass bottle from the silver chain, filled with blood-red liquid. Li Qiao's pupils contracted sharply. This wouldn't be, that's right, dragon turtle blood, Yi Rose said with a smile. For me. Li Qiao's voice was filled with disbelief. She had specifically waited here just to give him this rare treasure. He suddenly felt that his luck was probably the heavens' intentional favor. After all, hadn't he been helping old ladies cross the street every day, accumulating blessings? What? Don't want it. Yi Rose raised her brows slightly, about to take the bottle back. Li Qiao quickly grabbed her hand and said anxiously, Yes, Big Sister, I want it. Even though he didn't understand dragon turtle blood deeply, he had seen the crimson frenzy in the eyes of several assassins tonight and knew just how rare and valuable it was. With the priceless blood in his hands, Li Qiao looked at Yi Rose curiously. Why give it to me? An extra portion. It belongs to you exclusively. That reason isn't convincing enough. Li Qiao frowned. Dragon turtle blood is so precious. Those knife-wielding people wouldn't think there's too little of it. Where would there be any extra? I forcibly snatched a little more, Yi Rose said without turning her head, arms crossed over her chest, a playful curve at the corners of her lips. Satisfied? Count it as repayment for your help in keeping the secret today. Li Qiao froze, then softly said 2 words, thank you. He understood clearly. Being rescued on the beach was already a favor, and now he had received this blood treasure as well. How could he not be grateful? No need to be polite. Yi Rose's voice was a little restrained, and her expression was no longer as confident and flamboyant as before. Looking at her trying hard to hide her generosity, Li Qiao couldn't help but laugh. The assassin who had once been terrifying enough to make people tremble also had such a gentle side. This made him understand that one could not judge a person's whole character by appearances alone. Hurry up and go. Bai Liang will be out soon. That guy is narrow-minded. You'll have to be more careful from now on. Remember, without absolute strength, don't be as reckless as you were today. Yi Rose gave him a string of reminders, and Li Qiao nodded silently. As if afraid she had said too much, she pressed the blood treasure into his palm and turned to leave briskly, trying hard to restore her imposing image. In the darkness, her figure gradually receded. Li Qiao suddenly asked aloud, will we have a chance to meet again in the future? Yi Rose's steps faltered, and a faint smile curved at the corners of her lips. Her voice was as soft as spring water. Yes, little brother. Soon after, Li Qiao stepped into his home. Come out, Xiaobai. Ziyun. 2 pet beasts stayed close on both sides. After a life-and-death battle, at this moment, ordinary warmth seemed especially precious. Xiaobai, can I become a dragon beast? Xiaobai stuck out its slender tongue, its round eyes shimmering with longing. Xiaobai, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. How about we wait until tomorrow? Xiaobai shook its head, refusing to back down, its gaze resolute. Master, I'm too weak. I want to become stronger. Li Qiao was silent for a long time. Looking at its steadfast eyes, emotions surged in his heart. He understood that the hardships along the way had long since become the blazing fire in Xiaobai's heart, and the remaining scars no longer mattered. All right. Li Qiao took 6 steel-headed dragon shrimp crystal cores from his chest and neatly arranged them in front of Xiaobai. He then placed the giant dragon turtle crystal core, dazzling like a luminous pearl, steadily in the center. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly popped up before his eyes. Collection progress of crystal cores with dragon in their name. 7/7? Congratulations, host. White Spirit Snake Ancestral Bloodline task completed. Confirm ancestral bloodline transformation for White Spirit Snake. Confirm. Li Qiao responded without hesitation, transforming White Spirit Snake to its ancestral bloodline. Ancestral bloodline progress 5%. As soon as the transformation began, Li Qiao was shocked to see the crystal cores on the ground actually rise into the air. The 7 crystal cores quickly revolved around Xiaobai, surging energy pouring toward it like a flood. White, gleaming light instantly burst from Xiao Bai's body, flickering like frost. Ancestral bloodline progress 52%. The crystal cores spun even faster, their light blazing fiercely, finally enveloping Xiao Bai completely, blurring it in Li Qiao's eyes until only a streak of flowing light remained. Ancestral bloodline progress 78%. Ancestral bloodline progress 99%. Ancestral bloodline completed 100%. Congratulations, host. White Spirit Snake ancestral bloodline transformation succeeded. Please check your brand new pet beast, White Spirit Dragon. Dragon. It worked. Li Qiao and Zi Yun's eyes burned bright as they dared not blink, staring fixedly at the gradually fading radiance. As the light faded, a 3-meter-long white-winged dragon appeared before them. Its streamlined body was evenly proportioned and long, its dragon wings as hard and powerful as ice carvings, and its entire body was covered in a layer of translucent ice crystal scales, as if forged from frozen frost. A pair of exquisite dragon horns had grown atop its head, with a diamond-shaped ice pattern set between its brows. Its ice-blue dragon eyes were as deep as a cold night pool. Its slender foreclaws were sharp as ice cones, and its tail was forked like a swallow's tail, draped in a thin layer of frost. With every breath, cold mist escaped from its mouth and nose, while tiny ice crystals drifted down around it, instantly filling the air with biting chill. Xiao Bai. Li Qiao almost held his breath, unable to resist opening its panel. Name: White Spirit Dragon. Gender: female. Attribute: Ice Dragon. Level: Normal. Rank 8. Potential: Overlord. Grade: Skills: Beginner Dragon Claw, Intermediate Ice Mist, Intermediate Death Entanglement, Intermediate Cold Blade Tail, Intermediate Cold Ridge Spike, Advanced Hail. Status: Calm. A brand new evolution sequence for White Spirit Dragon has been unlocked. White Spirit Dragon, Frost Condensation Ice Dragon, Profound Azure Ice Dragon, Lord of Cold Ice Dragon King. Extreme Cold Saint Dragon detected that White Spirit Dragon has fused with the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core. Congratulations, host. White Spirit Dragon has successfully inherited the Dragon Turtle gene, Super Defense. White Spirit Dragon has fused the Dragon Turtle skill Rock Armor and comprehended a brand new advanced skill, Ice Armor. Ice Armor. Summon solid ice to wrap the body, doubling defensive power as the pet beast evolves. The Ice Armor effect will automatically improve. Xiao Bai. It gently rubbed its head against Li Qiao's palm, warm and reassuring. Li Qiao gently stroked the newly born dragon horns, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy and excitement. Finally, it's reverted to its ancestral form and become a true dragon-type pet beast. His voice was low, yet filled with pride. He began carefully examining the panel information. Dragon Claw, a dragon-type grappling technique. Though only basic, it bursts with astonishing force thanks to the dragon race's innate talent. Ice Spike. By flapping its wings, it rapidly fires long, narrow ice spikes with extremely strong piercing power, an enemy of high defense opponents. Li Qiao was quite satisfied with Xiao by having simultaneously mastered 2 new dragon and ice-type skills. However, what shocked him even more was that, in addition to inheriting the Hail skill, Xiao Bai had actually comprehended Ice Armor as well. This advanced skill was like a gift from the heavens. I never expected that fusing the Dragon Turtle core and reverting to its ancestral form would unexpectedly trigger its genetic inheritance. Although its current defense had only doubled, the system clearly stated that Ice Armor would grow increasingly powerful as Xiao Bai matured. In other words, the future Ice Armor had the potential to rival the Dragon Turtle's legendary Super Rock Armor, becoming an unparalleled divine skill. Extraordinary. Ripples stirred in Li Qiao's heart. The decisive battle between Night Shadow Rose and the Dragon Turtle felt like only yesterday, and that overwhelming shock was still etched deep in his memory. No matter what, Xiao Bai's strength was now worlds apart from before. A mere ordinary pet beast actually possessed 2 advanced skills and 4 intermediate skills. Anyone who heard that would be shocked out of their minds. Most importantly, Xiao Bai's potential had already risen to the tyrant level. Across the entire continent, there were very few beastmasters capable of controlling top-tier tyrant-level pet beasts. An existence as rare as Bai Linglong was even rarer still. The next stage of Xiao Bai's form is Frost Condensation Ice Dragon. Li Qiao lightly stroked his chin, his brows tightly furrowed. The evolution sequence of Bai Linglong had not appeared in any records whatsoever. In other words, Li Qiao would have to figure out the Frost Condensation Ice Dragon form himself, with no prior experience to borrow from. What am I supposed to do? Li Qiao froze in place. Just as his anxiety surged, the system suddenly popped up a line of text, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness. Detected that Bai Linglong has reached Ordinary Stage 8. Evolution task can be claimed in advance. Confirm claim? Damn, now that's more like it. Li Qiao's eyes flashed with brilliance as he without hesitation clicked confirm. Most pet beasts had to wait until Stage 9 to activate their next form. But clever beastmasters always laid the groundwork for their pet beasts in advance. The screen popped up with a new prompt again. Bai Linglong evolution task successfully claimed. Identifying the unique evolution sequence. Task issued. Frost Condensation Ice Dragon Evolution Task initiated. Task 1. Bai Linglong reaches Ordinary Stage 9. Incomplete. Task 2. Command Bai Linglong to win a battle with Elemental Advantage, 0 to 1. Task 3. Collect 3 Frost Spirit Herbs, 0/3. 3 tasks. Li Qiao lowered his head and weighed them. The hard requirement of level progression was easy enough. Task 1 would come naturally. Task 2 was an uphill comeback battle. Just find a fire-type or rock-type pet beast, and a single victory would solve it. But Task 3, collecting Frost Spirit Herbs, made him frown. Frost Spirit Herb was a rare spiritual herb that only grew in the harsh climate of the cold northern wilderness. Li Qiao had read about it in books before. Located in the Great Xia Nation in the eastern part of the continent, this Frost Spirit Herb was as mysterious as a riddle. Perhaps someone was selling it on the black market. But with Li Qiao's current resources and background, how could he possibly come into contact with such people so easily? How's it going, master? Xiao Bai leaned over, her clear blue eyes looking at him inquisitively. A breeze swept by, and Xiao Bai lightly flapped her wings, instantly stirring up chaos. All the things on the cabinet fell to the floor with a crisp clatter. Realizing she had caused trouble, Xiao Bai's eyes filled with panic. I'm sorry, master, I didn't mean to. Li Qiao shook his head with a gushao. It's not your fault, Xiao Bai. This room is just too small. Xiao Bai's body length had already reached 3 meters, and with her wings spread, she looked even larger. This little room could only accommodate the once sleek, snake-like form. Now, Xiao Bai could hardly move an inch. Li Qiao gently placed his palm on Xiao Bai's head. Just change back into your beast girl form. A flash of white light passed over her, and Xiao Bai's body rapidly shrank, returning to her original petite beast girl shape. Even more astonishingly, after Xiao Bai returned to her beast girl form, her appearance had changed noticeably. A pair of snow-white dragon horns sprouted from the top of her head. Her skin was even more translucent and smooth than snow, emitting a faint, cool glow, and her aura was calm, yet noble. Master, did I get uglier? Xiao Bai lowered her head and touched her cheek, a bit of unease in her eyes. Li Qiao smiled warmly. Absolutely not. Xiao Bai, you're the most beautiful. What about me? Ziyun immediately jumped out from the side, her voice carrying a hint of jealousy. Oh no, how could I forget you? Li Qiao quickly scratched his head and reassured her. Ziyun, you're beautiful too. You're lying. Li Qiao clearly liked Xiao Bai more. Ziyun turned away in a huff, pouting as she looked extremely petty. Li Qiao was helpless. Sigh, this won't be easy to soothe. Compared with Xiao Bai, who was simple and sensitive, Ziyun was more prone to throwing tantrums. He patted Ziyun's head. You're all my pets, and my feelings for you are equally deep. Ziyun still refused to buy it. I don't believe you, she pouted sulkily. Unless, let me become as strong as Sister Xiao Bai. So she was jealous. Li Qiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Bai's strength had indeed advanced by leaps and bounds, so it was only natural that Ziyun felt unbalanced. After all, the white spirit dragon that had returned to its ancestral bloodline was stronger than Ziyun by more than a single notch. Li Qiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly opened Ziyun's panel. Name, Huan Mingyun. Gender, female. Attribute, dark level. Ordinary stage 6 OI potential. Overlord A skills, Shadow Orb, intermediate. Curse of Resentment, advanced. Arrow Rain, advanced. Status, seeking attention evolution sequences. 3. Sequence 1. Pure Dark Type Cultivation Route, Huan Mingyun. Nether Mist Dark Cloud. Eternal Night Nether Cloud. Purple Nether Dark Domain Sequence 2. Dark Type plus Water Type Cultivation Route Huan Mingyun. Abyss Sea Dark Cloud. Yellow Spring Purple Cloud. Purple Tide Sea of Clouds. Sequence 3. Dark Type plus Electric Type Cultivation Route Huan Mingyun. Shadow Thunder Cloud. Storm Thunder Cloud. Eternal Night Thunder Cloud. Finale Thunder Radiance. Just as I thought. There's now an Electric Type Evolution Route too. Li Qiao's gaze lingered on the third sequence. So excited he was almost jumping up. Even more surprising to him was that Ziyun now actually possessed Overlord-level potential. The mixed dark plus electric attribute was almost exactly what he had guessed. He remembered it clearly. That day at Sunset Beach, Ziyun had been bombarded continuously by the Thunderbird, the lightning at the top of her head seeming to burst open like surging waves, and the second time, she was enveloped entirely in a storm of thunder and lightning. At that moment, the system prompted an update to the evolution sequence. When a pet's attributes change, its evolution route will be rewritten accordingly. Clearly, it was that bolt of thunder that had completely renewed Zi Yun's body from within, allowing her to absorb the power of electricity. To think this dark cloud could actually devour lightning. Although he had fallen out with Bai Liang, at this moment Li Qiao actually felt a bit grateful to him. Thanks to that thunderous baptism, Zi Yun had awakened this rare potential. He secretly sighed in relief, glad he hadn't hastily chosen the first two routes earlier, or he really would have missed this powerful dark electric path. Dark plus electric is indeed rare. Li Qiao curled the corner of his mouth. Thunder seemed to rumble in the sky. Zi Yun's trajectory was like a cheetah in a gale, one of a kind. Storm thundercloud, silent thunder prison, end thunder radiance. Li Qiao muttered to himself. The ferocity hidden in those names was like the stillness before a downpour, sending chills down one's spine. He eagerly opened the dark electric sequence to check the evolution quest, but unlike Xiaobai, no prompt appeared. Could it be? Zi Yun hasn't reached the level of ordinary 8-star yet. Li Qiao thought to himself. But at the moment, he didn't have the time to advance the evolution of two pet beasts at once. The most important thing is to get the cold spirit grass that Xiaobai needs for evolution first. Zi Yun is still young. I'll set it aside for now. College courses were relaxed and flexible, and students could freely arrange their training. But every Monday, everyone had to report to the training grounds. The teachers were there not only to confirm that nothing had happened to everyone, but also to keep a close eye on their growth progress. That morning, just as Li Qiao stepped into the training grounds, a group of classmates were chatting enthusiastically about pet beast cultivation and battles. Hey, heard about it? Zhang Hong from Class 8 drew a blind egg before, and it actually hatched into a gannet owl. Wow, that old guy can evolve into a commander level 1. So jealous. Don't get excited yet. Zhang Hong's innate mental power is poor, so he can't contract a second pet. He's torn about whether to break the contract with his starter pet. And also, Huang Miao Miao from Class 3 found a rock-type bouncing rabbit in the wild, a new species, and it went straight onto TV. TCH, what's so special about that? Bouncing rabbits are everywhere. My fire bouncing rabbit is the real powerhouse. Bullshit. Bouncing rabbits have tons of attributes, and your fire bouncing rabbit doesn't even rank. Electric bouncing rabbit. Evil bouncing rabbit. Which one isn't awesome? Heh. Lu Neng, I heard your wind speed dog is about to break through to ordinary 5-star. You think you're something now? I think you're bragging way too much. What's that? Want to fight? Don't run after school. Hey, look, it's Mu Sushiwa. Damn, the campus goddess has appeared. We haven't seen her lately, and now her vibe has completely changed. She's prettier than ever. I heard Lin Feier's red armor dragon has already evolved to elite level. How's Mu Sushiwa's moonlight cat progressing? Who cares? A goddess like that has nothing to do with us. Better just focus on playing Valorant. Just thinking about Mu Sushiwa, that fairy-like girl, being Hun Sego by Li Qiao makes me really feel bad for her. What a loss for that kid. Li Qiao suddenly let out an abrupt sneeze. Who the hell is cursing me? He looked around, only to find a slender, graceful girl slowly walking toward him. His face instantly turned cold. Mu Sushiwa. Mu Sushiwa had tied her hair into a high ponytail and wore a clean white short skirt. She still looked full of confidence, with no makeup on her face. That flawless face was like the brightest star in the night sky, making people stare involuntarily. She walked up to Li Qiao and stopped, greeting him in a bright voice. Long time no see, Li Qiao. Li Qiao sneered, his voice icy and edged with sarcasm. Really? The scene in that room that day is still vivid in my mind. His sharp words were like blades slicing through the air. Mu Suggs, you froze for a moment, then forced down the turmoil in her heart and managed a stiff smile. I heard you awakened Beastmaster talent, and I apologize for what I said before. But anyway, congratulations, Li Qiao. Li Qiao laughed, his smile calm, yet laced with mockery. Mu Sushiwa, we've known each other too long for this kind of empty politeness. Don't play these formalities. He shrugged, then smiled even more easily. You don't need to apologize. Things between Beastmasters and pet beasts are normal to begin with. It's in the past, so let it stay in the past. This sudden generosity made surprise flash across Mu Sushiwa's eyes. So you're saying, you've forgiven me? Li Qiao gave a cold smile, his tone frigid. Forgiven? Huh, impossible. I'll remember that you cheated on me for the rest of my life. Mu Sushiwa fell silent, a trace of awkwardness appearing on her face. She repeatedly avoided his gaze and hurriedly changed the subject. I heard you have a bet with Lin Feier? The martial competition is coming soon. How about I help train you? Li Qiao said casually. Thanks, but no need. Losing a bet to Lin Feier isn't a big deal anyway. At worst, I'd just be her boyfriend. Either way, I don't lose out. You. Mu Sishua's expression turned ugly. She asked anxiously. Your Ling Snake's aptitude is just ordinary. How could it possibly beat her red armor dragon? Don't tell me you really want to be her boyfriend. She clenched her teeth, a wave of discomfort churning in her heart. Li Qiao met her gaze calmly. Whether it is or not, what does that have to do with you? Before he could finish, their homeroom teacher, Wu Gang, suddenly walked over and handed him a report, unable to hide the joy on his face. Congratulations, Li Qiao. Your beast taming talent rating is out. Wu Gang didn't speak loudly, but his words fell like a stone into water, sending ripples through the crowd around them. The classmates all turned to look, their eyes full of curiosity. Just how high could Li Qiao, once a genius who awakened late and uprated? Mu Sishue also stopped in place, her gaze fixed tightly on the report as she murmured, Beast Taming Talent Rating. Li Qiao unfolded the report and quickly scanned the official seals from the authoritative institution on it. The most eye-catching thing was the huge letter S, hanging high in the center like lightning splitting the night sky. S rank. He wasn't surprised. The talent granted by the system was so outrageous that the schools giving him an S rank felt almost understated. At last, with his talent certified, he could openly take part in the martial exam. Though his heart remained calm, the surrounding area was stirred like a great wave. The classmates crowded around him, congratulations coming one after another. This meant that, after Mu Sishue, the second S-rank Beastmaster at Jiang University had been born, and in the same cohort at that. An unprecedented miracle in the history of Jianghai University, with two S-rank talents appearing for the first time. Standing outside the crowd, Mu Sishue stared blankly at Li Qiao's change, momentarily unable to speak. After a long silence, the corners of her lips lifted slightly as she murmured to herself in a voice only she could hear, Congratulations. After Li Qiao's S-rank talent triggered a wave of excitement, the academy leaders began assigning daily training arrangements and matters to note for the martial competition 3 days later. After Wu Gang finished recording the levels for the whole class and gave a few more instructions about training, he immediately announced the dismissal. After a lively round of being the center of attention, Li Qiao left the school. Just after walking out of the school gate, he caught a distant glimpse of Mu Sishue's back gradually disappearing. Strange, Li Qiao frowned. Mu Sishue's home isn't this way. Normally, Mu Sishue had a private car take her to and from school every day, but this time, she not only chose to walk, she even headed in the exact opposite direction. As she walked, Mu Sishue kept looking back to make sure no one was following her before quietly turning into a corner. Li Qiao's brows furrowed tightly as suspicion rose in his mind, and he directly summoned Ziyun. Need to start a fight? Li Qiao gidge. Ziyun's voice was gentle. No need. Use phantasmal mimicry to follow Mu Sishue. Report to me immediately if anything happens. Li Qiao instructed in a low voice. Ziyun nodded, her body quickly blending into the surrounding colors as she concealed her footsteps and quietly trailed after her. Mu Sishue entered a winding, hidden alley, taking a roundabout path for nearly 10 minutes. The Ziyun floating in the air finally locked onto her figure. Li Qiao discovered that as Ziyun slowly approached, there was actually a young man standing in front of Mu Sishue, waiting quietly. Mu Sishue stopped in her tracks. The man slowly turned around, a faint smile rising at the corners of his mouth. Xiaoxue, congratulations. You've passed all the trainee assessments. You're now officially a D-rank hunter. D-rank. Mu Sishue froze, her voice filled with surprise. How did this suddenly? The man smiled and said casually, Those are the Hunter Association's rules. Once you complete all the assessment tasks and your contribution points reach 1,000, you can be promoted to a D-rank hunter. Department Head Yang, have my contribution points really reached 1,000? A hint of barely concealed delight flashed in Mu Sishue's eyes. Yes, with the 200 contribution points from this mission, you now have 1050 in total. How do you plan to spend them? Of course, on the key material for Moonlight Cat's evolution, she replied without hesitation. The man nodded. In the hunter shop, one illusory mooncake costs 1,000 contribution points to exchange for. Are you sure you want to trade for it? Confirmed. Hearing the affirmative answer, the man took out a golden yellow mooncake from his storage ring. It was palm-sized and emitted a soft glow. One phantom mooncake costs 1,000 contribution points. You've got 50 left. You'll have to take on more missions to make it back. He smiled with narrowed eyes and handed over the mooncake. Mu Sishue asked, Are there any bounty missions suitable for me lately? Right on time. Tell me about it. With his hands behind his back, the man said firmly, Someone is offering a high bounty for the Jianghai University Martial Competition Champion. Xiaoxue, with your strength, you might consider taking this bounty and winning the championship. The Martial Competition Champion? Mu Sishue widened her eyes. There's even such a mission? The man chuckled softly. In this world, all birds and beasts are measured by profit. The Hunter Association makes everything tradable. A mere martial competition championship is nothing but a trifle. You want me to give up the championship? What makes you so sure I can win? She asked in confusion. I, Yang Fei, have a sharp eye for people. The man said with a smile. The strongest at Jiang University are you and Lin Feier. Her red armor dragon has already reached elite rank, and you've also obtained the key materials for the Moonlight Cat. Elite evolution is just around the corner. The two of you are bound to clash, and I favor you. The sponsor will help smooth things over so you can make it smoothly to the finals. As long as you agree to give up the championship. No. Mu Sishue cut him off without hesitation. The man froze. Xiaoxue, you've got enough of a background that you don't have to enter the secret realm just to obtain high-grade materials. Helping others can also earn contribution points. This isn't about resources, it's about principle. Her tone was resolute. I only believe in going all out in battle. Yang Fei nodded. In that case, I can only wish you success in qualifying for the secret realm. Thank you, Director Yang. I'll focus on nurturing the Moonlight Cat for now and won't be taking any bounty missions in the short term. I respect your decision. After saying that, he watched her leave. After Mu Sishue's figure had completely disappeared, Yang Fei's gaze turned sharp. Looking up into the air, he then smiled toward the corner and said, Are you going to come out on your own, or do I have to beat your pet beast to death before you dare show yourself? Don't. It's all a misunderstanding. A flattering laugh rang out as Li Qiao slowly showed himself from the corner of the wall, wondering how this guy had found him and Zi Yun. Li Qiao had heard every word of that conversation just now. He had never expected Mu Sishue to be a bounty hunter. What intrigued him even more was that Mu Sishue had actually used contribution points to exchange for the key materials needed for Moonlight Cat's evolution. They even had rare items like hallucinatory mooncake. Maybe there was a way through Yang Fei to get hold of ice spirit grass too. Don't tell me you're hiding here to ogle beauties. Yang Fei gave him an up-and-down look. Hey, Department Head Yang. No, Brother Yang. Li Qiao grinned shamelessly. To be honest, that was my ex-girlfriend. I just happened to come over by accident. No bad intentions. You silver-tongued rascal. Yang Fei glanced at him. Didn't expect Xiaoxue to have actually dated you. His expression changed, then quickly returned to calm. So, why are you hiding here? Li Qiao hadn't expected the other party to be just as straightforward, so he stopped beating around the bush too. Brother Yang, do you have any ice spirit grass here? How much is it? I'll buy it. Buy it. Yang Fei instantly broke into a sweat, his tone mixed with helplessness. What do you take me for? I'm not a merchant. I don't sell things. Then he changed the subject, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. But, ice spirit grass, I do happen to have some here. Wow, Brother Yang, you really do have it. Li Qiao excitedly grabbed Yang Fei's arm, his expression like that of an old friend. You're practically a god. Kid, don't go grabbing me all casually. Yang Fei quickly shook off Li Qiao's hand. Yet Li Qiao wasn't the least bit upset. He grinned broadly. Hee, Brother Yang, didn't Mu Sishue just exchange materials with contribution points? Does that mean as long as I become a bounty hunter, I can take bounty quests and earn contribution points? Oh, you know about bounty hunters. Yang Fei raised his brows slightly, looking surprised. I've heard a little. Li Qiao thought of Night Rose's neat and capable figure and smiled slyly. A hunter is just someone who takes money to solve other people's troubles, right? Take someone's money and remove their disaster. Heh, you really do have the makings of a hunter, kid. There was a rare note of approval in Yang Fei's tone. Then, Brother Yang, can I become a hunter? Li Qiao stared at him with shining eyes. No, not yet. Yang Fei refused flatly. Hunter registration is by invitation only. You must have a recommendation from a hunter of C rank or above. That's the threshold, and it's also a guarantee. A recommendation? Li Qiao stroked his chin. How do I get one? Of course, it has to be in person. But hunters are all busy. If meeting up isn't possible, bringing the appropriate token of introduction will do as well, Yang Fei said. A token? Li Qiao fell into thought. Seeing his difficulty, Yang Fei patted his shoulder. All right, kid. I don't have time to chatter with you. What happened today? Keep it buried deep in your heart. Don't let Xiaoxue's hunter identity get out. Next time we meet, I won't be this polite. Just as Yang Fei turned to leave, Li Qiao suddenly called out to him. Wait. Anything else? Yang Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. Isn't it just a token? I have one. Li Qiao's eyes lit up. He reached into his chest and pulled out a small transparent bottle, inside of which a blood-red liquid shimmered. The moment the bottle appeared, Yang Fei's eyes widened abruptly. This is Dragon Turtle Essence Blood. The instant Yang Fei recognized it, Li Qiao knew hope had arrived. Brother Yang, you've got a sharp eye? This is indeed Dragon Turtle Essence Blood. As for who introduced me, there's no need to say it, right? Li Qiao said with a bright smile. Li Qiao remembered that Night Rose had accepted the bounty and gone to Sunset Beach. As the head of the Hunters Association, Yang Fei would definitely know about it. Night Rose. Yang Fei stared at him in surprise. You know Night Rose? You could say we're pretty familiar. Yang Fei gently rubbed the blood vial and sighed with emotion. To actually have killed a high-difficulty target like the dragon turtle, and really pulled it off. As expected of an S-rank hunter, Li Qiao only smiled faintly, not mentioning that the dragon turtle had actually been killed by him. Since you have dragon turtle essence blood, were you also at Sunset Beach that day? Yang Fei suddenly asked. I was. What? Li Qiao looked confused. Yang Fei returned the bottle to him, and his gaze suddenly turned sharp as lightning. I'm asking you, aside from Night Rose, were there any other hunters at the scene? Other hunters? Li Qiao rubbed his chin. I'm not sure whether those three were really hunters. 3 people? Who were they? One's called Bai Liang. The other 2 sound like Dao Scar and Huang Yan. Just as I thought. Yang Fei sneered. Those old branch guys are getting more and more arrogant. They actually dared to interfere in an S-rank mission without permission. Old branch. What does that mean? Li Qiao asked, confused. Forget it. Since you have Night Rose's token, becoming a hunter won't be a problem. It's fine to tell you. Yang Fei's tone was calm as he spoke slowly. The Bounty Hunter Association is a global underground beast tamer organization that has risen in recent years. It has millions of registered hunters, and there are countless branches, thousands of them. So many. Li Qiao was shocked, thinking of the fact that this planet's land area and population were 100 times those of Earth, and he felt a true sense of awe. So, old branches refers to the earliest established branches. Li Qiao suddenly understood. That's right. Yang Fei nodded, his words carrying a steady confidence as he slowly continued. These old branch hunters have the deepest seniority and know the association's rules inside and out. They're skilled and often take on jobs outside the association, mostly murder, arson, and other shady work. Over time, the authorities simply classified the Hunters organization as a group of assassins. But doesn't the Hunter Association itself have quite a few killing missions too? Li Qiao's brows were tightly furrowed as he recalled what the patrol team had said back then. Night Rose had become the top S-rank wanted target simply because she had too much blood on her hands. Good question. Yang Fei chuckled. All assassination bounties are strictly approved by the association. Missions are only issued against targets that are sufficiently harmful to society. In other words, the Hunter Association is, in a sense, eliminating harm for the people. It's just that over the years, a few bad eggs muddied the waters and made people lose sight of its original purpose. So that means I misunderstood that woman before. A complicated feeling welled up in Li Qiao's heart. Kid, now that you know all this, you still want to join the Hunter Association? Don't forget, maybe one day I'll toss you a killing bounty myself. Yang Fei sneered half-jokingly. As long as it can help me get stronger, I'm willing. Li Qiao said word by word, his tone unwaveringly firm. Relax. When there's enough money on the line, brave men will always step forward. Without enough temptation, how could so many beast tamers be clamoring to squeeze into the Hunter Association? Yang Fei took over the topic. You saw it just now too. Xiaoxue exchanged contribution points for evolution materials. The association's resources are far richer than you imagine. Then tell me how to do it first. I'm ready to begin. Li Qiao's expression turned serious. Yang Fei smiled without saying a word. With a sweep of both hands, a streak of blue light flashed, and a mechanical octopus darted into view. Wow, the steel core octopus is here again. Li Qiao's eyes lit up. This steel core octopus looked exactly like Wu Gang's, except Yang Fei's one was at the superior rank 9 stage, and its body was much more robust. The difference was that, on Li Qiao's panel, this octopus had an additional advanced skill called chip implantation. Say your name. Yang Fei suddenly said. Li Qiao. Good. Li Qiao, extend one arm. Yang Fei ordered. Li Qiao nodded and slowly extended his right hand. The mechanical octopus's tentacle shot out abruptly, lightly tapping his wrist. At that moment, a faint numbness, like a mosquito bite, spread through him, and the tentacles swiftly withdrew. Congratulations, Li Qiao. An identity chip from the Hunter Association has been implanted in your body. In other words, you are now a registered apprentice bounty hunter, rank E. A chip. Li Qiao looked down at himself. His arm was perfectly intact, with no trace of implantation. Interesting, right? The chip is actually a communication device. Not only can it be used to claim bounties, but it also lets you access the contribution point shop, contact your liaison. Just issue the command in your mind, and everything's done. That amazing. Li Qiao tried to summon the chip interface, and the virtual shop immediately appeared before his retina, displaying a dazzling array of pets, eggs, materials, and potions. As he browsed, He was suddenly drawn to a frost spirit grass priced at 100 contribution points. There really is frost spirit grass. Li Qiao felt delighted in his heart. To evolve the frost dragon, he needed to gather 300 contribution points. Yang Fei seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and added, "The shop is only for display. If you want to exchange for something, you need to contact your liaison, and he'll have it delivered to you." "Brother Yang, then you're my liaison?" Li Qiao grinned. "Yeah, not only your liaison, I'm also the head of your department." Yang Fei's expression turned serious. "Li Qiao, from now on, you are officially a member of Hunter Association Department 4210. Welcome." "What? Department 4210? How many beast tamers do we have?" "Counting you, 7. Yang Fei replied solemnly. "Damn, only 7. Weren't you supposed to have thousands of people in one department?" Li Qiao looked utterly confused. Yang Fei coughed. "Our department was only just established. The team is still expanding. No wonder there were so few requirements. They took me in without a second thought." Li Qiao muttered to himself. "Anyway, from now on, we've got to work our asses off and try to break through that threshold as fast as possible and leap into D rank." Yang Fei's eyes shone like torches as he said excitedly, "Xiao Shui broke through to D rank in less than half a year. So you can only level up by doing missions?" Li Qiao asked curiously. Not entirely. To break through the D rank barrier, you need to accumulate 1,000 contribution points. The higher the rank, the more contribution points you need, snowballing bigger and bigger. In this process, you really do have to keep taking on missions and completing them to earn contribution points. Yang Fei blinked and added mysteriously, "But, besides contribution points, there's an even faster way to level up." "What?" Li Qiao leaned closer, his eyes flashing with curiosity. Yang Fei curled his lips and said in a low voice, "Higher rank battle." "Higher rank battle?" Li Qiao frowned deeply. Yang Fei explained, "It means a low-rank hunter takes the initiative to challenge a high-rank hunter. Hunters can sense each other's chips and send out a battle signal. Whoever wins, their ranks are swapped." "That's pretty straightforward." Li Qiao stroked his chin, excitement showing on his face. "The higher the rank, the harder the missions, and the more contribution points the rewards bring. Coincidentally, I've got an E-rank bounty mission here. Want to take it and give it a try?" Yang Fei raised an eyebrow as he gestured. "Take it. Why wouldn't I?" Li Qiao said without hesitation. Yang Fei chuckled, took out a scroll from his storage ring, and handed it to Li Qiao. "Open it and take a look. Your first mission." Li Qiao unrolled the scroll, his eyes widening. "Eliminate the Dark Knight Werewolf." After reading the brief description on the scroll, Li Qiao looked up at Yang Fei. A hint of nervousness mixed into his voice. "So this means I'm supposed to kill a beast?" "That's right." Yang Fei nodded. "This Dark Knight Werewolf has recently been lurking in major nightclubs and bars across Jianghai, often abducting young girls to do evil. It has already caused multiple tragedies. The patron who posted the bounty lost his beloved daughter because of it, and has offered a huge reward to us hunters to take this thing down." "I see." Li Qiao's expression turned grave in an instant. But when he glanced at the bounty contribution value, he frowned. "An E-rank worth 350 points. Can I really handle that?" Yang Fei smiled and patted Li Qiao on the shoulder. "Don't worry. If you can contract Phantom Mist Cloud, then killing a Dark Knight Werewolf won't be a problem. It's just that this thing is skilled at disguise and extremely cunning, so the reward is a bit higher than a normal mission. You'll need to keep a close eye on it." Li Qiao shot Yang Fei a wary glance. "How did you find traces of Ziyun just now?" Yang Fei grinned smugly. "Phantom-style mimicry can hide its body, but it can't hide its aura. As a Beastmaster, not a single ripple in the air can escape my perception." Ripples in the air, Li Qiao was speechless. This Yang Fei might joke around on the surface, but inside, he was as intricate as a net, and he seemed to know the habits of rare pets like Ziyun inside out, making it impossible to guess his bottom line. "We'll leave it at that for now. Contact me as soon as you finish the mission." Yang Fei waved and left, reminding him as he did, "Remember, don't casually reveal your hunter identity. Those inspectors from the patrol office are watching us. They're our natural enemies." Backstreet Bar. Neon lights, like multicolored agates, cold yet dazzling, spilled across the crowd dancing on the floor. The music thundered, the revelry pierced the midnight, and even the street's silence was torn apart, as if two worlds were colliding. In a booth beside the dance floor, Li Qiao crossed one leg over the other, his left hand resting on Xiao Bai's shoulder, his right hand lifting a glass of deep water bomb, which he downed in one gulp. This underground bar was hidden extremely well, and Li Qiao had spent quite a bit of effort to scout it out. "Little master, don't drink anymore. You've still got a match tomorrow." Xiao Bai hurriedly snatched the glass away, her face full of worry. Li Qiao let out a burp, but his eyes remained bright. He draped an arm around Xiao Bai's neck and laughed heartily. Xiao Bai, don't worry. Your master's alcohol tolerance is incredible. At this moment, he looked exactly like a carefree rake who'd been hanging around the nightlife scene for years. It wasn't really surprising. He had worked himself like a beast in his previous life, often drinking on behalf of his bosses, so his resistance to alcohol was strong. But, young master, aren't we here to look for the Black Knight werewolf? Xiaobai reminded him cautiously, afraid that Li Qiao might forget the real business. Shoo! Li Qiao glanced around and whispered, "Keep your voice down. Don't scare the werewolf away before we even see it." Xiaobai hurriedly covered her mouth. "Sorry, master." Li Qiao smiled. "Do you really think master came here to sit at a bar and chat? This booth is expensive enough to make master's heart ache, and I'm not sitting idly by. To keep a low profile, we have to act naturally." Xiaobai looked puzzled. But, is the Black Knight werewolf really hiding in the backstreet bar? There was a hint of disappointment in her eyes. "For the past 2 days, we've been to several nightclubs and bars, but there's been no trace of anything. Tonight, we'll probably end up coming back empty-handed again. That guy is elusive and relies on luck." But Master chose this backstreet today precisely because there have been frequent Beastman performances here lately. Li Qiao's gaze fell on several exposed, beast-eared girls not far away as he slowly said, "A place mixed with humans and beastmen like this is the best place to hide. If a werewolf appears in the dark, it definitely won't attract attention." Beast girl performances. Xiaobai tilted her head curiously and looked around. Colorful beast girls and beastmen surrounded the customers, raising their eyebrows and throwing flirtatious glances, flaunting their charms. The backstreet bar had become their usual trademark. No matter how closely Qiao and Xiaobai were, this atmosphere made it seamless for them to blend in. "Ladies and gentlemen," a loud voice suddenly pulled their attention back. At the center of the dance floor, a hip-hop dressed man raised a microphone and his voice pierced through the bar. "Welcome to Backstreet Bar. Tonight's special guest, Meow Meow." As soon as he finished speaking, the bar erupted into a frenzy. The men burst out with excited woo cheers. "Meow Meow." Li Qiao's expression tightened as his gaze locked firmly onto the center of the dance floor. Xiaobai didn't miss it and muttered resentfully, "Humph. Master's eyes are practically turning into hearts." Li Qiao gave a wry smile and said softly, "Xiaobai, you're overthinking it. I just remembered that Mu Sishue's moonlight cat is also called Meow Meow." "Is that so?" Xiaobai followed his gaze. At the center of the dance floor stood a towering pole. A cat girl slowly slid down it, her alluring posture like a leopard in the night. The cheering grew more frantic. Boom. Spotlights locked onto her all at once. Li Qiao widened his eyes. That cat girl had a hot body with distinct curves. Her upper body was only covered by a thin tube top, the fabric seeming to struggle not to slip off. Her shorts were so short they were almost breathless, revealing the base of her thighs. A pair of black garter stockings tightly wrapped around a pair of long, full legs, like a moving shadow in the night, stirring endless reverie. Moonlight Cat Female Psychic Beast Ordinary 9th Stage Potential. Leader Level Skills. Shadow Flash Concealment. Basic. Claw Rend. Basic. Mind Wave. Basic. Hypnotic Illusion. Intermediate. Description: nourished and grown by moonlight. Its power surges dramatically under the full moon, awe-inspiring and earth-shaking. Damn, it really is her. Li Qiao was certain beyond doubt that the black, wavy-haired cat girl in the dance floor, with her gray-white fluffy ears faintly visible, was Mu Sishue's beloved pet, Meow Meow. "Master, are you sure it's her?" Little White asked suspiciously. "Impossible to be wrong." Li Qiao locked his gaze on the mole on that fair shoulder. The mole on her left shoulder is the unique mark of Mu Sishue's moonlight cat. Wow, you even recognize the mole on her shoulder. Little White's face instantly filled with jealousy, and her thoughts began to wander. "Ahem, Little White, it's a long story. I'll tell you slowly when we get back." Li Qiao hurriedly explained. "Umph, so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore." With a toss of her head, Little White turned her back. Li Qiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, among his two pets, none of them didn't love getting jealous. If he said he had already seen the moonlight cat girl's body clearly, the whole scene would definitely explode. Strange. Why is this cat girl appearing in a nightclub? Does Mu Sishue know? Before the doubt could fade, Meow Meow suddenly sensed Li Qiao's gaze and snapped her head back, a flash of shock crossing her eyes. A moment later, she collected herself, turned away, and threw herself back into the performance. She used pole dancing to express the flexibility and power of a cat beast. Her body was as light as mist, and as she spun and entwined, her curves flowed smoothly and seductively. Her movements were steeped in innuendo, every outline carrying a trace of provocation. As the alcohol and rhythm rose, the men below the stage grew parched, and whistles rang out one after another. Meow Meow on stage was clearly intoxicated by it all, her movements becoming increasingly uninhibited, her allure overflowing through the screen. Her gaze repeatedly locked onto Li Qiao. At first there was still some wariness, as if she were a lover caught cheating. Gradually, a playful light appeared in her eyes, and more than once she threw him a flirtatious glance and a flying kiss, as if challenging him, or even inviting him. Little White was so angry that a patch of fire seemed to rise on her cheeks. I knew long ago that she and Master weren't simple. I have to tell Ziyun. Li Qiao gave a wry smile, as if his mouth had been stuffed shut by a mute. This time Little White really was wronged. Little White widened her eyes. Master's eyes are practically glued to her. If Master likes pole dancing, I, Little White, can perform a piece for you too. Huh. Li Qiao turned his head and saw Little White puffing out her cheeks, looking extremely earnest and innocent, and an indescribable sense of contrast surged in his heart. White Spirit Dragon has shown a strong desire to learn dancing. Activating skill, Dragon Dance, learning quest initiated. Quest requirement. White Spirit Dragon must dance a pole routine around the Beast Tamer to comprehend the advanced skill Dragon Dance. Current quest progress, 0/1. Damn, that can count too. The system mission drifted past abruptly. Li Qiao's mouth fell open as he stared in disbelief. Dragon Dance could actually be learned through pole dancing. As a top-tier dragon-type skill, Dragon Dance could instantly enhance all of a pet beast's attributes, speed, attack, defense, and even more. Among the more than 20 types, skills like Dragon Dance that boosted all aspects were extremely rare. That was why every top dragon-type beastmaster carefully cultivated dragon beasts capable of mastering Dragon Dance. After all, in expert clashes, victory and defeat are often decided in an instant, and the advantage brought by Dragon Dance was enormous. No one could resist pursuing it. But for this bizarre task of making a dragon beast dance on a pole, Li Qiao felt deeply speechless. What on earth did pole dancing have to do with Dragon Dance? Just as Li Qiao was still stunned, Xiaobai asked cautiously in a low voice, "Could it be that Master doesn't want to see me dance on the pole?" No. Li Qiao hurriedly shook his head, forcing an awkward smile. Of course you have to learn pole dancing. You absolutely must. When everyone's eyes were all fixed, dazed, on the sexy cat girl under the moonlight, only Xiaobai wore a solemn expression, staring intently at every step of the dance and silently memorizing the movements. Soon, the host announced that the cat girl's pole dance had ended, and the performance moved on to other styles of Beast Girl showcases. Li Qiao, however, keenly noticed that the cat girl did not head backstage, but instead came gracefully toward him with 2 glasses of red wine in hand. He narrowed his eyes, faintly unable to guess her intention. The cat girl came up beside him and said in a voice tinged with temptation, "Looks like you're not very happy to see me." "Should I be happy?" Li Qiao replied coldly. "I guess you're still angry with me because I stole your girlfriend." The cat girl smiled charmingly, sat lightly on Li Qiao's thigh, wrapped an arm around his neck, and handed him a glass of wine. "Have a drink. Let this be my apology." Li Qiao remained unmoved and said calmly, "I'm rather curious. How dare you act so presumptuously? Does Musu know about it?" The cat girl leaned close to his ear and exhaled softly. "Drink it first, and then I'll tell you." Li Qiao gently swirled the wine glass, but did not drink. The cat girl raised an eyebrow. "Afraid I poisoned it." Li Qiao set the glass back on the table and smiled. "I've got something important tonight. I can't drink." "Oh." The cat girl's gaze drifted to Xiaobai beside him. "You brought such a beautiful dragon girl to a nightclub in the middle of the night, and you say that's business?" "That's none of your business," Li Qiao said coldly. "It does concern you, though, but..." The cat girl traced a finger lightly across Li Qiao's chest. "If you think she's too reserved, I can teach her for you." "Who gave you permission to teach her?" Xiaobai shot back angrily. "You're the one sneaking around behind Master's back, flirting with everyone here. What kind of pet beast are you?" "Awareness," the cat girl sneered. She simply drained the red wine in her glass and said, "I exhausted myself leveling up and getting stronger, repeatedly defeating opponents on the battlefield, and time after time I held the victory trophy up for Xiaoxua. As a pet beast, that is my entire duty." With the alcohol hitting her, the cat girl's face flushed slightly red, and she sounded as if she were talking to herself. "But Xiaoxua, even though she already has such a powerful pet beast like me, she still contracts other beasts. Why must pet beasts be devoted to their beastmasters, while beastmasters can split their attention with others? I won't accept it." Li Qiao's heart suddenly tightened. Musu has already contracted a second pet beast? Without a doubt, being able to equip 2 pet beasts at this stage meant Musu truly was a daughter of destiny. He just hadn't expected the cat girl's love for her to twist into a domineering possessiveness, making her believe that her master could only have her alone. It wasn't hard to guess that her late-night revelry and reckless indulgence tonight were also meant to take revenge on Musu and vent the resentment she had long bottled up. "Oh no, I'm drunk." The cat girl's face was as red as a ripe apple, her voice hazy as she leaned close to Li Qiao's ear and whispered, Beastmaster, don't you want to take revenge on Xiaoxue? How about taking me home tonight? I have dual bloodlines, you know. Cold sweat broke out on Li Qiao's forehead, and he hurriedly pushed her away. I don't have that kind of weird fetish. Miao mewed coquettishly, her body weakly sliding toward the aisle. In her heart, she hoped Li Qiao would reach out in time and catch her. But the cruel reality was, a thick, powerful arm suddenly shot out from the side and grabbed her. This kid doesn't know how to be romantic. Beauty, come with me. A man in a black hoodie strode over slowly. His face was hidden in the shadow of the hood brim, but it couldn't conceal his tall, sturdy build. Miao's face instantly flushed bright red. Li Qiao let out a cold laugh and curled his lip. Wearing a hood in this weather. What are you trying to pull? Miao smiled smugly. See? None of you cherish me, but other people are fighting to pamper me. Alcohol was fermenting her consciousness, and Miao was almost unable to hold on. Her body swayed as if about to collapse. The man bent down, preparing to help her up. The moment he lowered his head, Li Qiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Beneath that black hat, there were actually a pair of upright white pointed ears. Beast man, his heart tightening, Li Qiao caught a glimpse of the other's outline and immediately determined that they were wolf ears. He quickly pulled up the panel. Name, Dark Knight Werewolf. Gender, male. Attribute, fierce. Level, Elite Stage 2. Potential, top tier. Skills, Bite, beginner. Pounce, beginner. Dark Claw, beginner. Frenzied Night Howl, intermediate. Description, a ferocious wolf lurking in the dark of night, master of bloodlust and killing intent. Unlike its kind, its human form is even more lethal. Finally, I've found you. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Li Qiao's heartbeat suddenly quickened as he suppressed the turmoil within. The bar was packed with people. Starting a fight here would only cause chaos. He had to lure the wolfman out of here. Wait. Li Qiao suddenly grabbed Miao Miao's hand, snatched her back from the wolfman, and pulled her tightly into his arms. The other man frowned at Li Qiao, full of suspicion. Xiao Bai froze at the sight, and Miao Miao in his arms was also baffled. Because the beast master in front of him was completely different from his earlier cold and ruthless demeanor. Li Qiao's large hand began to move gently over Miao Miao's slender waist, then suddenly squeezed her plump hips. Oof, you jerk. Miao Miao let out a soft gasp, her eyes shy yet filled with surprise and delight. Li Qiao glared provocatively at the wolfman. You dare try to steal my woman? First weigh your own strength. The night wolfman looked at him coldly, his brows tightly knit and his face dark, as if ink were about to drip from it. Li Qiao knew the other man had taken the bait, so he slapped Miao Miao's, but hard in front of everyone. Miao Miao froze for a moment, then leaned close to his ear and breathed out a warm, soft sigh. You're so bad. Seeing the cat girl in his arms look so dazed and seductive, jealousy blazed in the night wolfman's eyes. The prey he was just about to claim was snatched away like this, and his fury could not be appeased. He snorted coldly, flung his hand aside, and turned to disappear into the shadows of the alley behind the bar. Li Qiao watched the towering figure gradually fade into the distance, a cunning smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He stretched and said, It's getting late. Time to go. There's a match tomorrow. Master, are you really taking her with you? Xiao Bai's eyes were brimming with tears, her voice trembling. Although they had long secretly agreed on a plan to deal with the werewolves, seeing Li Qiao and Miao Miao so intimate, Xiao Bai's heart was full of jealousy. Don't be sad. This is just an act. Li Qiao comforted her, wiping away her tears, but his eyes never left the bar entrance, his expression suddenly as sharp as a blade. Ziyun, keep a close eye on him. Don't worry, brother Li Qiao. Everyone get ready. The fight is about to begin. Walking along the pitch-black road leading to the lower city, Li Qiao carried the drunken Miao Miao on his shoulder by the faint moonlight, his steps slow and heavy. Hey, can you change back into Moonlight Cat? Carrying you on my back is really tiring. He muttered, somewhat tiredly. The back was silent, with only steady, even breathing to be heard. Sigh. Li Qiao sighed, a bitter smile rising at the corners of his mouth. Mu Sishua, you really are my biggest troublesome nemesis. On the way, Li Qiao suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping behind him. His steps tensed, yet he forcibly swallowed the urge to look back. Cunning bastard, he muttered under his breath. After walking another half hour, Li Qiao supported Miao Miao as they reached a quiet alley entrance in the corner. This was the unavoidable path he had to take home. As he stepped into the alley, Li Qiao suddenly froze, squinting at the front. In the hazy light and shadows, a burly black silhouette stood dead center in the alley, blocking the way. Li Qiao's lips curled slightly into a cold smile. You followed me this long and still won't show yourself. I almost thought you were planning to slip away. The black silhouette paused slightly, then slowly removed the black hat from his head. That fierce beastman face instantly came into view, none other than the nighttime werewolf he had once encountered at the backstreet bar. The night werewolf sneered, his voice hoarse. Dare to steal my woman, kid? You still have the face to live. Your woman? Li Qiao laughed, his voice tinged with mockery. Don't forget, Meow Meow already has an owner. Besides, just now at the bar, she had already chosen who she belongs to. Clearly, she disdains your ugly face. The night werewolf's eyes instantly turned as cold as blades. Arrogant brat. Just wait. I'll peel your scalp off and tear your body to pieces. No one can save you, he warned coldly. Li Qiao's eyes suddenly sharpened, and a cold smile curved at the corner of his lips. Save me? How coincidental. You want my head, and I want to tear you apart too. Purple cloud. Nether shadow ball. What? A wave of panic crossed the night werewolf's face. He abruptly turned his head, and behind him in the air, a bizarre cloud of purple mist vaguely emerged. Immediately after, a black fog sphere came crashing down like a meteor. The nether shadow ball hit the night werewolf squarely in the back. He instantly spat out blood, his body arching into a bow as he was painfully blasted away, crashing down into the center of the alley. How dare you ambush me? You uncultured beast tamer. The werewolf got back up in a sorry state, suddenly understanding that he had been targeted and that the other side had been lurking behind him all along. The roles of hunter and prey were instantly reversed. The erupting fury instantly ignited the crimson glow in the night werewolf's eyes. A whoop! A thunderous wolf howl tore through the night sky. His face twisted and deformed in an instant, wolf-like powers surging forth. The human face that had been there moments ago peeled away rapidly, replaced by a ferocious wolf, head bristling with fangs. His body swelled dramatically. A 3-meter-tall black wolf stood in the alley, its entire body covered in dark fur, crimson pupils fixed dead on Li Qiao. Whoosh! The night werewolf suddenly launched himself forward, for sharp claws slicing through the air, white light flashing with razor-sharp intensity as they tore toward Li Qiao like flames. Purple cloud across from the alley entrance trembled violently, crying out in terror, Brother Li Qiao, be careful. Die? I'm going to savor this moonlight cat properly on your corpse. The werewolf snarled, his eyes full of greed and the desire for victory. Wishful thinking. Just as the night werewolf was closing in, a sharp female voice rang out like a blade cutting through the air. The air froze in an instant, and the temperature plummeted. Within the formation glowing with yellow light, an ice-blue giant dragon with wings tore through the sky with a piercing roar. Through the darkness, the faint light at the mouth of the alley looked like a lifeline, and yet also like a trap of death, pulsing in the struggle. The night werewolf suddenly crashed into the light, only to see those deathly, cold white spirit dragon eyes, like an icy abyss, sending chills straight to the bone. Use the ice mist to confuse it, then kill it with ice crystal spikes, Xiaobai. As Li Qiao's words fell, the howling cold wind rose. Xiaobai circled at the alley entrance, flapping its wings to whip up a bone-chilling current, freezing the night werewolf's line of sight. The mist thickened, and the ice spikes, sharp as blazing lamps, carried a cold gleam that shredded flesh and bone as they shot forth. Swish! Swish! 2 ice spikes came racing in, striking its eyes with pinpoint accuracy. Blinded all at once, the night werewolf let out a desperate howl, its voice miserable and piercing. It flailed in the endless darkness, completely unable to fight back, and could only let the ice blades pierce its skin, turning it into a mass of mangled flesh. As the thin mist dispersed, the night werewolf lay motionless in a pool of blood, still as dead water. A flash of information popped up in Li Qiao's eyes. Night werewolf, completely eradicated. Illusory nether cloud rank up, normal stage 7. White spirit dragon rank up, normal stage 9. Hey, leveled up again. Li Qiao looked toward Xiaobai, a smile rising at the corners of his mouth. Normal stage 9. As long as I get the frost spirit grass, I can immediately evolve into that frost dragon. Before he could finish speaking, he waved his hand and ordered, use the cold blade tail to cut off that wolf head in one stroke. Xiaobai sprang into action at the sound, his tail instantly transforming into a gleaming blade. Crack! A white blur flashed by, and the Black Knight werewolf's head was instantly severed from its body. Li Qiao took off his coat and quickly wrapped the blood-soaked wolf head, a smug smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. 350 contribution points, secured. He immediately sent a communication through the hunter chip, and a dialog box with Yang Fei popped up on his retina. He quickly typed with his mind. Contact person, mission completed. Please prepare 3 stalks of cold spirit grass in advance. Less than a minute later, Yang Fei quickly replied. Nicely done, kid. After the martial competition ends, meet me at the old place tomorrow. Li Qiao chuckled and let go of his thoughts, then turned to Xiaobai and Ziyun and said, "Let's go home. Master, do we really have to take her with us?" Xiaobai stared at Miao Miao on his back, her eyes mixed with dissatisfaction. "Brother Li Qiao, why not just leave her here?" Ziyun folded her arms, her voice carrying stubbornness. Li Qiao shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'm not being nosy. It's just that the situation's gotten messy. With such a big disturbance, the patrol team will come investigate very soon. If we leave her here and she gets taken away by them, it'll only drag us into trouble." He sighed again. "Besides, it's late at night, and Miao Miao is completely drunk, with no awareness at all. If something goes wrong after encountering a dangerous hunting pet, like the Black Knight werewolf, Mu Sishue would skin me alive." Xiaobai's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes flickering. "All right then, master. But there's one condition. She can only sleep in the living room." Li Qiao smiled faintly. "We'll do as Xiaobai says." After returning home, Li Qiao gently took off the shoes from Miao Miao's feet, lifted her pale, tender feet, and carefully placed them on the sofa. Then he stood up and stretched, his bones cracking. "Damn it, I'm exhausted from this day." He glanced at Miao Miao and saw that she had fallen into a deep sleep, her expression peaceful. Warm light spilled over her body, and only then did Li Qiao take a closer look at her features. Miao Miao had a well-proportioned, delicate figure, with a pair of long, straight legs. Her skin was ashen white, like a thin veil washed over by moonlight, untouched by even a trace of sunlight. Her eyes were closed, yet the long eyeliner that curved like wings revealed a soul-stealing allure. Her straight nose had a touch of wildness, and the two peaks on her chest rose and fell gently with her steady breathing. This captivating aura was soft as water when she slept, yet wild as the wind when awake, carrying an indescribable allure. No wonder Mu Sishue had fallen for her. "Master," Xiaobai suddenly tugged at Li Qiao's sleeve, her voice carrying a hint of shyness. Wasn't I supposed to do a pole dance?" Li Qiao asked with a smile. "What's wrong, Xiaobai?" "I've already memorized every move, master. Whenever you want to watch." So that's what you meant." Li Qiao stared at Xiaobai, whose face was red as an apple, and after a moment of thought said, "Let's do it another day, Xiaobai. It's getting late, and there's still a match tomorrow." He glanced at the clock. It was already 1 or 2 in the morning. For tomorrow's preliminary match, with Xiaobai's strength to rely on, he wasn't worried that he'd have to use the dragon dance. Li Qiao was especially invested in this martial competition. In the past, he had never had the chance to fight for the 3 points that made one dominant. But with Xiaobai and Ziyun's strength surging, he had, for the first time, begun to think about winning the championship. More importantly, he still had one opponent he absolutely had to defeat, Lin Feier. "Xiaobai, it's all right. Tomorrow I'll drive you to school, so you can sleep half an hour longer and never have to squeeze onto the bus again." A warm light blossomed on Xiaobai's serious face. Li Qiao softly recited, "Being able to be your beast master is a blessing I earned in my past life." "And what about me? Brother Li Qiao, how come you always forget about me?" Ziyun pouted as she suddenly burrowed into Li Qiao's arms. "Ziyun is very well-behaved too." Li Qiao gently took hold of her hair. "Hee." Ziyun laughed mischievously. "Tonight I want to sleep with Master too." "No way. Tonight, both of you have to rest in the beast space." Li Qiao flatly refused. "Why?" Xiaobai and Ziyun said in unison, displeasure written all over their faces. "You just fought an elite-level pet beast. You must recover in the beast space. Otherwise, how are you going to face tomorrow's battles?" Li Qiao's expression was stern. "But," Xiaobai hesitated. "No buts. Xiaobai, you're the main force of the team. The preliminaries will last until the top 8. Besides, what if you run into Lin Feier? You wouldn't want to lose to that dragon in red armor just because you're in poor condition, would you?" "Red armor dragon? Lin Feier?" A surge of rage flared in Xiaobai's heart, and she fixed Li Qiao with a determined look. "Okay, I'll listen to Master." Li Qiao turned to Ziyun. "What about you?" I'll be good too." Ziyun pouted and agreed softly, having felt Li Qiao's seriousness. "Good." Li Qiao smiled and sent the 2 pet beasts into the pet space one by one. The recovery power within the divine-level space was immensely strong. Li Qiao believed that once Xiaobai woke up, she would surely return to her peak. The living room suddenly fell quiet. Just as Li Qiao was about to turn off the lights and go back to his room, he caught sight of Miao Miao sleeping soundly, wearing very little. Such a worry. He went back to his room and fetched a blanket, gently covering her with it, and murmured, "You're awake. Hurry back to Mu Shishue's side." As he turned away, a voice tinged with amusement came from beside his ear. "So gentle. This kitty really can't resist." "What?" Li Qiao whirled around abruptly, only to see Miao Miao sitting up at some point, her eyes clear and free of even a trace of drunkenness. "You." Li Qiao couldn't hide his shock. "He took the bait, didn't you?" Miao Miao's eyes suddenly flared with a ghostly green light. Hypnosis? You crafty little schemer. Li Qiao hissed that something was wrong, but his gaze had already been firmly pinned by Miao Miao's green eyes. Even as he struggled desperately to stay awake, his eyelids still grew as heavy as lead, slowly closing. With a dull thud, Li Qiao crashed onto the sofa and immediately fell into a deep sleep, his breathing long and steady. Miao Miao stared at his handsome face, stretched out her damp tongue, and licked the corner of her mouth in a teasing manner, her voice hoarse. Xiao Shui, so this is how good you taste. Suddenly, Miao Miao jerked her head up, green light flashing in her eyes as she looked toward the ceiling. The next moment, with a sharp crack, the light on the floor above plunged instantly into darkness, as if life itself had been severed by an invisible hand. The next morning, Jiang University's martial arena was packed with people, the shouts and footsteps intertwining into a surging tide. The first round of preliminary draws had already been completed, and the students held their breath as they stared at the arena, hearts pounding, both excited and nervous. This was the first official match for the first-year freshmen after awakening their beast-taming talents. In the seats on the high platform, the counselors were seated in orderly rows, while Principal Lu Jun sat in the center, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he caught every subtle movement below. The martial competition was the litmus test of the results of this 6 months of training. Haha, Principal Lu, this year's students at Jiang University really do have quite a few formidable talents. At the side, a middle-aged man in a black suit, dignified and imposing, spoke at a measured pace, his voice carrying an unmistakable weight. Lu Jun relaxed his brows and smiled modestly. By luck, we managed to produce 2 top-tier talents, but compared to the prestigious universities in the country, there's still quite a gap. Brother Lin Feng, to be honest, the real standout this time is still Fei Er. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow teasingly. You mean Fei Er can outmatch the other 2 top-tier talents and take the championship? Brother Lu Jun, that sounds a bit like flattery, doesn't it? Absolutely not. Lu Jun shook his head with a smile. We've known each other for many years. There's no need to flatter one another. Is that so? Amusement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Then I'd like to hear your analysis. It's simple, Lu Jun explained. After Fei Er awakened her talent, her growth was rapid. Putting everything else aside, the only ones who can truly match her in this year's competition are Mu Sixue and Li Qiao. Mu Sixue, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. That old man Mu's granddaughter has always kept a low profile. How's her strength now? A few days ago, I heard from her homeroom teacher that her pet beast still hasn't evolved. Meanwhile, Fei Er's red-armored dragon has already advanced to elite level. Lu Jun nodded. Just on that point alone, Fei Er has a much better chance. Heh, it wasn't for nothing that I went to such lengths to find evolution materials for the red-armored dragon and pave the way for Fei Er. It's just that she's arrogant and overconfident, always challenging the Mu family girl everywhere, and her training is extremely harsh. Faced with an S-rank opponent, I'm afraid it'll still be difficult. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly. You're wrong, Lu Jun said firmly. Although Fei Er is A-rank, in a one-on-one martial competition, her talent actually gives her an advantage over Xiao Shui's S-rank. I hope so. After all, she's determined to get that treasure in the 3rd-level secret realm. Lin Feng changed the subject, his gaze complicated. Alright, what about that Li Qiao? I heard he's an S-rank who awakened recently. I also heard he made a bet with Fei Er. Li Qiao. Lu Jun chuckled. Don't worry too much. He awakened spatial talent, so his actual combat ability isn't strong at first. And the pet beast he contracted is the white spirit snake, which probably won't pose much of a threat to Fei Er. The white spirit snake? Lin Feng was surprised. A low-tier pet beast like that can match his talent? What a waste. I can't quite figure out what that brat is thinking either. Lu Jun frowned, then suddenly shifted his gaze to the arena. It's Fei Er's turn. The 2 of them fixed their eyes on the martial competition arena. After several rounds of fierce battles, the atmosphere in the arena had reached a boiling point. The big screen prominently displayed the words, Lin Fei Er versus Huang Yu. When the host called out her name, Lin Fei Er, with red hair draped over her shoulders, stepped into the arena in high heels with calm and composed strides, lifting her chin as she entered. She stood tall and straight, radiating an overbearing aura, sweeping her gaze across the entire venue with haughty disdain. Across from him, Huang Yu stared unblinkingly at the peerless beauty before him, saliva sliding down his throat as he muttered, Hey, Lin Fei Er, if I beat you, can I be your boyfriend? As the strongest man in Class 10, Huang Yu's chest burned with fervent confidence. He knew that today's martial contest was his stage. If he could show off his skills, win the victory, and even win the beauty's heart, the sense of accomplishment would surely surge like a tide. Facing the provocation, Lin Feier curled the corner of her mouth and coldly spat out 2 words. Trash. What kind of attitude is that? Huang Yu's face darkened instantly. Lin Feier wouldn't even spare him a proper glance. She clearly didn't take him seriously at all, as if she had sliced brutally through his pride with a sharp blade. Fine. Since that's how it is, I'll show you what real power looks like. He gritted his teeth and roared, stamping hard on the ground. Come out. Blazing monkey. A flash of fire suddenly burst forth, and a monkey whose entire body was wrapped in raging flames leaped abruptly into everyone's sight. The appearance of Blazing Monkey instantly seemed to ignite the entire arena, filling the air with a scorching, intense atmosphere. Wow, it's Blazing Monkey, a king-class pet beast with the dual power of fist techniques and flames. That monkey is unbelievably cool. I heard a Beastmaster must endure its searing flames before they can truly contract with it. Huang Yu really is something else. The top student of Class 10 is making his move. This duel is definitely going to be exciting, don't blink. Blazing Monkey's explosive image was like a flame-chasing outlaw, instantly drawing everyone's attention. In the corner, Mu Sixue and Miao Miao stood quietly, their eyes fixed tightly on the battlefield. Xiaoxue, do you think Lin Feier can hold up against Blazing Monkey? Miao Miao asked softly. A faint smile spread across Mu Sixue's lips. Piece of cake. Huh? You're that confident in Lin Feier? She's your rival. Miao Miao raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Rival? Mu Sixue shook her head, her confidence calm and steady. I've never regarded her as a real rival. Even so, do you really want that man to lose to her? Miao Miao stared at the woman before her words carrying a hint of inquiry. Mu Sixue's expression changed slightly. Her gaze drifted as she muttered a name, Li Qiao. Suddenly, she turned to Miao Miao. Oh right, you still haven't said where you went last night. I already prepared the materials, waiting to help you evolve. Ah. Miao Miao's eyes flickered, seemingly afraid to look straight at her. I went to bask in the moonlight. The moon was so beautiful, so I stayed a little longer. But why do you have this strange yet familiar scent on you? Mu Sixue leaned in and sniffed lightly, her brows tightly furrowed. Look, Miao Miao pointed toward the battlefield. Lin Feier's pet beast is on the field. The red armor dragon actually evolved. Blinding sunlight pierced through the curtains like a blade, stabbing fiercely into Li Qiao's room. On the sofa, Li Qiao slowly opened his eyes in a daze. Seeing the clock on the wall, he sprang up at once. Damn it, it's already 10 o'clock. On the day of the martial tournament, he had actually overslept on the sofa. Wait, why am I here? A wicked thought suddenly flashed through his mind. After all these years battling in the battlefield of love, this was the first time he had encountered such an absurd thing. That's crossing the line. Miao Miao, I endured it when you stole Mu Sixue from me, but now you're treating me like this too. Fury burned within him like a violent storm. Li Qiao ground his teeth in anger. This is outrageous. You actually defile our beautiful flower. Miao Miao, this isn't over. Weak all over, yet his rage felt like a huge rock pressing down on him. Brother Li Qiao, my heart is shattered into pieces. Woo woo woo. Inside the beast-taming space, Ziyun's howls tore through the air. Master, I'm going to tear that cat girl's skin off. Xiaobai choked out between sobs. If Ziyun and I had stayed with you last night, she never would have dared bully you. You heard everything? Li Qiao's tail twitched lightly. That voice had probably made Xiaobai and Ziyun burn with rage. The commotion must have been quite something. How could we not hear it? Hear it. Ziyun snapped angrily. She was crying so miserably we didn't sleep all night. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I accidentally fell for Miao Miao's trap. Li Qiao scratched his head, full of helplessness. Master, hurry and summon me out. If we don't make it to school now, I'm afraid we won't even get to compete. Xiaobai urged anxiously. Right? It's time for the match. Xiaobai's reminder drove Li Qiao's distractions away. He quickly got dressed and waved toward the window. Master, hurry and get on my back. Xiaobai urged frantically. Li Qiao nodded and leaped onto Xiaobai's back. Whoosh! Xiaobai flapped her wings hard, carrying him as they sliced through the wind and rushed toward the school. At this moment, on the arena, Lin Feier pointed with one hand, her voice firm and cool. Come out. Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. A streak of green light flashed by, and beneath Lin Feier's feet a giant dragon 5 meters tall, standing on 2 legs, suddenly appeared and slowly rose into the air, shrouded in a heavy, oppressive aura. This was precisely Lin Feier's red armored dragon, evolved into its elite form. Unlike the red armored dragon before, which had been forged from pure crystal, the crimson crystal earth dragon now had crystals on its back turned into a scorching lava-like color. Steam hissed from between its scales, searing hot enough to take one's breath away. Roar! The crimson crystal armored dragon let out a long howl, its momentum ferocious as if a surging volcanic eruption had exploded. With a single foot stomped down hard, the arena instantly trembled, as if the earth's crust had split open. Huang Yu on the opposite side changed expression dramatically. So big. Compared with the imposing might of the red crystal armor dragon, his firecracker monkey looked almost pitifully small, like a baby monkey. Miao Miao stared at the scene before her, her eyes narrowing slightly. The evolved red crystal armor dragon has gained the power of blazing flames. I'm afraid Xiao Bai won't be able to handle it. Mu Sishua looked at her suspiciously. You've started worrying about Li Qiao's pet beast? No. Miao Miao hurriedly defended herself. I just thought the gap between them was too big, so I couldn't help but sigh. Miao Miao, if you were facing this crimson crystal armor dragon, would you be confident you could win? Mu Sishua suddenly asked. Hehe, after evolving into an elite, I could still give it a fight. Miao Miao smiled confidently. Huang Yu felt a faint tightening in his chest, but the words were already out. How could he retreat now? Go? Flamethrower monkey, flamethrower plus spinning kick. Huang Yu roared. The flamethrower monkey spat out a blazing stream of fire, and the scorching torrent swept toward the crimson crystal armor dragon. Although the crimson crystal armor dragon was not fast, the flames still spread along and eroded its body. Sensing the opening, the flamethrower monkey strode forward with nimble steps and lunged in fiercely. When it was less than 3 meters away, the flamethrower monkey suddenly spiraled into the air, its right leg crashing down like a giant hammer toward the opponent's head. Is that all you've got? Lin Feier stared coldly at the flamethrower monkey's move, full of contempt. Suddenly, Huang Yu realized that the flames conjured by the flamethrower monkey had abruptly dimmed. Looking more closely, he saw that the scorching crimson crystal on the crimson crystal armor dragon's back was continuously absorbing the flames. How is that possible? Huang Yu's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, with the flamethrower monkey exposing its position, the crimson crystal armor dragon's sharp gaze locked onto it instantly. Whoosh! A dragon claw sliced through the air, and the razor-sharp claws, swift as a cheetah, firmly seized the flamethrower monkey's right leg. In an instant, the crimson crystal armor dragon swung violently, hurling the flamethrower monkey away like a cannonball amid a howling whirlwind. Whoosh! The flamethrower monkey was brutally thrown off the ring, smashing hard into the display screen at the impact point, which shattered instantly as sparks flew everywhere. Fire-breathing monkey. Huang Yu cried out in grief. The fire-breathing monkey has been knocked out of the arena. Lin Feier wins. The referee's voice rang out clearly amid the noise. A wave of exclamations rose from below the stage. How cruel. The crimson crystal armor dragon is insanely strong. This outcome was expected long ago. Goddess Lin Feier has such a powerful aura. Everyone looks like trash to her. Damn, it smashed the display screen directly, and now we can't even see the next match. I remember. It seems to be Li Qiao. Li Qiao. Although the display screen was broken, no one at the scene dared complain. The repair staff hurriedly got to work, while the referee continued to preside steadily. Next, Zhang Tingting from Class 13 versus Li Qiao from Class 8. As soon as the words fell, Zhang Tingting quickly appeared on the arena. But opposite her, Li Qiao still had not shown up. How strange, why isn't Li Qiao coming? Could he have run away at the last minute? Didn't they say he awakened at the powerful level? Why hasn't he shown up? Who knows, maybe he was scared stiff by Lin Feier. Everyone began discussing it one after another, their gazes fixed on that empty corner. Mu Sishua frowned as she stared and said in a deep voice, could he be that kind of coward? Miao Miao curled up at the side, her eyes rolling around Batik. Damn it, I went overboard with the hypnosis. Li Qiao, wake up. Lin Feier slightly parted her red lips. Her cold gaze locked on the empty spot as thoughts churned in her mind. 5 minutes passed second by second. The referee glanced at the time, sighed, and picked up the microphone. Li Qiao from Class 8 has still not arrived. I hereby declare Zhang Tingting to advance directly. Whoa! Before he even finished speaking, a dragon's roar that pierced the heavens suddenly exploded. Wait a minute! Li Qiao's shout suddenly rang out across the martial arena, and everyone looked up at once. Under the sunlight, a snow-white ice dragon, like jade, cut through obstacles and, carrying its beastmaster, raced through the wind toward the ring. Look! What is that thing? The dragon's roar shook the heavens, echoing through every corner of the circular martial arena and stirring waves of trembling wind. Someone pointed at the white spirit dragon streaking through the air at high speed, their eyes filled with shock. A dragon-type pet beast. All snow-white, looking just like a giant winged flying dragon. What breed is that? I've never seen it before. It looks incredibly powerful. My god, how much would something like that cost? Li Qiao is actually riding on its back. What? Li Qiao? Shouldn't he have a white spirit snake? Why did it suddenly turn into a dragon? Holy crap, that's way too cool. Xiaobai spread its pure white wings and sliced through the clear sky, leaving behind a thin silver trail of light. It dove toward the ring, its movements smooth and graceful, like a dancer. Shibai's slender tail rapidly gathered cold air, instantly sharpening like an ice blade as it met the Gyarados' heavy strike. Bang! When the intermediate skill collided with the elementary attack, the Gyarados clearly came off worse. Struck by Ice Blade Tail, it let out a dull grunt and crashed heavily toward the ground. Oh, it even learned Ice Blade Tail. This white dragon bloodline is no ordinary thing. Lin Feng on the stage raised an eyebrow and said in surprise. Principal Lu Jun half squinted, staring intently at every tiny movement Shibai made. Without using any flight-type skill to suppress it, it looks like this white dragon isn't of the flying attribute, but rather a hybrid of ice and dragon. The Gyarados was beaten back step by step, and Zhang Tingting's face tightened. She had not expected Li Qiao's white dragon to suppress the Gyarados in an instant. Looks like I can only take a gamble, Zhang Tingting murmured. I just hope luck is on my side. A faint glimmer suddenly flashed in the Gyarados' pair of blue-green eyes, finally going to use the blessing skill. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Qiao's mouth. Blessing was the Gyarados' unique trump card, able to randomly evolve one of its skills and strengthen it once. This blessing was like flipping a coin. The difference between success and failure was worlds apart. If it failed, the Beastmaster's mental power would be wasted for nothing. If it succeeded, it meant a reversal of the battle situation, even the possibility of multiple evolutions erupting at once. This was the first time Li Qiao had seen this skill used in real combat, and he was quietly curious how lucky the Gyarados would be. Suddenly, the light in the Gyarados' eyes surged sharply, and an angry smile bloomed on Zhang Tingting's face. Amazing. It actually evolved twice. I'm finally lucky. This is way too insane. Li Qiao locked his gaze onto the Gyarados' data panel. The skill, Water Gun, was rapidly rising, from the elementary Water Gun to the intermediate high-pressure Water Gun, and then directly to the top-tier high-pressure Gatling Water Gun. Haha, Li Qiao, today you'd better properly experience what it means for a genius to fall. Zhang Tingting cackled viciously. High-pressure Gatling Water Gun. A dense barrage of water jets, like a machine gun spraying bullets, burst from the Gyarados' mouth and crazily swept toward Shibai in the sky. The crowd below erupted in uproar, their eyes wide open, too shocked to speak. Holy crap, it's really an advanced skill. That's just too outrageous. Zhang Tingting's luck is beyond crazy. Blessing evolving twice? The odds are less than 1%, and she actually hit it. This high-pressure Gatling water gun fires so fast, it's like an anti-aircraft cannon. With an advanced skill, ordinary pets simply can't block it unless the opponent has a suppression skill too. Li Qiao is finished this time. He ran into an opponent with insane luck. What other pet has an advanced skill to play with? Huh, why isn't this white dragon dodging? Everyone turned to look at Li Qiao. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, carrying a composed, cold smile. I'm not playing with you anymore. Zibai, Hailstorm Bombardment. Li Qiao shouted sharply. Shibai flapped her wings swiftly as a cold wind surged. Ice hailstones the size of fists formed instantly, filling the sky as they viciously crashed down toward the ground. After reverting to the white spirit dragon, the power of Hailstorm has increased several-fold. Li Qiao's eyes flickered as he smiled in satisfaction. This is the advanced skill Hail. Principal Lu Jun's eyes widened abruptly, and his expression changed in an instant. If an ordinary pet beast could learn an intermediate skill, it would already be rare. If it had an advanced skill, that would be nothing short of a miracle among miracles. The crowd below erupted. Everyone fixed their eyes on the falling hailstones and exclaimed one after another. Holy crap, even hail has been improved. This white dragon is just absurdly overpowered. Don't just say the Gyarados got lucky. The white dragon is even cheating. This match is looking interesting. Since when can hailstones be this big? They're practically the size of fists. Facing the heavy ice balls raining down from the sky, everyone was dumbfounded. By comparison, that chain gun barrage of water jets seemed utterly insignificant. With merciless chill, the hail swept down, instantly tearing through the rain of water cannons and striking Gyarados' enormous body with relentless force. Gyarados let out a muffled groan, and its intermittent cries of pain echoed across the arena. Gyarados. Zhang Tingting looked at the wounded Gyarados with both anxiety and heartache. Before long, Gyarados was knocked unconscious by the hail, and Li Qiao immediately signaled Xiaobai to stop attacking. After all, this was a competition, not a slaughter. The rules were clear. If the opponent fainted or left the field, they lost. 5, 4, 3. The referee began the countdown. After 5 seconds passed and Garridos still could not get back up, the referee raised Li Qiao's hand high and declared in an excited, booming voice, "Garridos defeated. Li Qiao advances." The crowd below had mixed emotions. Though it was only a short bout, Li Qiao's White Spirit Dragon had displayed overwhelming dominance. At this level, it was absolutely qualified to be a dark horse in the championship fight. "Come back, Xiaobai," Li Qiao softly ordered. Xiaobai flapped its wings and instantly vanished back into the pet beast space to rest and recover. The competition was still ongoing, and the top 8 had yet to be decided. Stamina and endurance had become the dual tests in this life and death contest. Li Qiao picked an unobtrusive corner to sit in, eyes fixed on the activity in the arena as he quietly waited for the matches to continue. Several girls tried to strike up a conversation with him. Yet Li Qiao seemed as though all his enthusiasm had been drained away, fatigue wrapped around his mind, and his whole body exuded an air of indifference. Women, to him, had long since become no more than a thing of the past. Before long, Mu Sixue and her Moonlight Cat stepped onto the stage, and the atmosphere of the preliminaries instantly exploded. But everyone's eyes widened. The Moonlight Cat did not revert to its true form, and instead directly appeared in half-beast form, stepping lightly onto the arena. Not reverting to its true form. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes, a trace of confusion drifting through his mind. Normally, aside from the naturally beast-human night werewolves, pet beasts were strongest in their true form. In half-beast form, they usually carried innate limitations and weaknesses. This bold move made the beast tamers in the stands suck in a sharp breath. Mu Sixue actually dared to let the Moonlight Cat appear in beast girl form. She certainly had nerve. The Moonlight Cat had a slender figure and graceful curves, with a countenance carrying a pure aura almost identical to Mu Sixue's. Countless gazes were instantly locked onto her, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. But Li Qiao could tell that this was completely different from the revealing outfit she had worn in front of the nightclub last night. She was covered in a tight white bodysuit of stockings, with a little apron tied around her waist, lightly concealing that mysterious area. Her upper body was dressed in the image of a well-behaved maid. Once she had been wild and unruly, but now she was so well-behaved it was almost easy to forget the flames of that night. Catching Li Qiao's gaze, Moonlight Cat stared straight back, a playful glint flashing in her eyes. Her decisive blink seemed to confirm last night's brilliant performance. Damn little thing. Li Qiao felt a surge of heat in his heart and secretly vowed to teach her a lesson face to face. "You wicked little fairy. How dare you seduce my brother Li Qiao with those coquettish looks?" A voice suddenly sounded from above his head. Ziyun. From the moment she entered the arena, she had been hiding at Li Qiao's side, perfectly disguised without the slightest flaw. Seeing Moonlight Cat's provocative expression, Ziyun's anger boiled over. "Brother Li Qiao, if you run into Mu Sixue in a match, you have to let me go in. I'm going to beat her up good and proper." Moonlight Cat's opponent was a 9th-stage immortal cactus of the same rank and ordinary quality. The other side performed quite well, but Moonlight Cat's techniques were wicked to the extreme. First, with a gentle hypnotic move, she instantly sent her opponent into dreamland. Then, with great flair, she kicked the drowsy cactus flying, sending it out of the arena. The other beast master froze, his jaw nearly hitting the floor, as if his soul had been hollowed out. The entire battle ended in just 10 seconds. The crowd fell silent for an instant, then erupted into furious clamor. "Dirty. So dirty. Damn it. You can even play hypnosis like that. Is that how psychic beasts do things? If you've got guts, go sign one yourself. Calm down. Hypnosis is only a beginner skill. As long as you don't look it in the eyes, it's fine." "Don't look at its eyes? My pet beast isn't eyeless. Am I supposed to put a black blindfold on it?" Moonlight Cat, despite being denounced by all, showed no fear. With her arms behind her head, she sauntered down the steps. The first round of elimination quickly came to an end, with half the students eliminated and the other half continuing their fierce battles. Li Qiao's second match soon arrived. He was still up against Xiaobai, and his opponent was a normal rank 9th-stage ice-type quick-freezing penguin. Xiaobai showed no trace of fear, tumbling through the air, claws and fangs slicing through the chilly wind. With a sudden snap, it seized the penguin and ended the fight in an instant. As the number of advancing contestants dwindled, the difficulty of the challenges gradually increased. But Xiaobai handled it with ease, its skills always one step ahead. Rain Tadpole defeated, Li Qiao advances. Earth Lizard defeated, Li Qiao advances. Thousand Vines Flower defeated, Li Qiao advances. Round after round of fierce combat, Li Qiao was like a tiger tearing through the waves, making straight for the top 16. At dusk, the horizon was dyed red as Li Qiao stepped into the final match of the day, the battle for the top 8. Next match, Class 7's Tao Jian versus Class 8's Li Qiao. Please enter the arena. At the referee's command, applause thundered like crashing waves. Every contestant who made it into the top 16 was a champion-level powerhouse. Tao Jian was highly popular, and many people were shouting his name. Under everyone's gaze, a boy dressed in a minimalist style slowly stepped onto the stage. Li Qiao, we finally meet. Tao Jian smiled warmly and raised a hand in greeting, his figure radiating an unyielding aura. Please take care, Tao Jian. Li Qiao returned the greeting, then instructed Xiao Bai to take the field. Looking at the pure white dragon spirit facing off against him, Tao Jian curved his lips slightly. After training for so long, I finally met an opponent worth fighting. Before his words had even faded, he made a summoning gesture and said in a steady, fervent voice, "Blazing Combat Rooster, appear. Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken." Seeing that pet beast, Li Qiao's expression suddenly stiffened. The Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken was the advanced form of the Flame Chicken. It stood a full 2 meters tall, its legs stomping as its entire body was wrapped in blazing flames, like a burning volcano. Its eyes were sharp as an eagle's, radiating a fierce, murderous aura. Just standing there, the Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken was like a wall of fire, enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Li Qiao had originally come for the Flame Chicken, the only fire-attributed pet beast among the starter trio. Now that he saw this blazing fighting chicken, his feelings were too complicated to put into words. The Flame Chicken had always been the most popular commoner's divine pet, with swift attacks and astonishing speed. As a divine pet gifted by the nation, it had helped countless gifted beastmasters from poor backgrounds survive those difficult early stages. He had just heard from the stands that a master among this year's freshmen at Jianhai had already evolved a Flame Chicken into a Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken, and now he had seen it with his own eyes. Li Qiao studied the youth named Tao Jian closely. Though simply dressed, his clothes were washed clean and crisp. He thought Tao Jian's family background probably wasn't much better either. In the boy's eyes flickered an unyielding resolve, just like that blazing Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken, staring straight ahead with a fighting spirit that flashed like lightning and fire, refusing to lose. Li Qiao, neither I nor the Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken will go easy on you. You'd better be careful, Tao Jian said calmly. I'll give it my all. Li Qiao replied. Mighty Flame Fighting Chicken. Gender male. Attributes fire, combat. Level elite, rank 1. Potential outstanding. Skills quick movement, beginner, blade of fire, beginner, fire kick, beginner, flame surge, intermediate, arrow step, intermediate. Description: a mighty flame fighting chicken honed through countless blades and battles, its body burning with undying flames, symbolizing its never-submitting will. 3 beginner skills, and 2 intermediate ones. Li Qiao opened the panel, his brows lifting slightly. That skill lineup was rare among the same rank. No wonder Tao Jian was so confident. He had nurtured the mighty flame fighting chicken into a tiger descending the mountain, and his painstaking efforts were obvious. Xiao Bai, be careful. Li Qiao kept his eyes fixed on the fight. I'm not afraid of its master, Xiao Bai said fearlessly. Even so, Li Qiao's palms were still faintly sweating. After all, for Xiao Bai, this duel was a first solo fight against an elite-level pet beast, and with its attributes completely countered. A moment of carelessness could easily make everything go wrong. What made him even more alert was that Tao Jian was far more unfathomable than he looked. Go, blazing fighting chicken. The banner of victory is waving to us. As soon as the words fell, Tao Jian quickly issued the attack command. Da-da-da. The blaze fighting chicken took agile steps, its body darting toward Xiao Bai like a phantom. Fast movement, and already trained to perfection. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes and hurriedly told Xiao Bai, fly up. Use your aerial advantage. Whoosh. Xiao Bai flapped its wings and soared upward, and the fierce flame fighting chicken lunged into empty air. We'll fly too. Tao Jian bellowed like thunder. The fierce flame fighting chicken seized the chance with pinpoint precision, planting its feet in a sudden break as flames gathered beneath them, its wings snapping shut as it actually charged into the air to pursue. Li Qiao was not surprised. This fierce flame fighting chicken was a rare type with short-distance flight ability. Hail suppression. Xiao Bai accelerated into the sky, instantly taking control of the airspace. Hail poured down like a torrential rain, instantly blanketing the fierce flame fighting chicken's head. I knew you'd use that move. Tao Jian's lips curled into a confident smile. Fast movement, assisted step, charge. The fierce flame fighting chicken shifted sideways to dodge a massive hailstone, then actually stepped on the hailstone like a springboard and leaped 4 or 5 meters upward. Impressive. Li Qiao locked his gaze on it and warned, forget the hail. Watch out for its ambush. Xiao Bai quickly canceled the move, but felt a scorching aura surging up. It's too late, Tao Jian said calmly. Flame kick. Using a hailstone as a springboard, The fierce flame-fighting chicken shot up beside Xiaobai, flames on its feet surging wildly in an instant. The heat wave hit face-on, and Xiaobai's heart tightened. No time to dodge, block it with your wings. Li Qiao shouted quickly. Xiaobai folded its wings together and forcibly blocked the kick. Thud! The impact was like a boulder smashing into it, sending Xiaobai tumbling and flying more than 10 meters away. Watch out. Don't cross the boundary. Li Qiao warned nervously. The aerial boundary in the martial contest arena was just like the one on the ground. Once crossed, it meant elimination. Xiaobai suddenly spread its wings, steadying itself just before the aerial boundary. The fierce flame-fire chicken did a backflip, tracing a graceful arc, and landed heavily on one knee. Although it had blocked that strike, two blackened scorch marks appeared on Xiaobai's pure white ice crystal wings, and a stinging pain quickly pierced its heart. It actually blocked it. This white dragon is no ordinary opponent. Tao Jian frowned, full of surprise. In the previous rounds, he had kept a close eye on Li Qiao's battles and had long since memorized every move Xiaobai used. He hadn't expected that in a real fight, it would be even trickier than he had imagined. Li Qiao's face showed solemnity for the first time, his gaze like steel. I almost underestimated it. Xiaobai is going to be eliminated. We can't just sit here. First use the ice mist to block the fierce flame-fighting chicken's vision. Li Qiao quickly ordered. At the command, Xiaobai dove downward, tilting its body as it whipped out a thick cloud of ice mist. In an instant, it became like a barrier of frost, surging fiercely toward the fierce flame-fighting chicken. Tao Jian's expression didn't change as he coldly shouted, "Ice mist? Watch me." Fierce flame-fighting chicken, flame wave attack. The fierce flame-fighting chicken's eyes blazed with crimson fire as it swung its fist through the air, a mass of white-hot waves spraying from its fist. Boom! The white heat wave erupted like a fountain, instantly melting the ice mist, while steam and scorching heat rose into the air. As the view became clear again, the fierce flame-fighting chicken's pupils suddenly shrank. Not far away, that fierce white spirit dragon had its massive claws descending from midair, closing in rapidly. Tao Jian's expression changed sharply. Hurry and use a flame kick to block it. The fierce flame-fighting chicken shifted its body. At the very moment the dragon claw was about to seize its shoulder, it used its fire-scorched hind leg to strike with precision, forcibly resisting that steel-like claw. Xiaobai was sent reeling backward by the impact. That was close. Tao Jian wiped away a cold sweat, but in an instant his brow furrowed tightly. Not good. I fell into a trap. Before the fierce flame-fighting chicken could regain its balance, it was already tightly coiled by a white dragon tail, as tough as steel. Tao Jian instantly understood the truth. The white spirit dragon had pretended to retreat. Then, as the fierce flame-fighting chicken lost its balance, launched a sneak attack with its tail. Take off. Death entanglement. Li Qiao's voice was icy. A dragon roar erupted. Xiaobai's tail coiled around the blazing flame-battle chicken like a steel cable, swiftly carrying it straight up into the sky, mingled with howling winds. Damn it! Tao Jian's expression changed drastically, all his composure vanishing in an instant. He could clearly feel the agony of the blazing flame-battle chicken being tightly bound, its muscles crushed mercilessly, its fighting spirit struggling under suppression. The white spirit dragon kept rising higher and higher until, in the eyes of the spectators below, the two creatures became two tiny, shrinking stars. Holy crap, Li Qiao's move is insanely ruthless, someone cried out. How long can death entanglement hold? If it falls from that sky-high altitude, it'll be crippled even if it doesn't die. Against an elite-tier beast with a common tier 1, and it can still perform like this. Just what kind of monster is this white spirit dragon? The white spirit dragon is already at the peak of beast rank. How strong will it be after evolving into its elite form? It's already come to this. Tao Jian still won't give up. If he keeps holding on, it's a fight to the death. The blazing flame battle chicken is really going to die. The crowd's discussion surged like a tide, all eyes fixed on Tao Jian. Even the referee gripped the whistle tightly, brows furrowed, ready to stop the match at any moment. Under the crushing pressure of public opinion and the blazing flame battle chicken's pain-struggling cries, Tao Jian felt as though a mountain was pressing down on his chest, cold sweat sliding from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and fists, remained silent for a long while, then suddenly roared. Me and the blazing flame battle chicken will never stop here. His gaze locked onto the two figures as faint as stars, determination and ferocity written all over his face. Burn your body at full power. Blazing flame battle chicken. The blazing flame battle chicken seemed to awaken, a streak of blazing fire flashing through its eyes. Boom. In an instant, flames surged violently from within its body, bursting into a 3-meter-high fireball that wrapped around it like a burning meteor. The 1,000-degree heat scorched Xiaobai, and it screamed as its tail reflexively loosened. Like a fire meteor, the blazing flame battle chicken crashed violently toward the arena. But the wings that had just ignited made it hard to control, and it rolled heavily onto the ground, tumbling several times. 5, 4. The referee counted down again in a hurry. 3, 2. Just before the countdown reached 1, the blazing fighting rooster suddenly struggled and moved, staggering to its feet, its body covered in wounds, yet still unable to suppress that stubborn fighting spirit. Can it still keep fighting? The referee and the spectators were all shocked and moved. The applause thundered like a storm, echoing throughout the entire arena. The most shocking moments in pet battles are often those in which, between the pet and the beastmaster, faith is as unbreakable as steel, and life and death have never severed it. The blazing fighting rooster trembled all over, its feathers charred and mottled, its body covered in injuries, yet it stubbornly straightened its back. It let out a faltering yet sonorous cry. Li Qiao's heart gave a sudden jolt. This fighting rooster, win or lose, was worthy of respect. Li Qiao, you're stronger than I imagined. Tao Jian suddenly looked toward him, a blazing light burning in his eyes. However, changing his tone, he gritted his teeth and said in a calm, resolute voice, no matter how strong your white spirit dragon is, it's still a cold blade. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes and quietly watched him. This move, I originally kept for the finals, but bringing it out early is worth it. What? A cold premonition rose from his chest. At this moment, Xiaobai slowly descended from the air in a circling motion. Tao Jian suddenly issued a command. Ignite! Ignite! That's Tao Jian's Beastmaster talent. There was an uproar from below the stage, and someone cried out in alarm. Since awakening, I've never seen him use this move. I heard this move is B rank. Hardly anyone pays it any attention. Ignite! Li Qiao frowned deeply. I've heard it's a special power that boosts flames. Let me show you the bond between me and the blazing fighting rooster. Tao Jian bared his teeth, revealing a blurred smile. The blazing fighting rooster let out a hoarse, long cry, its voice tearing across the sky. Boom! A scorching wave suddenly rolled over the martial arts stage, the air seeming to be roasted by blazing flames as the temperature shot up rapidly. What? Li Qiao's expression changed drastically as he felt the field temperature surge by more than 20 degrees. In the stands, Lu Jun smiled in admiration. The potential of the Ignite move is huge. In a field controlled by fire-type pets, it can forcibly raise the air temperature and forge a scorching battlefield for fire types. Though it's only B rank, its power surges as the bond of belief between the Beastmaster and the pet deepens. This kid, Tao Jian, is walking the path of dominance. Oh, that's troublesome. A flash of interest crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Li Qiao, how are you going to break this? In an instant, Xiaobai landed, and that searing heat cut through the air like fangs. The ice crystals on its feathers began to melt. Master, it hurts. Pain flickered in Xiaobai's eyes. Li Qiao said anxiously, Xiaobai, break through the fire wave quickly and end this battle. Xiaobai clenched its teeth and flapped its wings toward the fierce flame-fighting rooster. The opponent was already showing signs of fatigue. With just one claw, it could decide the outcome. Don't let it get close. Tao Jian roared, blazing wave. Boom. A wave of fire like rolling flames poured down, and a vast sea of fire covered half the battlefield. At the critical moment, Xiaobai spat out a mist of ice, a cold fog standing before it like a shield. Ice and fire clashed violently. The flames mercilessly eroded the mist of ice, evaporating it in an instant. The remaining flames, carrying savage force, directly knocked Xiaobai back. Pain flashed across its face. The ice mist still isn't strong enough. Li Qiao's expression grew grave. Though both were intermediate skills, Blazing Wave firmly countered Ice Mist. The scorching heat was like lava covering everything, and Xiaobai's chill could not withstand this blaze of fury. To shatter the fire wave, only greater power would do. It can't handle this kind of attack. Fierce flame-fighting rooster, go on the offensive. A light of victory shone in Tao Jian's eyes. The blazing waves rolled on relentlessly, sweeping across the sky. Xiaobai gradually ran out of strength. The ice crystals melted into droplets and slid down along its wings. The heat kept rising, and the air seemed to warp and sear, as if the battlefield had become a furnace. The situation instantly tilted. The crowd below clenched their fists, sweating over Xiaobai. Tao Jian was right. The ice dragon ultimately could not escape the scorching predicament. Xiaobai, Li Qiao's gaze was anxious. Seeing it already utterly weakened, it no longer had the strength to soar. The fiery waves of the blazing fighting rooster roared like beasts, surging in wave after wave. Xiaobai simply could not withstand them and could only keep retreating. Li Qiao, still not giving up. Tao Jian sneered. Under this heat, your ice dragon has no way out. Xiaobai, come back. Let Ziyun come out and end this battle. Li Qiao's eyes were steady, though a trace of urgency hid in his voice. The match rules didn't limit contestants to only one pet, but most beast tamers at this point had only sent out one pet. Li Qiao originally didn't want to reveal that mysterious Ziyun so early, but Xiaobai had already reached its limit. Hiding his strength any longer would only hurt her. I can still hold on, master. Xiaobai's voice was resolute, stubbornly echoing in Li Qiao's mind. No, Li Qiao roared in disgust. The battlefield temperature has long soared past 100 degrees. There's no point in you holding on. If anything happens to you, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. If even you, Xiaobai, can't hold on, how are we supposed to deal with Lin Feier? And how are we supposed to block that scarlet crystal-armored dragon, which tears through everything like a volcanic eruption? Xiaobai mechanically waved the ice mist, its voice trembling. Can't hold on anymore. Stupid Xiaobai, Li Qiao's heart tightened sharply. It looked gentle on the surface, yet possessed an iron will as unshakable as walls of bronze. Once it set its mind on something, no amount of obstruction could knock it down. Just like at Sunset Beach, it desperately protected that crystal core, even if it meant being shattered to pieces. In that case, Li Qiao's gaze turned icy. Then we'll go all out. Keep spraying the ice mist. Let's see who can outlast who. He stared coldly at the blazing fighting rooster opposite him. Xiaobai was already on the verge of death, but that fire rooster was also gritting its teeth and holding on, its feathers scorched black and its face twisted in ferocity. You. Tao Jian clutched his chest tightly, feeling the oppression as if a huge boulder were weighing down on him. Flame-fighting chicken had just fallen from the sky, seriously injured, and was now barely holding on to the battlefield with its last breath. Neither of the two pets wanted to go down first. The battle turned into a contest of will and endurance. Before anyone knew it, dozens of rounds had passed quietly. The ice mist swirled in endless waves. Xiaobai had reached her limit. Thin frost and droplets of water slid down her scales, landing on the scorching ground with a sizzle before instantly evaporating. Stupid Xiaobai. Just as Li Qiao was hesitating whether to forcibly recall her, a dazzling message suddenly popped up on the panel. Congratulations, host. White Spirit Dragon continuously used Ice Mist, triggering a hidden quest. Ice Mist Evolution. Quest requirement. Use Ice Mist 100 times in a row. Current progress, 100 out of 100. Reward being issued. Ice Mist, Intermediate. Blizzard, Advanced. Blizzard. Li Qiao's eyes lit up all at once. This was an advanced skill that could summon a massive blizzard, frostbite enemies, and seal off all directions with ice. He had long heard of it. Blizzard combined both area damage and crowd control into one, a trump card skill that Ice-type Beast Masters dreamed of. Although many Beast Masters specialized in a single attribute, especially those who favored ice, it was rare to truly master such a powerful ultimate technique. To display Blizzard in this rookie battle stage was tantamount to openly showing off one's strength. But with Xiaobai in such a precarious state, Li Qiao could not be bothered with niceties. Xiaobai, use Blizzard. Let's decide the outcome in one battle. Listening to her master's calm instructions, Xiaobai perked up. New skill. Her face blossomed with childlike delight, not understanding how her master always managed to let her instantly grasp such powerful strength. Her trust in Li Qiao deepened by a few more notches. The casting of the blizzard seemed to have long been etched into her very bones. Suddenly, a flash of icy brilliance burst from those azure dragon eyes, and a bone-chilling cold surged up from the depths of her gaze. Wind and clouds churned as a fierce gale suddenly swept across the martial arena. The battlefield, hot as a furnace, instantly turned into an ice cave. The biting wind tore at everyone's collars, forcing the crowd to raise their hands to shield their eyes. This is Blizzard? Lu Jun sprang up from his seat in shock, gripping the railing and staring unblinkingly. Brother Lu Jun, why are you so flustered? Lin Feng frowned and walked out slowly. Blizzard, an advanced skill. Lu Jun's voice trembled, his gaze burning hot. He's simply a genius. Oh, Blizzard? It does look like an advanced ice-type technique. Admiration flashed across Lin Feng's expression. He actually managed to unleash that move. Tao Jian rubbed his eyes, watching the frost rapidly devour the fiery effects before him, disbelief flooding his heart. Such a dramatic change had actually come from an ordinary pet beast. At that thought, Tao Jian's usually rock-solid heart suddenly trembled, and a heavy sense of disparity surged violently within him. Clearly, he had already shone with dazzling brilliance. Yet before this genius, he had become a dim, colorless backdrop. At some point, the sky had quietly begun to drift with snowflakes as white as feathers. Look, it's snowing. A cry of shock split the air, and every gaze turned up at the sky at once. Snowflakes poured down like sheer gauze, gently settling over everyone's shoulders. In an instant, the martial arena became a magnificent stage draped in silver. Mu Sishuishinshu her slender fingers and caught a snowflake. Her eyes rippled like an icy lake as she softly said, "So beautiful." "Oh." Lin Feier furrowed her brow slightly, her gaze falling on Li Qiao's figure as a faint curve quietly lifted at the corner of her lips. "Interesting." Xiaobai's wings beat fiercely, and in an instant endless wind and snow converged, transforming into a frigid torrent spanning dozens of meters, surging violently toward the flaming fierce rooster. The outcome had already been decided. The cold surge rolled and crashed like a torn mountain flood, unstoppable. The flaming waves struggled futilely in the icy wind and snow, but the blazing rooster was mercilessly swallowed by the blizzard, crushed into a desolate, wintry state. Li Qiao told Xiaobai to stop. The blazing rooster was already on its last breath, its body trembling faintly as it exhaled a puff of white mist, its flames nearly extinguished. "Blazing rooster!" Tao Jian roared and rushed to the edge of the field, his rough hand stroking the badly injured beast. "Still has vital signs." He let out a breath of relief, then hurriedly instructed the medical staff to carry the blazing rooster away for treatment. Turning to Li Qiao, he said with a somewhat disappointed voice, "What an exhilarating battle. I lost, Li Qiao. Thank you for showing mercy." Tao Jian was grateful that the white spirit dragon had stopped in time. Otherwise, this blizzard would have been enough to destroy the blazing rooster. Li Qiao smiled faintly. "It was just luck. Tao Jian, your blazing rooster is indeed powerful. To cultivate flames to this extent is truly astonishing." After hearing this, Tao Jian's expression froze for a moment. Then he smiled in relief. "To receive your recognition, my efforts haven't been in vain. From here on, I'll keep fighting hard." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving only a faint trace of loneliness in his back. Li Qiao wins. Advances to the top 8. The referee's voice rang out like thunder, instantly igniting the passion of the crowd. "Li Qiao! Li Qiao!" The shouts from below the stage surged like a tide and echoed endlessly. As the final battle of the round of 16, this match was unquestionably the most spectacular moment of the entire martial tournament. Tao Jian and his blazing rooster were tenacious and unyielding, while the white spirit dragon's desperate counterattack unleashed such a fierce burst that it sent every witness's heart into disorder. This textbook perfect offense and defense not only benefited both beastmasters, but also deeply shocked every student in the audience. At this moment, Xiaobai was collapsed on the ground with no strength left, having lost consciousness the instant it was knocked off the arena due to exhaustion. "Good work, Xiaobai." Li Qiao gently stroked its head, sighed, and put it into the beastmaster space. Encountering an elite-level fire-type beast is indeed somewhat troublesome. Looks like we need to step up our breakthrough. The match was over, but Li Qiao didn't leave in a hurry. According to the rules, the next step was to draw lots to determine the quarterfinal lineup. He was also curious about which opponent he would face in the next round. The referee composed himself, cleared his throat, and said in a firm voice, "Everyone, after a full day of intense competition, the top 8 of the martial tournament have been decided. Li Qiao, Lin Feier, Mu Sixue, Wang Linxian. For the quarterfinals, the contestants will have one day to adjust and cultivate, and the battles will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Before that, today we will randomly draw the semi-final matchups. Please look at the screen." As soon as the referee finished speaking, the names of the 8 contestants began flashing rapidly on both sides of the screen. The audience held their breath and stared intently at every movement. The scrolling stopped, and the first round matchup appeared. Mu Sixue vs Zhu Chen. Li Qiao glanced over. Zhu Chen's main beast was a huge second-stage steel fist ape, its muscles like iron, exuding a fierce aura. He looked at Mu Sixue and her Miao Miao, guessing that they were also preparing to make a push for the elite level. After all, among the top 8, only her main beast was still at the ordinary level and had not evolved. "Good. Begin the second round of drawing," the referee announced, and the screen began scrolling rapidly again. When the names finally stopped, the whole venue was once again holding its breath, and then a muffled gasp burst out from the crowd. "Li Qiao vs Lin Feier. Damn, it's finally here. Dragon versus Tiger. How thrilling. I never expected. The two of them would really meet in the quarterfinals. A fated showdown. It's really making my blood race. I thought Li Qiao was certain to lose. But he's this strong, and he actually dares to fight Lin Feier head-on. I doubt it. Li Qiao's white spirit dragon is strong, but Lin Feier's scarlet armor crystal dragon has the edge in both power and presence. The key is whether Li Qiao can quickly make the white spirit dragon advance by leaps and bounds. I'd love to see what it evolves into." I heard that if Li Qiao wins, he'll get 1 million in prize money from Lin Feier, and if he loses, he still has to be her boyfriend. Damn, I'm missing out on such a good deal. This is just unjust. The crowd below was buzzing with discussion, and it was hard to tell who was stronger or weaker, but the duel between the two undoubtedly ignited the atmosphere of the entire venue. This was definitely the most anticipated match in Jian University's martial competition. Li Qiao let out a long breath and murmured softly, "The moment that should come has finally arrived." His gaze cut through the noise and locked onto Lin Feier, standing opposite him. She was staring straight back at him as well. When their eyes met, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Lin Feier's mouth, revealing a sharp, taunting smile. Then she turned around, took a few steps, and left the martial arena without looking back. Damn, she's so arrogant. Li Qiao gritted his teeth, his heart surging with fire. After being bullied by her for so long, he finally had a chance to strike back. He swore that in the match the day after tomorrow, he would go all out and counterattack with everything he had. Right? I should go find Yang Fei and turn in the mission. At that thought, Li Qiao slung the bulging bag over his back and quickly left the campus. After winding through several alleys, he finally arrived at the familiar dark alley entrance. Sure enough, Yang Fei's back was already there, waiting. You're finally here. Yang Fei didn't turn around. His tone was flat, yet it sounded as though he had long anticipated Li Qiao's arrival. Department Head Yang. I'm here to turn in the mission. I should not be late, right? Li Qiao's voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Didn't expect your efficiency to be this high. Yang Fei turned around, a smile on his face, his eyes showing a bit more appreciation. Don't even get me started. I've been bar hopping these past few days, and it's practically emptied my wallet. Why doesn't the Hunters Association even give us a basic salary? Li Qiao complained. You only just became a hunter, and you already want a paycheck? In a while, are you going to start learning from Scarface and the others, doing dirty work for people? Yang Fei's gaze was like a blade as he fixed his eyes on him. Li Qiao hurriedly shook his head. How could I dare? As a hunter, I always remember my mission, to serve the people. Yang Fei rolled his eyes. Your mouth sure is sweet. Then he sighed. Fine, give me the thing. Li Qiao crouched down, pulled open the zipper of his backpack, and revealed the blood-soaked, ferocious wolf head of the night werewolf. Yang Fei's eyes widened. You just casually stuffed a wolf head into your pocket like that? What else was I supposed to do? I'm a poor kid. I can't afford storage gear. Li Qiao blinked at him, looking pitiful. What do you mean by that look? Yang Fei asked in confusion. Don't act poor in front of me. The Hunter's Mall has storage gear, which you can exchange for with contribution points. There's no problem with the night werewolf's identity confirmation. 350 contribution points have already been credited to your account. Check it. Hey, Director Yang. Didn't I say I need to exchange for 3 stalks of cold spirit grass? I don't have that many contribution points to trade for a storage ring. Li Qiao stared at Yang Fei, hopeful like a baby bird waiting to be fed. All right. I really can't do anything with you. Yang Fei took a storage ring out of his bag. Take it and use it. A storage ring. Li Qiao's eyes lit up, but he was still a little hesitant. This, it won't deduct contribution points, will it? You brat. Yang Fei shook his head helplessly. Don't worry. Take it and use it. I bought this out of my own pocket. Consider it a reward for your first bounty mission ending perfectly. It's about 10 cubic meters in capacity, enough for you to use. Li Qiao grinned from ear to ear and quickly took it. Director. No, Brother Yang. You're truly a great guy. If there's anything you need me for in the future, just say the word. Of course, contribution points would be even better. Oh, your honest thoughts. Yang Fei raised an eyebrow. There's a bounty at Zhanghai University. Want to consider taking it? The reward is quite generous. A bounty from Jiangda? Li Qiao frowned, suddenly remembering how he had overheard Mu Sixue and Yang Fei talking last time, mentioning that someone had paid a high price to buy the Jiangda martial arts competition champion. He guessed that Yang Fei had already known he had made it into the top 8, which was why this bounty had been posted. Whether he could win the championship was still up in the air, but deep down, Li Qiao kept thinking, deliberately throwing the match. He couldn't accept that. Both of his pet beasts were incredibly formidable. If he were to yield without a fight, Xiao Bai and Ziyun would definitely resist at the very first moment. Yang Fei hadn't even had the chance to explain the specifics of the bounty when Li Qiao waved his hand and shook his head. Haha, I'm not taking it. Not for now, you little sly fox. Yang Fei laughed helplessly. Seeing through Li Qiao's feigned cluelessness, Yang Fei sighed. Since you and Ziox both refuse to take it, I'll have to give up on this task. Sigh, looks like I'm getting my performance pay deducted again. Don't sigh, Brother Yang. Li Qiao said solemnly. Now that you've got a fierce general like me on your side, our 4210 team is definitely going to soar to greatness. Yang Fei forcefully rubbed Li Qiao's head. You sure know how to talk. Then he changed the subject. You said you wanted to exchange for cold spirit grass, right? Did you bring it? Li Qiao's eyes lit up as he stared at him. Of course I did. Yang Fei smiled as he pulled 3 crystal-clear blades of grass from his chest. Cold spirit grass. Li Qiao's eyes shone. The grass was as white as snow, gleaming with an ice-blue sheen under the sunlight. Li Qiao cupped them in his hands, and in an instant of bone-chilling cold pierced straight into his heart. 1 stalk of cold spirit grass is worth 100 contribution points. 3 stalks make 300. You've got 50 contribution points left now, Yang Fei reminded him. Great. Li Qiao was overjoyed. Joining the Hunter Association really was the right move. Take on more tasks, get more good stuff, and all the evolution materials that were hard to buy outside were available here. Yang Fei patted Li Qiao on the shoulder. All right, I'm heading out first. Keep an eye on the news. I'll send out bounties to you regularly. With that, he turned and left. The next day, Li Qiao summoned Xiaobai. Master. As soon as Xiaobai saw him, the fatigue on its face eased considerably. Looks like you recovered pretty quickly in the beast taming space, Li Qiao said as he watched it. After a night of rest, Xiaobai's injuries had completely healed. Its snow-white wings were flawless, and its whole body radiated an icy chill, like frost and snow on a winter night. Get ready, everything is set. It's time for evolution, Xiaobai. Xiaobai perked up. Master, I'm ready. Li Qiao nodded and opened the evolution mission panel. Evolution mission. Mission 1. By Ling Dragon reaches normal rank 9. Completed. Mission 2. Command by Ling Dragon to win an attribute advantage reversal battle. Completed. Mission 3. Collect 3 strains of cold spirit grass. Collected. All evolution conditions have been met. Elite evolution unlocked. Evolved by Ling Dragon into Frost Condensation Ice Dragon. Li Qiao placed the cold spirit grass in front of him, his eyes firm. Evolve. In an instant, dazzling white light erupted from Xiaobai's entire body. The light condensed into a huge sphere, flooding the whole room in a blinding white haze that obscured everything from view. Xiaobai was enveloped by the intense light, as if drawn by an invisible force. The 3 stalks of cold spirit grass in Li Qiao's hands suddenly slipped free, shot rapidly into the white glow, and vanished without a trace. It's starting to merge. The white light stung Li Qiao's eyes painfully. He gritted his teeth and endured it, watching every detail closely. It must succeed. Sweat beaded in his palm. Evolution wasn't like doing business. If it failed, losing the materials was a minor issue. If the pet beast's foundation was ruined, trying to evolve again would be much harder. Evolution successful. Please receive your latest pet beast, Frost Condensation Ice Dragon. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and Li Qiao's eyes widened in excitement. Success. As the light gradually faded, suddenly there was a deafening boom. The rooftop was violently slammed, and a huge hole was forcibly blasted through it. Holy shit, Li Qiao's heart sank. This blow had made his already tight finances even worse. Sorry, master. Xiaobai's voice was full of remorse. She curled up and lay on the ground, like a child who had done something wrong. Li Qiao looked at her after her evolution. Her body was twice as large as before, and the room was clearly too cramped. He gently stroked Xiaobai's dragon horn, which was as cold and flawless as a sculpture. It's fine, Xiaobai. This was all expected. At first, he had wanted to carry out the evolution in a remote area outside the city. Later, after thinking it through, he realized that if a pet beast's evolution was even slightly disturbed by the outside world, it could go berserk, and once the evolution sequence was interrupted, it would be too late for regrets. After weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to complete it at home, with the roof having to be sacrificed first. Li Qiao cast aside his jumbled thoughts and focused his gaze on Xiaobai, examining her carefully. The Frost Condensation Ice Dragon's body length had suddenly surged from 3 meters to 7 meters. Xiaobai was still a white, ice crystal-covered wyvern, but her outline had become noticeably more steady and mature. The split dragon horns branched like the antlers of an ice sculpture, making the dragon bloodline even more distinct. On her upright spine, 5 sharp ice spines had jutted out, radiating a dangerous, razor-edged aura. The edges of her dragon wings were sharp as blades, reflecting a cold gleam under the light, as if icy knives were stabbing straight into one's heart. Standing beside Xiaobai, Li Qiao felt the temperature around him plunge, the chill piercing straight to the bone. As expected, the ice element power has increased quite a bit. A satisfied curve appeared at the corners of his mouth as he quickly summoned Xiaobai's panel. Name: Frost Condensation Ice Dragon. Gender: female. Attribute: Ice Dragon. Level: Elite Stage 1. Potential: Overlord rank. Status: Hungry. Skills: Claw Rend, Basic. Kingly Dragon Might, Intermediate. Death Entwining, Intermediate. Frostblade Tail Strike, Intermediate. Sharpened ice spikes. Intermediate. Blizzard howl. Advanced. Hail smash. Advanced. Ice armor protection. Advanced. Description: a noble behemoth soaring over the icy plains. The ruler of the Ice Age 10,000 years ago. As global temperatures soared, the frozen frost dragon clan's dominion was buried in the river of history. Dragon Might learned it. Looking at the new comprehension that appeared in the skill list, Li Qiao tapped his chin lightly with his finger, lost in thought. Dragon Might is one of the common dragon race skills. It uses the oppressive presence released through a stare to instill fear in the opponent's heart. There are two key factors that enhance Dragon Might's power. First, level. When high-tier dragon beasts face lower-tier foes, Dragon Might is enough to intimidate them, making them dare not fight. Second, bloodline. A purebred dragon of noble lineage unleashes Dragon Might more like a king's roar. Even when faced with fiercer beasts of a much higher level, it can force them to stop and retreat. It seems Xiao Bai's bloodline traits are becoming more and more distinct. Li Qiao shifted his gaze to the newly updated description in the system. Ice Age Overlord. Xiao Bai's ancestors were indeed extraordinary. He suddenly recalled that his homeroom teacher, Wu Gang, once said Xiao Bai had been captured by a teacher from Jiang University in an extremely frigid region and later placed at the training support base. Xiao Bai's prototype was the White Spirit Serpent, and this true dragon bloodline was precisely the inherited lineage of the long-lost Frozen Frost Dragon clan. If Xiao Bai could evolve to Overlord rank, perhaps it could recreate the peak aura of its ancestors who once ruled the frozen earth. So you're a descendant of the Lord of the Cold Ice Dragon King, Xiao Bai. Li Qiao gazed at her with a smile, while she blinked her deep blue eyes in confusion, looking at him curiously. He swept a hand, and Xiao Bai instantly transformed into a beast girl. In human form, she was exactly the same as before. Master, I'm so hungry. Xiao Bai's voice was soft and weak, yet it carried an unmistakable plea. Li Qiao turned to check the system interface, and Little White's status bar still showed hungry. He slapped his forehead. Damn, I was too excited and forgot about this. After evolution, has Little White's appetite changed? He pondered. When pet beasts are at the lower tiers, their bodies have not fully developed, so they are mostly nourished with nutrient solution. Once they level up to elite, their appetites surge. Nutrient solution alone is nowhere near enough to fill them. You can only tailor a rich menu according to the pet beast's preferences. Little White, what do you want to eat? Li Qiao asked, and she shook her head. I want to eat meat. Little White's gaze was firm as she said it bluntly. Meat? Li Qiao was stunned. He had thought ice dragons favored cold region crystals, but she actually liked gnawing on meat too. It looked like expenses would be going up again in the future. It's fine, I won't let the kid go hungry. What kind of meat do you like? I'll take you to buy some. Little White shook her head slightly. Little White doesn't know. Right? I never taught you the eating habits of modern society. Li Qiao fell into a dilemma. She merely instinctively wanted meat, but couldn't say what kind. I wonder if the system has any recommendations. He looked at the panel again, his gaze lingering on the hungry status. He clicked to expand it, hoping to find the answer. A piece of information immediately popped up in the system. Frost Condor Dragon prefers meat, especially seafood. Its stamina deficit is obvious, and the system reminds the host to quickly take it to have a seafood feast, or it may not be able to hold on much longer. There really is such a function. As expected of you, Li Qiao said with surprise and a smile, a rare sparkle appearing on his face. The state of a beast pet changes constantly. When it hits a low, does the system interface have a countermeasure too? More confidence welled up in his heart, as if he had grasped a lifeline. Huh, Xiao Bai actually likes seafood. He quickly patted his waist pouch and took out the scattered coins. Counting them, there was less than 200 yuan. The corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously, and he forced out a bitter smile. A seafood feast? System, you really think highly of me. The night was deep. Li Qiao led his two beast girls into the famous barbecue street of the lower city. A seafood feast was out of reach. The 200 yuan street barbecue was at least acceptable. It smells so good, master. Xiao Bai's eyes widened as she stared at the charcoal-grilled stalls stretching out on both sides, as if the flames were making her itch with hunger. This is what the smell of mortal life is. Li Qiao chuckled softly. The lower city was tucked away in the slums of Jianghai City, where all kinds of people lived, with people coming and going day and night. The evening breeze carried the smell of grease and charcoal, and the barbecue stalls were bustling with noise. Though inexpensive, the flavor could rival that of high-end restaurants. Li Qiao picked a stall that specialized in seafood, skillfully found a seat near the edge, and called to the vendor. Boss, 200 yuan worth of barbecue. Xiao Bai looked worried. Master, did you spend all your money? I can eat less. Foolish Xiao Bai, Li Qiao said with a smile to smooth things over. Money can be earned again, but when your stomach gets hungry, it won't run to the bank on its own. Brother Li Xiao, didn't you say that if you defeat Lin Feier tomorrow, you can get her 1 million? Ziyun's eye sparkled. Ziyun, your thoughts are really something. Li Xiao said with a bitter smile. Whether I can win is still unknown. Even if I do win, who knows whether she'll rush to pay up. His recent expenses had soared, leaving Li Xiao with a splitting headache. The subsidies and scholarship funds were almost all spent. He thought that if Lin Feier deliberately dragged things out, he might as well sell some dragon turtle essence blood for money and get through the emergency first. Huh. Ziyun's mouth fell open. Why didn't you do that earlier? Why didn't you have her write an IOU? No matter what, I'll definitely defeat the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon tomorrow. Xiaobai gritted her teeth, her tone resolute. I have to stomp her underfoot hard. Ziyun puffed up angrily. We can't let that evil woman get away with it. And don't let Li Xiao be her boyfriend. The barbecue's here. At this moment, the boss carried over 2 plates of steaming hot seafood barbecue and placed them steadily on the table. Xiaobai, you must be starving. Hurry and eat. Li Xiao said indulgently. Xiaobai responded and lowered her head to gnaw on the skewers, so focused it looked as if she wanted to swallow all of her hunger along with them. Li Xiao looked at Ziyun. You should try some too. Okay, then I'm digging in. Ziyun grabbed a big skewer of charred, fragrant grilled squid and said while chewing, so good. Brother Li Xiao is so nice. Even if you're broke, I'm willing to follow you, he. Li Xiao smiled faintly and sat quietly watching, feeling a warm current seep into his heart. Bang! Just then, in this cozy atmosphere, a heavy slam on the table suddenly rang out, tearing through the night's tranquility. Baka, we've been in the Great Xia Kingdom for so long, and we still haven't found the culprit. There's not even a clue in the dragon turtle murder case. The dragon turtle was killed in Zhanghai, and its precious blood was stolen. These Great Xia people, greedy beyond belief. Fusang people? Li Xiao's expression tightened. The 2 men spoke with slurred voices mixed with alcohol and anger. Although the languages in different regions of the beast-taming world were mutually intelligible, they carried heavy accents. Listening to their awkward accent and drunken words, they seemed to be complaining about something. While pretending to tease Ziyun, Li Xiao kept his ears perked up like radar, carefully catching every word of their conversation. General Oda is furious and has ordered us to capture the Great Xia man who killed the dragon turtle by any means necessary. We poor souls who are far from home and drifting in a foreign land are truly suffering. Yamamoto-kun, cheer up. The expert who could kill the dragon turtle definitely isn't one of us second-tier beast masters. Let's just treat it like a trip. You're wrong. General Oda not only wants the culprit captured, he's also ordered the dragon turtle's precious blood recovered. If any pet beast has consumed that blood, then that beast has to be taken too. Whatever the case, more experts investigating this matter will be flooding into Great Xia. Let's enjoy this freshly served grilled meat first, Yamamoto-kun. Try this flavor. Yoshi-ai. Damn it, they're actually here to arrest me. In Li Xiao's mind, a stampede of horses thundered past, and his heart thumped wildly. The White Liang bunch took plenty of benefits, and in the end the blame all fell on me. Listening to the 2 of them talk, Li Xiao's heart tightened. This dragon turtle was actually insanely important to that guy named Oda, so much so that he wouldn't even let go of a pet beast that had used dragon turtle essence blood. Yo SSI, huh? Why is this roast meat so disgusting? Ugh. The man, Yamamoto, let out a choking gag and suddenly grabbed the stall owner by the collar. Baka, just how many chili peppers did you put in this? Trying to burn us to death. The stall owner looked completely innocent and scratched his head. I didn't add that many, just the usual amount. You're doing this on purpose to target us. Yamamoto glared, scaring him so badly that he fell to the ground. Another Sakurajima man stepped on him in fury and fiercely pinched the stall owner's neck. Talk. Was it on purpose or not? The stall owner frowned tightly and hurriedly begged. Please, honored sirs, don't do this. I really didn't mean it. This meat is supposed to taste like this. Still trying to argue. Yamamoto kicked out, and with a loud thud the stall owner curled. You son of a bitch. Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Brother Li Xiao, I've just been itching for a fight, so let me teach these 2 clueless bastards a lesson. Good, good, good. Yamamoto licked his lips. I like beast girls with some fire. They're more fun to play with. He nodded at his companions, and the 3 of them simultaneously swung their hands in a move. In an instant, several beams of light burst forth, and 4 pets with different forms materialized out of thin air. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes and quickly swept his gaze over them. Poison Shadow Python, Elite Stage 3. Thorn Queen Bee, Elite Stage 2. Magma-tailed Lizard, Normal Stage 9. Iron-toothed Rat, Normal Stage 8. Among them, the most terrifying was that Poison Shadow Python. 9 meters long, coiled in place as if it could devour everything. Its scales were as black as ink, flashing with a dim green glow. Its triangular head was held high, and it kept flicking its tongue, emitting a piercing hiss-hiss sound. Although the thorn queen bee was small, its body was covered in sharp spines, and when it flapped its wings, dazzling thorny light followed. As soon as the pets appeared, the surrounding stalls were immediately smashed to pieces. The stall owners fled with their heads covered, while screams and shrieks intertwined. In an instant, chaos engulfed the originally lively night market. So this is what a real lively night market feels like. Now it's all ruined. Li Qiao sighed, his eyes cold as he stared fixedly at the two Yamamoto men. Hey, kid, Yamamoto laughed arrogantly. Hand over the two beast girls and kneel down properly to admit your mistake. I might consider letting you live. You really think having more pets means you can overpower me? A cold smile curved the corners of Li Qiao's mouth. He was already a second-rank beast tamer now, and the two men opposite him were at about the same level as him, so they were not worth fearing at all. Since you insist on causing trouble, then don't blame us for being rude. The man beside Yamamoto revealed a vicious smile. Li Qiao nodded to both Xiaobai and Ziyun at the same time. The two pet beasts instantly transformed into their true forms, one on the left and one on the right, floating in the air at Li Qiao's sides. This is a dragon. Yamamoto's pupils suddenly contracted, and he took 2 steps back. Xiaobai spread its massive wings. Though it made no move to attack, the 4 pet beasts opposite instantly felt a fear that seeped straight into their souls. A rare dragon beast, no less. Didn't expect to hit the jackpot today. Yamamoto, even if we didn't find any trace of the dragon turtle, this ice dragon alone will be worth bringing back, the man beside him said excitedly. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes and gave a low shout. Go. The 4 pet beasts pounced toward Li Qiao from all directions like tigers breaking out of their cages. Perfect time to test my new skill. Li Qiao stood firmly in place, his gaze resolute. Xiaobai Dragon Might. As soon as the words fell, a blazing light suddenly flashed in Xiaobai's eyes, and an invisible yet awe-inspiring pressure burst forth like a furious beast's roar, rapidly flooding the surrounding air. The ordinary rank 8 Iron Fang rat was the first to be struck. Its body instantly stiffened, and its limbs went limp as it collapsed to the ground. The other 3 pet beasts immediately froze in midair, their eyes filled with terror, not daring to advance at all. What are you doing? Yamamoto frowned in confusion. It's just a dragon's glare. Is it really that scary? But the 4 pet beasts had no strength to respond. The kingly aura radiating from Xiaobai weighed down like mountains, shackling their souls and leaving them unable to move even half a step. King's aura. The man beside Yamamoto's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, Yamamoto, this is an advanced dragon beast. Huh? The effect is actually this strong. Li Qiao blinked, slightly surprised. Logically speaking, Dragon Might was only an intermediate skill. With Xiaobai's level, making the opponent hesitate for a moment would already count as success. He hadn't expected it to scare them so badly that they couldn't move at all. Even the vicious-looking Venom Shadow Python couldn't help but tremble slightly, its eyes full of wariness. As a snake-type pet beast, it could most keenly sense the suppression deep within its bloodline. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Li Qiao's lips. Xiaobai Frost Spike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaobai flapped its wings, and several slender ice blades shot forth like sharp arrows of winter. Before the opponent's pets could even react, they were struck one after another. In this battle, there was no holding back at all. All Li Qiao could see was the opponent's pet's HP rapidly dropping. Iron Fang Rat. Death. Molten Tail Lizard. Death. Thorn Queen Bee. Death. In the blink of an eye, the 3 beasts were reduced to ashes. What? Both of my pets have been wiped out. The man beside Yamamoto was so shocked it felt like he had fallen into an icy abyss, as though his heart had been sliced by a knife. Only Yamamoto's Venom Shadow Python was still struggling desperately on the ground. Its massive body was covered in dense ice spikes, dark green blood continuously seeping out as shrill screams tore through the air. Seeing this, a stab of pain flashed through Yamamoto's heart. This Venom Shadow Python was everything he had, a pet he had poured his entire life's effort into raising. He had thought victory was in the bag, but instead he was suppressed by this ice dragon to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. Yamamoto's expression changed drastically, regret surging in his heart like a tide. If anything was wrong, it was that trouble had been caused here, and that he had provoked this expert. Don't kill my poison shadow python. I'm begging you. Yamamoto thudded to his knees before Li Qiao. Kid, I was wrong. Spare it, please. Li Qiao cast a cold glance at the tragic scene, his expression unchanged. Begging won't help. Kill it, Xiaobai. As soon as those frosty words fell, Xiaobai's attacks grew even fiercer. Before even a minute had passed, the poison shadow python had also turned into death. And no, Yamamoto hung his head dejectedly, not a trace of arrogance left on his face. Sister Xiaobai, I haven't even said anything yet. Why did you finish them all off? Ziyun complained from the side, her voice full of grievance. Xiaobai smiled. Ziyun, I was afraid they'd run. Damn, they really ran. Ziyun suddenly shouted. Not far away, Yamamoto and his accomplice had no time to care about their dead pets. They tucked their tails and fled desperately. Trying to run? Did I give you permission? Xiaobai let out a cold snort. Flapping her wings, she shot through the air like a blade cutting through the wind and lunged at the two of them. She extended her dragon claws, sharp as knives, and suddenly grabbed them both, hoisting them high into the air. Wah, I'm afraid of heights. Mommy, let go of me. Bastard. Yamamoto struggled desperately, kicking at the air. You asked for this. Xiaobai flashed a strange smile and loosened her dragon claws. The two of them plunged brutally from 10 meters up. Ah! They screamed at the top of their lungs, followed by one heavy thud after another. Tables and chairs shattered on impact, with splinters flying everywhere. Yamamoto-kun, all the bones in my body are broken. Yamamoto's companion, covered in blood, cried out. Yamamoto was also battered all over, and every movement made him grimace in pain. Li Qiao walked over at an unhurried pace. Yamamoto glared at him and said coldly, You wretched bastard. What do you want to do? Though his heart was pounding wildly, Yamamoto clenched his teeth and forced down his fear, shouting fiercely, Kid, don't do anything rash. I've got powerful backing behind me. You can't afford to offend them. Threatening me. Li Qiao smiled and suddenly stepped down hard, his foot coming down like a hammer on Yamamoto's head. You still don't understand the situation, he said to Xiaobai beside him. Go, take out the crystal cores. They can be sold for money. He sure. Hearing that she could make money, Xiaobai was instantly thrilled and eagerly began performing cranial surgery on the 4 beast pets. No, somebody save me. Yamamoto was powerless to resist. Jug, Enjingjing and Kanja Xiaobai's tail sweep once, as the heads of the beast pets were one by one brutally slit open. Brother Li Qiao, what should we do with these two? Let me think. Li Qiao touched his chin, calculating inwardly. He had originally planned to simply kill them to silence them. In the beast-taming world, killing was all too common. But this was the city where laws applied. He was still just a student, and if it turned into a homicide case and the patrol team investigated, his secrets might even be exposed. Li Qiao sighed. Tie them up first. Got it, brother Li Qiao. Ziyun excitedly rummaged around nearby and found 2 thick ropes, quickly binding Yamamoto and the other man into airtight mummies. They kept protesting with muffled MMPH sounds. Li Qiao couldn't help but laugh and asked, Ziyun, what kind of tying technique is that? It's got to make them suffer a bit. Detected that Huan Ming Yun completed a perfect binding. Skill completion, Black Dark Noose learning quest complete. Congratulations, host. Huan Ming Yun has successfully comprehended Black Dark Noose, a mid-level dark element skill. It releases sharp black chains to attack opponents. If they pierce the body, they will deal double soul damage. A few lines of icy text floated by in the system. Li Qiao's eyes widened. That works too. Patrol team investigating a case. Stay where you are and don't move around. A sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Li Qiao looked up and saw several patrol officers in blue uniforms striding over. Leading them was a striking young woman. Her short hair was neat and crisp, and there was a fierce brilliance between her brows. Her gaze was deep and sharp, her muscles taut and defined, like a drawn sword. The buttons on her uniform were stretched tight by her powerful arms, revealing an unmistakable authority. Li Qiao looked at the badge on her arm and knew she was the leader here. The woman surveyed the scene, her eyes sweeping over the chaotic mess before settling on the 2 bound men. She looked at Li Qiao in surprise and said in a voice as cold as blue ice, Oh, you did all this. Her tone carried a naturally intimidating pressure. Judging by her aura, she was no ordinary person. They made the first move. Li Qiao replied expressionlessly. Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to investigate you. The woman's lips curved slightly, her manner calm. We received a report from the public that 2 foreign beast tamers were causing trouble here. I didn't expect that when we arrived, they'd already been subdued by a young man barely 18 or 19 years old. Just pure luck. Li Qiao smiled faintly, secretly relieved in his heart. If he had killed these 2 men earlier, he would never have had the chance to get away now. Since that's the case, leave them all to me, the woman said crisply. As for the specific situation, could you come back with me to register it? Li Qiao scratched his head, a troubled look appearing on his face. Sir, I still have class tomorrow. Oh, I see. The woman paused, then turned and handed him a business card. Then leave your identity information with me. My name is Li Qiao. As he spoke, he took out his ID card and handed it to her for verification. The woman stared at the document in her hand, then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, sir, those two also threatened to take revenge on me. I'm afraid there's someone else lurking in Jianhai. You have to keep a close eye on it for me. Li Qiao put on a scared expression and exaggerated his tone. You have to protect me. I'm really afraid of running into them. Oh, there's such a thing. The woman's eyes sharpened as she swept a lightning-fast glance at Yamamoto and the other man, then said solemnly, I'm Lu Wei, the captain of the 3rd Patrol Team in Jianhai. If you run into trouble, call me first. Great. With your word, I feel much more at ease. Li Qiao nodded with a smile. Then I'll take my leave first, Captain Lu. After leaving the barbecue stall, Li Qiao headed straight for the nearest pet beast shop, ready to sell the crystals. The 2 ordinary-grade crystals together only fetched 500 yuan. Then he took out 2 elite-grade crystals, and their value multiplied several times over, 8,000 yuan in total. Among them, the green Venom Shadow Serpent crystal was the most eye-catching, like a gemstone condensed from poison, gleaming with a faint green light. Poison attribute crystals were rare and highly versatile. Just that one was worth 5,000 yuan. The money he got made Li Qiao overjoyed. He first bought nutrition supplements for Little White and Ziyun, then picked out a brand new outfit for each of them. The 2 little ones cheered, holding hands, their faces full of smiles, like a spring breeze brushing past. After that, he ran to the hardware store and bought some tools and ingredients. When he got home, he spent a full 2 hours fixing the collapsed roof, hammering nails with crackling sounds as the boards fit back into the gaps. The sound of water from the bathhouse flowed quietly. Li Qiao collapsed onto the bed, arms and legs spread out, fatigue surging through him like a great river, pressing down so hard he could barely breathe. Suddenly, Little White poked him with her pinky finger and muttered softly, Master, Ziyun learned a new skill today, but I still haven't. Didn't you just evolve not long ago? You already have half again as many skills as Ziyun. Li Qiao teased, patting her little head. Little White blushed red, like a ripe apple. But, I also want to learn Dragon Dance. Oh right. Li Qiao slapped his forehead hard. I almost forgot. I still have a Dragon Dance quest unfinished. Hee, Brother Li Qiao, I'm all ready. Ziyun said with a face full of mischievous delight, laughing like a child watching the fun. Look, what is this? Ziyun, where did you get this thing? Li Qiao was full of black lines. From rummaging through the cabinet, of course. Brother Li Qiao, you really have every kind of equipment. Ziyun said proudly, blinking. But, Xiaobai, can you do pole dancing now? Li Qiao blushed, a bad feeling rising in his heart. Making the pure and innocent Xiaobai do pole dancing. This damn system is way too nasty. Xiaobai lowered her head and nodded, making a soft as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Brother Li Qiao, hurry up and let Sister Xiaobai give it a try. Ziyun was even more excited than Li Qiao. After all, tomorrow we're going to fight Lin Feier. One more skill means one more chance of winning. That said, Ziyun had never been serious, but what she said made sense. Li Qiao hesitated for a moment, and in the end nodded. Then, let's give it a try. It wouldn't hurt to just dance for a bit. Strangely enough, Xiaobai's dance movements were unexpectedly smooth and flawless, but the system still didn't pop up any notice that the task had been completed. Huh? No way. Li Qiao frowned. The task had clearly stated that as long as the Beast Girl danced a pole dance around the Beastmaster, she could comprehend the Dragon Dance skill. What exactly was wrong? What's wrong, Brother Li Qiao? Ziyun asked curiously as she came closer. It didn't work. Li Qiao honestly told them the requirement. Could it be that I didn't dance well enough? A sense of frustration instantly welled up in Xiaobai's heart. No, Xiaobai, you did wonderfully already. If it didn't work, there must be another reason. Li Qiao hurriedly comforted her. It didn't work? The 3 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, a system prompt came shaking in. Congratulations, host. Frost Dragon successfully comprehended Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance, a personalized high-tier dragon-type skill that comprehensively activates the pet beast's attributes, with a 1x enhancement. Finally learned it. Li Qiao's eyes flashed with delight. Dragon Dance was not a move that just any family's dragon could master. Lin Feier's Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon was astonishingly powerful, but after all, it was only a half-dragon. Its enhancement skill, Rage, could only activate attack, and the increase was only 0.5 times. The power of Dragon Dance was a full double boost. That meant that after Xiaobai used Dragon Dance, both attack, defense, and speed would all be twice their original values. Sorry, Master. A flush of crimson quickly spread across Xiaobai's cheeks from her neck to her face. Brother Li Qiao is so biased. You favor Meow Meow, and we can't be left out either. Ziyun turned her head away, her lips pressed tight, anger faintly showing. At this moment, Xiaobai slowly raised her head, revealing a cold and breathtakingly beautiful face. Master, what Ziyun said makes sense. So, how about you favor the two of us a little today? No way, Xiaobai. How did you end up like her too? Li Qiao stared seriously into Xiaobai's eyes and said warily, Don't let Ziyun lead you astray. I'm not. Xiaobai pouted. Why can Miao Miao be so close to you? The three of us are inseparable all day long anyway. So what's wrong with giving us a chance once? Li Qiao was nearly so shocked by Xiaobai's words that his jaw dropped to the floor. Xiaobai, you've changed. You're no longer my good little girl from before. Xiaobai has always listened to Master's words. Xiaobai grabbed Li Qiao's shoulder and tugged at him coquettishly. Okay, ma. Master, okay, ma. Brother Li Qiao. The two of them instantly got excited, clinging tightly to Li Qiao's arms from left and right and refusing to let go. No, there's still a match tomorrow, and today is not the time to be too intense. Li Qiao firmly refused the two of them as they acted spoiled and clingy. So that means, after the match, it'll be fine? Ziyun rolled her eyes and asked tentatively. That's not what I meant. Okay, then Xiaobai, tomorrow you must win this match no matter what. As soon as Li Qiao finished speaking, Xiaobai's determined tone instantly overpowered his voice. Hey Xiaobai, I haven't finished speaking yet. Brother Li Qiao, you already said it, so you're not allowed to take it back. Ziyun said with a wicked smile. What did I say, Ziyun? You little troublemaker. Do I need to teach you a proper lesson? I'll admit it if Brother Li Qiao bullies me. But only you alone are allowed to bully me. Ugh, such a headache. Li Qiao let out a long sigh. Guess I'd better sleep first. Okay, we'll definitely win tomorrow. Zzz. Before she knew it, Little White had fallen into a deep sleep, leaning against Li Qiao's shoulder. Ziyun, meanwhile, rested in the crook of Li Qiao's arm and pretended to be asleep too, afraid that he would send her back into the beast space. Really, you two are impossible. Li Qiao gently turned off the light and tucked them in. The next day, the Jiang University Martial Arena was packed to the brim with people from early morning. It could be said that, up to this point in the martial tournament, it had never been as fully seated and as boiling with excitement as it was today. The reason was simple. Aside from the highly anticipated battle for the top 8, the first match was Li Qiao versus Lin Feier, and it had plenty of buzz. As soon as he stepped into the arena, Li Qiao heard waves of intense discussion from the stands. Did you hear? Lin Feier's Scarlet Crystal Armor Dragon has already reached the 2nd elite rank. It only took a few days to level up. Elite rank advancement isn't easy. Every step requires real combat training and a huge pile of resources. That Scarlet Crystal Armor Dragon is growing too fast. Lin Feier must have spent a fortune. Her father is the president of the Beast Taming Association's headquarters. She's got beast taming experts teaching her personally all around her. And on top of that, her family controls the entire power industry. Money is the least of her problems. If this rich girl would marry me, I'd even accept being 20 centimeters taller than her. You're drooling all over the floor. So what do you think? Does Li Qiao have a shot? Hard to say. There's a world of difference between the ordinary rank and the elite rank. Lin Feier's Scarlet Crystal Armor Dragon isn't just for show. It won't be easy to deal with. Not only is she pretty and rich, she's even more hardworking than us. It's just unfair. I'd actually rather Li Qiao win. This guy is already chased after a campus belle, and if he also becomes Lin Feier's boyfriend, that would be even harder to bear than killing me. Want to make a bet? Fine bet. I'm putting down 500 on Li Qiao. I'm betting 2,000 on Lin Feier. Before the match even began, bets had already been placed all over the stands. Speculation about the outcome had reached a fever pitch, and most people were optimistic about Lin Feier, with the most bets placed on her winning. Brother Li Qiao, they're being way too much. The odds of us winning are as high as 5 to 1. They're looking down on Sister Xiaobai. Ziyun said angrily. Li Qiao smiled lightly. There's still no one at school who knows the secret of Xiaobai's evolution. It's only natural that they don't favor us. Master, should we place a bet ourselves? Bet on us winning. Xiaobai suddenly suggested. Oh, Xiaobai is that confident? Li Qiao teased with a smile. No, it's that I have to win. Xiaobai's gaze was fixed tightly on Lin Feier on the opposite warm-up platform, battle intent surging from her eyes like a tide, almost overflowing out. Good. Since that's the case, let's give it a shot too. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Li Qiao tightly handed over all 6,000 yuan left from selling the crystals yesterday to Ziyun. Ziyun, put it all on Xiaobai winning. Seeing that the time was about right, the referee's voice rang out clearly. Now, the first round, the battle to advance from the top 8 to the top 4, officially begins. Li Qiao versus Lin Feier. As soon as the words fell, the spectators' stands instantly erupted into a wave of cheers. Goddess, you have to win. I'm backing you. Li Qiao, go all out for me. I've put everything on you. Lin Feng and Lu Jun had already stood on the high platform, coldly watching the shifting tides below. Heh, President Lin. At last we've reached the moment when Feier faces off against Li Qiao, Lu Jun said with a calm, relaxed smile. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed tightly on Li Qiao. I'd like to see how many rounds this kid can last. Oh, you have that much confidence in your daughter? Lu Jun raised an eyebrow. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not blind confidence. That girl Feier takes this match extremely seriously. I've never seen her fight so hard over anything since she was little, not even when she fought with that girl from the Mu family. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes. So you think Feier really likes Li Qiao? Lin Feng gave him a sidelong glance. Yeah, sneaky. You're trying to get me to assess this kid, aren't you? He took a deep breath. Sigh, this kid comes from a poor family and is, at best, just a handsome face. Yet Feier looks down on all those young talents and somehow has fallen for this poor kid. But if she truly likes him, then as her old man, I can only respect that. Who told Lin Feng he has only one daughter? Don't be too pessimistic, Lu Jun said with a smile. I know a bit about Li Qiao. Besides coming from a poor background, he has a solid character and a flexible mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken first place in the liberal arts exam. Now that he's awakened a top-tier spatial talent, he has a bright future ahead. Her words were full of admiration. A top-tier spatial talent. Lin Feng fell into deep thought. This kid happens to have a dragon-type pet beast. If Feier is really willing to stand with him through thick and thin, it might not be a bad idea to bring them together and have them further their studies at Sacred Dragon University. Lin Feng again fixed his gaze on Li Qiao, as if examining a future son-in-law, carefully scrutinizing every move. Li Qiao stepped onto the arena, with Lin Feier following closely behind, her stride hot and confident. Her fiery red hair cascaded wildly, and her black form-fitting combat suit hugged her curves, outlining a perfect figure. The neckline was slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones and fair skin, while those slender, straight legs drew everyone's attention. She stared at Li Qiao, a sickly smile curling at the corners of her lips. At last, no one's interrupting us. Our little world for two. What do you mean, for two? Li Qiao said coldly. I'm here to fight, not to date. Can't we date after the fight? Lin Feier's voice was low and magnetic. I've already booked a restaurant for tonight. For our first date, I put a lot of sincere effort into the arrangement. Who cares about dating you? Li Qiao broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking back to the humiliation of being bullied by her before, his gaze turned sharp. Today, I'm going to defeat you badly, Lin Feier. I admire your courage, Li Qiao. Lin Feier remained composed, as if she controlled the entire situation. I have to say, you performed well, and your strength has earned my recognition. But if you want to beat me, your white spirit dragon still isn't enough. Appear, red crystal armor dragon. With a cold shout from Lin Feier, the massive figure of the red crystal armor dragon rose into the air. Its gaze surveyed all living beings, like an invincible war god. A roar thundered and echoed through the sky. The red crystal armor dragon roared, its voice deep as thunder, shaking the entire arena. The echo rolled through the air, and the audience below covered their ears one after another, brows tightly furrowed. Such fierce aura. The red crystal armor dragon is much stronger than before. No wonder Lin Feier is so confident. With that steel armor, it's practically a mobile fortress. How about it? Lin Feier shot Li Qiao a flirtatious glance, her smile full of provocation. Oh, still not enough. Li Qiao swept a cold gaze over the red crystal armor dragon, his expression unruffled, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your red crystal armor dragon is indeed formidable, and it does pose a threat to the white spirit dragon. But if I summon this one, what are you going to do? Lin Feier's smile gradually stiffened. Li Qiao suddenly roared, deafeningly. Come out. Frost condensation ice dragon. What? Everyone's expression changed dramatically. Huong. A dragon's roar split the sky, shaking the entire martial arena. From within the blue light magic circle, a white giant dragon shot out like lightning, dominating the heavens. That is. On the platform, Lin Feng suddenly widened his eyes, his expression complicated, then revealed a smile. As expected of the man chosen by Feier. Good, kid, you didn't disappoint me. Lu Jun raised a brow slightly and muttered to himself. Lu Wei really wasn't too far off. This kid actually took down 2 second-tier beastmasters. He turned to look at Lin Feng and sneered. President Lin, I can see your eyes are practically straight. Li Qiao has gotten stronger, and you're happier than a child. If Feier loses, the gate to this secret realm will close. Lin Feng smiled, his expression relaxed. Ah, Brother Lu, your horizons are too narrow. The chance to enter the secret realm is indeed rare, no doubt about that. But I'm even more concerned about Feier's growth. This white spirit dragon has evolved. and it's just right to give her a real opponent. I've spoiled Feyre since she was little, so it's about time an assertive man put a break on her sharp edge. Besides, my Lin family is wealthy and powerful. If someone wants to marry my daughter, they'd better prove they can stand their ground. But the audience below had already erupted. Holy crap! It actually evolved, the white spirit dragon. What kind of monster is that? All over ice white, enormous, at least 7 or 8 meters long, even bigger than the red crystal armor dragon. So cool. As soon as this ice dragon appeared, it was obvious this kid Li Qiao had a hidden trump card. Haha, I didn't see wrong. I knew Li Qiao could explode with power. Don't get excited yet. Even if the white spirit dragon breaks through to the elite stage, it's still 50-50 with the red crystal armor dragon. Who wins and who loses is anyone's guess. The air suddenly turned frigid, and layers of white mist spread out. Xiaobai spread its wings and hovered in the air. The surrounding air seemed to have been doused in frost, the chill piercing to the bone. Old enemies meet, sparks fly. It looked down from above, its eyes fixed dead on the red crystal armor dragon, a killing intent it had never felt before surging in its chest. Yet that red crystal armor dragon flashed with a trace of shock, recognizing the ice dragon before it, the white spirit snake from the training grounds back then. In an instant, fire gathered in its eyes, turning into resolute ferocity, and a cold sneer curled at the corner of its mouth. It was as if silently declaring, "Defeat you once, and I can crush you again." Boom! The crimson crystals on the dorsal fin of the crimson crystal armor dragon suddenly burst into blazing flames. The high-temperature aura and Xiao Bai's frosty chill collided and surged as the fighting will of fire and ice intertwined and spread. Name: Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon. Gender: male. Attributes: Dragon Fire, Earth Level, Elite Tier 2, Potential, Leader Tier State. Belligerent Skills: Dragon Claw, Beginner, Red Crystal Barrage, Beginner, Dragon Might, Intermediate, Fury, Intermediate, Lava Barrier, Intermediate, Flame Burst Fist, Intermediate, Gravity, Intermediate, Lava Cannon, Advanced. Description: the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon is an evolved form of the Red Armor Dragon, with an added fire attribute. Backed by a staggering fortune, it is a textbook pay-to-win pet beast. Civilian Beast Masters, enter at your own risk. Lin Feyre stared at Xiao Bai in the air, her expression slightly hesitant. She turned to look at Li Qiao, shock flashing in her eyes. "Oh, you actually evolved it successfully." "Huh," Li Qiao replied coldly. "To deal with you, of course I'm going all out." "Interesting, interesting." Lin Feyre's gaze sharpened, keen as a blade. "In that case, don't blame me for not holding back." Roar. Red light surged violently in the eyes of the crimson crystal armor dragon, and its battle intent rose like a tide as its aura erupted. "Activate Dragon Might." Lin Feyre shouted furiously, and the crimson crystal armor dragon's scarlet eyes immediately flickered with eerie crimson light, locking tightly onto Xiao Bai in the air. "Dragon Might. We'll use it too." Xiao Bai showed no intention of dodging at all. Its azure eyes clashed with the crimson crystal armor dragon's gaze, and its whole aura burst forth abruptly as it too unleashed Dragon Might. Dragon Might came crashing down like a violent storm. Though it caused only limited real damage to pets, it could establish an overwhelming aura in battle, causing the opponent to collapse in fear before the fight even began. The two surges of Dragon Might roared against each other, like two bolts of lightning colliding in a gale, instantly weaving an eerie silence. The entire martial arena seemed to be enveloped by this invisible storm. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, staring at the confrontation without smoke or flame. Only the crimson crystal armor dragon could sense that pressure erupting from deep within Xiao Bai's bloodline. It was the majesty of a king's return, so heavy it seemed to freeze the air, striking straight at the soul. Oh, this ice dragon's bloodline is even deeper than the crimson crystal armor dragon's. Lin Feng frowned suddenly and exclaimed in surprise. The crimson crystal armor dragon only counts as a half-dragon. It has no advantage at all against the dragon might of a pureblood dragon clan. Lu Jun sneered. How could it possibly be a pureblood dragon beast? Didn't Xiao Bai evolve from the white spirit snake? Confusion and unease flashed across Lin Feyre's eyes. Silence Ningucheng, Yi Ba Wu Xing de Dal, slicing through everyone's heartbeat. The battlefield was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The tense atmosphere pressed so hard on the audience that fine beads of sweat seeped onto their foreheads. Both sides were bristling with hostility, clearly waiting for the other to show weakness first. It moved. A cry of shock sliced through the silence like lightning splitting the clouds. It's the crimson crystal armor dragon. Under everyone's gaze, the crimson crystal armor dragon actually staggered back 2 steps, and the sharp, blade-like look in its eyes was suddenly tinged with hesitation and fear. Xiao Bai's gaze was so cold it seemed like a millennium-old glacier was slicing into the crimson crystal armor dragon's soul, and that intimidation trembled invisibly deep within the other's bloodline. What's going on? Crimson crystal armor dragon. Lin Feier's expression changed drastically. She knew in her heart that if this oppressive force continued, the crimson crystal armor dragon would surely retreat in defeat and lose its fighting ability. She urgently ordered, "Withdraw the dragon's might," and immediately unleashed the red crystal chain fire. In an instant, several fiery crystal arrows shot out from the crimson crystal armor dragon's back, slicing through the air and forming an impenetrable curtain of arrows, trying to block Xiao Bai's line of sight. The rain of arrows came down like a storm. Li Qiaoyan narrowed his eyes. The reaction is astonishingly fast. The power of red crystal chain fire is far stronger than before. Back when the red armor dragon first fought Xiao Bai, that red crystal chain fire was as weak as a gentle spring drizzle, hardly enough to shake its opponent. But my Xiao Bai is no longer the same weak creature as before. Li Qiao replied coldly, his command urgent. Ice Ridge thrust, block it. Its wings whipped out fiercely, sending several slender ice spikes as sharp as blades through the air toward the red crystal arrow rain. The sound of impact exploded violently. A series of crisp, bursting noises rang out as the red and white arrow formations intertwined and detonated in the air like fireworks, dazzling beyond compare. Though the crimson crystal armor dragon was as fierce as a savage beast, the power and size of the Ice Ridge thrust far exceeded ordinary red crystal chain fire. The ice spikes quickly overpowered the fiery arrow rain, piercing through two of the arrows, and the cold, pointed blades accurately and unerringly pierced the crimson crystal armor dragon's chest. Blood splashed out, like red flames burning under the sunlight. The audience gasped in shock, their cries suddenly rising. The very first strike drew blood. This is brutal. How deep must this grudge be? Knowing full well that the red crystal armor dragon was injured, Lin Feier gave a contemptuous smile. Those shabby attacks? They're nothing but an itch. As soon as she spoke, the red crystal armor dragon's entire body suddenly grew hot, steam billowed out from between its scales, and the remaining ice spikes were quickly melted away. But just as she relaxed, she saw the frost dragon in midair pounce like a hungry wolf, its dragon claws suddenly outstretched as it slashed toward the red crystal armored dragon. Dragon Claw. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Feier's eyes. Li Qiao's methods came like a relentless tide, a chained assault that allowed no breathing room. Here it comes. We'll use Dragon Claw too. Lin Feier focused all her attention, murderous intent surging. When Xiao Bai's dragon claws closed in on the red crystal armored dragon, the red crystal armored dragon suddenly thrust out its claws to block. With a dull thud, the two hard claw hooks collided, producing a heavy echo. An invisible circular wave, centered on the two giant dragons, suddenly exploded outward toward the edges of the arena. Gale force winds whipped up, sending the spectators' hair below the stage flying wildly. The red crystal armored dragon and Xiao Bai were once again locked in a deadlock on this battlefield. They bared their teeth and claws, eyes like knives, staring each other down. Neither was willing to retreat even half a step, only an intense desire to win and lose burning between them. Lin Feier stood there in stunned silence, muttering, "The power of Dragon Claw can actually match the red crystal armored dragons." She knew very well that the red crystal armored dragon was renowned for brute strength, a massive, overpowering existence. Among dragon beasts of the same level, it had never suffered a loss. And yet the frost dragon had only exchanged 2 moves, and it had already erupted with such oppressive force that the air seemed to be pierced by ice spikes, the chill biting to the bone. What on earth is its origin? It's even more dazzling than many pureblood dragon clans. In midair, Xiao Bai's chest burned with rage. Its wings spread to the limit as it lunged at the scarlet crystal armor dragon in a life-or-death strike. Bang! Bang! The scarlet crystal armor dragon staggered back 2 steps. Lin Feier's expression changed drastically as she anxiously ordered, "Throw it off." The scarlet crystal armor dragon clenched its 2 claws, gripping Xiao Bai's claws in a deathlock, then used brute force to spin violently, tearing the air at the spot. As the spinning speed surged, the 2 figures merged into a red and white whirling storm. Whoosh! The scarlet crystal armor dragon abruptly hurled Xiao Bai into the distance, trying to blast it off the arena. But Xiao Bai was, after all, familiar with the aerial domain. As it neared the edge, it suddenly spread its wings and steadied its body, hovering motionlessly in midair. "Now, blizzard," Li Qiao called out in a low voice. A blizzard suddenly poured down from the sky, and icy wind mixed with ice pellets, instantly plunging the entire arena into a white, hazy fog. With visibility greatly reduced, the spectators could only see the drifting curtain of snow. After evolving, the white dragon had once again increased the power of Blizzard. As its wings flapped, the blizzard rapidly converged, condensing into two thick, bone-chilling torrents of cold that roared straight toward the scarlet crystal armor dragon. Xiaobai's offensive showed no restraint. Its azure eyes flickered with a strange light as the two cold torrents interwove and tangled midway, transforming into a ferocious snow-white dragon. The snow-white dragon glared fiercely, like a snowslide beast that devoured everything, tearing through the air and charging straight at the scarlet crystal armor dragon. What a fierce move. So this is Li Qiao's true strength. Everyone stared in stunned silence, blood surging with excitement, feeling that their own dragon beasts simply could not withstand this overwhelming attack. Lin Feier's face showed fear for the first time, her expression tense. Faced with this fierce assault, she hurriedly ordered the crimson crystal armored dragon. Quick, activate the magma barrier. A blazing fire suddenly ignited along the crimson crystal armored dragon's back. Flames burst forth amid the blizzard, forming a scorching circular fire shield. Boom! The snow-white dragon crashed violently into the barrier, exploding into a sky-shaking surge of snow, as fire and ice collided fiercely, scattering in all directions. Seeing the crimson crystal armored dragon stabilize its footing, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, the snow-white dragon did not stop its assault. Centered on its ferocious dragon head, piercing cold air suddenly rose, freezing the surrounding air as the temperature plummeted, bone-chilling and frigid. The fire barrier was gradually covered in frost, and thick ice began to form upon it. Using ice to restrain fire, the entire crowd was stunned. The ice dragon's attributes were truly absurdly overpowered. Blizzard is a high-level skill. How could the magma barrier possibly block it? Li Qiao sneered. Inside the barrier, the crimson crystal armor dragon's firelight dimmed, and thick frost wrapped around it, sealing the flames into a cold prison. It's turned into an ice ball. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. No one had expected that the ice dragon would actually freeze the flaming barrier solid, trapping the crimson crystal armored dragon inside an ice ball. Roar. Suddenly, the snow-white dragon let out a thunderous roar, carrying Xiao Bai's fury, and slammed into the ice ball. Bang! The impact tore through the air, and the ice ball shattered. The crimson crystal armored dragon was knocked flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground, its eyes full of pain. Crimson crystal armored dragon. Lin Feier's expression changed drastically. Li Qiao noticed the perfect opportunity and decisively gave the order. Ambush. Use Dragon Claw to carry it off the arena. Xiao Bai flapped its wings and shot forward, its claws opening into a grappling shape as it dove toward the crimson crystal armor dragon on the ground. Just as it was less than 5 meters away, Li Qiao suddenly saw a meaningful curve appear at the corner of Lin Feier's mouth. Xiao Bai, watch out! Li Qiao shouted urgently. Hee, let me make you fall. Lin Feier barked out an order. The crimson crystal armor dragon suddenly widened its eyes, spread its arms, and let out a thunderous roar that exploded forth. The air abruptly grew heavier. An invisible force falling from the sky, like a formless giant hand, violently tugged at Xiao Bai, its body plummeting downward like a boulder. Gravity Well, an intermediate ground-type skill. When activated, gravity within 5 meters of the pet is doubled for 2 seconds. Xiao Bai's body instantly lost its balance, and like a hawk plunging off a cliff, she crashed toward the ground with a thunderous impact. Though brief, it was the perfect instant for Lin Feier to unleash her killing move. Now, Flame Burst Fist. Lin Feier roared, and a blazing flame erupted from the red crystal armor dragon's right fist as it lunged towards Xiao Bai's abdomen while she was falling, the fire slashing down like a surging torrent of searing flames. Say goodnight to this world. The audience at the edge of the field gasped in unison, many covering their mouths. This strike from the red crystal armor dragon sent crackling air jolting straight for the vital point. If it landed, Xiao Bai's defeat would be sealed. Can't dodge it. Does Li Qiao still have a move? Looks like Lin Feier really is more experienced in real combat. Just as everyone thought Li Qiao was about to be defeated, he suddenly bellowed. Ice armor. Whoosh. A layer of hard ice rapidly frosted over Xiao Bai's entire body. Ice crystals like a seamless white suit of armor, tightly wrapping around her. This is ice armor. Lin Feng shot to his feet, rubbing his eyes in shock. Another advanced skill? How many hidden cards does this kid have since the battle started? Lu Jun's jaw nearly dropped. The repeated reversals seemed to conceal endless killing intent. Mu Sushue stared at Li Qiao, her gaze complicated. Maybe, he really has already surpassed us. You're being too pessimistic, Xiaoxue. Don't forget, I'm an elite-level psychic beast. Besides Xiaobai, Miao Miao spoke calmly and mysteriously, her aura suddenly elevating. Ice armor, defense doubled. Lin Feier's expression changed. Though Flame Burst Fist countered ice dragons, it was hard to deal any real damage against reinforced defense. She stared at Li Qiao, grinding her teeth as she growled. You bastard, you've been hiding your strength way too well. This ice armor, making its first appearance since the martial contest began, naturally shocked the entire arena. At this moment, the Flame Burst Fist slammed heavily into Xiao Bai's abdomen. Flames and ice collided, producing a piercing, crackling blast. Just as Lin Feier had expected, the Fire Fist only left a charred scorch mark on the ice armor, not injuring it in the slightest. But the force behind that fist still sent the ice dragon staggering backward. While Xiao Bai was reeling, Lin Feier immediately shouted, "Gravity at the core, use it again." Gravity suddenly intensified once more, and Xiao Bai was dragged down and slammed to the ground with a heavy thud. Yet Li Qiao's expression remained calm and unreadable. You still think you can fool me? What? At the same time, along with the ice dragon crashing heavily to the ground, countless hailstones the size of fists came tumbling down. Look, the hailstones are being pulled faster by the gravity too, someone with sharp eyes exclaimed. The hailstones, like icy meteors, poured down from the sky without mercy, smashing fiercely toward the red crystal armored dragon. A roar tore through the air. The red crystal armored dragon let out a miserable cry as the hailstones struck, sending shards of ice scattering everywhere with a razor-sharp chill, like blades slicing through the air. Hit by that heavy blow, the red crystal armored dragon dropped to one knee, its head hanging low, as if crushed under a boulder. Lin Feier muttered softly, her gaze flickering. At that moment, her arrogance seemed to be brutally pressed into the mud and ground to pieces, just like the red crystal armored dragon. Fighting you to this extent, you really forced me, Li Qiao, as expected of the only man I've ever acknowledged. However, Li Qiao, you still can't escape my control. Lin Feier laughed wildly, her laughter cold and sinister, yet her gaze grew ever more resolute. Rage. The lava shield all over the crimson crystal armor dragon suddenly blazed to life, scorching magma flowing through it, the barrier thick and heavy like an iron wall. These hailstones seemed to be swallowed by the torrent of molten rock, melting on contact and bursting outside the barrier into puffs of steam. As the hail gradually dissipated, the crimson crystal armor dragon slowly forced up its heavy body. Lin Feier's gaze was locked tightly on Li Qiao, that looked more determined than ever before. Looks like, to deal with you, I'll have to use this move. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his brows knitting faintly. It's here. Below the stage, Mu Sixue frowned deeply. Grade A talent, lock on. Lin Feier quickly clasped her hands together, murmuring an incantation under her breath. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light burst forth from the crimson crystal armor dragon's entire body, like iron armor tempered in blazing flames. Its gaze was sharp as a viper's, as if it could pierce through emptiness itself. This is... Li Qiao stared intently, and saw that Xiao Bai beside him was suddenly also enveloped by the same crimson halo. The power of a talent. He immediately understood. Lin Feier had just activated her beast-taming talent. Xiao Bai. Li Qiao hurriedly checked Xiao Bai's status panel, and those two glaring words jumped coldly before his eyes. Locked. Locked. A-class Beastmaster talent. The Beastmaster selects a target for the pet on the field to lock onto, perceives its every movement, and unleashes a fatal strike that is guaranteed to hit. Note: beasts with spatial displacement abilities cannot be locked on. A guaranteed hit. Li Qiao's heart sank. Without spatial abilities, there was no way to evade the incoming attack. In such a one-on-one matchup, this talent was practically the scythe of the Grim Reaper. At this moment, it seemed as if an invisible chain had connected Xiao Bai and the red crystal armor dragon, binding them in a deathly entanglement. No matter how Xiao Bai twisted and turned at high speed, no matter how its form shifted, it could not escape the red crystal armor dragon's shadow-like pursuit. Li Qiao, your ice armor really surprised me. A cold smile curled at the corners of Lin Feier's lips. But I guess the ice armor defense of your ice dragon is only twice as strong. Li Qiao narrowed his eyes. So what? Intermediate skills can't break your ice armor, but I'm not the only one with advanced skills. As soon as the words fell, the crimson crystals on the red crystal armor dragon's back suddenly throbbed violently, like boiling magma surging and writhing within the crystal body. Li Qiao said coolly, "So you can't hold back anymore and are finally going to bring out the lava cannon?" Lin Feier froze for a moment, surprised that Li Qiao could actually see through her move. Her trump card had never appeared in the martial exam arena before. Smart. as expected of the top student in liberal arts. She smiled slyly. Li Xiao, you also know that fire-type skills, at equal power, counter ice by double. And with the 50% power boost from the red crystal armor dragon's current raging fury, this strike will have a threefold advantage against your ice dragon. Triple restraint? Indeed. Li Xiao's expression remained calm, a thin, cold smile curving at the corners of his lips. So this is your trump card, Lin Feier? Seeing that he was still so composed, Lin Feier was first stunned, then her smile grew even brighter. Li Xiao, do you know what I like most about you? What could it be? Because I'm handsome. Giggle. Lin Feier's brows and eyes were like a painting as she smiled alluringly. That's one reason. But more importantly, your courage to never yield in a desperate situation is what I admire most. As soon as her words fell, Li Xiao suddenly burst out laughing. Lin Feier, do you know why I've always resisted you? Oh, why? Lin Feier looked curious. Because you look down on everyone, you're self-important, and you're some inexplicably arrogant elitist. You. Lin Feier's brows furrowed, and her smile instantly froze. Good, good, good. So that's what I am in your eyes, a haughty, overbearing elitist. Her gaze turned sharp as she said coldly, then today, I'll let you see what real power looks like. With her command, lava cannon, fire. The scarlet crystal armor dragon suddenly locked onto Xiao Bai in the air, as if its heavenly eye had opened. Xiao Bai's flight trajectory was broken down frame by frame in its eyes, every movement horrifyingly slowed. Xiao Bai's doubled ice armor can't withstand Feier's triple-countered lava cannon. Lin Feng glanced sideways at Li Xiao. Kid, what are you planning to do next? Li Xiao frowned slightly, his entire body radiating a chilling frost. His aura was so powerful it seemed almost capable of tearing the air apart. The domineering presence of the crimson crystal armor dragon swept out like a violent storm, engulfing every corner of the arena. Among the spectators, those who were timid covered their mouths one after another, fear filling their eyes. They worried that Li Xiao's ice dragon would fall at this very moment. The red light on its body is scorching like fire. It's completely locked on. It's a guaranteed hit. This is bad. We're done for. At this rate, the match is over. Someone couldn't help but turn and leave, refusing to witness the brutal slaughter about to erupt. Is there any other way? A complex light flickered in Mu Sishue's eyes as her emotions wrestled within her. She both hoped that Li Xiao would win the match and feared that the next time they met, they would face each other head-on the arena. As the molten cannon roared forth, just when everyone thought Li Xiao would give up, the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint, mysterious smile. Use Dragon Dance. Li Xiao's voice was cold and resolute. Impossible. Lin Feier widened her eyes, her face full of shock. A deafening dragon roar sliced through the air. Xiaobai suddenly spread her wings, and her white twin wings spun at high speed, transforming into a blinding streak of light that shot straight into the sky. Under the sunlight, she seemed to have become a deity, her body dancing wildly as her attributes surged rapidly. Look, it's Dragon Dance. Someone in the audience couldn't help but stand up and shout excitedly. Damn, Dragon Dance is actually a one-time boost to all attributes. Just what kind of monster is this Li Xiao? That's unbelievable. She even mastered Dragon Dance. Lin Feng was both shocked and suspicious, unable to help worrying as he looked toward Lin Feier. This kid's fourth advanced skill. Principal Lu Jun's eyelid twitched. Being able to cultivate a familiar that learned Dragon Dance at this level meant that even among the top beast-controlling universities in the country, he was absolutely a genius. Dragon-type beast masters had always been talent that all factions fought to recruit, with limitless prospects. Boom. Behind the scarlet crystal armor dragon, blazing pillars of magma erupted, rapidly locking onto Xiaobai's flight path, like throwing spears tearing through the air. The giant cannon unleashed searing, distorted waves of heat, the air trembling as if it were being melted. Xiaobai had no means of escaping through space. Li Xiao sneered. Time to end your farce, Lin Feier. Ice armor. Whoosh. A layer of hard ice quickly covered Xiaobai's entire body. With the boost from Dragon Dance, the armor's thickness doubled, as if possessing diamond-like hardness, with no flaw to be found. She folded her wings into a shield and blocked the front. At the same time, with a thunderous boom, the lava giant cannon erupted like a volcano, flames and thick smoke spraying wildly as it blasted towards Xiaobai's wings. The impact was like thunder striking from above, overwhelmingly violent. Red light burst forth, like a meteor streaking across the sky, dazzling and blinding. Xiaobai's wings trembled violently. Everyone raised their heads in unison, eyes fixed on this magnificent and brilliant scene of battle. Such an intense clash far exceeded expectations. The young beastmasters marveled at the enormous gap between the two. Seeing that Xiaobai was still tenaciously holding on, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. It actually blocked it. Dragon Dance plus Ice Armor. Defense increased fourfold. As the red light of the Qijing armor dragons, in rage, gradually faded, Xiaobai felt the power of the giant cannon weaken rapidly. The instant the red light vanished, Ryup, Xiaobai suddenly spread its massive wings, scattering flames in all directions, and was launched away, its figure streaking off as it rapidly flew from the spot. By now the Qijing armor dragon was already exhausted and drained, not to mention Xiaobai was still enveloped in the glow of Dragon Dance. The victory was already decided. Cold Edge Thrust. End this fight. Li Qiao shouted coldly. Xiaobai swung its arm, and dozens of ice spikes flew out. Each spike was as sharp as an ice blade, about half a meter long, and rained down like arrows, all aimed straight at the Qijing armor dragon. It dodged wildly, but its body was as heavy as a boulder, having already expended all its strength. Its sluggish movements left it unable to evade. The ice spikes pierced through its scales one after another, and the Qijing armor dragon quickly turned into a hedgehog bristling with spikes all over. Boom. With a sudden crash, the Scarlet Crystal armor dragon finally lost consciousness and crashed heavily to the ground. Xiaobai's fury had not yet subsided. It continued stabbing wildly, venting its vengeful rage. Stop! The referee's voice suddenly exploded, shaking the air around the arena. Martial contests are for sparring. Anyone who dares to cause a death will be immediately disqualified. Damn it! Xiaobai abruptly folded its wings, its blinding fighting spirit forcibly suppressed. The tips of its wings trembled slightly as it turned into a thin figure and flew back into Li Qiao's arms. The Scarlet Crystal armor dragon has lost its fighting consciousness. Li Qiao advances to the semifinals. The referee's announcement was like a cold wind piercing Lin Feier's heart. She clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, her body trembling slightly. The light in her eyes faded, as if she had fallen into a dead silence after a storm. She tried her best to maintain her composure, yet she was swallowed by an uncontrollable sense of loss. Having poured out all her talent and strongest techniques, she still lost to Li Qiao. Unwillingness and disbelief surged into her chest like a tide, and Lin Feier fell silent. Xiaobai transformed back into a beast girl and threw herself into Li Qiao's arms, eyes brimming with tears, her voice trembling. Master, I finally avenged you, sob sob. Li Qiao gently stroked her hair, his voice as tender as a spring breeze. It's okay, Xiaobai. This battle ended the inner demon in her heart and allowed her to fight even more resolutely. Lin Feier suddenly looked up, her gaze cool, and said calmly, I lost. The harsh edge on her face seemed stripped away, revealing a trace of relief. Loneliness hid behind her smile, but it lacked the sharpness it once had. Yet Li Qiao showed no pity. Instead, he smiled and raised an eyebrow, speaking teasingly. Hey, Lin Feier, don't forget our bet. Hearing this, Lin Feier's expression stiffened, and a slight frown appeared on her brow. Her voice carried annoyance as she said, What do you take me, Lin Feier, for? A mere 1 million. Do you think I'd ever welch on a debt? Without hesitation, she took out a black card, flicked her wrist lightly, and handed it to Li Qiao. There's exactly 1 million in it. The password is your birthday. Li Qiao gripped the black card, his pupils suddenly widening. He was so shocked he could hardly speak. You had this prepared long ago? Given Lin Feier's personality, he had originally thought she would use her strength to bully the weak, but unexpectedly, she had already laid everything out. Was this black card a gift meant to be given to him, or a silent admission of defeat? Lin Feier crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth curving into a mocking smile. Originally, I planned to beat you, then make you my boyfriend and give you this as the first gift. I didn't expect to be outmatched. Li Qiao froze, and looking at Lin Feier's earnest expression, he faintly felt as if he had missed a rare opportunity. Seeing Li Qiao hesitate, Lin Feier raised an eyebrow and smiled, her eyes sly. What? You really don't want to think about it? Think about what? Didn't you say you're short on money? If you become my boyfriend, what's this little bit of money worth? No. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaobai was the first to jump out an object. Lin Feier turned to glance at Xiaobai, then smiled faintly. Oh, you better think this through. You're a dragon beast, and there are plenty of places where money is needed. Given your master's current financial situation, raising you must be quite a burden. It's none of your business. Xiaobai cut her off with a cold face. No matter how poor my master is, he'll never fall to the point of selling himself to you. Hearing this, Li Qiao helplessly gave a dark look and quickly stepped in front of Xiaobai, saying firmly, You don't need to worry about this. Lin Feier, according to our agreement, I won the match, so please stop making things difficult for me. The martial exam is almost here, so you should put more effort into training. Lin Feier smiled coldly, amusement flickering in her eyes. Is that your way of caring about me? In that case, she lifted the corners of her lips, sparks dancing in her gaze. I'll have to work even harder to surpass you. But does today's bet still count? Li Qiao froze for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and asked, from the way you're talking, you still want to challenge me again? Having a strong opponent train with me, what's not to like? Lin Feier replied briskly. Same old rules. If you beat me once, I'll give you another 1 million. If you lose, then become my boyfriend. Heh. Li Qiao chuckled lightly, not caring at all. Since you love giving away money so much, I don't mind. Then it's settled. Lin Feier's smile bloomed like a spring breeze. I've booked the Zhanghai Grand Hotel for tonight. Want to have dinner together? No need. Li Qiao interrupted sharply. It's too fancy. Someone as poor as me isn't used to eating in places like that. Lin Feier was stunned for a moment, then forced out a strained smile. No matter what, I'll be waiting for you in the top-floor private room. Whether you come or not is up to you. As soon as her words fell, she turned and left, her figure disappearing into the crowd. Once as sharp as a drawn sword, she now withdrew with unusual silence. Li Qiao returned to his seat, and Ziyun's smile was as bright as a flower. We're rich. Li Qiao Gij, you're rich. Ziyun pulled out a stack of bills and waved them in front of Li Qiao's eyes. 5-to-1 odds, and we've got 30,000 in the bag. Li Qiao smiled faintly, his gaze falling tenderly on the two girls. This time, I can finally buy you new clothes. Xiaobai doesn't want clothes. Xiaobai shook her head vigorously like a spinning top. I want to save money and buy my master a new house. Buy a new house. Li Qiao caught the determination in her words, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Li Bo stared at Xiaobai, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Last time Xiaobai damaged the place we were staying. Let's save money together and buy a bigger house. Okay, master? So you were still feeling sad about that. Seeing how serious she was, Li Bo felt a tightness in his chest. Xiaobai was always so sensible, it was heartbreaking. Hey, I'm not buying skirts anymore either. I'll save up money to buy Li Bo Gij a big house, right in the city center. Ziyun chimed in. Silly Ziyun. Li Bo said with a smile, shaking his head. Since you all say that, once I've saved enough money, I'll take you two and move into a nice, big house right away. Okay, once Master has saved enough money, he'll take us in and move us there. All right, Master. Xiaobai tugged lightly at the hem of Li Bo's clothes. She stammered, her neck flushed bright red. Li Bo asked curiously, What's wrong, Xiaobai? Didn't you say, if you beat Lin Feier, then you could, Xiaobai's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Li Bo looked puzzled. Which one? It's that thing. She lowered her head, her fair cheeks red like a ripe apple. Oh, Ziyun grew anxious. Li Bo Gij, it's the thing you do with Miao Miao. Xiaobai slowly raised her head, staring straight at Li Bo, then gently bit her lip. Huh. Li Bo's face burned hot. That. Master, you can't go back on your word. Xiaobai hurriedly reminded him. Exactly. You said that if you won the match, you'd treat the two of us. Ziyun crossed her arms and snorted. As a beast master, if you don't keep your word, what kind of authority do you still have in your pets' hearts? Li Bo's head hurt from hearing all this. Xiaobai was easy to coax, but Ziyun was not so easy to brush off. Xiaobai, when I said winning the match, I meant taking the martial tournament championship, not just beating Lin Feier. Li Bo said firmly. This, Xiaobai fell into thought. The master's words did seem to make sense. Li Bo then smiled at Ziyun. And you, Ziyun, isn't it because Xiaobai won so much in this competition? You're just following along and making a fuss, which doesn't really make sense, does it? Li Bo Gij is being biased. Ziyun immediately pouted unhappily. You clearly wouldn't let me go on stage and always made Xiaobai take the lead. That makes me look like a useless fool. Feeling aggrieved, she burrowed into Xiaobai's soft chest and said in a muffled voice, Woo, Xiaobai, Li Bo Gij is bullying me. Occasionally glancing secretly at Li Bo, Xiaobai stroked Ziyun's long hair and comforted her softly. Ziyun, don't be sad. You're not useless at all. Then tell me, what am I actually good for? Ziyun suddenly looked up and stared at Xiaobai. Huh? This? Xiaobai froze. Wah! Ziyun cried even harder. I really am a useless piece of trash. Whoa. Xiaobai, master made Ziyun cry. Hurry up and explain. Xiaobai panicked. Okay. Li Bo hurriedly placated her. My Ziyun is definitely not a piece of trash. Then why do you never let me fight? I get it now, so Li Bo Gij likes Xiaobai more. Ziyun pressed on relentlessly. Who said that? Li Bo quickly defended himself. The reason I don't let you fight is because, Ziyun, you're my final trump card. Trump card? Really? Ziyun blinked her big eyes, her face full of expectation. Of course. Have you ever seen anyone casually reveal their hidden card? No, right? Ziyun's body stiffened, her eyes quietly turning moist. She threw her arms around Li Bo, so touching. Li Bo Gij, I knew you had me in your heart. All right, there are too many people here. Don't go blabbing your identity. Li Bo reminded her. What's there to fear? Everyone's eyes are on that slutty cat over there. Ziyun pouted. Oh, Mu Aoshue is going up. Li Bo narrowed his eyes, his gaze locking onto the stage. Mu Aoshue had already begun fighting. Her opponent was a boy named Zhu Chun, whose beast pet was an elite-level frost-horned horse. The horned horse was snow-white all over, about the size of an ordinary steed, with a slender, sharp ice-blue horn on its forehead, radiating bursts of cold air. Seeing that the other side was also an ice element beastmaster, Li Bo took a closer look at the arena. Mu Aoshue still sent Miao Miao out. Miao Miao had changed appearance and leaped onto the arena with confidence. It evolved. The beast girl's appearance still hadn't changed, but Li Bo's system screen suddenly trembled. Phantom Moon Spirit Cat, her true identity, was revealed. The beast girl form of combat was highly deceptive. Zhu Chun on the other side clearly hadn't realized that the petite figure before him was actually a top-tier psychic-type pet beast. Circle the arena. Don't look her in the eyes. Beware of hypnosis. Zhu Chun shouted anxiously. Got it. She's almost out, his teammate replied in a low voice. Now's the time. Freeze beam, fire. Zhu Chun called out one command after another, his movements decisive beyond measure. Every contestant who advanced into the top 8 had extraordinary trump cards. Zhu Chen's Icehorn horse was so fast it was suspicious. That speed far exceeded what the human eye could catch, like a blast of cold wind sweeping through. The Icehorn horse leaped and flipped across the arena, its movements as swift as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it charged at Miao Miao from a tricky angle. Its horn gathered frigid light, and a thick white beam burst forth like thunder and lightning, aiming straight at Miao Miao. The air turned into icy blades, as if a colossal glacier from the pole were crashing down. However, Miao Miao remained unfazed, and Murong Aoshue calmly gave the order, Psychic Mirror, activate. Miao Miao pressed its hands together, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. Beside it, a crystal-clear mirror phantom suddenly appeared, its surface smooth as water and reflecting the glaring sunlight. Whoosh! The freeze beam slammed into the mirror and was instantly reflected back, its speed sharply increased. The reflected beam shot toward the ice-horned horse like a lightning serpent. How is this possible? Zhu Chen's expression changed drastically, panic and shock flooding him. His ice-horned horse was caught off guard and took the reflected icy beam head-on. Boom! With a deafening blast, the horse was knocked down and slid dozens of meters across the ground, letting out a miserable shriek. Ice-type pet beasts were naturally immune to freezing, but although this move was only intermediate rank, it concealed sharp, piercing damage, striking the horse with bone-chilling pain. Get up. I said get up. Zhu Chen roared. Li Bo furrowed his brows and stared at Miao Miao's movements, clearly sensing that the other side's strength had risen another level. As expected, Murong Aoshue issued another powerful command. Over-the-shoulder throw. Miao Miao moved like a shadow, vanishing into thin air in an instant. So fast it's unbelievable. Zhu Chun was utterly stunned, forgetting to breathe. The crowd gasped in amazement. That burst of speed was in no way inferior to the speed he and the ice-cornered horse had once taken pride in. By the time everyone had grasped what had happened, Miao Miao's figure had already appeared above the fallen ice-cornered horse. Before the ice-cornered horse could even stabilize itself, Miao Miao seized its front legs like blades and gave a mighty heave. The horse was hurled straight out of the ring, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhu Chen froze in place, as if struck by a nightmare, unable to believe what he was seeing. After a moment of silence, the referee's voice suddenly rang out, tearing through the air. Ice-cornered horse eliminated. Murong Aoshuang advances to the semifinals. The audience below erupted instantly, their cheers shaking the heavens. Strong, too strong. Clean and decisive, with no excess whatsoever. Compared with Li Bo and Lin Feier, this advancement is ridiculously easy. A psychic-type pet beast really is insane. Li Bo fell into deep thought. Although he firmly believed Xiao Bai was stronger than the ice-cornered horse, if it truly faced Miao Miao, then in the cramped arena, Xiao Bai would likewise have no choice but to be controlled and then knocked out of the ring. The shadow of the hypnosis technique from last time still makes him tremble to this day. After Miao Miao won, she was the first to glance sidelong at Li Bo, her eyes hiding an unusual meaning. It seemed she had already seen through his thoughts, revealing a smile that was hard to read. Ziyun immediately stepped in front of Li Bo, meeting that provocative gaze head-on. If you dare keep staring, I'll make sure your eyes get gouged out. Ziyun warned coldly, the smell of gunpowder thick in the air between them. Meow Meow withdrew her gaze and returned a provocative smile, as if two fierce winds were trying to outmatch each other. You people only know how to play these bottomless dirty tricks. Ziyin snorted disdainfully. Thinking of Li Bo being taken advantage of by Meow Meow, her anger surged, and she wanted nothing more than to rush onto the arena and give the other side a brutal lesson right away. Brother Li Bo, didn't we already agree before? Let me take on that sultry little cat. Li Bo looked toward Ziyun, his mind in turmoil. Then he slapped his hand and said, right? You're a spirit body, so you can be immune to psychic attacks from the psychic type. Xiaobai might not have the upper hand, but if Ziyun went up instead, she might be able to launch a surprise attack and catch them off guard. We still need to help Ziyun advance and get stronger as soon as possible. The dark type had some suppression over psychic types, but Ziyun was only at ordinary rank 7 right now, and the gap between her and the evolved Frost Clear Ice Dragon Xiaobai was obvious. Xiaobai had already transformed into a dragon form, so Li Bo had to put all his attention and resources on Ziyun. Once the semifinals are over, the finals won't be far off. Time is tight, so training has to be stepped up. After watching Mu Aoshuang's match, Li Bo left the arena quickly with his 2 pets. The remaining quarterfinal matches were scheduled for the afternoon, and he didn't want to waste time here fighting opponents. It would be better to save his strength and train properly instead. Li Bo turned to look at Xiaobai. After the battle with the red crystal armor dragon, 2 words had already popped up in the status bar: fatigued. When he opened it, a prompt appeared. The Frost Clear Ice Dragon is in poor condition and must return to the beast taming space to rest as soon as possible. Xiaobai, go back to the space and recover, Li Bo said in a low voice. Xiaobai seemed to want to say something, but in the end she said nothing, only replying with a muffled, "Oh," before obediently crawling into the beast taming space and falling into a deep sleep. After leaving the school gate, Li Bo walked with Ziyun when he suddenly spoke. Ziyun, turn back into your original form. Use illusion-colored mimicry to follow me, and report to me immediately if you notice anything suspicious. Okay, Brother Li Bo. Ziyun transformed into Phantom Dark Cloud, her colors changing rapidly as she merged into the depths of the air, becoming almost invisible. An hour later, Li Bo returned to the lower district. Just after taking a few steps, Ziyun suddenly sent an urgent voice. Be careful. Brother Li Bo, there are people watching us from both front and back. Looks like they're coming for us. Li Bo stopped in his tracks, his brow tightly furrowed as he looked around. This was a corner piled high with garbage, and under the blazing sun the stench was suffocating. In broad daylight, few people came here, so laying an ambush here was truly cunning. As he was thinking, 2 figures slowly emerged from behind several green trash bins, their heads covered in black nylon stockings. Haha, Li Bo, right? We've been waiting for you a long time. A sharp voice suddenly rang out behind Li Bo. Turning around, he saw a skinny man, also wearing a stocking hood. Li Bo guessed that these guys had acted on a whim and specifically chosen to hassle him. He sneered without panicking, the corner of his mouth curling into mockery. 3 of you blocking me. Don't tell me you're trying to invite me to play do-de-do? Get lost. Standing around in this heat all day. What do you think we are? One man cursed, grinding his teeth. Hand over the money honestly, or we'll make you suffer. Oh, so you're here to rob me. Li Bo's gaze was like a blade as he quickly swept over the 3 of them, taking in every detail. 3 adults, hiding their faces and tails. What a bunch of cowards. The 2 heard this and flinched, staring at Li Bo as if electrocuted, their expressions panicked. What are you scared of? The skinny man roared. This lower district is such a mess. Robbery is as common as eating. Who's going to care? Hearing that, the other 2 straightened up, their eyes glaring fiercely at Li Bo. Humph, so they really are students of Zhanghai University. Li Bo sneered, his chest calm as water, yet carrying a sharp chill. His bet with Lin Feier had made a stir across the entire campus. That 1 million bonus might not mean much to the wealthy in the upper city district, but for students like them living in the lower district, it was an astronomical sum. These 3 had clearly been waiting here ever since the moment Lin Feier lost to him. So what if you guessed it? The thin man said coldly. Li Bo, you are strong, but don't forget, that ice dragon of yours just finished a battle with the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon, and it's exhausted right now. Be sensible, and since we're classmates, I can let you off. And if I'm not sensible? Li Bo's eyes turned icy, a flash of cold light passing through them. The man glared viciously at him and called over the other 2. Attack. Take the money and split the 1 million. Bright yellow magic circles flashed on the ground, and 3 pet beasts instantly leaped into Li Bo's sight. Bladewing Duck, Azure Poison Sparrow, Blue Silvergrass. Li Bo quickly glanced over them. Their levels were all around ordinary rank 8 or 9, and their colors were utterly plain. He shook his head, deliberately putting on a disappointed look, and sighed. I can't even be bothered with a single one. What did you say? The three were enraged. They had meant to scare Li Bo, but they never expected that just one sentence from him would leave them furious all at once. Who can't brag? If you've got the guts, summon out your ice dragon, one voice shouted sharply in provocation. Who said I only have this ice dragon? A sly curve appeared at the corner of Li Bo's mouth. Then let's use them to warm up. Ziyun. I've been waiting for this, brother Li Bo. Ziyun's voice suddenly came from the sky. The three all looked up at the sky in unison following the sound. In the ripple of air, a strange mass of purple cloud mist rapidly condensed. No one understood what that purple cloud was, but what shocked them was that Li Bo had actually contracted a second pet beast, and its level was not low. You actually became a second-ranked beast tamer. One of them pointed at Li Bo in disbelief. So what if you know? It's too late. Li Bo's expression was cold. What are we afraid of? 3 against 1. The advantage is ours, the leader sneered. The few of them moved in perfect coordination and each ordered their pet beast to attack. Wing cutting combo. Toxic mist attack. Blue vine bind. White wings swept up, black venomous gas churned, and blue vines rapidly coiled together, all lunging towards Ziyun. However, just as the attacks were about to land, Ziyun abruptly vanished, dissipating into the air. What? Invisibility. The others immediately sensed something was wrong. The next moment, Ziyun's imposing figure suddenly appeared behind the 3 pet beasts. 3 dark chains shot through the air like blades. Dark shadow type skill, it's a shadow pet beast. Damn it. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. Before they could react, the chains had already pierced the pet beasts' bodies. The dark restraints were like cold blades, slowly tearing at their souls. The pet beasts didn't die instantly, but instead struggled in agony. No, the leader cried out, his voice trembling and his momentum completely gone. Don't kill my slashwing duck. The other 2 hurriedly begged, their voices full of supplication. When you were robbing me for money, who cared whether I lived or died? Li Bo remained expressionless and turned to Ziyun. Take them all down. This wasn't school. There was no room for mercy. Ziyun nodded, and black mist suddenly surged from the chains, coiling over the pet beasts like a tide. The 3 pet beasts' vitality drained away in an instant, until they weakened and collapsed. Despair spread through their hearts. They had failed to steal the chicken and lost the rice as well. The pet beasts were gone, and they still couldn't get the money. Run! The leader fled first, and the 3 of them scattered and stumbled away in different directions. Brother Li Bo, aren't we going after them? If we hand them over to the school, they'll probably be punished. Ziyun shouted anxiously. Li Bo shook his head with a smile. They're running in different directions. We can't catch them. Don't worry, Ziyun. The school has bloodline records for each of our pet beasts. As long as we bring back the bodies, we'll never fail to find them. That works too, Ziyun said, slightly disappointed. But we should sell the crystal cores first and use the money to buy you a house. Seeing her busying herself, Li Bo shook his head. You little money grubber. Phantom Nether Cloud upgraded. Normal stage 8. Detected that Phantom Nether Cloud has reached ordinary rank 8. Evolution quest available. Confirm acceptance? The system quest panel flickered, and hope immediately lit up in Li Bo's eyes. Finally, I can let Ziyun evolve. He clicked confirm without hesitation. Quest accepted successfully. Phantom Nether Cloud evolution path. Dark plus lightning sequence. Quest issued. Requirement. Phantom Nether Cloud must undergo training in a level 3 lightning pool for 5 hours. Current progress. 0/5. What? A tier 3 thunder pool. Li Bo widened his eyes. System, are you messing with me? In all of Zhanghai City, there was only one tier 3 thunder pool, and the owner of that thunder pool was the Lin family. That domain, shrouded in thunder clouds, with lightning tearing through the sky, was constantly devouring any life that came near. In the beast-taming world, a thunder pool was not only a training ground for electric-type pets to temper themselves, but also an indispensable energy core for every city. Thunder pools are ranked by current strength and power, first tier, second tier, third tier, progressing step by step. A first-tier thunder pool has a gentle current, and the electricity it gathers is only enough to power a single street's lights, making it suitable for ordinary electric-type pets to train. A second-tier thunder pool sees a sharp increase in current, with enough stored power to supply an entire county, specially prepared for elite and excellent-grade pets. A third-tier thunder pool, however, is like a ferocious thunder beast, with dense currents striking everything around it like a storm. Without solid protection, stepping inside would absolutely mean being torn to pieces by lightning. In terms of energy reserves, a third-tier thunder pool can supply all the electricity for a medium-sized city. Its importance is no less than that of an elite military camp in a city. To temper oneself in a third-tier thunder pool, at the very least one needs an excellent grade pet, along with the necessary protective artifacts. Otherwise, even a strong expert who enters will be courting death. Looking at the evolution task arranged by the system, Li Bo couldn't help but mutter hoarsely. Purple Cloud was still only at ordinary rank 8. Did it really dare enter a third-tier Thunderpool? At this moment, Purple Cloud had just finished dealing with a few pet carcasses and came over excitedly, holding a crystal core, only to see Li Bo frowning deeply and lost in thought. Brother Li Bo, what's wrong? Purple Cloud tilted its head and asked curiously. Purple Cloud, let me ask you. When you were struck by the lightning bird's bolt of lightning that day on Sunset Beach, how did it feel? Li Bo suddenly asked. Feel? Purple Cloud lightly tapped its lips with an index finger, recalling carefully. If I had to describe it, it was probably like eating the smoothie made by Xiao Bai, sweet and really tasty. Tasty. Li Bo couldn't help but give a bitter smile, unable to imagine that she would use tasty to describe the feeling of being struck by lightning. Thinking about it again, that day the Thunderbird unleashed 2 lightning strikes in a row, yet it still didn't injure Ziyun. Logically speaking, a mid-level lightning strike is fatal to ordinary pets. Ziyun came through unharmed, which led Li Bo to suspect that there must be a special ability hidden within her to swallow lightning. To her, lightning was like food. Li Bo stared at Ziyun and continued asking, Then do you know how much lightning you can swallow at most? Only by figuring out her limit could he determine whether she could withstand the deafening bolts of the level 3 Thunderpool. How much can I swallow at most? Ziyun blinked her big eyes, tried hard to remember, then shook her head. I can't really say, Li Bo Gidge. But one thing's for sure, the Thunderbird's lightning that day wasn't even enough to fill me up. It was way too weak. Way too weak. Li Bo was momentarily speechless. The Thunderbird was a high-tier elite pet, not far from the outstanding level, yet she brushed it off so casually. Rubbing his chin, Li Bo fell into deep thought. Looking at Ziyun's carefree demeanor, a smile finally curled at the corner of his mouth. In that case, maybe you really can survive in the level 3 Thunderpool. Level 3 Thunderpool. Ziyun's eyes lit up as she asked excitedly. Li Bo Gidge, what is that? It sounds like something really fun. The level 3 Thunderpool is not a place for fun. It's a hell where lightning dances wildly. Ziyun, if you really go in, I'm afraid you'll capsize, master. Then can I go? Li Bo Gidge, I want to give it a try. Ziyun's voice was full of longing. You really are a newborn calf who isn't afraid of tigers. Li Bo gave a bitter smile. The level 3 Thunderpool isn't something you can just walk into. The level 1 and level 2 pools are fine. Plenty of capable private bosses make their fortunes from them. As long as you have money, you can afford the entrance fee. But the level 3 Thunderpool is different. He sighed, his voice heavy. In such a huge Jianghai, there's only one level 3 Thunderpool, and what's more, it's controlled by the Lin family. A level 3 Thunderpool was certainly priceless, but maintaining it required astonishing investment. Without abundant funding, no one could obtain it. Only a giant like the Lin family in Jianghai could firmly grasp this beast of wealth. Relying on the surging power of the level 3 Thunderpool, the Lin family monopolized Jianghai's overall power supply, which was also the foundation behind Lin Feier's father, Lin Feng, being able to sweep through Jianghai with unstoppable force. Huh? The Lin family. Ziyun's tone suddenly grew dim, disappointment written all over her face. Then forget it, Li Bo Gidge. We can just go to the level 1 or level 2 Thunderpool instead. Ziyun furrowed her brows, her voice tinged with unwillingness. Li Bo gently shook his head, a determined light flashing in his eyes as he said decisively. The lightning in the first and second level Thunderpools simply cannot be compared with that of a third level Thunderpool. He knew very well that since Ziyun had chosen to pursue the power of lightning, entering the third level Thunderpool for tempering was an unavoidable path. That was a key mission assigned by the system. Any retreat would mean delaying her evolution, and regret would only come too late. But, if we go to the third level Thunderpool, won't we have to ask the Lin family for help? I don't want you to get involved with Lin Feier again. I think Xiao Bai wouldn't want to see that either. Ziyun's voice carried both stubbornness and unease. Li Bo's expression grew grave. Ziyun, some things aren't up to us just because we want them to be. To enter that Thunderpool, we can't avoid Lin Feier. He paused, then lowered his voice. Although I don't want to either, this has to be done for your sake, for you to become stronger. Xiao Bai has already advanced, and I can't play favorites. We have to treat you fairly. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun's eyes suddenly welled up, and she threw herself into his arms, tears quickly falling. I know, you're very important to me too. Li Bo lowered his head and gently brushed his fingers through her black hair. You and Xiao Bai are equally important to me. Wah, I'm so touched. Ziyun choked back sobs as tears slid down her cheeks. I lost my parents when I was little, and I've been wandering and lonely all these years, with no one who truly cared about me. Brother Li Bo, you're the most important person to me. I'll definitely become strong and repay you. All right, stop crying. Li Bo patted her back softly, his voice gentle. We need to find a way to get into the Thunder Pool properly. After thinking it over, it still seems we have to go see Lin Feier. The grievances are already settled, and after all, we're classmates. She probably won't just ignore us. Huh. Ziyin suddenly looked up, a hint of hope gleaming in her eyes. Brotherly Bo, I remember Lin Feier saying that whether you go or not, she'll be waiting for you at the Jianghai Grand Hotel for dinner, right? Li Bo frowned and fell silent for a moment. He had once flatly refused her invitation, but now he had to bite the bullet and go. Fate seemed like a cunning rope, winding tightly around him. After some inner struggle, he clenched his fist and looked toward the far side of the city. It's just a meal. What's there to be afraid of? At dusk, Li Bo arrived at the entrance of the Jianghai Grand Hotel in the center of Jianghai City. This was a place where high society gathered, usually bustling and crowded, yet at this moment it was eerily deserted. Two sharply dressed men and two towering beast tamers stood like statues. A tense, murderous aura lingered in the surrounding air, like an invisible wall that made passers-by steer clear in fear. Li Bo's heart tightened abruptly. This aura is beyond what an ordinary rank can achieve. At a glance, they're third-level beast tamers. To actually use third-level beast tamers as bodyguards, only the Lin family would be so outrageously bold. He took a deep breath, straightened his collar, and walked heavily toward the entrance. In an instant, the two beast tamers' gazes sharpened like blades, and they abruptly blocked his way. Sorry, the hotel is fully booked. Leave at once, one of them said coldly. Li Bo blinked in slight surprise, then replied. Is it booked by Lin Feier? I'm here to see her. Oh, you know the young lady. The two immediately looked surprised and sized him up. Dressed plainly, he drew a touch of disdain in their eyes. Many people want to see the young lady, sir. Our young lady already has a date with a distinguished guest today. I advise you not to cause trouble, or the consequences will be your own to bear. Li Bo smiled bitterly and shook his head. Then I'm the one your young lady invited. What? You. The two guards' jaws nearly hit the floor. They exchanged a glance, then sized Li Bo up again. This kid wasn't high level. His looks were ordinary, and aside from a handsome face, he seemed to have no merits at all. Why would the young lady invite him to dine with her? Their doubts rose, but no one dared be negligent. A guard asked tentatively, You're Li Bo? Yes, the one and only Li Bo. Can you prove it? Li Bo took out his student ID and handed it over. After confirming it was correct, the two beastmasters immediately changed their attitude, bowing respectfully. Our apologies, we were rude. Since it was the young lady's personal invitation, young Master Li Bo, please come in with us. The two of them led Li Bo in front and behind as they slowly walked deeper into the hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Li Bo was dazzled by the luxury before his eyes. Every slab of marble gleamed with luster, and the metal fittings reflected a blinding radiance. The entire space seemed soaked in gold, the air thick with a strong aura of extravagance, as if he were standing in a palace. As the #1 hotel in Jianghai, its reputation was truly well-deserved. Before he could finish speaking, a neat, unified welcome shout, like a splash of ice water down his back, jolted him awake. Welcome, young Master Li Bo. Two rows of young female attendants in neat-made uniforms stood on both sides of the hall, lovely and energetic, calling out in unison. Every one of them had bright eyes, white teeth, and red lips, with an elegant bearing. Countless gazes converged on him, as if the entire space were focused upon him. Li Bo thought to himself with a faint smile. So this is the life of the rich, so exaggerated. If he hadn't stepped in here today, he never would have known that Lin Feier had arranged such a grand display for him. Not long after, two bodyguards in black led him straight toward a long corridor. Isn't the young lady upstairs in a private room? Where are we going now? Li Bo frowned slightly, his voice low. Don't worry, young Master Li Bo. One of them smiled and replied in a relaxed tone. The young lady instructed that you should change clothes first, and only then go upstairs for dinner together. Change clothes? Li Bo froze, clearly not expecting Lin Feier to be so particular. Helplessly, he followed them into a fitting room. As soon as he pushed open the door, two maids stood straight with their arms crossed, upright as soldiers awaiting orders. Begin, the bodyguard ordered briefly, then stepped back as the door clicked shut. Mr. Li Bo, please change. A maid covered her mouth and giggled. Li Bo instantly felt awkward, his voice tinged with unease. The clothes your young lady prepared for me. Are they proper? The maids almost burst out laughing at the same time, their laughter as clear as bells. Sir, you've got it wrong. What the young lady prepared for you is a proper suit. Li Bo's gaze drifted to the clothes rack nearby. The pitch-black suit hung there quietly, the fabric shimmering with a deep luster. Even before putting it on, he could already sense that its size would fit his frame with precision. To know his measurements this well, Lin Feier really had put a lot of thought into it. With the help of the two maids, the suit was smoothly put on. Li Bo slowly turned in place, feeling the warmth of the fabric against his body. It fit perfectly, the waistline just right. He sat down, and another maid began to work busily. Her hands moved like flashes of lightning as the hair clipper and hair wax alternated in view. Trimming, waxing, styling. Her movements were skilled and crisp. A little over 10 minutes later, Li Bo stood up and glanced into the mirror at himself. His features were sharp and defined, his glossy hair slicked back, and his eyes gleamed with a keen, obsidian-like light. In this state, he was comparable to a star shining before the camera. The suit wrapped around his near-perfect shoulders and upright figure, every detail exuding masculine dominance and confidence. The two maids looked at Li Bo with affection, their eyes flowing with emotion. One of them praised softly. As expected, the young lady's taste has always been impeccable. Now, can I leave? Li Bo asked tentatively. Of course, the young lady is waiting for you on the 10th floor. The maid smiled brightly. The elevator rose slowly and came to a stop on the 10th floor with a click. When Li Bo pushed the door open and stepped out, he found himself facing an entire circular space with no partitions, the walls made entirely of transparent glass, and the city's night view flooding in like a tide. Inside the room, several dishes that looked like works of art were arranged on an exquisite dining table. A few candles burned quietly, their flames swaying, softly illuminating the bottle of aged red wine. Near the glass window, a girl in a wine-red long dress stood quietly, her gaze profound as she stared at the dazzling night scene of Zhanghai. Her shadow reflected on the cold, gleaming glass, delicate and clear, like an exquisite painting. Li Bo's figure quietly entered it. When Lin Feier turned around, her eyes shimmered with tiny specks of starlight, and she said softly, "You came." The stubbornness and arrogance on her face seemed to have dissolved into the night breeze, while the candlelight cast a hint of shy blush across her cheeks, lending her beauty a touch of tenderness. Li Bo looked at the scene and for a moment was at a loss. The words he had intended to say retreating back down his throat. He stepped forward, his voice low. "I wasn't late, was I?" Lin Feier smiled faintly, her eyes resting on the candle that had burned halfway down, and said softly, "I thought you really wouldn't come. Well, I suddenly got a little hungry. Since there's a free dinner here, I figured I'd come mooch a meal." Li Bo scratched his head, his face showing obvious awkwardness. During the day, the two had fought each other to the death on the arena, hurling out harsh words. Yet tonight they were to dine together by candlelight. This shift made Li Bo's heart tighten, and even his thick skin felt a little hot. What a flimsy excuse. Lin Feier stepped forward slowly in those bright red high heels and stopped in front of Li Bo. She gently straightened his collar with her slender fingers, the corner of her lips lifting into a seductive smile. That's more like it. A fragrance of perfume drifted to him, carrying the scent of summer night flowers. The neckline of her red dress was boldly open, the deep V seeming like a crack leading into an icy river. All Li Bo could see was a stretch of snow white, and he nearly forgot to breathe. That curve, as if a mountain cliff had intruded into his vision, made one's heart race. "Do I look good?" Lin Feier asked softly, her voice like a drop of water sliding across porcelain. Li Bo quickly averted his gaze, a mischievous smile on his face. After she had been tormenting him for so long, taking a little advantage of her now was only fair. "Sit." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an unmistakable air of refusal to be disobeyed. "Aren't you hungry? I'll have the waiter bring the food right away." Li Bo took the cue, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Lin Feier deftly lifted the bottle of red wine, and a dark crimson liquid gradually filled the two tall glasses, only 7/10 full. She lazily let out a line. "I didn't expect we'd still be able to have such a quiet conversation like this. Yeah, we've got a long future ahead of us." Li Bo smiled, already thinking about how to bring up the third-level thunder pool in a way that was both subtle and purposeful. Lin Feier." Before he could finish, Lin Feier raised her glass and cut off his thoughts. "Eat first. Talk after the meal." Her gaze was profound, as if she could see right through people's hearts. Li Bo understood that she had already guessed what he intended. But this time, Lin Feier not only didn't make things difficult for him, she also let him breathe a sigh of relief. This left him confused, but he had no choice but to clink glasses with her. After drinking the red wine, he immediately put a piece of steak into his mouth. "Not bad at holding your liquor." Lin Feier let out a soft laugh, then suddenly said, "No wonder you get along so well in bars. You really know how to keep people guessing." Li Bo swallowed the steak and nearly choked in astonishment. You knew too?" he asked in disbelief. "How could I not know?" She looked entirely justified. "The intelligence of all the black and white forces in Zhanghai passes through my Lin family. I've been keeping an eye on how often you've been going to night bars. No need to tell me." You're just going to see Mu Aoshue's cat girl. Li Bo sucked in a sharp breath. Not only was Lin Feier watching him, she was even tracking Mu Aoshue's beast pet. I'd actually like to know, why do you always have it out for Mu Aoshue? Li Bo asked in confusion. He simply couldn't make sense of it. The two of them lived in completely different worlds and had little reason to cross paths. Why was Lin Feier always stirring things up? If it weren't for Mu Aoshue, she wouldn't be targeting him like this either. Have it out. Lin Feier set down her wine glass and, meeting Li Bo's gaze, slowly said, Do you think I, Lin Feier, am just some unreasonable, willful, domineering young lady? Li Bo fell silent, thinking inwardly, Isn't that exactly what you are? But he swallowed the words back down before they could leave his mouth. Lin Feier looked unusually serious, as if she were hiding a secret. Fine. Since it's rare for us to sit down and talk, I'll tell you why. Her tone was firm, yet there was an unmistakable trace of grievance in her brows. Li Bo had never seen her like this before. My conflict with Mu Aoshue isn't because of vanity. She glared at Li Bo. It's to stand up for my teacher. Stand up for your teacher? Li Bo was completely baffled. He knew many of the teachers at Jianghai University who had ever had a grudge against him. No, you've misunderstood. Lin Feier shook her head, her gaze passing through the night outside the window as though looking toward some distant past. Mu Aoshue and I both learned from the same beast-taming teacher since childhood. Though we aren't related by blood, we belong to the same school. That teacher was powerful and strict in his instruction, which is why we both became so gifted. As close as sisters, no exaggeration at all. So that's how it is, Li Bo fell into thought. Although everyone has to wait until they turn 18 to awaken their beast-taming talent, children from well-off families like Lin Feier and Mu Aoshue have top-tier beast-tamers brought in from childhood to teach them beast-taming knowledge and combat skills, laying out the road to the future early on. This was also why Lin Feier performed far more maturely than her peers on the arena. Lin Feier's voice was gentle, yet it clearly carried a trace of barely perceptible resolve. I lost my mother when I was young, and my father was busy with work, so he rarely paid attention to me. To me, my teacher was not only a mentor, but also family. She is irreplaceable in my heart. So, your teacher fell out with Mu Aoshue's teacher? Li Bo asked tentatively. Lin Feier nodded lightly, then continued. My teacher is the younger of the two. After she broke with Mu Aoshue's teacher, she seemed like a different person, quiet and withdrawn, with only her training remaining as strict and ruthless as ever. She repeatedly told me that I must surpass Mu Aoshue in every aspect. At this point, Lin Feier took a deep breath. I only made it to the top 8, while Mu Aoshue reached the top 4. I know that if my teacher, with her proud and stubborn personality, finds out I lost, she'll be utterly disappointed. Her eyes were hollow, and the words reached her lips before she swallowed them back down. It seemed as if even the air had frozen. No, she won't. Li Bo broke the silence, his voice firm. No one cares which round you were eliminated in. What people truly remember forever is only the champion's name. Lin Feier looked up, her eyes flashing with light. She stared at Li Bo in a daze. If I can defeat Mu Aoshue and win the championship in one stroke, then you'll be standing on the same starting line. By then, winning or losing won't matter anymore. Li Bo was brimming with confidence. You're sure you can beat her? Lin Feier frowned slightly, her tone doubtful. You've seen her Phantom Moon Spirit cat. A ice-type pet beast can't hurt it at all. Who said I'm going to use ice-type? A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Li Bo's mouth. Lin Feier widened her eyes and looked at him in disbelief. You're already a second-ranked beast tamer? Li Bo nodded, admitting it outright. After all, what happened between him and Xiun in the Thunderpool land was absolutely impossible to keep from her. Lin Feier withdrew her gaze and sighed. I was still foolish enough to think I could compete with you just by relying on talent. I never expected you'd already contracted a second pet beast. Your growth really makes people jealous. Only then did Lin Feier realize that Li Bo hadn't gone all out at all in the match. If the Scarlet Crystal Armor Dragon had somehow managed to beat his Xiaobai, it would still have to face that mysterious second pet beast. Judging from the way he nurtured the White Spirit Serpent, that unseen pet beast was probably even stranger and more powerful. But Lin Feier quickly let it go, a smile rising at the corner of her lips. Only a man like you is worthy of my looking up to you, Lin Feier. Li Bo gave a wry smile. To be honest, I still don't understand it. Clearly I've already broken up with Mu Aoshue, so why do you keep going against me at every turn? What? You think I'm chasing you because I'm throwing a tantrum? Lin Feier curled her lip, smiling slyly. Isn't that so? If you want to hear it from me, I really do like you. Do you believe that? Lin Feier's eyes shone brightly, as if a ball of fire were hidden within them, staring straight at Li Bo. Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly looked away. Stop messing around. Ha ha ha. You really don't understand women. Lin Feier laughed lazily. Li Bo, Women are naturally drawn to the strong. It's just that most people like to hide it. I'm different. Once I've set my sights on someone, even if I have to cross mountains and rivers, I'll get them. Li Bo's heart tightened. You should know that forced melon isn't sweet. But it quenches thirst. Lin Feier gave him a seductive look. What? Do you think I'm not as good as Mu Aoshua? In terms of looks, we're about equal. She has a slender waist and full hips, and my figure isn't any worse. She has a powerful grandfather, but when it comes to family wealth, she's far from being as rich as our Lin family. Li Bo broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that this woman had changed tack again and started comparing herself all over again. Do you like talking about your love rivals on a date? Li Bo asked helplessly. Giggle. Lin Feier laughed as brightly as a flower in bloom. I like the word date. After her smile eased, Lin Feier nodded in satisfaction. The dinner tonight was lovely. Li Bo, what exactly do you want to ask me? You can say it now. So she really saw through me. Li Bo looked at Lin Feier's playful expression and swallowed nervously. Rummaging through his mind for the right words, he finally spoke seriously. To be honest, Lin Feier, my second pet beast, is about to evolve. And for this matter, you're the only one I can ask. Lin Feier lazily crossed her legs, her wine glass swaying lightly as she said indifferently. Oh, go on. I want to enter the level 3 Thunder Pool. What? The level 3 Thunder Pool? Lin Feier's wine glass stopped midair, her pupils suddenly widening, her voice full of shock. Are you crazy? Your second pet beast is only at an ordinary level. Going into the level 3 Thunder Pool would leave it dead or crippled. Li Bo grinned, his gaze firm, and lowered his voice. I know how dangerous the level 3 Thunder Pool is. The story is complicated, but only there does Ziyun have a chance to evolve. Ziyun, is your second pet beast? Lin Feier frowned, her heart racing. After a moment of silence, she said in disappointment, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to let you enter the level 3 Thunder Pool. You don't have the authority either? Li Bo froze, his brows tightly knit. Lin Feier shook her head, her attitude cooling. You don't understand. Although the level 3 Thunder Pool is operated by the Lin family, the real control lies with the Jianghai Beast Tamer General Association. It requires the cooperation of many lightning-type beast tamers, who coordinate the maintenance of the Thunder Pool's operation. If you want to enter the pool, you'll need their approval. So I have to go find the General Association too? Li Bo sighed weakly, feeling the weight in his heart. The Jianghai Beast Tamer General Association. How could such a colossal entity care about a kid who hadn't even graduated yet? Lin Feier suddenly smiled, a glint appearing at the corner of her eye. However, it's not impossible. You have another channel? Li Bo's eyes lit up at once, his voice urgent. Tell me, as long as I can enter the Thunder Pool, I'll repay you handsomely. Li Bo calculated inwardly. Lin Feier was highly skilled, and ordinary treasures would never tempt her. Fortunately, he had a bottle of dragon turtle treasure blood in hand, which could be traded for benefits at a crucial moment. A handsome repayment. Lin Feier raised an eyebrow and smiled, her gaze deep. Li Bo, you know that aside from you, I'm not really interested in anything else. You. Li Bo immediately felt awkward. He hadn't expected this woman to be staring at him right here. He clenched his teeth, hesitating whether to sacrifice a little dignity just to enter the Thunder Pool. All right, stop teasing you. Lin Feier put away her playfulness, her tone turning serious. The level 3 Thunder Pool isn't that hard to deal with, nor is it that easy. As long as you can meet the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association's grand president, everything can be discussed. Could it be? You know the president of the association? Li Bo could not hide his surprise. Of course. My dad is Lin Feng. Holy shit. Li Bo nearly spat out the wine in his mouth. Her father is the president of the General Association, and she didn't say so earlier? After all that twisting and turning, it turned out to be just a single sentence. Don't celebrate too soon. Lin Feier smiled slyly. Although my dad is the president, the association isn't his one-man show. They've set up multiple restrictions, and getting into the third-tier Thunder Pool isn't that easy. Don't think that just because my dad dotes on me, you can get in easily. Restrictions? Li Bo narrowed his eyes. Tell me, what exactly are they? I'm not too clear on that. Lin Feier shrugged. I've never really paid much attention to association matters, but I can take you to see my dad. Anyway, since you're determined to break into the Thunder Pool, you'll have to get past this hurdle sooner or later. See Lin Feng. Li Bo felt a pang of anxiety. He had only heard of this major figure in Jianghai. All he knew were scattered rumors picked up from newspapers and the news. He hadn't expected Lin Feng to be not only a business tycoon, but also the leader of the Beast Tamer Association. His resolve hardened. All right, then trouble you to take me to see your father. But my dad probably isn't free right now. Lin Feier chuckled. Not free. Li Bo stroked his chin. Given the scale of the Lin family, your dad must be swamped. That's not the main reason. Lin Feier smiled mysteriously. By my estimate, My teacher should be back in Zhanghai soon. At the moment, my dad is probably still consulting her. Oh, Li Bo's curiosity surged. Who is this person who can make even your dad admire her? Hee hee. Lin Feier's eyes flickered as she gave a soft laugh. I don't mind telling you. Admiration shone in her pupils. My teacher is elusive. Countless names have been spread about her in the martial world, but there's one that's enough to make everyone tremble. What is her name? Night Rose. Inside the Lin family hall, the lights swayed, the wind tapped lightly against the window lattice, and the air carried a faint fragrance as well as a tense atmosphere. On the guest seat, a woman in black leather sat poised, her figure alluring. Her expression was placid as she lightly lifted a teacup with her fingers and took a small sip. Her voice was soft, yet probing. Oh, you're saying Feier only made it to the quarterfinals in the martial contest. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, his brows slightly furrowed, his tone grave. I watched the match. Feier really gave it her all. I hope you won't be too harsh on her. As the head of the Lin family, he was actually so cautious in front of the black-clad woman, which was surprising. The woman set down her teacup, a hard-to-read smile slowly curling at the corners of her mouth. Let me guess, it was that girl from the Mu family, wasn't it? Lin Feng slowly shook his head, his voice low. No. Oh. The woman's eyes flickered, and she looked slightly surprised. With Feier's keen, hawk-like talent, plus the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon's rage-like protection, the one who could beat her, aside from that girl from the Mu family, I really can't think of anyone else. That kid really was a dark horse. Lin Feng's tone lightened. He shone so brightly on the entire martial competition stage that he was impossible to ignore. Feier losing to him is only natural. The woman fixed him with a sharp gaze. You don't seem to care much that your daughter lost the match? Lin Feng gave a light laugh, his tone gentle. There are always some geniuses in this world who exceed expectations. This loss was just the right lesson for Feier, to know there is always someone better, and that there is always a higher mountain beyond the mountain. Besides, that boy is the one in Feier's heart. Young, sharp, and full of brilliance, he'll probably have limitless prospects in the future. A look of admiration appeared on his face. Feier's beloved? The black-clothed woman's brows and eyes curved with a smile, instantly piqued with interest. I've watched Feier grow up. Her ambitions have always been lofty. The one who can move her heart must be no ordinary person. Changing the subject, the black-clothed woman's voice turned calm and sharp. But since you're so easygoing about Feier's loss, and even specially called me here at this hour, I suppose there's something even more important, right? Lin Feng laughed heartily, not hiding his respect at all. Haha, as expected of an S-rank hunter, not only decisive, but also sharp-eyed. Night Rose, with you as Feier's master, she's truly blessed from a past life. Night Rose's lips curved slightly, her tone natural and faintly teasing. Lin Feng, we've known each other for years, so don't be so formal. I took on the dragon turtle hunt you handed me simply because I'm Feier's teacher, and because the price you offered was tempting enough. Of course I wouldn't refuse. I'll be leaving Zhanghai in a while. If you've got any troublesome opponents, just tell me. I'll find time to help you handle them. Lin Feng nodded, his tone sincere. Night Rose, you have a resounding reputation in the hunter world, and you're Feier's master too. I can't keep making you do all the work, sigh. He let out a sigh, his gaze deep. As long as my pet beast can advance to leader rank, I can basically feel at ease about Zhanghai. It's a pity. Night Rose's eyes shifted as she exposed the unspoken words. You've already used the dragon turtle treasure blood? Lin Feng gave a helpless bitter smile and nodded slightly, admitting it openly. That's right. Calling you here so late wasn't to ask you to help kill enemies at all. I used some of the dragon turtle treasure blood you gave me, but it caused a huge problem. Night Rose's expression turned icy, her heart jolted. So, after consuming the treasure blood, the blazing flame burning eagle failed to evolve. Lin Feng fell silent, then let out a long sigh before making a summoning gesture. A flash of blue light passed by, and a bizarre fire eagle suddenly appeared in the living room. Half of the blazing flame burning eagle's body was engulfed in blazing flames, while the other half was charred black as ash, skeletal and gaunt, as if it had suffered a hellish calamity. It was terrifying. Seeing this tragic state, Night Rose widened her eyes and muttered in disbelief, at a loss for words. How could this happen? Isn't the dragon turtle treasure blood supposed to help pet beasts break through their limits? Lin Feng gave a bitter smile and slowly said, I believe that all along too. As my first pet beast, the blazing flame-burning eagle holds a place in my heart, second only to Feier and her mother. A pet beast's lifespan is ultimately limited. It had been stuck at excellence rank 9 for several years. If it didn't break through, it could only last another year or two at most. His voice grew solemn, carrying a trace of melancholy. I couldn't bear to watch it grow old, so I went everywhere looking for ways to help pet beasts evolve. Hard work paid off. After many twists and turns, an overseas friend finally told me, Dragon Turtle Treasure Blood can take pet beasts to the next level. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he continued. I spent a fortune tracing every clue related to the dragon turtle. Perhaps the heavens took pity on me, because suddenly, a peerless expert appeared in the Great Xia Nation and blew up the Xuanwu fortress of the Sakura Nation in a spectacular fashion. He clenched his fists tightly, his voice filled with hardship and anticipation. I spent a huge sum of money again, sent detectives to track the direction the dragon turtle drifted away, and later, through you, got the bounty posted to the Hunter Association. It's been a rough and difficult road all the way. Lin Feng took a deep breath and gazed at Yi Rose, his words descending like the calm before a storm. I thought everything was heading in a good direction. After obtaining the dragon turtle's precious blood, I used it on the blazing flame burning eagle right away. But I never expected it to lead to today's disaster. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the blazing flame burning eagle covered in wounds, his face twisted with pain. I owe it to it. I was too impatient and wanted to achieve success too quickly. Yi Rose remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, This dragon turtle precious blood is indeed it's her. Seeing the words, Night Rose, Li Bo's heart tightened, as if suddenly seized. It's actually at the Lin family estate. He recalled what Lin Feier had said. Night Rose was her master, and this matter was clearly inseparable from Lin Feng. Seeing this enormous bounty, Li Bo couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. 50 million. For me, that's an astronomical sum. The Lin family truly didn't treat money like money. Li Bo quickly steadied his mind and thought it through carefully. With such a generous bounty, the task behind it was definitely no easy matter. He was nothing more than a tiny E-rank hunter and might not even dare to try. As his steps drew closer to the Lin family gate, his heartbeat involuntarily quickened and a doubt arose. Will I still be able to see her? That day on the beach at sunset, Night Rose's gentle figure remained as vivid as ever. At the critical moment, she reached out and pulled him, saving him from Bailiang's hands. That kindness was deeply etched in his heart. Every time he thought of that mysterious older sister, a complex emotion surged in his mind, impossible to put into words. Lin Feier's gaze swept over the changes in Li Bo's expression, and she asked in confusion, What's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. Li Bo forced a dry laugh, speaking hurriedly. Lin Feier smiled and said in a comforting tone, Don't be nervous. My dad may look strict, but he's actually pretty easy to talk to. The corner of Li Bo's mouth twitched as he replied, I hope so. At the crucial moment, I'll still need you to say a word for me. I really didn't expect you to be this nervous just to ask a favor. Lin Feier teased as she pushed open the heavy wooden door to the living room. We're here. The moment the door opened, Lin Feng sat upright, conversing softly with Night Rose without taking his eyes off her. Blaze Burning Eagle stood to the side, his gaze as cold and sinister as a venomous snake. At the sight of that glaring killing intent, Li Bo's pupils constricted, and his heartbeat suddenly quickened. So he really is the expert Lin Feng put a bounty on. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Feier's back. Night Rose also turned around, her gaze freezing at the doorway. When she recognized Li Bo, her body gave a slight shudder. It's him, Night Rose. Li Bo's gaze shifted from Blaze Burning Eagle, and his heart jolted. He hadn't expected their reunion to come in this way. Lin Feier pulled Li Bo forward. Dad, let me introduce you. This is… Before she could finish, Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he interrupted at once. Li Bo, right? Huh. Dad, how do you know him? Haven't you two just met for the first time? Lin Feier asked in confusion. Silly girl. Lin Feng said with a laugh, his eyes sharp. This kid is the one who knocked you out of the top 8. How could I forget? His gaze then fell on Li Bo's neat suit, and he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Truly a hero among the young. Hello, uncle. Li Bo greeted politely with a nod. Night Rose smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of meaning. Oh? So you're the one who defeated Feier? Not bad at all. Li Bo smiled and fell into awkward silence. Lin Feng laughed loudly. This kid is the center of attention at the martial competition arena. Every time he shows up, he creates a huge splash. If you hadn't seen their fight, you'd definitely find it unbelievable. Night Rose said softly. I have, in fact, seen his abilities. Lin Feier suddenly lowered her head, her voice carrying a trace of apology. I'm sorry, teacher. I embarrassed you. Her gaze darted toward Night Rose, looking uneasy, and she was mentally preparing herself for punishment. Unexpectedly, Night Rose said, Losing to him isn't unjust. Huh. Lin Feier looked up at her teacher, her expression both incredulous and shocked. In the past, whenever her performance was poor, she would be severely punished. This time, however, she was being acknowledged by her teacher. She thought to herself, could it be that this teacher has fallen in love recently? Lin Feng teased, Enough about that. Fei, bringing your boyfriend home so late. Is there something important? Li Bo was hit by a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his balance. Yi Meiguei looked at him suspiciously, a hint of complicated probing hidden in her eyes. Dad, Lin Fei blushed and quickly explained, it's not what you think. Lin Feng was puzzled. You two still haven't made it official? Judging by your outfits, didn't you just come back from a date? Lin Fei changed the subject. Dad, let's talk about it later. Li Bo wants to enter the Tier 3 Thunder Pool. What? The Tier 3 Thunder Pool? Lin Feng's expression changed, his gaze carrying a deeper meaning. Then he pulled Lin Fei aside and lowered his voice to discuss it. While the two whispered, Yi Meiguei took 2 steps toward Li Bo and secretly pinched his arm hard. Little brother, not bad at all. So you even charmed my good disciple away. Ow, ow, ow. Li Bo cried out in pain, unable to stop himself from laughing. Li Bo's face twisted, his brows tightly furrowed as he cried out in pain. Good sister. Easy, easy. Yi Meiguei gave him a cool glance, then slowly let go of his arm. Li Bo rubbed his sore, aching shoulder and muttered, Good sister, it's been a while since we last met. I've missed you so much my heart's breaking. Oh, missed me. Yi Meiguei folded her arms across her chest, amusement flickering in her eyes. Then did you also trick my disciple away? Li Bo looked utterly innocent and hurriedly defended himself. Sister, that's not right. What do you mean I tricked her away? My disciple and I are completely above board. We haven't even held hands, he said. Unlike you and me. Yi Meiguei's expression shifted slightly, her brows faintly knitting together. The memory of that past beach escape suddenly surged back. Being chased by the patrol team, she had thrown herself into Li Bo's arms, and the shame of letting him take advantage of her was still vividly fresh. She rolled her eyes and smiled slyly, lifting her delicate brows. Go on, tell me, what exactly happened? Li Bo was scared stiff by her smile that wasn't quite a smile, and quickly laughed it off. Hee hee, if I tell you, you'll just get unhappy, so let's not talk about it. You smooth-talking brat. Yi Meiguei couldn't help but complain. Then her gaze calmed as she asked, You've become a hunter? Li Bo froze for half a second, then suddenly understood in his heart. Hunters could actually sense one another's presence. He nodded, tacitly admitting it. How about it? Hunters spend all day wallowing in mud and filth. Where's the dignity in that? It's hardly a good job. Night Rose asked curiously, arching an eyebrow. Li Bo looked at her in surprise. Oh, sister, you don't like being a hunter? You're an S-rank expert, and you still say that? Isn't that selling yourself short? A meaningful smile played at the corners of Night Rose's lips. I'd actually like to hear why you became a hunter. Why? Li Bo rubbed his chin, smiling mysteriously. It's a long story. If you want to hear it, let's find a place tonight and talk slowly under the lights. Under the lights? Night Rose glanced at Lin Fei and laughed mischievously. Little brother, Fei is still here. Teasing her teacher like this is a bit too bold, don't you think? Li Bo gave a wicked grin. Whether it's bold or not, doesn't sister have any idea in her heart? Ah, ow, ow, ow. Li Bo's expression changed as he suddenly turned his head. Night Rose twisted his arm again, and the joints made a grinding, cracking sound. Li Bo complained in a low voice, Sister, if you have something to say it nicely. If you keep twisting me like this, I can't take it. Let's see if you're still so sharp-tongued. Night Rose gave him a cold glare, then asked, Earlier, Fei said you were planning to enter the 3rd-tier Thunder Pool? Li Bo nodded slightly. For the illusory nether cloud? A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Li Bo froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth twitched as he smiled. Sister really is smart. You even figured that out. Just as I thought. Night Rose's gaze sharpened. That day at Sunset Beach, your illusory nether cloud took 2 lightning strikes from the White Lance lightning bird and came out unscathed. I knew then that your illusory nether cloud had an unusual ability to absorb lightning. I'm guessing that when you visited Fei's father today, you were hoping to use the Thunder Pool to evolve the illusory nether cloud. That's right. Li Bo gave a wry smile. Your S-rank eyesight really can't be hidden from. Your idea has some promise. Night Rose curved her lips. So far, aside from Dark Element Water and the Pure Dark sequence, I haven't seen any Beast Master use any other method to handle the illusory nether cloud. Using the same approach as nurturing an electric-type pet to force an evolution might really work. However, she changed tone and her gaze fell on Lin Feng. The 3rd-tier Thunder Pool isn't something you can just step into if you want. Li Bo sighed, fully aware of how dangerous entering the Thunder Pool would be. But for Ziyun, as long as there was even the slightest hope, he would never give up. His gaze passed over the still arguing father and daughter of the Lin family, staring intently at them, his nerves taut to the extreme. Blaze flame-devouring eagle. His eyes suddenly shifted to the side of Lin Feng, where the flame-light-jumping blaze flame-devouring eagle was. Pointing at Night Rose, he asked, Sister, this high-priced bounty on the Blaze flame-devouring eagle was posted by you, right? Oh, Night Rose raised her eyebrows slightly. From the way you're saying it, little brother, are you quite interested in this bounty? Faye's father spent a full 100 million to save this Blaze flame-devouring eagle. 100 million? Li Bo widened his eyes. The bounty clearly says 50 million. That difference is way too ruthless to skim off. Why are you staring at me? Yi Meiguei shot him a cold glance, her tone light with a smile, yet edged with hidden flaw. Most of the money was taken by the Hunter Association. My job was only to release the information outside. Fei is my disciple, and even if she's my sister, I wouldn't do something so conscience-stricken. Damn it. No wonder this Hunter Association is so easy to get into. Li Bo suddenly understood. Turns out all the dirty, back-breaking work has to be done by the Hunters, while the association just lies back and counts money. Little brother, you've got some real skills. Yi Meiguei teased with a smile. Just right, I'll certify you myself. As long as you cure the blazing flame-burning eagle, the 50 million will be in your account right away. Li Bo curled the corners of his mouth. Good sister, you really think highly of me. You've got plenty of wild ideas. You even managed to take down a boss-level ferocious beast. What's so hard about saving this blazing flame-burning eagle that's already at the 9th rank? Though it was said as a joke, Yi Meiguei's words still carried undeniable admiration. You're overthinking it. Li Bo gave a wry smile and turned to stare at the blazing flame-burning eagle, whose skeletal frame was starkly exposed and whose half of its fiery red wings had shattered, examining it carefully. Name, blazing flame-burning eagle, gender, male, attributes, flame, flight, level, 9th rank peak. Potential, top tier, skills, flame blade, intermediate, flame pounce, intermediate, storm impact, advanced, broken feather slaughter, advanced. Status, hanging by a thread. Description, a rare beast species with a violent temper. After consuming a type of dragon turtle treasure blood, the flame intensity within its body surged sharply, its attributes became unbalanced, its flames went out of control, and its body was burned into a half-crippled state. So it used that thing. Li Bo glanced meaningfully at Yi Meiguei. It seemed that the so-called backer he had mentioned back then was this Lin Feng in front of him. He hadn't expected that the dragon turtle treasure blood, reputed to be able to break through limits, had nearly killed this blazing flame-burning eagle instead. Just as Li Bo was focusing on examining the blazing flame-burning eagle, Lin Feng and the other person slowly approached. With a warm smile, Lin Feng looked at Li Bo and said, Li Bo, Fei has already explained the whole story to me. Using a third-tier thunder pool to temper an ordinary pet beast is a crazy idea, but I rather admire your courage. Hearing this, a gleam flashed in Li Bo's eyes as he asked excitedly, Then, Uncle, can I go into the thunder pool and give it a try? Lin Feng gently shook his head. You know as well that the real authority over the thunder pool lies with the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. Though I'd like to help you, the association's rules are strict. As chairman, I must be the first to abide by them. There are several hard requirements for entering the thunder pool, and I need to make them clear to you. Hard requirements. Li Bo's expression darkened. Please speak plainly, Uncle. Lin Feng pressed his lips into a smile and said, The third-tier thunder pool was jointly established by the association, and electric-type beast tamers guarded on duty every day. Before I became chairman, I swore to uphold 3 iron rules. Only if you meet one of them can you enter. 3 iron rules. Li Bo frowned deeply and asked in confusion. Yes, the first one is for those who have made a significant contribution to the association. Contribution? Li Bo pinched his chin, thinking that he had almost no interaction with the association. How could he possibly talk about contribution? He shook his head and asked, What about the second one? The second is possessing a precious item recognized by the association. A precious item? Li Bo stroked his chin and thought to himself, Isn't this just a hidden way of charging admission? Lin Feng hadn't specified the exact standard, but the remaining bottle of dragon turtle treasure blood on him should count as a rare item, right? He didn't say that out loud, and instead asked, What's the third one? Huh. Lin Feng's eyes glinted cunningly as he smiled. As for the third, it's that core members of the association have the right to directly send one relative into the thunder pool within the year. Core member. Li Bo looked at Lin Feng, thinking to himself, Isn't the chairman a core member? This relative relationship. Old fox Lin Feng. Is there some hidden meaning here? He turned his gaze to Lin Fei, only to see her averting her eyes, avoiding his direct stare. Hey, Li Bo, Lin Feng suddenly said. Because of Fei, I've been paying quite a bit of attention to you. You live alone in the lower district, relying entirely on scholarships and financial aid, so naturally you wouldn't have anything in your hands that the association would consider important. So the first 2 are ruled out directly. What does Uncle mean by that? Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. Huh. Lin Feng laughed, his voice carrying a hidden meaning, like the silence before a storm. Then I'll say it plainly. According to the association's third iron rule, I can arrange one relative each year to enter the Thunder Pool directly. Right now, the condition is very simple. As long as you marry Fei, stepping into the Thunder Pool will be only natural, and the other members won't object either. What? As soon as the words fell, Li Bo's mouth nearly failed to close. So shocked he almost dropped to the ground. Beside him, Night Rose's expression turned complicated. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so direct. Silently, she fixed her gaze on Li Bo, carefully watching his reaction. Dad. No. Lin Fei frowned and hurriedly tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. Hee Fei, don't you like this boy? Lin Feng said indulgently with a smile. After all this time, he may be poor, but his character and talent are both quite good. He's a potential stock. And since your teacher is here today, let's just have you decide this matter. Hey, since when did you get to decide? Shouldn't you ask me first? Black lines instantly appeared all over Li Bo's face. Oh, Lin Feng turned and stared at Li Bo, raising his brows. From the way you say that, it sounds like you're not too willing. It's not a matter of willingness. Marriage is a major life event. How can it be handled so casually? Uncle, Fei and I only just met. We haven't even gotten to know each other properly, and you're already setting an engagement. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Li Bo suppressed his anger and explained carefully. I understand. First get engaged, then formally marry after graduation. That won't be too late. Lin Feng smiled. Li Bo, you need to think this through. I only have one daughter, and the Lin family's assets will all belong to Fei in the future. If you marry her, the entire Zhanghai will have to go around you. Lin Feng's promise spread over him like a giant net. Li Bo could only smile bitterly, speechless. Uncle, to be honest, right now I only want to focus on beast-taming cultivation. I have no plans to talk about marriage. If you force this arrangement, I'm afraid not only will I feel bad, Fei won't agree either. As he spoke, he hurriedly glanced toward Lin Fei, winking at her, hoping she would speak up for him. Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't joke around, you brat. Lin Feng frowned deeply, unable to hide his suspicion. If you wanted to enter the Thunder Pool, why resort to all these tricks? The illness of the blazing flame hawk is extremely rare. How could you possibly cure it on your own? You might as well just obediently become my son-in-law. Li Bo asked in return, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. You haven't even tried, and you've already decided I can't do it? As long as Uncle agrees, if I cure your blazing flame hawk, don't force me to marry Fei and allow me to enter the Thunder Pool. You. A trace of hesitation flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. He stared at Li Bo and fell silent for a moment, secretly guessing in his heart. Is this kid for real? Could he really have such a secret method? He turned around, cleared his throat, and said in a steady voice with a hint of seriousness. If you can really cure the blazing flame hawk, I'll allow you to enter the Thunder Pool and won't force the marriage anymore. However, his tone shifted. If you can't cure it, then just obediently be my son-in-law. Li Bo's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help cursing old fox in his heart, but the corners of his mouth still wore a confident smile. He turned and gave Night Rose a mysterious glance. At once, a message flashed before Night Rose's eyes, the text clearly appearing. The bounty number 4210 under your charge has been taken over by Hunter Li Bo. Please track the progress in time. She blinked her long eyelashes, looked at Li Bo, and said with a teasing smile, You're quite bold to make that promise. Just don't end up screwing yourself over in the end. In front of everyone, Li Bo went straight toward the blazing flame hawk, took out the system interface, and clicked into the status tab. He knew this panel system had a secret function. When a pet beast's condition worsened, it would automatically push corresponding recovery suggestions. Dying breath. The flame-burning eagle has little life left, but there is still a glimmer of hope. Because its body is only half-formed, the chaos inside it has run rampant. The excess flesh and blood can be cut away to achieve a unified state. It is recommended to continue using Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood. Note, because the Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood strengthens the flames within the flame-burning eagle, if the fire becomes too fierce, there is a risk of self-destruction. When using it, be sure to keep the flame intensity within a range it can withstand. Cut away the excess flesh and blood. Li Bo pinched his chin, his gaze deep. He summarized the key points for treating the flame-burning eagle as two. First, continue using Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood. Second, strictly control the flames rampaging within its body. Seeing his brows tightly furrowed, Night Rose asked curiously, What is it? Did something difficult come up? Li Bo took a deep breath and faced Lin Feng. The reason the flame-burning eagle ended up like this is precisely because it used Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood. He then turned to the others and continued. If we want to cure it, we must keep using Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood. What? We still have to keep using Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood? Lin Feng was shocked, his eyes flickering. No. How do you know the flame-burning eagle has used Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood? By rights, whether it was the bounty on the Dragon Tortoise or the use of the precious blood on the flame-burning eagle, these were all highly confidential. Among those present, only Night Rose knew, and even Feyre herself was unaware. Night Rose tilted her head and looked at Li Bo, surprised and secretly impressed, her confidence quietly growing. Lin Feyre parted her red lips. Clearly, these topics had already gone beyond her understanding. She hadn't expected Li Bo to actually be able to discuss such profound matters with her father and master, and a light smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Li Bo chuckled. Since I dared to promise I'd cure it, I'm naturally confident. If I couldn't even recognize the condition, how could Uncle trust me? Lin Feng eyed Li Bo suspiciously, carefully examining him. Thinking back to how Feyre had said this kid had won the top spot in the city's liberal arts exam, it was reasonable that he would know Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood. You just said, we still have to keep using Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood? Lin Feng asked in confusion, his brows knitting even tighter. You know as well that the flame-burning eagle couldn't withstand the pressure of the Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood, so it simply set itself on fire and burned itself up, ending up like this. It has already lost half its body. If we rashly use this precious blood again, I'm afraid only bones will be left of its entire body. Then let it lose everything completely, no matter. Li Bo's voice was calm and resolute. If we want to restore it, the only way is to ruthlessly cut away the withered flesh and blood, so that its condition becomes completely unified. Cut away all the flesh and blood. Lin Feng and the other two changed color, their eyes widening. None of them had ever heard of such a crazy treatment method. Could there be a mistake? Lin Feng frowned deeply, his voice low. Li Bo, Uncle isn't doubting you. It's just that this method is too extreme. Is there really no gentler way? Li Bo shook his head, his eyes as resolute as the dead of winter. Break the cauldron and sink the boats. This is the only way to survive. Break the cauldron and sink the boats, Lin Feng murmured, his face grim, worry pressing down on him like dark clouds overhead. Uncle, please rest assured. Li Bo straightened his chest. Continuing to use Dragon Tortoise Precious Blood will indeed make the flame-burning eagle suffer immensely, but I will control the intensity of the flames so it can barely endure them. Lin Feng kept his brows tightly locked, weighing the matter in his heart, hesitating for a long time. He finally turned his gaze to Night Rose. Night Rose, you're Feyre's teacher and highly experienced. Do you think what Li Bo said is feasible? Night Rose curved her lips in a smile, her tone relaxed. Honestly, I can't guarantee it, but you might as well take a gamble. Maybe he really can work a miracle in a critical moment. She gave Li Bo a meaningful side glance, and the image of him single-handedly killing the dragon turtle leader flashed through her mind, a scene as unbelievable as a dream. Lin Feng was silent in thought for a long time before finally gritting his teeth. Fine. The blazing flame-burning eagle won't be able to hold on for many more days. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, we might as well take a chance and let you try first. As soon as Li Bo heard that, a smile immediately spread across his face. Uncle, do you happen to have any spare dragon turtle divine blood on hand? This? Lin Feng exchanged a look with Night Rose and sighed. Ah, if I'd known, I would have had you get more. I already used up the divine blood I had earlier. Used up already? Li Bo was speechless, thinking to himself. I'm here to heal you, and now I even have to put up my bottle of divine blood too. He began calculating whether he should set some conditions and force Lin Feng to buy this bottle of divine blood. Bang! Lin Feng suddenly clapped his hands, his tone excited. Oh, I just remembered. Before, there was a hunter who traded dragon turtle divine blood for a ticket into the Thunder Pool. Someone else wants to enter the Thunder Pool? And they're carrying divine blood. Li Bo's heart tightened, and his mind raced. For the battle at Sunset Beach, he and Night Rose only had 5 people altogether. I've never seen Scar and Huang Yan's pets, but Bai Liang does have a Thunderbird. Could it be him? Thinking back to the days when he had been bullied, Li Bo clenched his fists. If Night Rose hadn't stepped in time, he and Little White and Cloud Purple would already have been memorialized in the sea. Dragon Turtle Divine Blood is extremely valuable. It was the second threshold for entering the Thunder Pool, so the association approved his qualification back then. However, Lin Feng changed tone, his brows tightly furrowed. The Divine Blood has already been handed over to the association. It's not my personal property. Taking it without permission would probably be against the rules. What's so hard about that? Li Bo decided immediately. Uncle, as long as we use the Lin family's finances to make up an equivalent item, replacing this bottle of divine blood wouldn't be difficult at all. Since the divine blood is the key to saving the blazing flame-burning eagle, It's understandable if you use it on the association side as well. Once this is done, just submit an equivalent treasure afterward to make up for it. No one will make things difficult for you. A glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he looked at Li Bo with a sly expression. You brat, your head really works fast. He suddenly burst into laughter. That's actually a good compromise. I'll personally explain the whole story to the association, then pay out of my own pocket as compensation and offer double on top of that. That'll settle this. Then it's settled. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, he turned to look at Lin Feier. Feier, leave this to you. Okay, Dad, I'll go apply to the association for the divine blood right now. Lin Feier said with a delighted expression, turning and sprinting toward the Lin family gate. Half an hour later, Lin Feier returned, clutching an exquisite blood vial in her hand. Lin Feng took it, shook it gently, and murmured with a sigh. I thought the news would travel fast, but I never expected 3 more assassins to show up at Sunset Beach. Who knows where they got wind of it? You said that wrong, it's 4. Night Rose changed her tone, her peripheral vision sweeping over Li Bo. The trouble with the dragon turtle's divine blood is far more serious than I imagined this time. I received word that a group of experts sent by Sakura Country have quietly infiltrated Jianhai to investigate. Night Rose, you need to be extra careful. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed, his voice steady and imposing. I'm not worried about myself. It's others who should be careful. Night Rose deliberately raised her voice, her words hiding a blade, clearly warning Li Bo. Ahem. Li Bo cleared his throat and said firmly, now that we have the divine blood, the treatment for the flame-burning eagle should begin. Lin Feng nodded. Li Bo, as you said, we need to feed the divine blood to the flame-burning eagle, right? Exactly. The flame-burning eagle has a fiery temper. No one but me can get close to it. I'll have to do this myself. Lin Feng stepped forward and stood before the flame-burning eagle, twisting off the cap of the blood vial in his hand. Like speaking to an old friend, he said softly, Old buddy, the years we spent through war and fire are still vivid in my memory. I can't bear to see you lying here like this. I don't know whether this will work, but rather than lingering on, it's better to burn once more. Sensing its master's resolve, the flame-burning eagle's gaze turned determined and sharp. It let out a creaking sound as it rose to its feet and slowly opened its blood-red beak. Lin Feng brought the mouth of the dragon turtle divine blood vial close, and the blood slowly flowed into its mouth. Boom. At that moment, the dim flames on the flame-burning eagle's right side suddenly erupted. The firelight bloomed like a flower of flames, flickering and dancing, so enchanting it was almost soul-stealing, impossible not to be drawn to. The flame-burning eagle trembled all over, the pain from the true dragon bloodline slicing through its body like a blade. Just as Li Bo had predicted, the flames of the dragon turtle's divine blood were violently fierce, almost brutal. The flames surged rapidly, and the agony of half its body being devoured crashed over it like a tide. Crackle, crackle. The flame-burning eagle's crimson feathers burned and crackled, and the scorched flesh gave off a pungent stench that spread throughout the room. Lin Feier had tears in her eyes, turned her head away, and could no longer bear to look at this cruel scene. To her, the blazing flame-hunting eagle was not just a pet, but more like a family member who had grown up alongside her. Lin Feng clenched his fists and endured the pain in his heart. The pet beast was being tormented, and the beast tamer's spirit was being pushed to its limit as well, but at this moment, calmness had to be maintained. Does it really work? Night Rose's lips parted slightly, and she couldn't help glancing at Li Bo. Beads of cold sweat had seeped from the other man's forehead, and his eyes were fixed tightly on the blazing flame-hunting eagle. The flames grew stronger and stronger, mercilessly swallowing the feathers and flesh, until the bones were revealed in a ghastly bone white. Just like when Lin Feng first injected the precious blood, the fierce flames burned away the other half of the body. The flames haven't stopped. Lin Feier frowned tightly, worry written all over her face. Li Bo, could it be that the time still isn't right? Li Bo said word by word, without looking away, calm and firm. Wait a little longer. The state still isn't stable. Suddenly, with a boom, it erupted in a fierce blast. Flames enveloped half a skeleton, and the blazing flame-hunting eagle's head and entire body were suddenly surrounded by raging fire. The blaze shot into the sky, shaking several chandeliers in the hall to pieces. It's actually still alive. Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised, excitement in his voice. The condition has stabilized. A fierce fighting spirit flashed in Li Bo's eyes. This meant that as long as the blazing flame-hunting eagle could control the flames of the precious blood, it was considered a success. Now, Li Bo shouted, sweeping his hands into a summoning gesture. HM, is he summoning the frost condensation ice dragon? Lin Feier looked on in astonishment. Lin Feng and Night Rose were also drawn in, staring intently at Li Bo's movements. But what shocked them was that the summoning array Li Bo used was not the green top-tier halo, but a blinding yellow light. Come out, Ziyun! As the radiance flashed, a mass of dark purple mist quietly floated before everyone. At first sight of Ziyun's figure, Lin Feier froze. This is your second pet beast? The mysterious aura radiating from Ziyun washed over them head-on, so powerful that Lin Feier's heart tightened. As expected, this guy was hiding far more than she had imagined. Brother Li Bo, I'm ready. Ziyun's voice softly echoed in his mind. Li Bo nodded. Activate the curse of resentment. Cool it down immediately. Ziyun's eyes began to glow with a cold light, and a ghostly wailing suddenly reverberated through the air, as if wronged souls were crying out, shrill and piercing to the bone. Everyone turned to look at the flame eagle, only to be surprised to find that the patterns on its body were quietly changing. The blazing crimson flames suddenly dimmed, then rapidly transformed into a deep azure blue flame. Azure blue flames? Night Rose raised an eyebrow, shifting her gaze to Li Bo. His sharply defined profile revealed determination, his gaze deep and focused. Looking at him, Lin Feier felt a moment of daze, instantly understanding why she had been so captivated. So cold. Lin Feier subconsciously wrapped her arms around herself. The air turned frigid in an instant, as if ice water had been poured over her head, and the temperature plummeted. A look of excitement appeared on Lin Feng's face. As the crimson flames receded, he clearly felt the flame-burning eagle's injuries rapidly recovering. Even more shocking was that the flame-burning eagle's aura surged skyward like a storm, rising with such intensity that Lin Feng's eyelids trembled. Flame-burning eagle. Could it be? His heartbeat skipped a beat. Night Rose stared intently at the bizarre figure whose skeleton was wrapped in deep blue flames, her eyes widening instantly, as she could not suppress her shock. This aura is liturgy. The tense expression on Li Bo's face finally relaxed into a faint smile. I think you can start calling it the Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle. This is evolution? Lin Feier asked tentatively, her eyes full of confusion. The beast before them was nothing more than the skeleton left behind after the flame-burning eagle had burned away. The icy, bone-chilling azure blue flames on the skeleton were like sharp blades, cold and intimidating, shaking the soul. A surge of wild joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. I never expected you not only to save the flame-burning eagle, but also help it break through its limits and become liturgy. Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle. Who would have thought I, Lin Feng, would actually have a liturgy pet? Ha ha. His excitement was plain to see. Looking at the handsome young man before him, he was filled with mixed emotions, admiration for his talent, and regret for not having recognized this chosen one earlier. You, how on earth did you do it? Night Rose stared at Li Bo in shock. He seemed like an ordinary second-rank beast tamer, yet time and again aimed at her understanding. As a beast tamer of a leader-level pet, she knew all too well how difficult it was to cross from outstanding to leader level. This Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle was equivalent to a qualitative leap for the flame-burning eagle. In Jianghai City, a pet owner with such combat power was undoubtedly among the ranks of experts. The several forces that had originally been able to keep the Lin family in check would likely be thrown into panic and beaten back by this Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle from now on. Li Bo, you actually know healing and nurturing too. Lin Feier looked at him with reverence, delight sparkling in her eyes. Li Bo, Feier really didn't misjudge you. Lin Feng slapped his shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. There's no need to flatter me. Li Bo said with a faint smile. The flame-burning eagle was able to evolve thanks to the power of the dragon tortoise precious blood. I merely helped it absorb it properly. So it seems, the Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle seems to have an evil attribute. Night Rose frowned slightly. Li Bo nodded. That's right. The current Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle has fused the powers of evil, fire, and flight. He gazed at the blue-green flames and continued. Unlike the scorching, violent flames of the flame-burning eagle, these flames are extremely cold and sharp, hiding formidable power. An extremely cold flame? Everyone looked puzzled. Just hearing the name made cold and heat seem to oppose each other, utterly contradictory. Li Bo explained. This kind of flame can burn the soul of a pet beast. Combined with the strange power of the evil attribute, the Azure Nether Bone-Devouring Eagle has limitless potential and will sooner or later become renowned throughout Jianghai. Hearing him say that, Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly with excitement, and his eyes flickered with killing intent and desire. With the Qingming Bone-Eating Eagle, if I run into troublesome opponents in the future, I won't have to trouble Teacher Feier anymore. Night Rose's lips curled slightly, and her gaze swept towards Yun beside her, carrying a hint of approval. Now I can be sure of it. This Huanming cloud of yours can actually reverse buff effects. What? Reverse buffing? Lin Feng froze. I remember skills with that sort of rule-like effect are only found in top-tier pets with absurdly high sequence ranks. But Ziyun doesn't even look like it's reached elite grade yet. He widened his eyes and looked at Li Bo in astonishment. A tiny place like Jianghai actually produced a beast-taming genius like you. That old fox Lu Jun must be smiling in his sleep. It was just luck. Li Bo smiled faintly, brushing off the past with a light remark. Uncle, as I said before, I came to the third-level Thunder Pool this time for Ziyun's evolution. Now that I've successfully saved your pet, you can't go back on your word. Haha, kid, who do you think I am, Lin Feng? Lin Feng laughed heartily. You saved the life of the flame-burning eagle and even pushed it past its limit. No matter how you put it, I have to let you into that third-level Thunder Pool. Whenever you want to go, I'll arrange it right away. Li Bo's expression brightened. As soon as possible. Best if it's tonight. Tonight? So urgent? It's already this late. Why not rest first and go tomorrow? Lin Feng blinked in surprise. Dad, you don't know? Lin Feier said with a sly grin. Mao Shui has been all the rage lately. Li Bo doesn't want to be crushed by that old flame at a crucial moment. The Mu family's daughter? I see. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, since you're so insistent, I'll notify the association to make arrangements right away. Thank you, Uncle. Li Bo finally relaxed. After all this trouble, he could finally enter the Thunder Pool. Lin Feier then said, Li Bo, next Dad will take you to the Thunder Pool. I won't be able to help. Teacher's back, and I've got training issues I need to ask her about. All right then. Li Bo waved to the father and daughter, and even deliberately wigged his fingers, as if making the number 5. Night Rose caught the meaning and softly said, Cunning little brat. The Thunder Pool was located in the central part of Jianghai. By the time Lin Feng brought Li Bo to the entrance, night had already fallen. A number of well-equipped beast tamers were patrolling and guarding outside. Lin Feng nodded at them, then led Li Bo straight inside. When they reached an elevator entrance, Lin Feng stopped. Li Bo looked around in confusion. On the elevator panel, there was only a down button. He asked, The Thunder Pool is underground? Lin Feng pressed the button and smiled. The third-tier Thunder Pool of Jianghai is built 10 kilometers underground. 10 kilometers? Li Bo's eyes widened, stunned by the depth. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Lin Feng waved him in and said, Come on, I'll explain as we go. The elevator descended slowly, passing through darkness and cold as Lin Feng began. Li Bo, are you wondering why the Thunder Pool had to be built so deep? Li Bo nodded, deep in thought. Wouldn't it be more convenient to build it on the surface? The cost would be lower, and operation would be easier. Underground, charging for back-and-forth travel wouldn't be convenient, and management would be more complicated, right? Lin Feng smiled and said, We also know that an underground Thunder Pool is expensive. Back then, Feier's grandfather insisted on building this third-tier Thunder Pool, and many people in the Lin family strongly opposed it. From the way you're saying it, it sounds like there's a secret behind this third-tier Thunder Pool. Li Bo's eyes lit up. Exactly, Lin Feng said. Level 3 Thunder Pools are different from Level 1 and Level 2 ones. Each one has a construction structure that is unique. Do you know that? Li Bo suddenly grew interested. Please tell me more, Uncle. Lin Feng paused for a moment. Level 1 and Level 2 Thunder Pools usually rely on a large number of exceptional electric-type pets to output power, providing stable electricity to keep them running. But a Level 3 Thunder Pool has enormous energy storage, so it must have a powerful and stable electric core. A powerful and stable power core. Li Bo muttered to himself, stroking his chin. That means something that can keep releasing electricity non-stop. His eyes suddenly lit up. I've heard of this. When a high-level ancient electric-type pet falls, some of its body parts can petrify and be buried deep underground, and those parts store surging electricity. Could it be? Li Bo suddenly stared at Lin Feng, his gaze sharp. You're a clever one. Lin Feng laughed heartily, his voice shaking the air. The thing discovered underground back then was precisely a pair of fangs from an ancient electric beast. Back then, even Feier's grandfather had once tried to move that piece of tooth bone off the ground, but the lightning contained within it raged like a violent storm. Merely approaching it caused several beast masters to collapse on the spot, their lives hanging by a thread. How could anyone dare act rashly? In the end, they decided to take a detour and directly dig out a tunnel. They then set that tooth bone as the power supply core and constructed this Level 3 Thunder Pool deep underground. A pair of tooth bones. Li Bo looked confused, his brows tightly furrowed, his voice low. I'd very much like to know, what kind of ferocious beast's teeth could support such a thunder pool and supply power for so many years? Lin Feng smiled mysteriously, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. The thunder saber-toothed tiger. The thunder saber-toothed tiger? Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. That ancient ferocious beast has long since gone extinct. It said that the lightning within its body raged wildly, enough to tear apart the void and shatter stars. I never expected its teeth would actually be hidden here. Haha, Lin Feng said with a smile. There are many versions of the legend of the thunder saber-toothed tiger, but no one has ever truly seen its power. However, judging from the intensity of the lightning released by these two teeth, it is definitely not just for show. So, Uncle has been using the thunder saber-toothed tiger's teeth as the core to supply electricity for the entire Zhanghai city? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. When the level 3 Thunder Pool was built back then, it was estimated to last about 20 years. But the Lin family has operated it until now, full 50 years, and its thunder power is still immense, bringing the Lin family abundant profits. So that's how it is. Li Bo's voice lowered, a glimmer flickering in his eyes. Just two teeth actually contain such a violent power. How terrifying must that thunder sword-tusked tiger have been at its peak? We're here. The elevator doors suddenly opened, and Lin Feng led Li Bo to a bluish curtain of light. In front of the light curtain stood two beastmasters with impressive skills. The guards first nodded respectfully to Lin Feng, then looked over Li Bo with puzzled expressions. Chairman Lin? And this is? This is my son-in-law, Lin Feng said casually. What? Li Bo nearly dropped his eyes to the floor. Uncle, didn't we agree? Before he could finish, Lin Feng gave him a mysterious wink. Li Bo's heart stirred, and he understood that this identity was something Lin Feng had made up on the spot for convenience, so he could enter the Thunder Pool. But why did it have to be son-in-law? He couldn't make sense of it, and could only curse Lin Feng in helpless annoyance for being old and crafty. Li Bo grinned, indicating his tacit agreement. Son-in-law? Then isn't he the eldest young ladies? The two guards exchanged a glance, a hint of envy and an unmistakable trace of jealousy flashing across their faces. They couldn't help but look at Li Bo a few more times, wondering what exactly was so special about this kid. However, they did not dare dig any deeper. Taking the special pass Lin Feng handed over, they stepped aside and cleared the way. Lin Feng instructed, go get a set of insulating gear for Li Bo as a spare. Understood, Chairman Lin. Not long after, a guard brought over a white hooded cloak. Its material was unusual, faintly exuding a chilly sensation. Lin Feng handed it to Li Bo and reminded him, although electric-type beastmasters are stationed inside the Thunder Pool, electrical surges can still occasionally run out of control. Only by wearing this insulating outfit can you be sure of your safety. Run out of control? Li Bo was stunned, but still obediently put it on. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. That's much safer. Then his tone shifted as he seriously warned. Li Bo, the level 3 Thunder Pool is no joke. If your beast shows any unusual signs, withdraw immediately. Don't force it. His words were full of concern, and Li Bo replied solemnly. Understood, uncle. I'll be careful. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you from your training. After Lin Feng left, the two guards once again stood in front of Li Bo. What's this about? Li Bo narrowed his eyes at them. Don't misunderstand. We're not trying to make things difficult for you, one guard said seriously. Since this is your first time entering the Thunder Pool, there are a few rules that must be made clear first. Li Basong let out a breath of relief and nodded. Please go ahead. First, there are electric-type beastmasters carrying out missions in the Thunder Pool. When you're training, try not to disturb them. I understand. Second, there are other people training in the Thunder Pool as well. Avoid any conflicts or fights. Anything else? Third, and most important, it is strictly forbidden to summon any non-electric pet beasts in the Thunder Pool. Otherwise, your body and soul will be reduced to ashes. The guard's voice was grave, pressing the air into a tense stillness. Li Bo's eyes tightened at those words, and he frowned deeply. That's serious. The guard's voice was low, carrying a hint of warning. The tusk bone contains an unknown red electric current. It's violent and indiscriminate, and will strike any pet beast regardless of its type. This power has once severely injured many top-tier powerhouses. Li Bo drew a sharp breath. Red electric current? There's such a strange thing. Severely injure top-tier powerhouses. Just how terrifying must its power be? The guard nodded. Yes, this current has existed since the Thunder Pool was first built. As long as the rules aren't broken, accidents are virtually impossible. Li Bo's gaze darkened as he swept over the blue barrier. After a brief hesitation, he clenched his teeth and stepped forward, suddenly entering it. The moment he walked through the barrier, he was stunned by the scene before him. This was a massive circular pool, about 50 meters in diameter. Blue lightning danced wildly, like snakes as thick as a baby's arm, coiling and tearing through the pool as sparks flew everywhere. Thunderclaps crackled incessantly, and the air was filled with piercing shrieks that left him dizzy and disoriented. At the center stood two 10-meter-long ivory-white fangs, as thick as pillars, tightly sealed within a thick, transparent glass cover. At first sight of this object, Li Bo felt a sharp and ferocious force slam straight into his chest. So this is the bone tusks of the Thunderclaw saber-toothed tiger? A flash of shock crossed Li Bo's eyes. Just these two saber fangs were already so massive. How enormous must the Thunderclaw saber-toothed tiger itself have been? That monstrous beast must at least have possessed the aura of a tyrant-level being. What puzzled him even more was the tusk bone on the right side, where faint red arcs of lightning were actually flickering on its surface. Though not dazzling, amid the pool of blue-white lightning, that streak of red was exceptionally eye-catching. Red current, rare. Li Bo looked up. Around the lightning pool, 18 thick steel pillars stood towering. At the top of each pillar, separated by glass, was an independent small space where beast masters and their contracted beasts stood safely. Arclight jellyfish, silverhorn thunder horse, electric radiance kite, thunderlight bat. Upon closer inspection, he saw that all these contracted beasts were without exception electric type. So this must be a special residence set up by the Jianghai Beast Master Association for beast masters operating the lightning pool. Li Bo then noticed that behind each steel pillar, hundreds and thousands of cables crisscrossed in all directions. He suddenly understood the secret behind the lightning pool's power supply. The two fangs continuously surged with electricity, injecting it into the lightning pool. Electric-type contracted beasts guided this current through the special devices inside the steel pillars. Then, through the intricate cables, it was transmitted throughout Jianghai, driving the city's lights and machines. Li Bo looked away and found that, aside from himself, there were only a few beast masters scattered around the lightning pool. They stood like statues, their sharp gazes fixed tightly on the depths of the lightning pool, clearly honing their contracted beasts. Suddenly, a second-tier beast master noticed Li Bo's appearance and turned in surprise. Several pairs of eyes shot over at once. Li Bo gave an awkward smile and nodded helplessly in greeting. As he looked around, his eyes suddenly tightened. Across the lightning pool, a familiar figure was grinning maliciously at him. His expression stiffened, and his pupils contracted sharply. Bai Liang. Haha, kid, never thought I'd run into you here. Bai Liang's voice was sharp and thin, not very loud, yet it reached Li Bo's ears directly. On the platform, several electric-type beastmasters frowned and began arguing in low voices. From the looks of it, it should be the rare pet Phantom Nethercloud. I never expected it to come here to train in the Thunder Pool. Phantom Nethercloud? Isn't that a dark-type pet? Its appearance here would inevitably enrage that bolt of lightning burning with red flames inside the tooth bones. I don't think so. Although the Phantom Nethercloud isn't very high level, its ability to digest lightning far exceeds our imagination. Maybe it can even swallow that red lightning too, bringing a bit of peace to our level 3 Thunder Pool. Don't make it sound so easy. That red lightning is full of dominance, cunning as if it has its own consciousness. Whenever it meets a strong enemy, it hides deep inside the tooth bones and refuses to come out. So many powerful wood-type beastmasters have failed to tame it. If this keeps up, will that Phantom Nethercloud eat our Thunder Pool dry? What nonsense. The power contained in that ancient lightning is like mountains pressing down on you. These two tooth bones have supplied electricity to the river and sea for so many years and still stand unmoved. The Phantom Nethercloud doesn't have the ability to eat it all. Should we warn the kid? Even though the tooth bones keep sending out power, that Phantom Nethercloud is too fierce. It hasn't been long since it entered the Thunder Pool, yet it's already absorbed a lot of the current. If the current from the electric pillars drops, it'll affect our city's power supply. Forget it, don't disturb him. Security says that kid is Chairman Lin's son-in-law. This is the chairman's first time opening permissions for relatives to enter the Thunder Pool. We should at least give some face. What? The Lin family's young lady was taken away by this kid. I was still planning to introduce my son to Feier, and he actually got there before me. What's your son doing mixed up in this? With how he is, Feier wouldn't even look at him. This kid in front of us may not be very high level, but he's resolute and decisive, daring to enter a level 3 Thunder Pool. He's quite bold. All right, stop arguing. It's already almost midnight, the off-peak time for electricity. We just need to maintain the city's basic power supply. Li Bo stared unblinkingly at the Thunder Pool beneath Ziyun's feet. Even though bolt after bolt of lightning kept striking her body, the readings on the panel remained steady. What shocked him even more was that Ziyun's appetite had become increasingly picky, and her absorption of electricity was far faster than when she had first entered the pool. Within the Thunder Pool, an eerie scene quietly took shape. Whenever the lightning in the Thunder Pool was about to be drained dry, the Fongbones seemed to sense danger and began frantically drawing lightning from the bottom of the pool. And before that current could even spread, Ziyun quickly swallowed it into her body. Several nearby beast tamers who had come to train could only shake their heads helplessly. watching as most of the electricity was snatched away by phantom dark cloud. Their own pets simply could not absorb any thunder energy, losing their chance to train. The electric-type beast tamer standing on the tall pillar suddenly gave an order toward the horn on the roof. The thunder pool is overloaded. Other beast tamers may leave first, but your entry qualification will be retained. Once Phantom Dark Cloud completes its tempering and the thunder pool is filled with lightning again, re-entry will be allowed. At the sound, everyone looked at one another, unable to help casting incredulous gazes. Bai Liang said with doubt, "What exactly is this kid using to get into the thunder pool? Even the Beast Tamer Association is giving him face. Could it be that he used that dragon tortoise crystal core from earlier as bargaining chip?" A middle-aged man beside Li Bo withdrew his pet beast and smiled at him with a meaningful look. "Didn't expect you, young man, to have connections." Li Bo scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, uncle. I delayed your training." The man shook his head and smiled. "No need to apologize. It's getting late anyway, and I was just about to rest. Keeping the Thunder Pool qualification is basically like getting one extra free chance." Time flew by, and 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the trainers gradually departed, the pet beasts in the Thunder Pool became fewer and fewer, and the air was left with only a quiet afterglow. Li Bo was shocked to discover that Bai Liang's Thunderbird still hadn't left the Thunder Pool. The lightning gradually thinned out, and the Thunderbird quietly lurked in a dark corner, slowly recovering its stamina. This guy still isn't leaving? He narrowed his eyes, a question rising in his heart. What exactly was Bai Liang's real purpose in coming here? With curiosity, he once again opened the Thunderbird status panel and examined it carefully. Name: Thunderbird. Gender: male. Attribute: flying, electric. Level: Elite Stage 6. Potential: excellent. Status: injured. Skills: Wind Wings, beginner. Thunder Strike, intermediate. Intermediate. Thunder Fusion Art, intermediate. Feather Spin Strike, advanced. Description: this Thunderbird has an ordinary bloodline, but some exceptionally gifted individuals of its kind can comprehend a unique skill, Thunder Fusion Art. It can merge thunder into its body and instantly unleash greater power. Usually, the younger the pet beast, the greater its potential after fusing with thunder. Beast tamers will take this opportunity to seek stronger lightning and help it break through its limits. Thunder Fusion Art? Li Bo's pupils contracted sharply. This new skill explained why the Thunderbird was determined to remain in the Thunder Pool. As an Elite Stage 6 beast, the Thunderbird was already half mature. If it did not fuse with thunder as soon as possible, it would become much more difficult to successfully complete the process later. No wonder Bai Liang was willing to use a bottle of precious dragon tortoise treasure blood to get it to soak in the Thunder Pool. If it could successfully fuse, this surge in combat strength would undoubtedly shock everyone. But what Li Bo was even more curious about was why Bai Liang had endured the horrific tearing of the Thunder Pool's lightning and still hadn't left for 3 whole days and nights. His gaze fixed on the red arcs of electricity leaping across the 2 Fong bones as he recalled the fiercely violent red lightning the guards had warned him about in the Thunder Pool. His heart trembled. Could it be that what Bai Liang has set his sights on is exactly this red lightning? It seemed to sense Li Bo's vigilance. Bai Liang sneered at him. "Stop peeking, brat. Since you're a senior, I advise you to hurry up and take your Huanming Cloud and leave here. Otherwise, next, you'll be the one in trouble." Heh. A flash of cold light flickered in Li Bo's eyes. "Bai Liang, I'm guessing you're afraid that once the red lightning appears, I'll get there first, right?" "You." The smile on Bai Liang's face instantly froze, his gaze changing unpredictably like a storm. "Good brat, to think you saw through it at a glance. But so what if you know? Once that red lightning erupts, the first targets it will attack are definitely non-electric type pets. By the time it breaks out, our Huanming Cloud will have already jumped in with its first life to spare." Bai Liang's voice was as cold as ice. "You don't need to worry about that." Li Bo replied indifferently. "What does puzzle me, though, is what exactly that red lightning is. To actually make you endure 3 days and 3 nights without leaving. Your patience is worlds apart from Bai Liang's." "You slick-tongued brat." Bai Liang snorted coldly. "You really think that if I tell you to say it, I'll obediently say it? If you know what's good for you, get out of the lightning pool now. Don't mess up my good deed. Old scores and new ones. I'll settle them all at once." He glanced at Qi Gu, completely ignoring Li Bo. Li Bo turned his gaze toward the lightning pool, looking at the swirling purple clouds above Ziyun, where electricity streaked through them, faintly mixed with a hint of chill. A sense of caution rose in his heart. Is this move really reliable? After calculating the time, in another half an hour, Ziyun would complete its elite evolution. Although he knew he only needed to wait quietly for the right moment, Li Bo couldn't help glancing again and again at the 2 thick Qi Gu bones in the center. Suddenly, His brows furrowed as he murmured in a low voice. The red glow seemed stronger. Earlier, there had only been a few faint arcs of electricity jumping on the Chigu bones. But now, through the thick protective glass, the crackling of current could be clearly heard, and its thickness had become no different from the blue lightning in the lightning pool. Even more alarming, that red lightning was gathering from the base of the right side Chigu bone, surging out with a dazzling red light. Ziyun, be careful, Li Bo warned in a low voice, his brows tightly furrowed as he sent a hurried transmission. In the next instant, the red lightning suddenly converged into a thick electric pillar, shooting out from the bottom of the tooth bone with a force that tore through the air, charging straight towards Ziyun's rear. They're out. Bai Liang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Luckily, Li Bo's timely warning allowed Ziyun to feel the pressure behind her. She reflexively dodged quickly, and the red lightning streaked past her side, triggering a roar. Looking more closely, the thick red current, winding like a giant serpent, made Ziyun's eyes instantly burst with searing light, surging like flames. It smells like, it seems delicious. As soon as Ziyun's voice fell, a stream of information shot through Li Bo's mind like lightning. Detected origin lightning, Qi Xiaolei. Qi Xiaolei, ranked 39th on the lightning list, refined from a tyrannical thunder sword-toothed tiger. This lightning has slumbered for 1,000 years within a fossil beneath the earth, and has already begun to develop self-awareness. It will indiscriminately attack non-electric pets. Absorb Qi Xiaolei. Permanently gain the power of lightning origin. The host must quickly order Huan Mingyun to domesticate Qi Xiaolei. Origin lightning? That name sounds so familiar. Li Bo's mind churned rapidly, and the obscure electric-type pet book he had once read in the library suddenly surfaced in his memory. Origin lightning was extremely rare, containing eternal power that transcended the laws of the world, and thus it was given the name Origin. They came in many forms. Some, like Qi Xiaolei, were born from the battle-forged tempering of electric-type pets, while others were nurtured among mountains, rivers, and thunderclouds, born naturally. And there were even those deliberately forged by humans. No matter which kind, they felt as distant from Li Bo as the end of the world. Beastmasters capable of controlling Origin's strange lightning were all top-tier powerhouses renowned across the continent. In a remote place like Jianghai, people who knew of, or had even heard of, Origin lightning were exceedingly rare. It was said that some great being had ranked these lightning types by strength, dividing them into 9 levels. No wonder Bai Liang was so obsessed with this red lightning. It was actually the 39th ranked Qi Xiaolei. Who could have imagined that in the depths of this third-tier thunder pool in Jianghai, the secret of Origin lightning would be lurking here? Kit, be careful, that red lightning is definitely no ordinary thing. On the rooftop, an urgent shout rang out from above, and the Beastmaster above anxiously warned him. Clearly, they had no idea that this strange lightning, which had entangled itself for so long, was actually the legendary Origin strange lightning. Don't worry. Seniors, I know what I'm doing. Li Bo chose to continue staying in the thunder pool, but a cold smile spread across Bai Liang's face. Oh, you still dare to stay? Truly arrogant. His gaze remained locked on Qi Xiaolei, which was entangling Ziyun, greed flickering in his eyes. Very good. Let Huan Mingyun wear down this Qi Xiaolei first, and once it weakens, then the lightning bird will step in and fuse with it. Qi Xiaolei was like a raging red python, viciously biting down on Ziyun's form. A flash of lightning swept by as Ziyun dodged the fierce burst. Using the edge of the thunder pool, Qi Xiaolei flexibly twisted its body and relentlessly pursued her again and again. You're really clinging on tightly, Ziyun shouted angrily. Keep this up and I won't be polite. Ziyun, don't be reckless. Li Bo urgently warned. That Qi Xiaolei's power is too great. With your current rank, you may not be able to endure it. If I don't try, how would I know? Ziyun refused to be outdone, stopping in place as she focused her mind and calmed her breath, facing the howling Qi Xiaolei head-on. The next moment, Qi Xiaolei crashed heavily into Ziyun's cloud body. Red light exploded like flames across Ziyun's body as she desperately absorbed the lightning's violent energy. So hot. Too hot. Ziyun cried out in pain. Brother Li Bo, this lightning, it's too hot for me to bear. What? Li Bo's eyes widened as red light crazily reflected within Ziyun's body, and his heart tightened as worry surged. As expected, it's too fierce. This is forcing it. A cruel smile flashed across Bai Liang's face as he coldly muttered. You want to swallow Qi Xiaolei? Not so easy. Slash attack, activate. Bai Liang decisively gave the order, and the lightning bird lurking in the corner flapped its wings and rose into the air. Whoosh! A blade of wind, white and sharp, shot straight towards Ziyun's back with a piercing whistle through the air. Li Bo's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Bai Liang to dare launch a public attack in the Thunder Pool. Ziyun, be careful. But Ziyun was still struggling desperately against the red sky thunder within her body, with no spare strength to defend against the attack from behind. Bang! The wind blade struck true, bursting into several cloud-like flowers. Uft! Ziyun was heavily injured, and in the pain, she had no choice but to spit out the red sky thunder she had not yet fully devoured. It hurt so much, her body swayed, and she was jolted into crashing against the edge of the thunder pool. Ziyun, are you okay? Brotherly Bo, I can still hold on. Ziyun clenched her teeth, her voice carrying a hint of stubbornness. It's just that. This red lightning tastes kind of weird, like it's gone bad. Gone bad. Li Bo let out a helpless laugh. Ziyun was injured, yet she was still worried about whether the thunder and lightning tasted good. It was truly laughable and exasperating at the same time. He quickly checked Ziyun's condition. Fortunately, she was a spirit body. The slash hadn't penetrated her true form, nor had it caused any fatal injury. He shot a fierce glare at Bai Liang, his eyes like a cold blade cutting through the air. Bastard! How dare you make a move in the thunder pool? Bai Liang sneered, his gloomy voice rolling out. Kid, did the last lesson not teach you anything? Without absolute strength, don't go touching things that don't belong to you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too greedy. The beast masters on the stone pillars looked at one another, their gazes shifting between them. Hey, that guy actually made a move in the thunder pool. Aren't we going to stop him? Don't rush to act yet. That man is from the Hunter Association, and he's an A-rank hunter, a third-tier beastmaster. We can't afford to offend him. But he's still the son-in-law of Chairman Lin. Are we just going to let him be bullied like this? The Phantom Dark Cloud doesn't look like it's in any real danger. It's just a minor scuffle. Let's observe a bit longer. The Hunter Association is a global heavyweight, so we need to be cautious if we're going to make a move. You're right. The Thunder Pool's condition is unstable, so we need to handle the Thunder Pool first. As for what's happening below, let's just turn a blind eye for now. Li Bo looked up and scanned the sky. He noticed that in the curtain of rain, 18 Thunder-type Beastmasters were openly attacking Bai Liang, yet not a single one reacted. At that moment, human indifference was like an ice blade, carving into his heart one cut after another. A faint, cold smile curved his lips. Since you're all tacitly allowing him to make a move, then don't blame me for not playing by the rules next. His gaze was like a blade, piercing straight at Bai Liang, killing intent burning fiercely in his eyes. Bai Liang was shaken by that wolf-like, razor-sharp stare. He barely kept his composure. Kid, staring at me won't do you any good. You should worry about how to deal with this Qi Xiao Lei instead. The Qi Xiao Lei spat from Ziyun's mouth, suddenly spun around, and glared viciously at Ziyun. The Qi Xiao Lei, nearly devoured moments ago, erupted in fury. Red light surged violently, and in an instant it swelled into a massive current like a thunder serpent as thick as a millstone. Everyone was stunned by the rampage in the Thunder Pool. Since the Thunder Pool was established, no one had ever seen the Qi Xiao Lei unleash such a violent aura. Qi Xiao Lei. So this is the true form of Qi Xiao Lei. Red light reflected on Bai Liang's face, twisting his expression into one of madness. His voice was filled with greed. A hereditary thunderbolt ranked 39th really is as ferocious as a tiger. If I can fuse this lightning into myself, I won't need the Scarecrow to complete a fourth transformation at all. With just the Lightning Bird, I'll be able to break into S rank. His gaze fixed wickedly on Huan Mingyun. Good job. I really should thank you. If Lightning Bird had swallowed that lightning first, it might not have been able to withstand the pressure. But you successfully enraged it. Once Huan Mingyun is buried in the Thunder Pool, it will be the perfect moment for Lightning Bird's magnificent transformation. The corners of Li Bo's mouth lifted slightly as he replied coldly. Humph. Who said I was going to let it absorb Qi Xiao Thunder first? Ziyun. Transform. Phantasm mimicry. Suddenly, an astonishing scene unfolded before Bai Liang's eyes. At the very moment the crimson lightning was about to strike, Huan Mingyun's body seemed to be scattered by the wind and mysteriously vanished within the Thunder Pool. Bai Liang rubbed his eyes in shock and said, She disappeared? How is that possible? A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Huan Mingyun learned invisibility. The next moment, Huan Mingyun's figure quietly reappeared inside the Thunder Pool. Not good, Bai Liang shouted, because the position where Huan Mingyun had appeared was right behind Lightning Bird. Then, the Qi Xiao Thunder, as thick as an iron chain, suddenly struck toward Lightning Bird. Dodge, Lightning Bird. Bai Liang's expression changed drastically, his composure long gone. Using the trick of diverting disaster elsewhere, Ziyun caught Lightning Bird completely off guard. In less than a second, Ziyun transformed into an intangible form again and disappeared into the air. Boom! The lightning, madly thrashing like a crimson serpent, slammed fiercely into Lightning Bird, instantly engulfing it in blazing red currents. Although Lightning Bird was naturally resistant to electricity, it still let out a miserable screech. As expected, Qi Thunder has consciousness, but it can't detect the lurking Ziyun in the air. Li Bo smiled faintly. With only 10 minutes left until the Thunder Pool tempering was complete, Ziyun only needed to lie low within it. Once she evolved, then he would subdue Qi Thunder. Watching the heavily wounded Thunderbird, Bai Liang roared, "Damn brat. I'll definitely kill you." After holding on for 3 days and 3 nights, the Scarlet Sky Thunder finally appeared. But before the fusion could even be completed, the Thunderbird had already fallen into an abnormal state and begun to collapse. Rage ignited instantly. "You dare kill me?" Li Bo's mouth twisted into a cold smile. "What right do you have? Summon your 3-shift straw man and try it. Let me see." He changed the subject, his voice icy as a blade. "This Scarlet Sky Thunder, even if it dies, will drag your Thunderbird down to be buried with it." The words "buried with it" carried a chilling aura of death and deeply shocked everyone nearby. Ever since Bai Liang launched his attack on Ziyun, Li Bo had already made up his mind. The Thunderbird would have to pay a painful price for this. Just after one attack from the Scarlet Sky Thunder missed, it suddenly turned around and rushed straight toward the Thunder Pool, desperately searching for Ziyun's figure. Ziyun, however, remained completely at ease, appearing every time within the Thunderbird's path of movement, front and back, above and below, his shape elusive like a ghost, leaving Bai Liang utterly unable to predict him. Thunder rumbled. Once again, the Scarlet Sky Thunder was precisely guided by Ziyun and smashed fiercely into the Thunderbird. This time, the Thunderbird's lung was pierced, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. No! Panic surged in Bai Liang's eyes. He could feel the injuries rapidly worsening. The Thunderbird's defenses were already fragile, and it simply couldn't withstand such relentless attacks. "You filthy bird! How dare you grievously wound Sister Xiaobai back then?" Ziyun's figure turned into a ghost, constantly shifting and darting through the battlefield. With every pass, it only intensified Qi Xiaolei's fury. Qi Xiaolei, this thunder beast that had existed for thousands upon thousands of years, had once followed the Thunder Sword-Tooth Tiger in destroying countless ferocious beasts. Yet now, it was being toyed with by an ordinary pet beast. After several attacks missed, Qi Xiaolei flew into a rage. Its fury erupted like a raging tide. Its entire body suddenly swelled with light, like a crimson dragon coiling at the center of the Thunder Pool, fierce and domineering, shaking heaven and earth. This is Qi Xiaolei's true divine might. Li Bo stared in shock, eyes wide. I really can't imagine just how powerful the Thunder Sword-Tooth Tiger must have been back then. Suddenly, Li Bo shifted his gaze and landed on the 2 huge tooth bones in the Thunder Pool. Previously, whenever Qi Xiaolei grew stronger, the tooth bone on the right would seep out red light, continuously supplying it with power. But now, he discovered that the right-hand tooth bone was dim and without light, while the normally silent left-hand tooth bone was flickering with red glow, its surface crackling with strange red electric arcs. "Strange, I think I just saw a streak of red lightning flash past that tooth bone," Li Bo murmured. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He turned and shouted to Ziyun. "Ziyun, you just said, this Qi Xiaolei tastes like it's gone bad. What do you mean?" "Brother Li Bo, when I just ate that Qi Xiaolei, although it looked like a pretty big portion, the taste was weird. It didn't taste like real lightning at all, and it had no nourishment. It's not even as good as the blue lightning in the Thunder Pool." No nourishment. Li Bo stared at the frenzied Qi Xiaolei in the Thunder Pool, then looked at the flashing red light bone tooth, his brows tightly knit. Could it be that this Qi Xiaolei is just a fake? The real body is hiding in that bone tooth on the left. Compared with Li Bo's calm composure, Bai Liang's face was pale and filled with anxiety. Faced with the unprecedented massive form of Qi Xiaolei in the Thunder Pool, he knew that even if a tier 3-straw scarecrow appeared, it might not be able to match it. His heart was torn, unsure whether to quickly recall the Thunderbird while Qi Xiaolei was still focused on the illusionary dark cloud. But thinking of everything he had paid to get into the Thunder Pool, he couldn't bear to retreat so easily. Seeing the Thunderbird covered in blood and exhausted from flight, Bai Liang knew he could no longer use the lightning fusion art to devour Qi Xiaolei. After much struggle, he gritted his teeth and initiated an emergency summon. However, just as the green magic circle had barely taken shape, it suddenly vanished in a bizarre way. "What?" Bai Liang looked up in panic, his eyes nearly blazing with fire. At that moment, the illusionary dark cloud suddenly appeared behind the Thunderbird. 3 eerie black chains shot out soundlessly, piercing through the Thunderbird's chest. Haha, trying to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Li Bo watched the scene coldly from the sidelines. The dark chains were like icy blades, stabbing straight into the depths of the soul. The Zapdos was tightly restrained by the purple cloud, and Bai Liang simply couldn't call it back. Brat, how dare you? Bai Liang roared, nearly driven mad. Sunset Beach. You crippled lightning bird and injured my Xiaobai. I'll never forget this for the rest of my life. Li Bo's eyes were like cold blades, chilling to the bone. Today, Lightning Bird's death will wash away Xiaobai's humiliation. Bai Liang panicked. He had never expected that not only would he fail to absorb Crimson Sky Thunder today, but Lightning Bird would also be buried here. What made his mind even more chaotic was that the other party was actually a brat one rank below him. Humiliation, anger, and fear crashed into his heart like a tide. His face darkened. Brat, let go of Lightning Bird. The past is the past. I won't hold it against you. Won't hold it against me? Heh. Li Bo sneered. You actually think I'm still a child. Bai Liang, I don't think you've ever understood our relationship. What did you say? Bai Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. We are fated to kill each other. As soon as the words fell, Ziyun, who had been lurking for quite some time, suddenly appeared and drifted down beside the Lightning Bird tightly bound by the dark noose. Inside the Thunder Pool, a change suddenly occurred. The blood-red giant Thunderbolt abruptly turned around, its entire body surging with a frenzied and violent aura. Come hit me, idiot. Ziyun lightly shook her head, standing before the Lightning Bird as she coldly provoked Crimson Sky Thunder. Crimson Sky Thunder, having been toyed with, had its fury sweep through its heart like a violent storm. Boom. The massive red thunder flashed with blinding crimson light, and the endlessly suppressed, manic aura within the Thunder Pool spread rapidly. Bai Liang's face turned pale, and fear almost climbed up his brow. Under everyone's gaze, the scarlet giant Thunderbolt seemed to tear through the sky as it fiercely charged at Ziyun. Wherever it passed, space seemed to twist and tremble. Li Bo suddenly noticed that between the two sharp tooth bones on the left side of the Thunder Pool, a scarlet lightning arc was secretly poking out from beneath the glass cover. This, he narrowed his eyes, his vigilance rising. Facing the incoming Crimson Sky Thunder, Ziyun curved her lips slightly, a sly smile flashing across her face. Just as I wanted. The instant Crimson Sky Thunder struck, Ziyun activated her illusion color mimicry and vanished without a trace. Crimson Sky Thunder lunged at empty air, then roared as it smashed straight toward the Lightning Bird bound by the noose. No! Bai Liang's desperate cry split the air. Boom! Lightning engulfed the Lightning Bird. Its bird silhouette gradually dispersed in the haze, finally turning into scattered starlight and completely vanishing. Lightning Bird, the pet beast's fall shattered the Beast Master's soul core. Bai Liang, who hadn't slept for 3 days, collapsed instantly, slumping heavily to the ground, his eyes hollow as still water. Whatever the reason, you have to give me an explanation today. Inside the Thunder Pool, everyone is equal. What this young man has gained is by no means inferior to your precious blood. Tang Hong was impartial and upright, commanding respect. Bai Liang laughed with sarcasm. So you are favoring him. He cast a cold glance at the Thunder Crane, his tone brimming with provocation. Do you really think this old and decrepit Thunder Crane can block the moves of my Tier 3 hunter? Sir, you're an A-rank hunter. Facing this old body of mine, of course you'd be full of confidence. But this Tier 3 Thunder Pool is the lifeline guarding the entire city. Even if I have to risk my old bones, I'll stop you from starting a fight here. Since you know I'm a hunter, why don't you get lost already? How dare some mere local Beast Tamer Association act up in front of the Hunters Association? Bai Liang said smugly, his tone sharp as a blade. Bai Liang, you sure talk big. It won't be long before, let alone Jianghai. We hunters can make the whole continent tremble. A deep, magnetic female voice suddenly rang out. What? Bai Liang whipped around abruptly. At the entrance to the Thunder Pool, within the blue light curtain, a seductive woman slowly stepped forward. Again? Night Rose. Seeing her, Bai Liang narrowed his eyes to slits, anger surging beneath the surface. Following closely behind were Lin Feng and his daughter, Lin Feier. Uncle, why are you here? Li Bo became instantly energized at the sight of them, his eyes lighting up. Word came from the association that there's a fight at the Thunder Pool. We were worried something might happen to you, so we had to put down urgent matters and rush over. Lin Feng's gaze turned cold, locking onto Bai Liang, his aura like a winter wind cutting across the face. From what you said just now, it seems you think our Jianghai Beast Tamer Association can be destroyed anytime with just your word? Bai Liang's body stiffened. Lin Feng hadn't met him many times, but he hadn't expected him. Someone who seemed to be only a Tier 3 chairman, to now radiate a terrifying pressure he himself couldn't quite grasp. Could it be he's already advanced to a true commander level? That thought struck Bai Liang's mind like thunder. He forced a smile, steadying himself as he said, Chairman Lin, this is just a private grudge between me and this brat. There's no need for you to get involved. Though their levels were vastly different, Bai Liang still relied on his identity as a hunter, the corners of his mouth carrying a hint of contempt. Oh, a private grudge. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Li Bo is my future son-in-law. If you have a grudge against him, then you're picking a fight with me, Lin Feng. His tone shifted, his gaze cold and sharp as a blade. What this? Bai Liang looked at Li Bo in disbelief. That brat had suddenly become Lin Feng's son-in-law. His mind churned, bitterness spreading through his chest. Clearly, Lin Feng's overwhelming strength made him wary, and Night Rose's appearance had instantly stripped away the advantage of his A-rank hunter identity. What? You still want to make a move? Lin Feng's voice dropped sharply, his pressure invisible but enough to make the air tense. Bai Liang's face changed repeatedly, green and white, speechless. Still not leaving? Night Rose spat out a cold sentence, her tone domineering like a clenched iron fist. You bastard. Bai Liang finally exploded. He was usually so high and mighty, yet today he was publicly crushed underfoot by Night Rose, utterly disgraced. His fists clenched tightly, his face dark to the extreme, the roar inside him nearly bursting out of his chest. But he forcefully suppressed his rage. Bai Liang shot Li Bo a vicious glare, then turned and gritted his teeth as he strode toward the Thunder Pool exit. Passing through the blue barrier, he abruptly halted, then looked back with a venomous, bone-chilling glare. An S rank means nothing. One day, I'll trample all of you beneath my feet. Li Bo, how did you end up offending such a troublesome guy? After Bai Liang left, Lin Feier couldn't help asking. This matter. Li Bo scratched his head, glancing meaningfully at Night Rose. Either way, you shouldn't have been so impulsive. That guy's pet beast has already reached the 9th stage of the limit realm, and it's a very hard to deal with psychic type. Psychic type. Li Bo's gazing iffied along the direction Bai Liang had left, a trace of silent killing intent flashing by. Next time we meet, it won't be enough to just sacrifice one pet beast. Thanks to the chairman arriving in time. Otherwise we really couldn't have stopped that guy. Tang Hong looked at Lin Feng, still pale with lingering shock. Humph, Lin Feng said angrily. Now that I've broken through to the limit stage, I'll officially step into a higher tier soon. From now on, if anyone dares to make a scene in the Thunder Pool, I'll deal with them directly and show no mercy. Limit stage, 4th tier. Chairman, if you lead the Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association, you'll surely reach the summit in the future. Tang Hong said with excitement, his eyes blazing with a fierce flame of hope. Oh right, Chairman, I've got some good news to tell you. Tang Hong said, his eyes shining as he looked at Li Bo, a smile he couldn't hide on his face. This kid, he actually subdued the red thunderbolt that had been entrenched in the Thunder Pool for so many years. What? Lin Feng suddenly turned to look at Li Bo, his eyes flashing with complex emotions, then burst into hearty laughter. Well done. You really are something, he said with a smile. For that red thunderbolt, our Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association used every method we could think of, but we still couldn't force it out of the Thunder Pool. Now it's great. You subdued it in one move, and the Thunder Pool will be peaceful from now on. I think not only the Beast Tamer Association, but the whole of Zhanghai should thank you. Ever since Li Bo entered the Lin family, good news had come one after another. How could Lin Feng not be wearing a satisfied smile? It must have been taken back by that phantom nether cloud. Night Rose gave a soft laugh, her sultry gaze turning toward the Thunder Pool. With a slight curl of her lips, she said in surprise, it seems, it's starting to evolve. It's evolving? Everyone fixed their eyes on the purple cloud in the Thunder Pool. Li Bo checked the time. The purple cloud had been refined in the pool for exactly 5 hours. He didn't even dare breathe too loudly, holding his breath as he watched every subtle change in the purple cloud. The evolution began, and within the Thunder Pool the phantom nether cloud's red lightning flickered intermittently. The purple glow on the surface of the cloud grew brighter and brighter, like fire and thunder intertwined, dazzling and blinding. The purple cloud's shape swelled and shrank, as if undergoing some mysterious transformation. With each pulse, its volume gradually expanded. 3 meters now, 3 meters now. Li Bo narrowed his eyes, staring unblinkingly at the purple cloud. The mass of mist had gradually condensed from a thin layer into a thick cloud, until a tangled scarlet electric net appeared on its surface. It's still expanding. Lin Feier stared in amazement at the scene before her. In the blink of an eye, the purple cloud had spread out, its diameter expanding to nearly 5 meters. Crimson lightning kept splashing and crackling across the surface of the cloud like a symphony. The bolts grew ever more violent, and the purple cloud was suddenly swallowed by a layer of blazing red light. The radiance was dazzling and piercing, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. Li Bo clenched his teeth, peering through the gaps between his fingers at every detail of the purple cloud. Only when the radiance gradually faded did everyone open their eyes, and they were all stunned speechless by the sight before them. It was a dark purple cloud nearly 10 meters in diameter, thick as a fortress, with arcs of electricity leaping within like dancing snakes and red flames. Deep within the cloud layers, a faint crystal of purple light flickered in and out of view. This dark purple cloud hovered above the thunder pool, like a colossal shadow before a storm, radiating a suffocating pressure. Everyone held their breath, unable to speak, their heartbeats only growing faster. Li Bo's blood surged with excitement as he said in a suppressed yet exhilarated voice, "It worked. Phantom Nether Thunder Cloud. Name, Phantom Nether Thunder Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, shadow, electric energy. Level, elite initial. Potential, overlord rank. Skills, color Phantom Mist Trail, innate. Phantom Ball, intermediate. Dark Entanglement, intermediate. Thunder Strike, intermediate. Thunder Roar, intermediate. Curse of Resentment, advanced. Arrow Rain, advanced. Red Sky, Thunder Prison, advanced. Status, excited. Evolution Stage, first stage. Description, a guardian that controls thunder and lightning within the clouds, a fusion of shadow and thunder. When the sky is completely shrouded in darkness, she is the symbol of its ruler. Phantom Nether Thunder Cloud. Li Bo looked excitedly at the evolved purple cloud, for a moment unable to say a word. Li Bo Gij, why do you keep staring at me? Do I look ugly now? Ziyun pouted at him, her face full of displeasure and her tone brimming with little emotions. How could that be, Ziyun? Li Bo said with both amusement and exasperation. Don't you know how ridiculously strong you are now? Upon reaching the elite rank, Ziyun had actually comprehended 3 new lightning-type skills. One of them was even advanced. Qi Xiao Thunder Prison releases a cage of lightning to trap the opponent. Those trapped not only suffer continuous lightning strikes, but also cannot escape using teleportation. I can't believe that after absorbing Qi Xiao Thunder, Ziyun fused it into such a powerful control skill. Joy surged in Li Bo's heart. Now that both Xiao Bai and Ziyun had stepped into the elite rank, their overall combat strength had risen to a new level. Even if they encountered Mu Aoshue's Phantom Moon Spirit Cat in the future, they would no longer be completely passive. Seeing Li Bo looking so satisfied, Ziyun revealed a look of delight. So that means, Li Bo Gij doesn't think I'm ugly anymore? Since when is Ziyun ugly? Li Bo hurriedly denied it. I'm obviously hideous. I was so tiny before and adorable, but now I've become terrifying. Everyone else gets scared off by me. Their opinions have nothing to do with me. In my heart, I'll always like Ziyun. Hee. Hearing you say that makes me feel relieved. Ziyun said happily, then added. But being bigger has its advantages too. Oh, what advantages? A trace of curiosity flashed in Li Bo's eyes. After turning into a beast girl, the chest also expands accordingly. There's even that. Li Bo's jaw nearly hit the floor as he stared in shock. Yeah, Li Bo Ji, don't you like big ones? Ziyun blinked, with a hint of probing. Ahem. Li Bo's face darkened, and he let out a bitter smile. Whether I like them or not can wait. How did you know that? Hee. Ziyun smiled slyly and said with narrowed eyes, after Xiao Bai evolved, I secretly touched it. At that moment, Night Rose walked over slowly. I didn't expect this phantom mist cloud to evolve into a lightning attribute. She smiled brightly, her gaze falling on Li Bo, a brand new evolution path. Every time, you really are full of surprises. Lin Feng burst out laughing, his hearty laughter shaking the heavens. Kid, though I can't make head nor tail of your weird cloud mist, it's no worse than that ice dragon beside it. Huh, you helped the Beast Tamer Association deal with that ball of red lightning. I really don't know how to thank you. Tang Hong had a sudden inspiration and said with a smile. President Lin, Li Bo is exceptionally gifted. Why not recruit him directly into the association? With his help, our association will surely reach new heights. Hearing this, Lin Feng revealed a surprised yet proud smile, and his piercing gaze fell upon Li Bo. Li Bo, what do you think? The Jianghai Beast Tamer Association isn't a place just anyone can enter. Join the Beast Tamer Association. Li Bo pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Sorry, seniors, I only want to focus on nurturing my pet beasts and improving my strength right now. The association is a great platform, but I don't have extra time to deal with those things. Lin Feng was surprised and hurriedly urged him. Li Bo, think it through. So many upperclassmen and upperclasswomen from your school are desperately trying to get in, and our benefits are excellent. Joining is absolutely worth it. Li Bo gave a bitter smile, but still refused. In the past, he might have fought tooth and nail for it, but he had just received a reward message from the Hunter account. A-rank Hunter Li Bo, congratulations on completing the full-tier bounty. The 50 million bounty reward has been credited. Stepping out of the Tier 3 Thunder Pool, the light of dawn pierced through the eastern sky. After a night of upheaval at the Lin family, Li Bo was exhausted, waves of drowsiness washing over him. He bid farewell to Lin Feng and the others, leapt onto Xiao Bai, and flew away, heading straight for the lower district, ready to get a good sleep. Counting the time, tomorrow is the top 4 match of the martial competition. Who will I face? The semi-final lineup would be drawn on-site that day. He had watched the other 3 matches, and without a doubt, Mu Aoshue was the strongest. What was interesting was that a boy named Wang Linxian performed rather averagely, with nothing remarkable about him at all. In terms of strength, whether it was Mu Aoshue, Lin Feier, or Tao Jian, who had been eliminated by Li Bo, all were far stronger than him. As for whether he had made it into the top 4 by luck or by some means, Li Bo had no interest in digging into it. As a second-tier beast tamer with 2 elite pet beasts, no one at Jianghai University could overpower him. Even many second-year students found it hard to match him. Looking across universities nationwide, his strength was also top-tier. As his level increased, Li Bo's control over riding the dragon became more and more proficient. In the past, when riding Xiao Bai, he always had to grip the 2 dragon horns tightly to keep steady. After baptism by battle, he and Xiao Bai were now in perfect sync. Now, he could stand on the dragon's back as steadily as a rock, unshaken by the howling wind. Beyond their tacit understanding, it was more because beast tamers and pet beasts could reach a state of mind-link unity. In top-level battles, pet beasts unleashed earth-shattering ultimate techniques with terrifying destructive power. Even if the beast tamer was fully armored and standing at the edge of the battlefield, they still could not completely avoid the shockwaves. Therefore, some beast tamers could grant their pet beasts spatial abilities, merging with them in battle and becoming one entity. This spatial ability did seem somewhat similar to the beast tamer's pet beast territory. But if one wanted a pet beast to master this ability, it was not just a matter of innate talent. More importantly, it was an extreme test of the beast tamer's spiritual power and breeding foundation. Li Bo stood upright on Xiao Bai's back, his arms folded across his chest, staring into the high sky ahead. The fierce wind tousled the tips of his hair, making it whip and flutter with a sharp aura like that of a beast-taming master. As for Ziyun, it was left in that beast-taming space, focused on deciphering the several new skills it had just comprehended. At first, Li Bo had worried that with Ziyun's current size, the space would feel cramped. But when Ziyun advanced to elite rank in one leap, Li Bo discovered that the beast-taming domain had actually expanded several times over. From the original 1,000 cubic units, it had suddenly increased to 5,000 cubic units. Li Bo was very satisfied with this god-tier spatial talent granted by the system. It not only helped pet beasts recover their condition quickly, but more importantly, this space could actually grow beyond imagination. According to Wu Gang's earlier reminder, many beast tamers spent their entire lives unable to expand their pet beast space. Junong watched helplessly as their pet beast's potential was shackled by the limitations of the space. Now, with this expandable god-tier space, Li Bo had nothing to fear. If Xiao Bai and Ziyun ever reached overlord rank, the space would never constrain them. Xiao Bai's current flying speed was astonishing, taking less than 40 minutes to go from the upper district to the lower district. Before long, Li Bo reached the border of the lower district. Seen from the sky, the dilapidated, low-rise buildings were packed together like dense beehives. Dust and discarded debris piled up in the corners and alley mouths, and the dark rooftops formed a gloomy cloud, as if an endless prison. It was clearly a different world from the dazzling prosperity of the upper district. Li Bo was long since used to this place, but he had once vowed to move Xiao Bai and Ziyun into a bright, spacious new home. Now, with 50 million in bounty rewards in hand, buying a decent house in the upper district was no problem at all. Before he could think carefully about where to choose, Xiao Bai suddenly let out an urgent warning. "Master, the enemy is coming." "Enemy?" Li Bo narrowed his eyes. Straight ahead, a mass of pitch-black shadows surged rapidly closer, pressing down like it was blotting out the sky. The buzzing was ear-splitting, becoming clearer the nearer it came. Li Bo looked closely, and it turned out to be a huge swarm of flying ant-like pets. These black flying ants were like steel soaked in a steel-making furnace, their metallic sheen flashing as the swarm resembled a living black torrent, sweeping across the sky with unstoppable force. Looking at this swarm of black ants, foul-smelling and nauseating, Li Bo's heart tightened. This is iron-eating ants. He widened his eyes in shock. In Jianghai City, how could such a beast appear? Iron-eating ants, highly evolved insect-steel hybrids. Normally, there was no trace of iron-eating ants anywhere within Great Xia, and such a pet beast definitely should not have appeared on the outskirts of Zhanghai. Their senses were extremely sharp, their sense of smell keen, and their reproductive speed was explosive, often a harbinger of disaster. Though their rank was unremarkable, their blade-like mandibles could bite through steel. Wherever they passed in swarms, not a blade of grass remained, and the environment was utterly consumed. They were living destroyers of ecosystems. This swarm of iron-eating ants was charging straight toward Li Bo, instantly alert. All his drowsiness vanished. A system chime rang out sharply, and a task interface suddenly popped up. Upgrade mission. Eliminate the iron-eating ant swarm. Just what I wanted. Li Bo sneered. Facing this overwhelming ant tide, he dared not be the slightest bit careless. Without hesitation, he summoned Ziyun from the beast-taming space. With tens of thousands of iron-eating ants, their combined fighting power far surpassed elite level. Li Bo would never gamble with his own fate. Xiaobai, blizzard suppression, he shouted. Xiaobai let out a furious howl toward the sky, its wings beating rapidly as icy, sharp snowflakes swept out, instantly stirring up a blizzard that surged toward the swarm of iron-eating ants. But just as the ice crystals tightly wrapped around the ant swarm, the black metal shells on the iron-eating ants suddenly surged with blazing red heat, like seared chunks of molten iron, quickly melting away the ice and snow. Metal activation self-heating? Li Bo raised an eyebrow, his expression changing slightly. Although the blizzard had not completely frozen the enemy swarm, the power of the high-level spell still showed itself, forcing a large number of iron-eating ants to slow down. At the edges of the swarm, the ants scattered in twos and threes under the assault of the cold wind. Seizing the opportunity, Li Bo shouted sharply, "Soon, arrow rain assault." Taking advantage of the chaos created by Xiaobai, Ziyun had already circled above the ant swarm. Countless arrows screamed down, sharp as rain, densely piercing the wings of the isolated iron-eating ants. Large swathes of black insect bodies crashed to the ground, and the iron-eating ant swarm was forced back step by step. The huge formation of iron-eating ants fell into chaos. Under the fierce bombardment of the arrow rain, their ranks were shattered like flames extinguished by a raging wind. As if they had minds of their own, sensing that both of Li Bo's pets could launch group attacks, they quickly scattered in all directions like startled butterflies. In an instant, the iron-eating ants formed a massive spherical encirclement, closing in on Li Bo so tightly that not even a breath could get through. Wings flapped wildly, the buzzing grew continuous, and the iron-eating ants surged in from all directions, wave after wave. Cunning bastards. Li Bo frowned deeply. These insects wanted to attack in dispersed waves. Once they latched onto prey, they would clamp down and never stop. He could only crouch low, hiding behind Xiaobai's back, commanding it to dodge nimbly, while continuously unleashing cold spear-like spikes, tearing through wave after wave of the insect tide. Although Xiaobai's combat strength was astonishing, facing these dense iron-eating ants, it was still thrown into disarray, like a leopard trapped in a dense forest, each step fraught with danger. Ziyun was completely different. Her spirit body moved like a shadow, and as the iron-devouring ants rushed in, it was as if they had crashed into a net of fire. In an instant, the red lightning on Ziyun's body crackled and burst, burning everything around her and turning them all to char and ash. A flash of cleverness flickered in Li Bo's eyes. "Xiaobai, dragon might?" he roared angrily. Xiaobai instantly spun its whole body, violently breaking through the encirclement, and let out a howl that shook the heavens. With a dragon's roar like the fury of a colossal beast, the bloodline within its chest surged forth with a heavy pressure. That pressure was like ice sealing the soul, and the iron-devouring ants froze in terror. "Ziyun, Scarlet Firmament, Thunder Prison," Li Bo ordered urgently. "Understood, brother." Ziyun answered softly. Red lightning danced wildly over her body, and beneath the dark shadow, crimson thunder pillars poured down. Rumble. The Scarlet Firmament thunder pillars were as thick as giant trees, rumbling as they fell from all directions and enveloped the iron-devouring ants within. Although Ziyun could only summon 5 thunder pillars, the lightning interwove in an instant, weaving into a dense net of electricity that firmly imprisoned the entire swarm. The iron-devouring ants awoke from the deterrence of the dragon might, only to find before them a blazing red thunder prison, their steps becoming harder and harder to move. "You ordinary bugs can die beneath Scarlet Firmament thunder and count yourselves lucky." Li Bo stared coldly at the enemy swarm that was being reduced to ashes. Countless crimson bolts erupted within the thunder prison, like vicious snakes rampaging through every corner to strangle each iron-devouring ant. They fell into chaos, frantically burrowing and scrambling, yet were powerless to break free of the electric net linked to the thunder pillars, being shredded by lightning again and again. Li Bo stood atop Xiao Bai's back, his expression complicated. How had the iron-devouring ants come here? And what was their purpose? Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated the iron-devouring ant swarm. Condensing Frost Ice Dragon upgraded, Elite Stage 3. Dark Shadow Thundercloud upgraded, Elite Stage 2. The system's notifications sounded like bells in the wind, and Li Bo was somewhat startled. The Scarlet Firmament Thunder Prison dispersed, and there was no trace of a single iron-devouring ant left in the air. So this is truly Source Lightning. Li Bo was stirred deeply. Though Zi Yun was only at elite level, she could actually summon such terrifying lightning strikes. If she could continue to grow, one day she would surely recreate the might that once shook heaven and earth, like the Thunderfang tiger. After exterminating the iron-eating ant swarm, Li Bo led his two beast pets in a dive toward home. However, to his shock, the once dilapidated area where his house stood had turned into a barren plain when seen from the air. He searched all around, but for a moment he couldn't find his little house. No, wait, where's my home? Li Bo rubbed his eyes, suspecting he had taken a wrong turn. Flying back down to the ground, the scene before him made his heart sink. The area was wide open and empty. Not a single house could be found, the entire block reduced to broken walls and ruins. The warm wooden house from the past now remained only as a lone pile of rubble scattered across the ground. Could it be? All of this was done by the iron-eating ants. Fear surged up in his heart. Looking around, he saw that many men, women, young and old had already gathered, and before such a sight, cries rose like a tide. My home, the house I worked my whole life to buy. A burly man wailed in grief, while two frail girls beside him kept wiping away tears, their sorrowful cries heartbreaking, as if the end of the world had come. Li Bo was no stranger to this man. He was his neighbor Wang Yong, who supported his two daughters by doing odd jobs. The scene before him was like a cold blade stabbing into Li Bo's heart. Brother Wang, what just happened? The man wiped away his tears, his voice hoarse yet firm. Li Bo, you didn't come home last night. A swarm of damn bugs completely tore our houses apart. Those words struck Li Bo's chest like a bolt of lightning. So it really was. Luckily, you didn't come back and escaped this disaster. Wang Yong's face was pale, his words trembling. These bugs eat everything. Last night they swept through 4 or 5 streets of the lower district like a violent storm. Many people were injured, and some of the elderly died after just a few bites. Old Lady Lu next door, she was swallowed up by those bugs. What? Old Lady Lu is dead. Li Bo felt as if an invisible hand had fiercely clenched his heart. Old Lady Lu was his landlord. Because her son had died young, she rented the house to Li Bo. 300 a month, unchanged for more than 10 years. Upon hearing the devastating news, regret and helplessness filled his heart. If he had come back earlier, perhaps he could have stopped all this. His fists clenched, knuckles turning white. Li Bo, don't be too upset, Wang Yong said, patting his shoulder. Old Madame Lu was already old. She wouldn't have lasted much longer anyway. Besides, you've got the identity of a dragon-type beastmaster. With your abilities, don't waste your time in the lower city. This place isn't safe. If you leave for a while, you might come back and find even the roots gone. His gaze fell on the frost condensation ice dragon beside Li Bo, and admiration flickered in Wang Yong's eyes. Xiaobai, what should we do? We don't have a home anymore. Xiaobai's eyes were downcast, his voice full of helplessness. Looking at this vast ruin, Li Bo felt a swirl of emotions. This was the place where he had struggled and fought. Every tile was as clear to him as if it were new. Now it had turned to ashes, leaving only deep pain behind. After a long silence, he raised his head and looked toward the distant upper city, then said softly, Xiaobai, maybe we should move somewhere else. On the outskirts of Zhanghai, in a dilapidated house, a middle-aged man wearing a samurai headdress sat upright, his expression cold as he slowly sipped tea. Oh, Yasuko, have you found clues about Dragon Turtle's death? A mountain-like oppressive aura radiated from him, and his tone carried an unchallenged authority. Across from him, a seductive woman in a red kimono had a golden ant-like insect perched on her shoulder. Though the insect was of a different type, its demeanor was no different from the iron-eating insect Li Bo had encountered. General Oda, the senses of the iron-eating ant will never be wrong, Yasuko said firmly. According to the message the iron-eating ant sent back to its mother, the gold-eating ant, before dying, they sensed the aura of Dragon Turtle's crystal core from an ice dragon. Ice dragon. Oda slammed his teacup onto the table, rage surging like a tide. Those greedy Great Xia people not only devour Dragon Turtle's crystal core. What level is that person? A second-tier beastmaster. Second tier? Impossible. Surprise flashed in Oda's eyes as he fell into deep thought. Ice Dragon. It was as if he had figured something out. Suddenly, he widened his eyes. Could it be that brat who mutilated the Yamamoto pair? Very likely, Yasuko replied. I can investigate further. Oda glared furiously. Umph. That bunch of trash, Yamamoto and the rest, are all talk and no action. We went to great lengths to infiltrate Great Xia, and we were supposed to keep a low profile, but that idiot got himself captured by the patrol team, causing our operation to be obstructed at every turn. We had no choice but to hide in these deep mountains and old forests. His gaze shifted to Yako, and a strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. I'm much more at ease with Yako handling things. The general will not be disappointed. Yako replied firmly. Yako won't disappoint me. After all, once the mission succeeds, I'll even be able to save your father, who's hanging by a thread. A cunning gleam flashed across Oda's face. He reached out, intending to touch Yako's hand, but she nimbly dodged away. General, please conduct yourself with propriety, Yako said in displeasure. Oda froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good. Once this is done, I'll reward you properly. Go, let the beast masters of Jianghai witness the true insect clan catastrophe. Shanshui No. 1. As one of Jianghai City's hottest property developments in recent years, it had attracted countless powerful and wealthy people to settle here. Shanshui No. 1 was built right beside the lake, with rolling green mountains at its back and rippling azure waters in front. The scenery was picturesque. Though it was in the bustling city, the air was cool and fresh, as if cut off from the dust and noise of the world. Inside the sales office, the boy Li Bo, dressed plainly, stepped into the lobby. He had checked out quite a few developments beforehand, and chose this one only because some of its unit layouts were relatively spacious. Sales office lobby. More than a dozen beast girls wearing black stockings and white shirts were all staring straight at him. Fox ears, cat ears, dog ears, rabbit ears, all kinds. Their features were delicate, their figures alluring, and the buttons on their shirts were strained tight, as if they might burst at any moment. A customer had arrived, yet they were in no hurry to deal with him, and instead began shirking responsibility to one another. Hey, Hui, it's your turn. A customer is here. Why aren't you out there? I'm not going. If they come alone, they usually just browse around. Look at that guy. Plain clothes. Doesn't seem rich at all. The top seller has sharp eyes. Hui. All the others have been taken away by customers. You've sold so many houses. Haven't you met a wealthy guy you liked? Umph. A rich guy? I've already made plenty in commissions. Why would I need to rely on anyone? It's you lot who are doing terribly. Hurry up and find the right master to cling to. Our group of beast girls has no combat power at all, and our own kind rejects us and looks down on us. All we've got is our looks to keep up appearances, barely making our way through this real-world society. Speaking of performance, Rabbit's been here for 3 months and still hasn't sold a single unit, right? As soon as the words fell, all the beast girls turned in unison toward the rabbit girl behind them. The rabbit girl had long, narrow pink ears. Unease flickered in her bright eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled repeatedly as she muttered, why is everyone staring at me? Rabbit, the probation period is almost up. If you still don't close a deal, you'll really have to leave. Yeah, you haven't closed a deal in a single day. Did the horse girl manager scold you again yesterday? I really can't sell houses. I get nervous as soon as I start talking. Rabbit's voice was weak as she timidly admitted it. It's not that you can't sell, you just haven't loosened up. Hui walked over, her tone gentle yet edged with sharpness. In this line of work, you have to learn how to be open. You wrap yourself up so tightly every day. How can customers feel comfortable listening to your pitch? Actually, Shanshui No. 1 is booming because the customers are here for that unspoken rule. Unspoken rule? What unspoken rule? Rabbit asked in confusion. My heavens, you've been here this long and still don't know? You're way too innocent. Hui frowned in surprise. Can you tell me? Hui. Rabbit looked at her with shining eyes. Buy a house, get a beast girl for free. Hui revealed bluntly. We've had beast girls voluntarily quit after we sold just 2 houses, and they left with the owners. This project is insanely expensive, so the buyers are all pretty wealthy. Smart beast girls know how to tempt them and sell themselves off. Rabbit, I remember you were brought here from the miasma forest, right? If you still don't close a deal, you'll have to go back and reset to square one, you know. Go back where? Rabbit's face changed drastically. She shook her head in panic, her voice trembling. I don't want to go back to the miasma forest. Exactly. Hui smiled alluringly, lightly unbuttoning 2 buttons of Tutu's shirt with her fingers, revealing a hint of snow-white skin beneath. Go on, practice with this guy. Tutu, you're beautiful, so you're bound to catch a client's eye. Remember, even if he looks ordinary, the customer is still the customer. You have to call him young master. Tu blushed, visibly flustered. But refusal was tantamount to unemployment, so she steeled herself and walked toward Li Bo. At this moment, Li Bo was wondering why no one had come to greet him. A tall, beautiful rabbit girl in high heels walked toward him with a somewhat awkward gait, wearing a smile. Oh, using beast girls as sales reps? That's pretty novel. Driven by curiosity, Li Bo opened her information. Name, Wood Spirit Rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, ordinary ninth stage. Potential, ordinary grade. Status, shy. Skill, grass fragrance, beginner. Description, a grass-type pet beast with a faint, elegant fragrance, possessing the unique ability to transform into human form. As a result, wood spirit rabbits have become frequenters of the social service industry. So its true form is the wood spirit rabbit. A flash of understanding crossed Li Bo's eyes, and suddenly everything made sense. The wood spirit rabbit's bloodline was frail and incapable of further growth or advancement. It stopped abruptly at the ordinary ninth stage, making it nothing more than a useless ornament. It was so weak that it made people ache for it. In the wild, it was often seen as prey by other pet beasts. Only in human society could the wood spirit rabbit avoid misfortune and live safely. Hello, sir. Welcome to Shanshui number 1. Holding the project materials in the crook of her arm, Rabbit bowed to Li Bo with a warm expression. I am your exclusive property consultant, Rabbit. Sir. Li Bo froze, a little flustered inside. He had lived in the lower city for so many years, and no one had ever called him that. When he lowered his head, Rabbit's tall, upright figure came into view, the deep valley of her chest clear and enticing. That fair expanse swayed like a halo, dazzling him so much that he didn't react for a moment. He coughed twice and hurriedly asked, Rabbit, what layouts do you have here? Layouts. Rabbit paused, her tone slightly stiff. Right now, there's only one large flat unit left, with an area of over 1,000 square meters. The small units are all sold out. Over 1,000 square meters. Li Bo stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. That's really spacious. Xiao Bai and Ziyun usually stay at home in beast girl form, so even if they turn back into their true forms, I won't have to worry about them tearing the place apart. What's the price? He asked again. The price varies depending on the floor and orientation, roughly between 20,000 and 30,000 per square meter. The one facing the lake at the very center of the building is 31,000 per square meter. 20 to 30,000? A smile curved at the corner of Li Bo's mouth. Calculating it out, even the most expensive one would only be 30 million. He could afford that. Are there existing units? Take me to see the one you mentioned, the lake-facing unit in the center. He spoke decisively. Huh. Rabbit was stunned, then hurriedly asked, Sir, wouldn't you like me to introduce the model project to you first? No need. Li Bo shook his head with a smile. When I flew over just now, I already took a look from above. Overall, I'm quite satisfied. You flew here. Rabbit's red lips parted. You're a beast master of flying pet beasts. Is that anything special? Li Bo looked at her in confusion. Nothing. I just think flying pet beasts are really amazing. She stumbled over her words, unable to stop sneaking a few more glances at Li Bo. In just a few short minutes, Rabbit's heart had been pounding wildly, so flustered that she almost forgot to breathe. She vaguely felt that this beast master in front of her exuded a strange aura, with a strong attraction that made her want to get close to him. Not long after, Rabbit led Li Bo into the large flat on the 20th floor. Sir, this is the king unit of Shanshui number 1. Facing the vast lake, 2 elevators serving 2 households per floor, fully renovated, with furnishings all from first-line brands. You can move in with just your luggage. Rabbit's tone was full of pride. 2 elevators and 2 units per floor? And neighbors? Li Bo asked. She nodded. The unit next door has already been occupied for 2 years. So that's how it is, Li Bo chuckled. Used to the crowded lower districts, he felt a little disoriented by this luxurious open-plan apartment for a moment. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the lake lay like a mirror. Sunlight fell upon it, rippling with layers of silver light, as if sprinkled with 30 gold. So beautiful. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He thought Xiao Bai and Ziyun would definitely love it here. All right, I'll take this one, Li Bo said to Rabbit. Huh. Rabbit first froze, then stared at him in disbelief, wondering if she had heard wrong. Sir, did you just say, you really want to buy this house? She asked carefully. Of course, calculate the total price, Rabbit. Li Bo's gaze was firm. A smile instantly bloomed across Rabbit's face. She hadn't expected that this young customer, whom all the beast girls looked down on, not only had the means, but was also so decisive. He looked like nothing more than a university student, yet he was willing to buy a 30 million yuan house on the spot. That confidence made her unable to help guessing that he must be the young master of some wealthy family. But she quickly gathered her emotions, picked up the price sheet, and wrote rapidly. A moment later, Rabbit handed the calculated price sheet to Li Bo. Sir, the unit you've taken a liking to is the king of this building. The original price is 30,000 per square meter. But since you've acted so decisively, I've pushed down every discount I could for you. The total comes to 28.88 million yuan, and it's yours. 28.88 million, still acceptable. Li Bo roughly did the math. This apartment would cost only a little more than half of his savings. Not exactly a wasteful splurge. I'll pay. Before the words had even finished, he had already pulled a bank card from his chest and handed it to Rabbit. This. Rabbit stood frozen as if in a dream. What's wrong? Li Bo raised an eyebrow. And nothing. Rabbit forced out a nervous smile, her voice trembling. It's just that ever since Sir stepped into the sales office, less than half an hour has passed. He hasn't even blinked and made up his mind to buy so quickly. I'm a little surprised. Yeah, when conditions allow it, there's no need to overthink something you like. Li Bo's mouth curled into a faint smile. Sir truly has a broad mind. Rabbit admires you to the utmost. Rabbit stared at Li Bo with sparkling eyes, but while swiping his card, her expression suddenly turned resentful. I wonder which lucky pet beast will be chosen by Sir. While handling the paperwork, Li Bo walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window and quietly gazed at the rippling lake outside, enjoying this rare piece. Sir, the paperwork is done. More than 10 minutes later, Rabbit handed over a string of keys. Congratulations. From now on, this will be your home. Li Bo nodded, his gaze resolute. I want to stay here a while longer. Rabbit, all the formalities are finished, so you can head back first. Rabbit seemed to want to say something, but seeing Li Bo's back turned to her and his gaze once again fixed on the lake, she swallowed the words back down. With a soft snort, Rabbit turned and left. Why didn't I hear the door close? Li Bo frowned. Just now, Rabbit's footsteps and heels had suddenly stopped. Had she not gone far yet? Confused, he turned around, only to be stunned in an instant by the scene before him. Rabbit lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red, her fingertips gently undoing the buttons of her white shirt one by one. Then, with both hands, she slowly reached behind her and gradually pulled down the black hip-hugging skirt that clung tightly to her figure. Snap! With a soft sound, the skirt fell helplessly to the floor. Just as Rabbit was about to bend down and take off the black suspender stockings on her thighs, Li Bo hurriedly reached out to stop her. Don't. Rabbit, what exactly are you doing? What's that on your back? The moment Rabbit bent over, Li Bo saw that on the snow-white, jade-like skin between her shoulder blades and lower back, there were crisscrossing old scars, varying in depth, as if torn open by invisible whips, glaringly painful and heartbreaking. Sensing Li Bo's examining gaze, Rabbit froze mid-motion, a flash of panic and sorrow crossing her eyes. She slowly straightened up, instinctively covering the scar with both hands. Suddenly, with a thud, Rabbit dropped to her knees before Li Bo, tears filling her eyes. Young master, please save me, and take me away from this hell. Rabbit is willing to serve you for the rest of her life. Serve me. Li Bo was stunned, not expecting the story to take such a turn. Does buying a house come with a pet beast? He couldn't help but sneer. But seeing how wronged Rabbit looked, more questions rose in his heart. Rabbit, let's talk properly. There's no need to strip just to scare yourself. The air conditioning in this room is so low, what if you catch a cold? Li Bo reached out, wanting to help her up, but Rabbit stubbornly shook her head and refused. Young master, if you don't take me with you, I'll kneel here all night without moving. Take you with me? Li Bo was baffled. Rabbit, why do you want to follow me? Just because I bought your house? That's far too casual. Rabbit is not a casual person. Rabbit's words stabbed her own heart like needles. She shook her head violently, tears falling uncontrollably. Ever since I entered the sales office, they all told me to flatter the clients, but I just can't bring myself to seduce strange men. I couldn't sell the house, and I got beaten. But young master is different. Rabbit's tone suddenly turned gentle and intoxicated. The first time I got close to young master today, I was drawn by the unique aura around you, and I couldn't help wanting to get closer. A voice in my heart told me that young master is the master I was destined for, the one I can rely on for my whole life. No matter what, please take me away, young master. If not, I'm willing to become your slave and serve you forever. Li Bo felt waves surging in his heart, uncertain and hesitant. Although he was naturally endowed with abundant spiritual power, contracting another pet beast was not difficult for him. But this would spirit rabbit before him had such poor aptitude that it was almost despairing. A 9-stage level was already the ordinary bottom line. Don't forget that back then, Xiaobai, who had no ancestral bloodline, still possessed the potential to soar to the heavens. As for this wood spirit rabbit, its combat talent was feeble and weak. It only knew one beginner skill, wood fragrance, with not the slightest trace of offensive power. Young master, please take me in. Rabbit raised her head, tears slipping down and falling into that snow-white chest. This scene made Li Bo's breathing catch, and his heart tremble slightly. At the bottom of the food chain in the wild, pet beasts like her, when they occasionally entered the human world, could only barely make a living by relying on their looks. He looked at Rabbit in front of him, slender and delicate, alluring yet bearing a pure and fresh face. She was far from those vulgar, coquettish common women. Li Bo remained silent for a long time, then sighed, his voice full of concern. Rabbit, don't misunderstand me. I don't despise your poor aptitude. It's just that my two pet beasts are like soaring eagles from the heavens, stubborn and domineering. If you join them, I'm afraid you won't be able to rule their world. High talent. Rabbit's gaze dimmed, like a lake after the mist dispersed, hollow and silent. She knew her bloodline was thin and shallow. The companions by the young master's side were like a vast galaxy, while she was merely a faint firefly glow, unable to contend with that brilliance. But with this one remaining chance in hand, thinking of being exiled to the wilderness or taken away by another man, Tutu gritted her teeth and said in a firm voice, Tutu will get along very well with the sisters. Please, young master, summon them. If they despise me, Tutu is willing to become a servant and serve the young master and the sisters for the rest of my life. Sigh. Li Bo shook his head helplessly. Since you're so insistent, Xiaobai, Ziyun, come out. Tutu stared unblinkingly at the green glowing summoning array on the ground. Xiaobai and Ziyun's figures gradually appeared, and Tutu was so shocked she couldn't speak. A white dragon, its cold aura like frost wind cutting across her face, entangled her soul and made her tremble. On the other side was the mysterious Ziyun, like dense dark mist covering the room, whose oppressive presence felt like heavy chains tightening around her heart. This is the young master's pet beasts. Tutu murmured to herself, a trace of awe flashing in her eyes. She had been mentally prepared, but when she truly faced them, her pride shattered in an instant, as if pierced by the cold blade of winter. Without the young master, she would never again be able to reach such noble and radiant beings. Humph. Brother Li Bo, you actually hid this from me and Xiaobai and ate first. Ziyun tugged at Li Bo, acting coquettishly and smugly. Don't make things up. Ziyun, I'm not that kind of person. Li Bo said with a wry smile. I'm joking. By order, we're the two who ate first. Ziyun pouted and reached out to grab his wrist. I heard everything you said just now, Brother Li Bo. Are you thinking of taking this wood spirit rabbit as a pet beast? Ziyun asked, her eyes flickering. Li Bo smiled faintly. Exactly. I'm asking for your opinions right now. Ziyun, what do you think? I have no objections. Ziyun shrugged and folded her arms. The rule is the old rule. Whoever comes first is the elder sister. Whoever comes later is the younger sister. Tutu looks pretty good, and I don't mind if she's pleasing to the eye. You're just not serious. Li Bo shook his head and sighed, then turned to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what about you? Xiaobai lightly stroked her chin, her brows slightly furrowed, appearing more mature. She was considering the team's interests and weighing the value the new companion could bring. Ziyun widened her eyes and stared intently at Xiaobai. As the first pet, and the future big sister of all new pets, her words carried enormous weight. Tutu looked at Xiaobai with anticipation, her eyes filled with helplessness. Sister Xiaobai? Please let the young master take me in. Tutu can't fight, but I can endure hardship. I'm willing to take on all the logistics work, cleaning up battlefields, washing clothes, cooking, carrying dirty and tiring jobs. Tutu will do it all. Xiaobai froze for a moment, then let out a long sigh, her tone carrying a hint of pity. Tutu, since you've said all that, what reason could I still have to refuse? Oh, so Xiaobai, you agree. A flash of surprise crossed Li Bo's eyes. He had always thought Xiaobai was the most strong-willed one in the team and would never be willing to mix with a low-grade wood spirit rabbit. He hadn't expected her to actually have such compassion. Xiaobai lowered her head, her gaze fixed on the glaring whip marks across Rabbit's back. Her voice was gentle, yet resolute. Master, seeing Rabbit reminds me of my days at the training base, hiding all the time, trembling in fear. If you hadn't taken me away, Xiaobai would have long since vanished silently like those others. No one would remember. I believe Rabbit must have suffered a lot before meeting you. Let her stay with us. It's okay if she has no combat ability. Purple Cloud and I will stand in front of her. Xiaobai's sister, tears welling in her eyes. Rabbit threw herself into Xiaobai's arms and cried uncontrollably, her grief surging out like a tidal wave. Xiaobai gently stroked the scars on Rabbit's body, her tone full of pity. Look at these wounds. She must have gone through so much. Since you sincerely want to join us, we won't refuse you. From now on, don't be afraid. With Purple Cloud and me here, no one will ever bully you again. Rabbit's eyes sparkled with surprise and gratitude, and she hurriedly nodded like a pecking chick. Xiaobai's sister, I will never forget your great kindness. Xiaobai shook her head and said indifferently, the one you should thank isn't me. Though I agreed, the final decision still has to be made by Master. All three of them turned their gazes toward Li Bo, and Rabbit's heart tightened to the extreme. Why are you all looking at me? Li Bo said with a bitter smile. He raised his head, his eyes firm. Since Xiaobai and Purple Cloud both agree, then let's form the contract. Contract? Rabbit widened her eyes, looking at Li Bo in disbelief. That was definitely not her imagination. Young Master had actually taken the initiative to propose a contract, which meant she would immediately become his pet beast. The next moment, Li Bo extended his hand, and a soft, warm glow suddenly erupted, fiercely binding the soul chains of the two together. What happened? Rabbit looked utterly confused, yet she felt as if her hands were being tightly tugged by invisible threads. A voice seemed to be calling from her heart. She could hear Li Bo's heartbeat and feel his emotions. I have become the young master's pet beast. Realization broke through Rabbit's shock, and joy flooded through her entire body. Li Bo's voice was low yet unwavering. Rabbit, since I chose you, I will do everything I can to help you grow, just as I did with Xiaobai and Purple Cloud. Beast masters and pet beasts are partners, family, equals. Don't say any more foolish things about being a servant. I won't listen to that. Young master, Rabbit's eyes grew moist, and tears slipped down her cheeks. She had never felt such warmth from being cherished and valued before. Her chest swelled warmly. Rabbit remembers. I'll do everything I can to become stronger and repay you, young master. She nodded forcefully, her voice carrying a trace of resolve. It's just, I hope you won't dislike how stupid I am. I may only ever be able to stay at ordinary 9-segment rank for my whole life. Those words were like a sharp needle, piercing the air. Rabbit knew very well that the wood spirit rabbit could not break through its limits and become a powerful existence like Xiaobai and Purple Cloud. Purple Cloud glanced at Rabbit, her eyes spinning rapidly, and suddenly blurted out, Huh, Li Bo Gidge, don't you still have a bottle of Dragon Turtle Treasure Blood? Dragon Turtle Treasure Blood? Li Bo frowned, clearly not expecting Purple Cloud to bring that up. Exactly. Dragon Turtle Treasure Blood can break through a pet beast's limits. Lin Feng's Flaming Blaze Eagle evolved and upgraded after using it. Maybe Rabbit can succeed too if she uses it. Li Bo stroked his chin and fell into thought. What's wrong, Li Bo Gidge? Could it be that Rabbit isn't worthy of using Dragon Turtle Treasure Blood? Purple Cloud said with some displeasure, a sharp look in her eyes. Xiaobai hurriedly grabbed Ziyun and lowered her voice to rebuke her. Master has his own plans. Don't talk nonsense. Although she didn't understand what exactly Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood was, from the way Rabbit heard it, she knew this bottle of treasure blood was exceptionally valuable. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, she quickly shook her head, her voice trembling. Young master, I don't need any Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. As long as I can stay by your side, Rabbit will be satisfied. Li Bo smiled wryly and sighed. You're all overthinking it. Rabbit, like you too, is my pet beast. If there's something good, I won't be stingy. His expression turned grave, and his voice sank as well. It's not that I'm unwilling to use the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood, but that thing's attributes are extremely unstable. Look at Flaming Blaze Eagle. Because of it, Lin Feng nearly ended up crippled. I went through all kinds of hardship before I managed to save it. The reason I've never let you touch this hot potato before wasn't just because of the hidden variables inside it, but also because your potential is already terrifyingly high, far surpassing the Dragon Tortoise itself. I don't want to take that risk. I also considered letting Rabbit use it just now, but I couldn't help worrying that she wouldn't be able to withstand the violent pressure from the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. Li Bo explained earnestly. Ziyun and Xiaobai fell silent. Indeed, even a fierce beast like Flaming Blaze Eagle found it hard to resist this oppressive force, let alone the combat weak with Spirit Rabbit. Overlord level, Rabbit murmured to herself. She had guessed that Xiaobai and Ziyun could advance, but she never expected it to be of such a heavyweight level. The stone pressing on her chest felt heavy, too heavy for her. She looked at Li Bo, her eyes suddenly turning resolute. Young master, if possible, please let me use the Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood. No matter what the cost, as long as I can become stronger, Rabbit is willing to endure any pain. Rabbit you. Li Bo froze. Seeing her determined expression, his heart shook. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, Rabbit, you need to think this through. The Dragon Tortoise Treasure Blood is extremely scorching. As a wood-attributed pet beast, the risk for you is enormous. If anything goes wrong, I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to turn it around. After hearing this, the glow on Rabbit's face grew even brighter. Young master, Rabbit has decided. I must catch up to the two sisters. I don't want to be a burden. Please let me try. Rabbit, go for it. Big sister will guard you from the side. Ziyun encouraged. In that case, Li Bo took out the only bottle of dragon tortoise treasure blood from his storage ring. Rabbit, you must hold on. Rabbit nodded solemnly. I'm ready, young master. Li Bo extended his hand and gently transformed Rabbit into her pet beast form. Her pink fur was soft and delicate. Long, fluffy ears stood upright, and on the brow of her left ear was adorned a clover-like three-leaf sprig. She emitted a fresh, natural fragrance, her body petite enough that Li Bo could hold her in one hand. Li Bo gently opened the bottle. A strong, bloody odor instantly swept out like a tide. Rabbit clenched her teeth, enduring the pungent stench, and firmly moved closer to Li Bo. Come on, young master. Her voice carried determined hope. Li Bo's expression was solemn as he slowly poured the treasure blood, hot as magma, into Rabbit's mouth. In an instant, the scorching fluid drilled into her body. Bunny's expression changed dramatically, her whole body trembling as pain spread. Xiaobai and Ziyun stood guard anxiously, but could only watch helplessly. The next trial was something only Bunny herself could endure. Suddenly, a strange radiance rose over Bunny's entire body, flickering on and off like flames in the wind. Li Bo stared unblinkingly at the panel. Luckily, Bunny's status bar showed no negative effects, and the pain on her face was slowly fading. This scene was completely different from the horrific struggle Fire Flame Eagle had gone through yesterday. 10 minutes later, Bunny fell into a deathly still calm, without pain or light. Li Bo quietly watched, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It looks like Bunny has successfully absorbed the dragon turtle precious blood. That fast? Ziyun asked in confusion. Wouldn't that process be too easy? After all, Bunny is only at the ordinary level. Li Bo smiled faintly. I'm guessing it's precisely because Bunny hasn't evolved yet that her body is more adaptable, allowing the precious blood to merge so quickly. Congratulations, host. Wood Spirit Rabbit successfully absorbed the dragon turtle precious blood. Evolution sequence activated. Name, Wood Spirit Rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, ordinary rank 9. Potential, excellent. Status, fatigued. Skills, grass fragrance, beginner. Flying leaf blade, beginner. Photosynthesis, intermediate. Evolution sequence, 1. Wood Spirit Rabbit, Flower Spirit Rabbit, Forest Whisper Rabbit. Oh, it has actually mastered both flying leaf blade and photosynthesis at the same time. Li Bo stared at the updated panel, unable to hide his surprise. He hadn't expected that the dragon turtle's precious blood would not only help break through the evolution sequence, but also help a pet beast quickly comprehend skills. Li Bo kept his eyes fixed on Tawachuo, excitement flashing in them. The clover on its ears faintly glowed with a pale green fluorescence, as if it could turn into a sharp flying leaf blade at any moment and slice through the air. The scar on Tawachuo's back was still glaringly obvious. Li Bo said softly, Tawachuo, try using photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? Tawachuo blinked, about to admit that it hadn't learned it, when it suddenly sensed a warm current surging through its body. A soft sunlit glow seeped through its fur, warm and bright. Li Bo saw those wounds close and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Tawachuo's aura also changed from heavy to light, and the tag of fatigue quietly faded away, replaced by a halo brimming with vitality. As expected, photosynthesis not only provides basic healing, but can also restore a pet beast's vitality. A joyful smile rose at the corner of Li Bo's mouth. However, he soon discovered that several deeper scars on Tawachuo's body still stubbornly remained, showing no sign of fading at all. It looks like the power of photosynthesis is limited. New injuries can be repaired quickly, but old wounds can't be dealt with for now. I'll still have to take Tawachuo back to the pet beast space and let it recover properly. Li Bo felt no disappointment at all. As an intermediate healing skill, this effect was already extraordinary. His thoughts drifted toward the future again. Since Tawachuo possessed a healing talent, it was entirely possible to upgrade photosynthesis and even achieve group healing, rather than just self-healing. Feeling the transformation of this power, Tawachuo trembled inwardly. What stood out most was that she knew she already had combat power, and all of it came from the miracle Li Bo had infused with the dragon turtle's precious blood. She sprang up and jumped onto Li Bo's chest, where he caught her steadily. Tawachuo rubbed her head against his chest and said gratefully, Young master, thank you. From now on, I can fight for you too. Li Bo gently stroked her soft fur and replied with a smile. Tawachuo, once tomorrow's martial competition is over, I'll help you evolve. Evolve. Tawachuo widened her eyes in surprise. Can Tawachuo also evolve into an elite grade 1? Of course, Li Bo said with confidence. He immediately pulled up Rabbit Rabbit's evolution quest. Wood Spirit Rabbit Evolution Quest. Spring returns to Withered Wood. Please, Beast Tamer, collect the following materials and complete Spring returns to Withered Wood, so that the Wood Spirit Rabbit may be reborn with vitality. 1. Find the source of life. Fertile soil. Absorb spiritual energy for 10 minutes. Quest progress. 0 out of 10. Li Bo quickly reviewed the two materials in his mind. Fertile soil was not rare. It often appeared at the roots of lush spiritual plants, so finding it was still within reach. But regarding the second item, Dew of Life, Li Bo frowned in thought. He had read many books on beast taming and cultivation, and had seen hundreds upon thousands of exotic materials, yet he had never heard of this Dew of Life, leaving him puzzled. Something's not right. System, the quest you assigned this time is way too normal, Li Bo asked suspiciously. What exactly is this Dew of Life? System reply, Dew of Life is Dew of Life. The host should comprehend it with sincere focus. Comprehend it with sincere focus? What a joke. Can you just speak human language for once? Li Bo couldn't help cursing. Although he didn't understand what hidden mystery lay behind the system's words, he felt a strange and cunning intent concealed within them. Forget it. I'll ask the teachers at school about beast taming cultivation knowledge tomorrow. Li Bo simply set aside his doubts and turned to Rabbit Rabbit. Rabbit Rabbit, your injuries haven't fully healed yet. Go back to my beast companion space and rest for now. Going back to your beast companion space will make me better? Rabbit Rabbit's eyes widened, full of surprise. Of course, as long as you sleep for a bit, all the scars will disappear without a trace. That's wonderful. Rabbit Rabbit was overjoyed and believed Li Bo's words without the slightest hesitation. After the transformation just now, Rabbit Rabbit trusted the beast tamer she had chosen even more, feeling relieved that she had once fought with all her strength to sign the contract. What was so bad about taking off a bit of clothing? As long as it was the young master's wish, she was willing to give everything. Li Bo curled up the corners of his mouth and gave a light wave of his hand, summoning Tutu back into the pet beast space. Only Xiao Bai and Ziyun remained in the room. Ziyun looked around with curiosity all over her face. Brother Li Bo, is this our new home? It's so big. Compared with the cramped old place in the lower district, this single-level apartment was spacious and bright, making Ziyun's eyes sparkle with joy. Xiao Bai said somewhat cheatingly, Master, isn't this a little too luxurious? How could it be? Of course not, Xiao Bai. Li Bo pressed both hands on Xiao Bai's shoulders, his voice gentle yet firm. Master promised you that we'd move into a bigger house right away. The 3 of us, no, 4 of us, won't have to squeeze into that tiny little room anymore. Security here is tight, so don't worry. When you go out and come back, you'll never fail to find home again. Xiao Bai gently leaned her head into Li Bo's embrace, happiness overflowing in her eyes. Then, Xiao Bai has to work even harder to make money for Master in the future. A cheer suddenly came from inside the room. Wow, this bed is huge. 3. Oh no, for people lying on it together would be more than enough. They looked at each other and smiled, then walked into the room together. Ziyun was already standing beside the brand new bathtub, eager to try it out. She turned on the faucet, and cool droplets pattered into the tub. She slipped off her outer clothes, leaving only a thin nightgown on, like a breeze drifting through a summer night. She said with a smile to the 2 of them, I'm going to take a bath now. Are you coming? Xiao Bai secretly glanced at Li Bo, expectation hidden in her eyes, while a faint blush colored her cheeks. Li Bo smiled helplessly. Seeing Xiao Bai and Ziyun so relaxed and happy in their new home, a warm current surged in Li Bo's heart, and he felt that all the hardship had been worth it. Just as he was about to savor this alluring and tender scene in front of him, the system suddenly popped up a notification that the mission had been completed. Congratulations, host. Frost Dragon Skill Evolution Complete. Grab. Dragon Claw, Basic. Rending Dragon Claw, Intermediate. Rending Dragon Claw. Based on the original close-range grappling technique, both Dragon Claws can unleash 3 crossed claw strikes, violently tearing through the air to slash at the opponent. What? There's even an operation like this. You should have said so earlier. Li Bo couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This Dragon Claw was Xiao Bai's only basic skill, and it had long fallen behind her growth pace. Li Bo hadn't expected it to evolve in such a brutal form. Rending Dragon Claw, just in time to make up for the weakness of only being able to attack at close range. He nodded in satisfaction and let out a big yawn. Including the days since leaving the Lin family, Li Bo hadn't even closed his eyes. He stretched his limbs and collapsed onto the bed, his heavy eyelids shutting before long as he slipped into a sweet dream. Several hours later, a surge of hunger suddenly came from his stomach, waking him up. He opened his eyes groggily, and through the window, a thick ink-like darkness shrouded the surroundings. It was clearly deep night. I actually slept for so long, he murmured. Just as he was about to sit up, he found warm arms looped around him on both the left and right sides. Xiaobai and Ziyun were nestled beside him in sleep, their legs lightly draped over Li Bo, like white jade under moonlight, glimmering with a tender sheen. They were only wearing thin nightgowns, faintly exuding a delicate fragrance, while their freshly washed hair gently swayed. Clearly, Xiaobai and Ziyun, seeing that he was fast asleep, couldn't bear to wake him and could only fall asleep alongside him. The two beast girls' breathing was steady, their faces exquisite, like a still and beautiful painting. Li Bo stared without blinking, but in the end he suppressed the urge to get up, afraid of disturbing the scene. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang urgently and crisply in the living room. Li Bo frowned, confusion rising in his heart. At this hour, who would come knocking? Xiaobai had keen senses. Her ears twitched slightly as she opened her half-asleep eyes, looking at him with bright eyes. Master, you're awake. Ziyun had also woken up. She let out a big yawn and stretched her body. This bed is so soft. I like it. The doorbell kept ringing intermittently. Li Bo smiled faintly. Go see who it is. He led the two beast girls out of the bedroom, walked to the front door, and slowly opened it. The figure before him immediately stunned Li Bo, his brows tightly furrowed. How could it be her? The person was none other than the patrol captain he had once met, Lu Wei. Hello, huh? It's you. When Lu Wei recognized Li Bo, her brows knitted and her eyes showed surprise. You moved here. Li Bo revealed a slight smile. Is there a problem, Captain Lu Wei? No. Lu Wei shook her head. She was wearing a nightgown, the waves before her chest surging like the tide, carrying a bewitching softness. I just thought it was too much of a coincidence that I live right next door to you. What? We've become neighbors? A wave of indescribable irritation rose in Li Bo's chest. This building has only 2 apartments on each floor, which meant that every day when he opened his door, he might run into this decisive and forceful patrol captain. Why do you look like you're not very happy? Lu Wei teased with a smile. Lu Wei gave a coquettish laugh, a charming smile blooming on her face, completely shedding the stern air she wore at work. How could I not be? Who wouldn't like having a beautiful neighbor? She said briskly. Li Bo smiled, his tone shifting. Speaking of which, Captain Lu Wei, coming to find me this late, you're not here to check my water meter, are you? Before he even finished speaking, Lu Wei burst out laughing. You little brat, what are you thinking? Are you that afraid I'll check on you? She explained. I just finished showering and hadn't had time to blow dry my hair when the power suddenly went out at home. The surrounding neighborhood is still fully lit, so it's obviously not a citywide outage. Just then I saw that you'd moved in as my new neighbor, so I wanted to ask if you had a screwdriver. I could open the breaker box and see if something's broken. Open the breaker box. Li Bo narrowed his eyes as he examined her. Can you fix it? No. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Lu Wei's face. It's just that it's so late, I can't find anyone to come repair it. I've always lived alone at home, so when something goes wrong with the electricity, I can only handle it myself. Messing with the breaker box isn't a joke, Captain Lu Wei. Tampering with something you're unfamiliar with can be pretty dangerous, Li Bo said with concern. He knew a little about electrical work. After all, back when he lived in the lower district, he often tinkered with broken appliances. Oh, from the way you're talking, you seem pretty knowledgeable. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement tugging at the corner of her mouth. Why don't you help out, neighbor? There's a reward if you fix it, she said, blinking at him invitingly. Li Bo looked at the pitch-black room behind him and felt a little torn. A man and a woman being alone together. If word gets out, it won't look good. You old hand. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. First off, there are only 2 households on this floor, so no one will know. Besides, so what if a man and a woman live under the same roof? Do you think you dare take advantage of me? She raised her eyebrows, and her aura instantly turned sharp, like a hunter closing in on prey. Of course not. Of course not. Heh. Li Bo hurriedly held up his hands in surrender. Since Captain Lu Wei said so, I'll help take a look, just as a neighborly favor. But let me say this first. If I can't fix it, don't blame me. Come on, follow me inside. After saying that, Lu Wei picked up the flashlight and walked ahead without looking back. Li Bo quickly followed, his gaze unintentionally falling on Lu Wei's fair back. Several red spots of varying sizes, like tiny flames, were scattered across it. He frowned slightly. Looks like bug bites. Logically speaking, this is an upscale residential complex, and management should spray pesticide regularly. How could there be bugs? Before his doubts had faded, he followed Lu Wei into the dark room, where a faint, lingering fragrance quietly drifted out. The room was dimly lit, and he could vaguely make out dolls of all sizes scattered in the corner, each in a different pose. I never thought the imposing Captain Lu Wei would actually have such a girly side. Li Bo teased with a laugh. Lu Wei froze for a moment, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. Living alone can get lonely, so I bought some figurines. Sometimes I talk to them to ease the solitude. Lonely. Li Bo stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a Tier 3 Beastmaster. By rights, with a few beasts keeping you company, how could you still be lonely? Fair point. Lu Wei's gaze grew profound. I do indeed have 3 beasts. She paused, her voice dropping slightly. But for me, life and work are completely separate. Beasts are weapons for capturing criminals. They only appear on the battlefield. At home, I rarely summon them. I see. Li Bo nodded. He didn't question it. Beastmasters' attitudes toward their beasts varied greatly. Some viewed them as cold tools, some as money-making machines, some as friends, even family. Lu Wei's life must have been full of pressure and bloodshed. Naturally, she would long for the peace of home, away from the beasts that symbolized brutal combat. That was easy to understand. Lu Wei led Li Bo to a corner by the wall and pointed at the electrical box hanging high above them, her smile warm. This is the electrical box in my home. Please check it for me, neighbor. The box was mounted so high that it was out of reach, so Li Bo had no choice but to bring over a stool and stand on it to examine it carefully. After fumbling around for a few minutes, he jumped down from the stool and shook his head. The electrical box isn't broken. Not broken. Lu Wei looked confused. Strange. Then where could the problem be? It could be an internal circuit fault. You can check the wiring in the house again, Li Bo suggested after some thought. You can check circuits too? Lu Wei blinked and looked at Li Bo in surprise, unable to help praising him. As expected, a college student really is different. Li Bo smiled and shook his head. It's just practice makes perfect. I've been in the electrician trade for a long time. If there's a leak somewhere, I can tell at a touch. Huh? Lu Wei's little mouth fell open, her gaze fixed nervously on Li Bo. Hey, don't joke around. Touching live wires is a matter of life and death, she warned anxiously. I never said I was going to touch the wires myself. Li Bo's lips curled into a sly smile. Then he turned to Ziyun beside him and shouted, Ziyun, change back to your true form and give those wires a bit of power. Let's see what's going on. You scared me to death. Lu Wei let out a sigh of relief and rolled her eyes at Li Bo. So you really do have an electric-type pet. Brother Li Bo, I don't need to change back to my true form. I can discharge electricity right now. Ziyun replied a little proudly, with its under a pout. Your beast girl form can discharge electricity too. Li Bo blinked in curiosity. Then give it a try. Okay, Brother Li Bo. Ziyun smiled mischievously and walked toward the nearest switch. She lightly touched it with her slender fingers. In an instant, fine threads of electricity shot out from Ziyun's fingertips like a spray of water, swiftly spreading along the wires. Li Bo's eyes lit up slightly. This level of precise control is no worse than her true form. Looks like, just like Mu Aoshuang's Meow Meow, Ziyun's combat power is still astonishing even after transforming into a beast. The current flowed through the lines she touched, and the originally dim room suddenly lit up with flickering points of light. The bulbs flashed as if telling a story of struggle. Ziyun stared at the current. Then suddenly her body trembled slightly. She quickly withdrew her hand and looked toward another spot with furrowed brows. Brother Li Bo, the wire over in the living room seems to be broken. The current can't get through. Her brows were tightly knit, her voice tinged with concern. Lu Wei and Li Bo exchanged a glance, then immediately picked up a flashlight and walked over there. Following Ziyun's directions, Li Bo found an old, broken wire in a hidden corner of the living room. The plastic insulation had cracked, and the exposed copper strands were sparking faintly, as if they might snap at any moment. This is where the problem is. Li Bo frowned deeply. Ziyun, go turn off the breaker. Don't get in the way. Ziyun nodded quickly. Li Bo pulled out a pair of scissors and, with crisp, decisive movements, cut off the damaged section of wire in one clean snip, reconnected the line, and then wrapped it tightly with electrical tape. The whole process was smooth and practiced, with no confusion at all. Lu Wei widened her eyes, her mouth slightly open, then a smile spread across her face. Not bad at all. You're really a pro electrician. Li Bo clapped his hands and said with a smile, that should do it. Ziyun, turn the breaker back on. With a sharp click, the circuit was restored instantly. The living room and the other rooms were suddenly lit up brilliantly, bright as day. At last, we can see daylight again. Lu Wei laughed with delight, letting out a relieved breath. Li Bo's gaze swept around the living room, decorated in soft pinks with an unmistakably girly vibe. Seeing all those cute little trinkets everywhere, he couldn't help but remark, this decor has quite a charm to it. His eyes suddenly drifted toward the balcony. The clotheslines there were hung full of intimate garments, thongs, briefs, lace panties, low-cut undergarments, all in vivid red. Li Bo's cheeks instantly burned crimson. He hurriedly looked away, pretending he hadn't seen anything. Noticing his reaction, Lu Wei was first taken aback, then a flush also rose to her face. She gave a helpless wry smile. Don't laugh at me. In this line of work, you can be in mortal danger at any moment. Wearing red underwear like this is just for peace and good luck. Hearing this, Li Bo felt a warmth in his heart and said softly, Sorry, I was rude just now. Lu Wei smiled generously. It's fine. Maybe catching those hunters today had something to do with my lucky color. Hunters. Li Bo's expression changed, and he no longer found it amusing. Captain Lu Wei, are you talking about hunters in the illegal sense? He asked cautiously. Lu Wei shook her head. It's not illegal. If they didn't break the law, why did you arrest them? Li Bo caught the implication in her words, a flash of excitement crossing his eyes. Lu Wei stared at him suspiciously. Why are you asking so many detailed questions? Do you have something to do with the hunters? Li Bo swallowed hard, his heartbeat suddenly speeding up, and muttered to himself in alarm. Crap. I've been exposed. Lu Wei's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed tightly on Li Bo, and the air seemed to freeze at once. Li Bo's heart clenched. He hadn't expected this guy to be so alert. No wonder he had become the captain of the patrol team. He hurriedly composed his expression, putting on an innocent look with a smile that was a little forced. Hee, I'm a college student. I've got nothing to do with the hunters. I've only heard that the hunter organization often does things like punishing evil and promoting good, and has contributed to society. Contributed? Lu Wei let out a cold laugh, her voice like a winter wind cutting across the face. If this had been a few years earlier, what you said might have held water. The hunter organization may have operated on the edge of the law, but it used to do quite a lot of good for society, and the government turned a blind eye. But in recent years, criminal activity among its members has skyrocketed. Indiscriminate killings, robbery, and plunder have become the norm, seriously undermining social stability. The government's attitude toward hunters has completely reversed. Her eyes were as sharp as thorns. Now, once a hunter's whereabouts are discovered, the patrol team will show no mercy and swear to catch them no matter what. Li Bo's expression changed, panic surging in his heart. If Lu Wei recognized him as a hunter, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your expression doesn't look right. Lu Wei smiled with growing interest, her eyes carrying a sly edge. A chill instantly crept up Li Bo's back. His eyes darted back and forth as his mind raced, thinking of how to change the subject. Suddenly, he caught sight of the clothes on the balcony swaying gently in the wind. A small white moth fluttered off a piece of underwear and quickly darted toward the outside of the balcony. Though tiny, no bigger than a grain of rice, the system in Li Bo's eyes locked onto it precisely. Name: Hidden Wing Moth. Gender: female. Attribute: flight, highly toxic. Level: low tier level 1. Potential: outstanding. Status: just hatched. Skill: rash powder, basic. Description: it can instantly conceal itself in the air. Its wings carry a trace amount of toxic powder. Contact with skin will cause severe itching, and long-term exposure will lead to skin ulceration. This toxic powder is extremely difficult to remove. Only when the ambient temperature drops below freezing can its structure break down. How strange. Our country has never had a creature like the hidden wing moth. Why are there so many invasive species lately? Li Bo's gaze darkened abruptly, and as he recalled the iron-devouring ants he had encountered in the lower district, his heart grew heavy. Could it be? He suddenly locked his gaze onto Lu Wei. Captain Lu Wei, what's going on with those red spots on your body? Red spots? Lu Wei frowned slightly, gently rubbing her back with her fingers before lowering her head to look at her chest. She let out a sigh. I can't figure out what kind of illness this is either. I've seen a lot of doctors lately, but no matter how much medicine I take, it doesn't help. You've seen a Pitorous beetle before, haven't you? Li Bo asked directly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Wei suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Li Bo in shock. How do you know about Pitorous beetles? I just seemed to see something that looked exactly like a Pitorous beetle fly out from your balcony. What? Lu Wei's pupils shrank. Could it be, during the battle that day, that woman's Pitorous beetle hit on me? Seeing Lu Wei dazed, Li Bo narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, a battle? So that Pitorous beetle wasn't alone. Far from it. Lu Wei's face darkened, clearly thinking of something even worse. That woman is a beast master of the insect type, capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of insects into battle. I fought her for a long time that day, and that Pitorous beetle was the hardest to deal with. If reinforcements hadn't arrived, I would have been worn down to death by those annoying bugs. Her tone carried a chill of lingering fear. A beast master of the insect type? Li Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, the tragedy in the lower district was also her doing? You know about the lower district too? Lu Wei said in surprise. How could I not know? My house was stripped bare by those things. Li Bo said angrily. The iron-eating ants caused widespread destruction, leaving countless people homeless. This has already blown up the public discourse. The news can't be suppressed anymore. Lu Wei tightened her brow. Your judgment is correct. Those iron-eating ants are her pets. That woman is extremely dangerous and has already set off alarm bells among the higher-ups. The patrol squad has received a dead or alive order. We must bring her to justice. That guy, what is she coming to Jianghai for? Li Bo murmured under his breath, fingers brushing his chin. No matter what her target is, as long as she's still at large, she'll keep harming society. I'll never let her run amok again. Lu Wei's gaze was as firm as a rock. Having said that, her expression suddenly darkened and her eyes dimmed. I never expected this woman to be so vicious. The toxins silently invaded my body, leaving me unable to return to work for so long. Her voice was lowered to the extreme, yet it carried restrained anger. But I saw it with my own eyes back then. Although that rove beetle moth can turn invisible, it can't last long. So what trick did she use? How did she make the poison linger in my body for so long, without me noticing the slightest thing? Li Bo fell silent for a few seconds. Then his gaze shifted to the clothes hanging to dry on the balcony. Perhaps, what was hiding on your clothes wasn't a living rove beetle moth. You mean? Lu Wei looked at him curiously. Li Bo walked slowly over to the clothes rack and casually picked up a bright red bra. Looking at its size, Li Bo couldn't help but tease her, his tone light with amusement. Didn't expect Captain Lu Wei's breadth of heart to be this wide. You, what exactly are you trying to do? Lu Wei's neck quickly flushed red. Her gaze was resolute, but it still couldn't hide a trace of panic. Li Bo merely smiled without answering. He handed the red bra to Zi Yun beside him and nodded to signal her. Got it, brother Li Bo. Zi Yun curled her lips into a mysterious smile, and lightning suddenly gathered in her hand. Crackle! The bra instantly burst with sparks. Lightning flashed, and tiny charred particles fell silently like sesame seeds. Lu Wei's eyes widened as she trembled and spat out 2 words. Eggs. Li Bo frowned deeply. My guess is, when you fought that insect-type beastmaster that day, those rove beetle moths secretly laid eggs on you. They clung tightly, almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. That's why you never discovered their presence. What? Lu Wei's face instantly went deathly pale, a chill surging from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. That woman is truly vicious, she ground out through clenched teeth. If she hadn't run into Li Bo today, who knew how long these poisonous insects would have continued lurking in her body? Seething with rage, she yanked down all the clothes hanging on the balcony and said coldly, Looks like every piece of clothing in the house has to be burned. I'd suggest not sparing the one you're wearing either. Li Bo's gaze swept over her slip dress, his tone flat. This, Lu Wei's brows knitted tightly, torn with conflict. If all her clothes were to be burned, she really wouldn't have anything to change into. She muttered softly. Could you guys lend me a few pieces of clothing? Clothing. Li Bo followed her gaze to Zi Yun and Xiao Bai. How about? No way for Xiao Bai. Before he could finish, Xiao Bai shook her head firmly. The master's clothes can't be worn by other women. Li Bo had no choice but to turn his gaze to Zi Yun. Zi Yun puckered her lips and turned her head away. Humph, a beastmaster's clothes are never lent out. How troublesome, Li Bo smiled wryly. Seeing that the 2 beast girls were determined, Lu Wei pressed her red lips together tightly, then suddenly spoke again. Li Bo, if you don't mind, could you lend me 2 pieces of your clothes? I promise I'll buy new ones tomorrow and return them to you. Huh? Li Bo was stunned for a moment. Then he thought it over. Lu Wei's situation wasn't easy, and he was her only neighbor. He thought, if I don't help her, who will? So he nodded and agreed. All right then. Then, could I borrow 2 pairs of underwear too? Lu Wei's face instantly flushed red like a ripe apple, as if it could drip water. What? Li Bo nearly stumbled and sat down. He could hardly believe his ears. This was the first time he had heard such a bold request. Cough, cough. I can only lend you 1 pair of underwear. He straightened his face and said solemnly, My house was destroyed by the iron-eating ants, and this is the only pair I had in my storage ring. 1 pair is fine. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Li Bo handed over the clothes he had on him, saying with a smile, Take it. This is my favorite Pleasant Goat cartoon briefs. Take good care of them and don't lose them. Seeing the cute cartoon pattern on the underwear, Lu Wei was startled at first, then couldn't help bursting into laughter. You're really interesting. Li Bo stood nearby, seemingly wanting to stay a little longer. Lu Wei gently bit her red lips and said with feigned coyness, What? Are you trying to watch me change? Well, I'm doing this to guard against bad people. I'm worried something unexpected might happen, and if he got hurt, I'd feel guilty for the rest of my life. Li Bo hurriedly defended himself. Smooth talker. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. I'm the patrol captain. Do I need you to protect me? Still, since you're here, Help me put on some medicine while you're at it. Lu Wei suddenly said. Huh? Put on medicine? Li Bo looked blank. Lu Wei turned around, took out a tube of ointment, and with a hint of shyness on her face, softly said, You, don't go looking around recklessly. Li Bo finally understood what Lu Wei meant. She wanted him to help apply medicine for the skin infection left behind after being scratched by the hidden wing moth. Does this stuff really work? Li Bo asked curiously. Huh. If it doesn't work, what else can I do? I can only try my best. Lu Wei let out a long sigh, her eyes filled with helplessness. These past few days, she had gone to see many doctors and tried countless ointments, but the infection still clung to her like a shadow, causing unbearable pain. Then let's apply it. Before he even finished speaking, Lu Wei's pink camisole suddenly slipped down, exposing her shoulders as she turned her back to Li Bo. Li Bo was stunned. That slender waist and rounded shoulders were enough to quicken a heartbeat even from the back alone. But in the next second, he noticed the large, glaring red marks on Lu Wei's back, the skin looking like burning flames, with some areas already beginning to ulcerate. His desire vanished instantly, replaced by a heavy sense of worry and concern. Didn't expect the infection to be this severe already. Li Bo's heart tightened as he imagined the pain Lu Wei had endured these past few days. She had been willing to pay such a price to protect this city, and he couldn't help but feel admiration for her. I can apply the front part myself. I'll have to trouble you with the back. Lu Wei suddenly said. Huh? There's some on the front too. Li Bo couldn't hide his surprise and slightly tilted his head to look. Sure enough, the sides of those two plump, droplet-like peaks were also covered in red spots of varying sizes. This is just too cruel. Li Bo screamed inwardly. The harm this woman had suffered was far greater than what could be seen on the surface. Why you're not allowed to stare? Noticing Li Bo's gaze, Lu Wei's face flushed red. She hurriedly crossed her arms and covered those two weak points. The infection has already spread all over your body. Are you really going to have to inspect up close? Hee. Li Bo withdrew his gaze, scratched his head, and said seriously, Captain Lu Wei, I actually have a rough and ready method here. It might be able to cure this infection for you completely. Cure it completely? Lu Wei's eyes lit up. She turned around excitedly. Really? Unexpectedly, in her excitement, those two ample hills were laid bare in Li Bo's eyes without the slightest reservation. Wow, that's seriously lethal. Li Bo couldn't help but let out a hiss. Seeing that Li Bo's eyes were almost going straight, Lu Wei hurriedly exclaimed and tightly covered herself. Now that he had already seen them, she instead smiled, teasing him. Boy, don't you dare lie to me just now. If it really works, then this is a bargain you get to enjoy. If you're lying to me, then I'll have to be careful and dig out your eyes. Seeing her fierce look, a chill rose up Li Bo's spine, and he quickly agreed with a smile. Hee, how would I dare lie to you, Captain Lu Wei? I've heard that low temperatures can destroy the structure of moth powder dust. Your infection is probably left behind by those residual dust particles and can't be washed off normally. Maybe my little white can help. Little white. Lu Wei's gaze fell on the beast girl with blue hair and silver horns beside Li Bo, and she asked softly, an ice-type pet beast? Can it really work? If you don't mind, I can have Little White freeze the infection with snow mist. It's just that the temperature is a bit low. I'm worried you won't be able to take it. Li Bo's tone carried a hint of concern. To his surprise, Lu Wei only smiled faintly, her gaze firm. Ever since I graduated and joined the patrol team, I've faced countless life and death trials big and small over the past dozen-plus years. Would I still be afraid of a little cold mist? As soon as she finished speaking, she undid the crossed straps at her chest, and the sundress slipped to the floor, revealing her tall, upright figure in the nude. At that moment, Li Bo was caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected her to be so decisive, showing no restraint at all in the face of disaster. Though she was calm, she knew this was the first time she had been naked before a man. Lu Wei's cheeks instantly burned bright red, and she bit her lower lip until it nearly bled. Li Bo, I'm putting my trust in you. Don't disappoint me. Don't worry, I won't look for nothing, Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo chuckled, his gaze withdrawn as his expression turned serious. Shabai, I'm counting on you. He reached out and gently stroked the beast girl's head. In an instant, Xiaobai transformed into a frost-covered ice dragon and silently descended into Lu Wei's room. Although he knew Xiaobai was a dragon-type pet beast, seeing her true form with his own eyes still made a flash of shock appear in Li Bo's eyes. Xiaobai, you're ready, right? Li Bo sent the message. I'm ready, master. Good. Li Bo nodded and instructed. Remember, keep the snow mist gentle. Don't use a blizzard. Strong skills would be dangerous. Xiaobai remembers. The snow mist churned, and the aura changed abruptly. After 2 evolutions, she was no longer the frail creature she once had been. Xiaobai clenched her teeth, trying hard to recall the moment back when she and Li Bo made shaved ice together, when she unleashed that chill. Her azure eyes lit up as she stared at Lu Wei's body, exhaling a faint, hazy plume of white mist. So cold. The chill spread rapidly, and Lu Wei was wrapped in the icy mist, trembling slightly. She clenched her teeth, her fists tightly balled, enduring it with all her might. In no time, white snowflakes were forming on her short hair, and though her skin remained smooth, a layer of frost gradually covered it. Coldness rose from deep within her skin, as piercing as a bitter wind. So cold. Her breath instantly froze, and Lu Wei's face gradually turned pale as her body kept trembling. Li Bo kept his eyes locked on that red infection zone, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Though this snow mist was only an elementary move, it was enough to freeze the naked Lu Wei all over. She wouldn't be able to hold out for long. A thin sheet of transparent ice slowly formed, enveloping her. Lu Wei struggled weakly, and her only remaining clarity was like a flame fighting in an icy river, tenaciously resisting the oppression of the cold. Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo frowned deeply, worry rising in his heart. Suddenly, he was astonished to find that the red infected substance had begun to change strangely. They slowly surfaced from deep within the skin, as if stimulated by the cold, with specks of red condensing on the skin wrapped in thin ice, faintly shimmering and hinting at an unusual reaction. The cold current gradually weakened, and the chill slowly faded, awakening Lu Wei's senses. Fine transparent ice crystals covered her from brow to nose, her body stiff as wood. She barely parted her lips, her voice trembling and faint. Hold. Hold me tight. Li Bo froze. The pale body before him, cold as porcelain, made him hesitate. He turned to Ziyun. Ziyun, why don't you do it? No way. Ziyun shook her head and refused firmly. I don't want to be perverted like Meow Meow and like taking advantage of people, she said decisively. Ziyun is a straight girl and will never hug any woman. Of course, Sister Xiaobai is an exception, hee. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned playfully and hid behind Xiaobai. Left with no choice, Li Bo had to turn his gaze to Xiaobai. Xiaobai said innocently, Master, you know my body temperature is low. Hugging her won't help. Brother Li Bo, Sister Xiaobai is lying to you. She may seem icy, but she's warm inside. Why don't you try it yourself? Ziyun added provocatively. Ziyun, what are you saying? How annoying. Xiaobai pouted. Li Bo gave a bitter smile and sighed. Fine, I'll take one for the team. As soon as he finished speaking, he steadily moved closer to Lu Wei and wrapped his arms around the body frozen into an ice sculpture. Warm. Lu Wei was already barely conscious. Her head rested lightly on Li Bo's shoulder, and her breathing gradually steadied. Xiaobai and Ziyun on the side immediately showed signs of jealousy, snorted, crossed their arms, and turned away without looking. Taking advantage of the fact that the thin ice had not yet melted, Li Bo bent down and swiftly peeled off the red ice crystals one by one. Before long, the infected patches under his hands gradually dissipated, and Lu Wei's skin once again became pure and translucent. Not long after, Li Bo completely cleared the infective matter from Lu Wei's body. She put on her clothes, a slight blush on her face, and said solemnly, Thank you for helping me with my treatment. If I hadn't met you, I really don't know how long I'd have been tormented by this stinkwing moth. Li Bo grinned. Captain Lu Wei, if it can be settled with money, try not to say thank you. You little brat, your tongue is so slick it could make flowers bloom. You've moved into Shanshui #1 already, and you still care about this little bit of money. That night, he slept soundly in his new home. At dawn, as the first light had just fallen, Li Bo rode the dragon and set off on the road home, heading back to school to prepare for today's semifinals for the Final Four. The spectator stands were already packed with people. As the finals drew near, second and third-year Beastmasters had all arrived. A freshman who could fight his way into the top four was already capable of contending with senior experts. Second-year students generally had two pets, with the common setup being one elite grade and one ordinary grade. And although there were indeed geniuses in the third year who could contract 3 pets, those who could reach the extraordinary grade were as rare as cheetahs sprinting through the desert. By senior year, the major courses were already over, and there was almost no sign of fourth-year students on campus. They were running around everywhere, busy with internships and part-time jobs. But if a student could break through to a third-tier Beastmaster within 4 years, then graduation season would make them a prize chased after by all sides. In the stands, 2 upperclassmen in luxurious uniforms stared at the arena, excitement flashing in their eyes. Hey, Wang Chun, your younger brother Wang Linchuan's match is about to start. This top 4 is no easy group to deal with, a man reminded him. Oh, Chen Hao, what do you mean by that? Looking down on my brother? Wang Chun wore the confidence of a rich second-generation heir. His uniform gleamed brightly, decorated with sparkling accessories that showed off his family's wealth. Xiao Xian is already a second-tier beastmaster. He managed to fight his way into the top 4 in this fierce martial competition purely on real strength, he said, changing his tone. Real strength? Not necessarily. Chun Hao smiled lightly and frivolously. I've been following this whole season. Your brother has won every match, sure, but his performances have been mediocre. Honestly, in terms of strength, I think he's far behind Tao Jinxiang, who was eliminated by Li Bo. Wang Qin did not refute it. He only let out a soft chuckle. Luck is also part of strength. A strange smile appeared at the corner of Chun Hao's mouth. To be honest, our Wang and Chun families are practically old family friends. Did you bribe those little rookies who were sent out to face your brother? Wang Chun said nothing, only giving Chun Hao a meaningful smile. Heh, as expected. Chun Hao laughed lazily. But Wang Chun, even if you bought off the ones before him, don't think it'll be easy. This Mu Aoxue isn't easy to deal with. My dad has told me many times, no matter how wild things get at school, don't provoke her. Mu Aoxue is indeed strong. Xiao Xian is not her match, and I can't do anything about it, Wang Chun said with a crafty smile. However, if someone can push her into the top 2, the road ahead will be much easier. Push her into the top 2? You mean Li Bo? Chun Hao's eyes lit up as if he had suddenly discovered a secret. Good heavens, you didn't just buy the contestants. You even arranged the people handling the draw? Yeah, when you do things, you have to leave no loopholes, Wang Chun said smugly. Speaking of Li Bo, we really have to thank him. If he hadn't eliminated Lin Feier, our Wang family might really have had to kneel before Lin Feng. True enough, the Lin family is a power giant, while the Wang family controls the mining industry. If Lin Feng weren't using his identity as the Beast Tamer Guild president to pressure your old man, Zhang Hai wouldn't be his place to shout the shots, Chun Hao said with a nod. Haha, if Xiao Xian can enter the national secret realm and snatch that treasure, the situation in Zhanghai will undergo a complete upheaval. Wang Qin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Treasure? Chun Hao stroked his chin. Normally speaking, the national secret realms that the martial competition champion can enter are all fairly well developed. There are plenty of treasures, but your family is loaded, so it shouldn't count as anything particularly rare, right? You don't understand. Some things can't be bought with money, Wang Chun said with a mysterious smile. Viewing area for teachers on the high platform. Principal Lu Jun still wore a gentle smile. Mr. Lin, Feier's match is over. You came here specially. Was it because of that young man Li Bo? Lin Feng looked toward the arena and replied with a smile. Li Bo is my future son-in-law, so it's only normal that I care a bit. If he can run into the girl from the Mu family, it'll definitely be exciting. Calling him your son-in-law already. Lu Jun teased. Ever since Mr. Lin got flame-burning Sky Eagle, even the wrinkles on your face have decreased. Your complexion is much better. Exactly. After flame-burning Sky Eagle was reborn, my fighting spirit from my younger days was revived. Unfortunately, I haven't found an opponent. Old Lu, after the martial competition ends, how about we spar a few moves? No way. These old bones of mine can't beat you. You're now a 4th-tier beast tamer. In all of Zhanghai, there are very few who dare challenge you. Lin Feng looked up at the gray-blue sky and sighed. Invincibility is a kind of loneliness. The 4 semifinalists entered one after another. The referee waved the microphone and, through the thunderous crowd, announced, the semifinal round, from 4 into 2, officially begins. Everyone, next, we'll determine the match order through a drawing. The referee's voice rang out loudly, like a heavy hammer striking down. On the huge big screen below, it began scrolling rapidly, with the 4 names, including Li Bo, flashing past at high speed. The speed of the sliding names gradually slowed, and at last, the 2 matchup lists appeared before everyone's eyes. Mu Aoxue versus Li Bo. Wang Linxian versus Lu Meng. Chun Hao on the stage widened his eyes and blurted out. Yo, this was decided long ago, wasn't it? A smug smile curled up at the corner of Wang Chen's mouth. Hee hee, now there's a good show to watch. As soon as the list was announced, the audience erupted instantly. The most heated discussion, without a doubt, was the battle between Li Bo and Mu Aoxue. Former lovers meeting again on the arena naturally carried all the tension of drama. Both possessed the strength to take the championship. Meeting at this moment was especially cruel, making it impossible not to sigh in emotion. Next, we begin today's first match, Mu Aoxue versus Li Bo, the referee announced loudly. When Mu Aoxue heard her name, she froze slightly. She cast a distant glance at Li Bo, her eyes firm, and walked onto the arena with resolute steps. At last, Li Bo cast aside all distracting thoughts, took a deep breath, and stepped forward calmly. Mu Aoxue wore a plain white dress, her temperament elegant and serene like morning dew. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her delicate skin glowed warmly beneath the soft morning light, like a white jasmine blooming at dawn. Whether by coincidence or by design, this outfit was the very one she had worn on their first date. Li Bo remembered that day. Cherry blossoms filled the sky. He sat on a bench, holding her hand tightly, his heart pounding like thunder, his unease beyond words. "Do you remember this outfit?" Mu Aoshua asked with a quiet smile. "Don't tell me you dress like this just to make me nostalgic in the middle of a fight and throw me off." Li Bo retorted coldly. "Of course not." She shook her head lightly, her tone carrying a touch of the melancholy from days gone by. "Before the match even began, I had a premonition that I would run into you, Li Bo. After you left, I spent so many sleepless nights overwhelmed with guilt. Wearing this outfit now, I only want to bid farewell to the past once and for all, and put this old relationship to rest." Bid farewell to the old relationship. Li Bo frowned, unable to grasp her thoughts. "To put it plainly, I don't believe you'll go easy on me in a match. Quite the opposite. I'm looking forward to you giving it your all." She smiled, yet her gaze was as hard as steel. "From the moment you awakened your beast-taming talent until now, it's only been a few days, and yet you've already caught up to me. The person who once understood you best now finds you the hardest to see through. Li Bo, I'm curious, where is your limit?" "I don't know my limit. But one thing I know for sure is that today, I'm going to eliminate you." Li Bo's eyes were icy, his resolve mountain steady. "Accept my challenge, Mu Aoshua. E-rank Hunter Li Bo has officially issued you an upper-tier challenge. If you succeed, your ranks will be swapped, and you will inherit his D rank." "What? A higher-tier battle?" Mu Aoshua slightly parted her lips, finally sensing the unique message of a hunter within Li Bo's chip. She looked at him in disbelief. "You have become a hunter too?" "That's right. We're now both under the same division, and Yang Fei is my liaison." Li Bo's tone was calm, yet his words landed with weight. "So, the new member of Division 4210 is you?" A complex light flickered in Mu Aoshua's eyes as she struggled to accept the fact that he had become a hunter. "Why? To become stronger." Li Bo's gaze sharpened, his words revealing unwavering resolve. "Summon your beast pet, Mu Aoshua." Mu Aoshua took a deep breath and gradually came back to her senses from her daze. She looked back at Li Bo with determination, her voice no longer gentle. "Since you're so confident, I won't show you any mercy either." Before her words had even faded, a white shadow darted out from below the stage like a bolt of silver lightning and nimbly leapt onto the platform. By the time everyone reacted, there was already a white-eared cat girl standing at the center of the stage, Li Bo's familiar partner, Miao Miao. "Hello, goodbye." Miao Miao wore a short skirt, her figure hot and alluring. Her eyes were narrowed into slits, a bright smile on her face, with two small fangs peeking out in a playful flash. "Still sending out Phantom Moon Spirit Cat?" Li Bo slightly narrowed his eyes. Since their last meeting, Miao Miao had clearly grown much stronger. Name: Phantom Moon Spirit Cat. Gender: female. Attribute: psychic. Level: Elite Stage 2. Potential: Commander level. Status: Nymphomaniac. Skills: Rend Claws, Intermediate. Telekinetic Field, Intermediate. Hypnosis, Intermediate. Spirit Mirror Image, Intermediate. Soul Harvesting Wave, Intermediate. Mind Arrow, Intermediate. Spatial Overlap, Advanced. Half Moon Slaughter, Advanced. Description: Evolved from the Moonlight Cat. Its body has fused countless essences of moonlight. The Phantom Moon Spirit Cat possesses battle power that can condense that silver-white radiance into tangible form. As Miao Miao stepped onto the stage, her eyes flowed seductively as she threw an alluring wink, her expression overflowing with temptation. A scene flashed through Li Bo's mind of that guy draining people's energy dry, and a chill rose abruptly from the depths of his heart like a blade of ice. "What? Planning to deal with me in Beast Girl form?" Li Bo sneered, his voice calm, yet laced with provocation. He. Miao Miao's laugh was soft and enchanting. "Compared to my original wild and rugged form, I prefer using this graceful body to catch people's attention. Just a clingy, cute little stinking cat. Brother Li Bo, hurry up and let me out. I'm going to give her a good lesson." Zi Yun's roar suddenly erupted from Li Bo's beast-controlling space. "Fine. Since Zi Yun still hasn't made an official appearance, let's let everyone see your true power. Come out. Zi Yun." Li Bo waved his hand to summon it. A green magic formation suddenly lit up, and Zi Yun's figure pierced through the mist like thunder, condensing into shape. Rumble. A colossal 10-meter-wide body, bound with blood-red lightning, its entire form like burning thunder fire. "What? It's actually an elite level 1. Mu Aoshua widened her eyes, utterly shocked. Li Bo's second beast had long concealed its famog, and yet the one that appeared was this ferocious. This Zi Yun, The never-before-battled evolved form of Lei Yun had already climbed to the elite realm. As Yueying Lei Yun appeared, the audience instantly exploded into an uproar. Li Bo actually has two elite beasts. The pressure is off the charts, and the whole body is covered in blinding lightning. Is this a dark type? No, it's lightning attribute. Red lightning, absolutely one of a kind. Such a bizarre Lei Yun, with a mysterious species. Li Bo really found a rare treasure. Two elites, many seniors in their third year, can't even reach that. Besides, his beast-controlling talent only awakened not long ago. That's simply outrageous. The crackling of thunder and lightning rang out. On the high platform, Lu Jun suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on that dark Lei Yun on the arena, and exclaimed excitedly, could it be the evolved form of Huan Mingyun? Hee. Principal Lu, don't rush. Lin Feng wore a smug expression and spoke lightly. That's right. The evolved form of Huanming Cloud is called Ghost Shadow Thundercloud. Ghost Shadow Thundercloud, a brand new evolution sequence. Lu Jun stared at his calm, confident manner and suddenly seemed to understand something. Looks like President Lin picked up a treasure. Compared with the beast-taming miracle he had just displayed, Miao Miao seemed quite unruffled. After all, she was already quite familiar with these beast pets. Oh, little Ziyun has actually advanced to elite. Miao Miao looked up with a faint smile and said softly to Ziyun, "You sneaky cat. How dare you snicker? Don't go crying your eyes out later." Ziyun shot back fiercely. She sprang up and moved close to Li Bo. "Brother Li Bo, I want to become a beast girl too, and fight personally." This. Little Ziyun, are you really sure you want to use your beast girl form? Li Bo frowned slightly, somewhat worried. Beast pets in human form were indeed nimble, but it was hard for them to unleash their full strength, so their power inevitably took a hit. "Don't worry, I'll make her obediently lose to me," Ziyun said with absolute confidence. "Since that's the case, then I'll leave it to you." Li Bo placed his hand on top of Ziyun's head and pressed it lightly. Her figure instantly changed, transforming into a lively, pretty purple-haired girl dressed in Lolita style. "Be careful," Li Bo warned in a grave tone. Miao Miao stared at the gorgeous purple-haired girl before her, a flash of surprise crossing her eyes. "Oh, you dare challenge me in beast girl form? Xia Ziyun, you're the first." Her white tail swaying leisurely behind her, Miao Miao looked calm and unhurried, showing no sign of urgency. "Haha, you stinking cat. How dare you steal the spotlight from my brother Li Bo? Today I'll show you there's a price to pay for stealing." Ziyun gritted her teeth. "Then let this princess take a good look at how much you've grown, little Ziyun." A deep green light suddenly round Ed Miao Miao's pupils. "Not that gloomy hypnosis again. Too bad. It won't work on me." Ziyun sneered, a trace of contempt flashing in her eyes. Her figure flickered, and like a gale sweeping past a shadow, she vanished from the arena in an instant. "What is this?" Mu Aoxuan narrowed her eyes, staring tightly at the place where Ziyun had disappeared. Invisibility. Oh, she disappeared. Miao Miao's eyes slowly lost their luster, revealing confusion and vigilance. The next moment, boom, a scarlet bolt of lightning tore through the sky like an enraged serpent, striking straight down at Miao Miao's head. "Miao Miao, be careful." Mu Aoshua's expression changed drastically. Ziyun had just revealed herself and unleashed this lethal strike, so fast it was suffocating. Miao Miao instantly rolled away to dodge, her body as agile as a leaping leopard. However, the lightning still grazed her, and her tail was heavily clipped, a sharp scream piercing the air. She looked back, and on the pure white tip of her tail, a distinct scorch mark blazed like black flames searing the fur. "How dare you desecrate my tail?" Fury blocked Miao Miao's reason as she roared with rage. Ziyun's figure quietly appeared not far away. With her arms crossed and a cold smile, she said, "Humph, this is only the beginning. Accept my punishment." Before the words had even faded, she transformed into nothingness once more and vanished without a trace. The situation grew critical, and Mu Aoxue gave hurried commands. "Miao Miao, invisibility can't hide her aura. Use soul-subduing wave to probe her. Lock onto her position." Green light suddenly surged forth, and Miao Miao let out a piercing cat screech. A ring of invisible ripples spread rapidly from around her. Boom! Ziyun summoned thunder again, and lightning tore through the air, but Miao Miao deftly dodged it. Suddenly, Miao Miao's gaze locked onto a spot, and she declared with resounding force, "Found you, little Ziyun." She lunged forward, her sharp claws gleaming, razor-bright and dazzling in the sunlight. With a slicing sound through the air, whoosh, the blade swung out and stabbed straight into the void. Just as she was brimming with confidence and certain of victory, a dark spherical cloud of mist suddenly flew in, vibrating the air with a deep hum as it rushed straight at her. "Is that all you've got?" Miao Miao sneered. crossing her twin claws as she abruptly unleashed Rending Claw. A streak of cold light cut through the gloom, and the shadowy orb was shattered into countless fragments. However, at that very moment, swoosh swoosh, four pitch-black chains burst out like venomous snakes from the remnants of the shadow orb. This was Shadowbind, the incarnation of a dark noose, as four chains writhed in fury toward her. Damn, I've been tricked. Meow Meow's expression changed dramatically. She dodged nimbly, but the four chains stayed on her heels. Li Bo exclaimed in surprise. Your reaction speed is indeed astounding, but Ziyun isn't done yet. The chains didn't miss. Instead, they rapidly changed trajectory and in the blink of an eye, climbed up to bind Meow Meow's four limbs. What? Mu Aoshuang widened her eyes in disbelief. The skill control is precise enough to be chilling. We underestimated them too much. Ziyun's figure suddenly appeared, the chain at her waist dancing like a living thing, silently and firmly locking onto Meow Meow. Hee. A sly smile appeared on her face as she slowly hoisted Meow Meow up in front of everyone. Meow Meow was furious. Little Ziyun, let go of me quickly. Like this, it'll be exposed. Afraid of being exposed? Ziyun snorted coldly, her gaze sweeping over Meow Meow as she mocked. What's the use of wearing safety shorts? When you were showing off in the bar, I didn't see you being this ashamed. Meow Meow gritted her teeth, and suddenly the corner of her mouth curled into a strange arc, her eyes deep as a dark pool. Space swap, Mu Aoshuang softly uttered. In an instant, something magical happened. Meow Meow, originally bound by chains in midair, seemed to pass through the air and flash to the position Ziyun had occupied before. And Ziyun, as if her soul had been yanked out, was instantly trapped in midair by the chains. The audience below gasped in shock, rubbing their eyes to make sure. This is really possible? Wonderful. The situation has reversed in an instant. She can actually swap space. That must be a high-level skill. Damn it. Superpower-type pets are truly insane. They're driving me crazy too. I really want to get one and sign a contract. Stop dreaming. A top-tier pet like Moonlight Cat. Do you think you can just buy one? Humph. Don't compare yourself to me. You're still green, little Ziyun. Meow Meow smugly stared at Ziyun in the air, her offensive not loosening in the slightest. Her eyes suddenly sharpened, and countless transparent light arrows appeared around her. Psychic arrows fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense as rain. The psychic arrows roared toward Ziyun in midair. Once psychic arrows hit, they directly weaken a pet's fighting spirit, achieving the effect of defeating the enemy without a fight. Li Bo dared not be careless and quickly instructed in a low voice. Ziyun, block them with arrow rain. Got it. Brother Li Bo, I'm getting serious now. Ziyun's brows furrowed as she swiftly withdrew the dark, binding chains wrapped around her body. Borrowing the force of her rapid descent, she spun around, and countless sharp arrow shafts shot out from the quiver, meeting the dense psychic arrows head-on. High-level skill, arrow rain. This works too. Mu Aoshuang's expression changed drastically. After the observation just now, she had confirmed that Li Bo Ziyun was a dual-type dark and electric pet. She hadn't expected him to actually use the high-level water element skill, arrow rain. She stared blankly at Li Bo across the arena, her eyes full of disbelief. Li Bo, however, remained calm, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Why are you staring at me? It's only natural for clouds to bring rain, isn't it? Arrow rain and psychic arrows collided violently in midair, crackling and popping incessantly. After a brief and intense clash, the psychic arrows, as an intermediate skill, quickly lost and fell to the ground. Suddenly, one thick arrow from arrow rain broke through Meow Meow's arrow formation and shot straight at her face. Ah! Meow Meow cried out, instinctively turning her head, yet she still ended up with a deep, bright red gash. Ziyun landed gracefully, and the battlefield instantly returned to calm. Meow Meow seemed to be in a dream. Trembling, she reached out and gently touched the wound on her cheek. Blood spread between her fingers, and her eyes suddenly widened as her body began to shake uncontrollably. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. She slowly put off her head, and the calmness from before instantly peeled away from her gaze, replaced by a ferocity like that of a wild cat. Ziyun, how dare you hurt my face? This isn't over. Whoosh, a transparent longsword materialized in Meow Meow's hand, flickering with an icy blue glow as cold as moonlight in the dead of night. The chill from the blade cut straight to the bone, and just looking at it from afar was enough to send a shiver down one's spine. This is moonlight materialization. Li Bo was astonished. He hadn't expected Meow Meow to have already mastered the ability to concretize moonlight into a sword. Ziyun, turn back into your original form, Li Bo said anxiously. Yet Ziyun only smiled faintly, calm and composed. Brotherly Bo, she has moonlight, and I have Qishao thunder. As soon as the words fell, arcs of electricity burst from her right arm, red lightning surging like blazing flames. In an instant, the current condensed into a scarlet thunder whip, wrapped in fire like lightning and crackling violently. What? She has a weapon too. Mu Aoshuang's eyes flashed as she stared in disbelief at Ziyun's thunder whip. Li Bo Ziyun being able to withstand a beast girl's high-intensity battle had already astonished her. She never expected her to be able to manipulate lightning into a sharp weapon. Elemental shaping was extremely difficult for pet beasts. As a psychic pet beast, Meow Meow could only turn moonlight into reality through her powerful mental strength, and Ziyun's thunder whip was even rarer. A foreboding feeling rose in Mu Aoshuang's heart. There was something strangely cold and ruthless within the aura of that lightning. Ziyun gripped the thunder whip tightly and lashed it against the ground with two crisp cracks, smiling in satisfaction. This one is pretty handy. Oh, you've got a weapon too. Meow Meow's gaze turned sharp. Little Ziyun, I'm not afraid of you. She tightened her grip on the moonlight longsword, its radiance growing ever brighter. With a low shout, she darted forward like a phantom, the moonlight sword carrying fierce sword energy as it stabbed straight for Ziyun's throat. Ziyun remained unfazed, sweeping her whip out. The whip's tip coiled around the sword body like a spirit snake. With a sharp crack, thunder whip and longsword collided, sending sparks flying everywhere. Using the force to spin, Ziyun swung the thunder whip horizontally at Meow Meow. Meow Meow cried out and dodged, simultaneously slashing back with her sword. Clang! A thunderous ring. The thunder whip jolted, and arcs of electricity instantly surged along the blade. Meow Meow's arm went numb in a flash, as though being torn apart by entwined ice and fire. Damn it! Meow Meow retreated 2 steps, her face dark. She had underestimated Ziyun's strength, but she still gritted her teeth and charged again with her sword raised. The two of them intertwined swords and spears, their fighting spirit raging. On the arena, bolts of lightning wound like snake shadows, while moonlight sliced through the air like sharp blades. This clash of thunder and psychic power drew waves of startled cries from the audience. The two beast girls had elegant postures and clearly defined curves, and every exchange of offense and defense revealed the aesthetics of combat, like blazing flames leaping in the night, so beautiful it made people hold their breath. However, under the suppression of Qixiao thunder, Meow Meow's sharp moonlight sword could not stir even the slightest wave. Each time sword and whip collided, a stabbing pain shot through her arm, weakening her sword stance accordingly. After several exchanges, Ziyun seized the timing. Just as the tip of the sword thrust out, her thunder whip suddenly coiled down. Lightning exploded. The crimson thunder whip burst forth with searing electric arcs, climbing along the blade and winding toward Meow Meow's arm. Ah! A wave of searing pain struck. Meow Meow trembled for an instant and instinctively let go of the moonlight sword. With a flick of her hand, Ziyun sent the sword flying out of her grip, off the ring. Damn it! With her weapon lost, Meow Meow's heart sank instantly into an ice-cold abyss. Without the slightest mercy, Ziyun gave a sharp cry and lashed Meow Meow hard with the thunder whip. Before she could even defend herself, her body fell to the ground like a broken kite string. Meow Meow. Mu Aoshuang's gaze was fixed tightly on her, her heart aching as if cut by knives. Meow Meow clenched her teeth and forced herself to try to stand up. Bang! The thunder whip mercilessly landed on her buttocks, and Meow Meow was slammed back down again. Ziyun, how dare you hit my butt? Meow Meow glared furiously, her shrill cat-like cry tearing through the air. Oomph. Today I'm going to get justice for little white sister. Before it was Li Bo Gij's turn, you actually stole it from us first. Smack. The thunder whip lashed down again. Just so you won't steal our master. Whip after whip, Meow Meow lay prostrate on the ground, her miserable screams echoing out, her short skirt stained bright red. The agony of the red sky, thunder weighed down like a mountain. Meow Meow was powerless to use any skill and could only clutch the ground tightly, gritting her teeth and enduring every strike of the whip. Meow. Mu Aoshua's heart was bleeding. Meow Meow was not only her pet beast, but also her beloved. The thunder whip striking Meow Meow was like a blade slicing across her heart. Li Bo, remember our old feelings. Don't be so cruel to Meow Meow. Li Bo sneered. I don't have a choice either. Ziyun won't listen. If you really don't want this, then admit defeat. Admit defeat. Mu Aoshua's body jolted, her expression dazed. She had never thought Li Bo would force her this far. Li Bo, I never expected. You've become so powerful that I can only look up at your back. She clenched her fists, a bitter smile of self-mockery on her face. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her eyes as resolute as blades. However, if you think I'll stop here, then you're terribly wrong. Li Bo's heart sank sharply. Could it be that she was going to use her talent? It's finally here. Principal Lu Jun stood up excitedly, his gaze fixed tightly on Mu Aoshue's S-rank beast-taming talent, Tide of Longing. Mu Aoshue's gaze was deep and sharp, penetrating everything as she stared fixedly at Ziyun. She activated her talent. Li Bo frowned tightly. The Tide of Longing. This powerful spiritual talent can forcibly invade an enemy pet beast's consciousness. With it backing her, even if her opponent was several times stronger, Mu Aoshuang still had the power to counterattack. But Li Bo knew very well that Mu Aoshuang using this move now meant she had been driven to a dead end. When they first met, she had quietly told him that although this talent was powerful, it had enormous side effects. Every time it was activated, it would overdraw the Beastmaster's mental strength. Afterward, she would fall into extreme weakness, with wildly unstable emotions. If it could not be properly repaired, the mental damage would be difficult to reverse. If she ran into any more awful setbacks, the shadow of depression would almost swallow her whole. No one in the academy, not even the teachers, knew the hidden price of Mu Aoshuang's talent. She was as proud as a leopard, never letting anyone catch sight of her weakness. Only when Li Bo had once entered her heart did she hold nothing back, open in her mind, and equally unhidden in her body. As Mu Aoshuang's longing surged out like a tide, complex emotions churned in Li Bo's heart. Her resolve shocked him, and at the same time, he faintly felt an indescribable worry for Ziyun. Suddenly, as though cold, sharp spikes had drilled into her mind, Ziyun stiffened all at once. Holding the thunder whip in her hand, she stood like a statue, her gaze vacant, as if her consciousness had been ripped away. The audience below looked confused, but no one realized that Mu Aoshuang had invaded Ziyun's inner world. Sensing the halt in Ziyun's attack, Miao Miao slowly moved the hand blocking her eyes away and looked upward in confusion. Ziyun was motionless, her eyes blank, and Miao Miao instantly understood the truth. Xiaoxue, Wu Wu. She felt heartbroken over everything Mu Aoshuang had done for her, tears glistening as her voice choked with emotion. Miao Miao will never touch dangerous things recklessly again. I'll train properly from now on, and won't let Xiaoxue worry anymore. Regret surged in like a tide. If not for her own arrogance and laziness, how could she have lost to Ziyun today and forced Xiaoxue to use her divine beast technique? Half Moon Slash. In the battle, Miao Miao. Mu Aoshuang murmured softly, doing her utmost to control Ziyun's consciousness and prevent her from moving randomly. Her spiritual power was limited. She could only freeze the other side, unable to directly control her. Miao Miao nodded, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes fixed on Ziyun. Little Ziyun, you're very strong. Although beating you this way is a bit dishonorable, for this secret realm, Xiaoxue and I both have to get in. Half lying on the ground, she let the light swirl on her claws as energy converged, and a sharp crescent-shaped blade of light slowly emerged. Damn it! Half Moon Slash. Li Bo's expression changed as he stared intently at the blade of light. The power of Half Moon Slash surged wildly. Although it required charging, it was enough to tear through Ziyun's defenses. If she were still in her original body, she might be able to endure it, but as a spirit beast girl, one strike would mean injury. Ziyun, wake up! Li Bo called out anxiously, trying to pull her consciousness back. But at this moment, Ziyun's brain had already gone out of control. In the depths of the dark, misty consciousness, she desperately tried to regain control, only to see a figure radiating blinding golden light at the center, ruthlessly driving her away. His pain, that figure, like a holy spirit descending, forced the dark attribute Ziyun into painful struggle, unable to get even half a step closer. That is Mu Aoshuang's consciousness. Ziyun suddenly realized. Within the light sphere was the girl's shadow. How dare you intrude into my dreamscape? So despicable. Her resentment burned. Yet when she looked again at Miao Miao's rapidly forming Half Moon Slash, she felt the abyss drawing near. No, I can't lose here. Brother Li Bo is still counting on me to fight with everything I've got. She frantically rushed toward the light sphere, struggling with all her might. But the sacred light was like an iron wall, pinning her down so she could not advance even half a step. Damn it! Is there really no way? Despair surged into her heart like a tide, and her strength ran dry. Mu Aosno, Li Bo's ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, Ziyun's heart stirred. Since you like peeking into my brain so much, then let me show you what your beast pet did to Brother Li Bo. Although she couldn't regain control of her body, she could still activate the memories in her mind. That night long ago, the scenes from the backstreet bar flashed by like slides, reflected around Mu Aosno's light sphere. Is this Ziyun's memory? A bar? What is Li Bo doing here? Seeing Li Bo whispering shoulder to shoulder with Xiao Bai in the private room, That intimacy pierced like icy frost. Although the two had already broken up, seeing him so close to another woman at this moment made a wrenching bitterness surge in the depths of Mu Aosno's heart. The scene shifted, and she caught a glimpse of Miao Miao making a sexy, slow entrance from the dance floor. What? Miao Miao. Mu Aosno's expression changed instantly, her voice trembling. Didn't they say she went to absorb moonlight that night? How could this be? In just a brief moment, it was like a massive boulder crushing down, leaving her utterly shattered. She saw Miao Miao openly performing pole dance, her figure alluring, and Mu Aosno's face turned instantly, as white as ice colliding with ice. What? Her heart felt as cold as if ice water had been poured over her head. She had been so devoted to Miao Miao, yet she ran to a bar, using the flashing lights to flaunt her charm, all just to win others' attention. What made her whole body go cold even more was seeing Miao Miao holding a wine glass, lightly sitting on Li Bo's lap, her movements coquettish and brazen. How could you do this, Miao Miao? He was once my man. With a buzz in her mind, Ziyun's consciousness dispersed by 3/10, and Mu Aosno's control was suddenly weakened. Next, Li Bo, together with the two beast girls, suddenly lunged at the night werewolf in a narrow, dark alley, and a fierce slaughter instantly erupted. The sharp combat power he had just displayed tightened Mu Aosno's heart. Li Bo's gentle smile was actually worlds apart from the murderous gaze he had now. He actually took the drunken Miao Miao home. Seeing this, Mu Aosno's heart surged with complicated emotions, yet a trace of warmth suddenly rose within her. If Li Bo had left the completely drunk Miao Miao out on the street that day, who knew what terrifying things might have happened? Li Bo bore no resentment. He only silently protected her in the dark, and this was the first time Mu Aosno's heart was filled with regret. Li Bo carefully covered Miao Miao with a blanket. This scene was so much like the way he took care of her. Whenever her period came, he would boil her brown sugar water, gently knead her abdomen with his hands, coax her to slowly fall asleep, and only then would he close his own eyes in peace. It's me. I'm sorry, Li Bo. It was me who hurt the person who once treated me like treasure and held me gently in the palm of his hand. Tears involuntarily slid down Mu Aosno's breathtaking face, cold and clear. However, just as she was immersed in the memories, the suddenly surging images in Ziyun's mind froze her expression, turning it icy to the bone. Miao Miao. Sensing the extreme wavering of the Beastmaster's combat spirit, Miao Miao cast a puzzled glance over. Though unclear of the reason, she quickly adjusted, and the crescent-shaped weapon in her hand solidified instantly, emanating a murderous intent as if prepared to sever all obstacles in her path. It's over, Ziyun. A cold and sharp light blade, shaped like a crescent moon, suddenly burst from Miao Miao's claws. Piercing through the air with a high-pitched screech, it aimed precisely at Ziyun's chest. However, what shocked her was the sight of Ziyun suddenly opening violet eyes filled with a cunning smile at the corners of her mouth. Wishful thinking. Boom. In an instant, Ziyun reverted to her original form. Thick, shadowy clouds, dark as ink, were effortlessly torn apart by the crescent slash, but its sharpness dissipated silently into the air. How can this be? Miao Miao's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils trembling. Weren't you already controlled by Xiaoxue? How could you revert back? Xiaoxue? Huh, she's truly harmed her master now. Ziyun let out a cold laugh, filled with schadenfreude. Just now, in her mind, everything, whether it should or shouldn't be seen, was completely laid bare for me to see. What? As if struck by a sudden bolt of lightning, Miao Miao was shocked and flustered. She immediately realized that Mu Aoxue had discovered her betrayal. In panic, she turned back, only to see Mu Aoxue crouched on the ground, sobbing with her head down. The audience remained clueless, only witnessing a scene that seemed to crush the campus belle, Mu Aoxue, completely. Curiosity surged like an unstoppable tide. Mu Aoxue, you finally have your day. Lin Feier's smile was sharp and venomous. With the outcome decided, she turned and walked away without hesitation. Xiaoxue. Miao Miao had lost all will to fight. Her legs felt as heavy as lead as she trudged numbly toward Mu Aoxue. Don't come near me. Mu Aoxue's unhinged scream broke the air, her voice shattered and her face streaming with tears. The once aloof goddess was now like a broken ruin. Why? I gave you my wholehearted trust. How could you betray me? Her cries, hoarse and despairing, were filled with heart-wrenching agony. Miao Miao fell to her knees with a thud as a storm of tears poured uncontrollably. I'm sorry, Xiaoxue. I was wrong, but I truly couldn't control myself. The allure he holds, it's fatal to me. But he was someone I once loved deeply. Do you understand how much you've hurt me by doing this? Mu Aoxue wept uncontrollably, her voice choked, piercingly sorrowful. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Xiaoxue, I beg you, please don't blame me. Meow Meow's voice trembled with fragility, like a kite string ripped apart by wind. I promise, I'll never act recklessly again. There is no next time. Mu Aoshua inhaled sharply, her face filled with cold determination that cut like a blade. She turned, her steps heavy yet resolute, heading off the stage. Mu Aoshua, leaving the platform is considered forfeiting. Please take this match seriously. The referee's voice hammered mercilessly at her already fragile heart. A match. Mu Aoshua's lips curled into a bitter, broken smile. Her voice was low and fragmented. When even my most trusted companion has betrayed me, what meaning does this match hold anymore? She didn't look back. Her figure grew distant, like a cold blade slicing through the stillness of the finals. Xiaoxua. Meow Meow leapt off the stage, her frantic steps chasing after Mu Aoshua's retreating shadow. The crowd was left in utter disbelief. Even Principal Lu Jun's expression deepened with confusion. What exactly just happened? Before the murmurs could fade, the referee blew the whistle. Mu Aoshua forfeits. Li Bo claims victory. Advances to the championship finals. He finally avenged this grudge. Ziyun's tone brimmed with pride and exhilaration. Challenge to ascend tier succeeded. Hunter rankings have swapped. Congratulations to Li Bo for advancing to D-rank Hunter. Li Bo's expression wavered subtly as he emerged from his shock. I won. His voice was weighted as though struck by a heavy hammer, low and complicated. The audience roared in applause and cheers, yet Li Bo's face remained devoid of joy, cold as autumn frost. What was originally imagined to be a fierce battle, with blood splattering across the arena and blades flashing in a storm of light, had unexpectedly come to a hasty end. Before even the opponent's second pet beast had stepped onto the stage, Mu Aoshua had chosen to concede. Li Bo knew her personality well, unyielding and proud, never one to admit defeat easily. This was absolutely not like her. She must have discovered Meow Meow's betrayal. Her heart must have suddenly plunged into icy depths. He understood just how heavy that blow must have been. Mu Aoshua had used a talent with side effects this time, and her body was still struggling against the pain. No one knew when she would be able to recover completely. Ziyun looked at Li Bo staring into the distance, and with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, she muttered softly. Brother Li Bo, you don't seem very happy, do you? Happy? Of course I'm happy. Li Bo smiled indulgently at Ziyun, gently waving both hands as he naturally transformed her back into her beast girl form, his voice tender. Ziyun never lets me down. Ziyun playfully stuck out her tongue. Brother Li Bo, if it weren't for that mess Meow Meow caused, you'd probably have lost miserably today. Li Bo's expression darkened. Why does that sound so harsh? Ziyun laughed unconcernedly. Isn't it true? The strongest in the martial competition are Lin Feier and Mu Aoshua, right? Now that both of them have been defeated by you, the championship is practically in your pocket. Not necessarily. Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly, warily fixing his gaze on the stage. After the match ended, he didn't leave. Instead, he found a corner nearby and quietly waited for the next round. After a short break, the referee blew the whistle again, announcing the start of the next round's semifinal clash. Next, please welcome Wang Linxian and Lu Meng to the stage. Everyone's attention converged as a rebellious-looking boy strode onto the stage with disdain and confidence. Wang Linxian was dressed in fine luxury, hands in his pockets, his bearing arrogant, as if he didn't regard his opponent at all. Li Bo narrowed his eyes, suspicion rising in his heart. His opponent, Lu Meng, was already well known among the first-year students, and her strength was nothing to underestimate. He had watched several of Lu Meng's matches before. Though not as dazzling as Mu Aoshua or Lin Feier, she was definitely no weaker than Tao Jian. As another tamer of one of the three great families, the Cactus lineage, Lu Meng had already evolved her pet beast to elite level and even successfully contracted a second one. Facing this second-tier beast tamer, Wang Linxuan's arrogance looked even more glaring. Lu Meng stood opposite him. Though the girl looked delicate, a stubborn light burned in her eyes. Summon your pet beast, Lu Meng. Wang Linxuan's lips curled into a trace of mockery. His voice was low, meant only for Lu Meng. Don't forget, that little stone monkey you just contracted needs black crystal or to evolve, and only my Wang family's minds can supply it. Lu Meng's expression shifted slightly. Her gaze flickered between Wang Linxian and the ring, and she still didn't summon her pet beast. Then let's go. Steel Hammer Bull. Wang Linxian struck first. A burst of green light flashed as a bull-headed beast clad in steel armor and gripping a giant hammer suddenly appeared in the center of the arena. Name, Steel Hammer Bull. Gender, male. Attribute, metal level. Elite rank 1 potential. Elite skills. Roar, beginner. Fierce charge, beginner. Chaos hammer, beginner. Iron armor blessing, intermediate. Charged heavy strike. Intermediate. Li Bo casually glanced at the Steel Hammer Bull's information. This guy looked fierce and imposing, but in truth its attributes were mediocre. Its thick skin made it seem sturdier, but the only skills worth showing off were those two intermediate ones, nothing else. When training, they prioritized level over skills, clearly neglecting combat training. Li Bo stroked his chin and muttered in a deep voice. Lu Meng's thorn plant has both control and offense covered. It's more than enough to deal with that clumsy fool. Deep down, Li Bo was actually hoping his final opponent would be Lu Meng. It had been so long since he'd encountered a strong grass-type pet beast that his hands were practically itching. Lu Meng took a deep breath, and then the magic array lit up, beginning to summon a pet beast. Unexpectedly, the array was the yellow unique to the ordinary rank, with none of that green glow characteristic of the elite rank. Something's off. Li Bo stared at the stage as the magic array gradually dimmed. A little stone monkey wearing a headband strung together from stones suddenly leapt into everyone's view. A little stone monkey, Li Bo said in surprise, his brows furrowing. Its level was only about ordinary rank 7 or 8. After all, it was facing an elite-level steel-type pet beast. Instead of sending out her strongest thorn plant, she had this perfectly countering stone-type beast take the field first. It was truly baffling. Heh, Lu Meng, where's your cactus? You're using a little stone monkey against my steel hammer bull. Talk about playing with fire and burning yourself. Wang Linxian said loudly, his voice carrying across the area with blatant provocation. The audience immediately perked up, and the atmosphere tightened at once. Lu Meng bit her lip and stammered softly. The cactus was injured during the last trial, so I can only let the little stone monkey come out to fight. I see. Then don't blame me for being rude. Steel hammer bull roar. Wang Linxian bellowed. The giant beast raised its head and let out a deafening roar like a mountain torrent and tidal wave. The sonic blast swept toward the nimble little stone monkey like a violent storm. The little stone monkey nimbly jumped sideways to dodge, and though it avoided most of the attack, the aftershock still made its body sway. Fierce charge. Wang Linxian ordered at once. The steel hammer bull charged like a runaway war chariot, its steel-capped head barreling straight toward the little stone monkey. Everyone held their breath, all thinking the little stone monkey would surely be knocked flying. But just then, it suddenly crouched low and swept its leg. The steel hammer bull, with its steel head bracing into it, was tripped and crashed heavily to the ground. Its clumsy body rolled several times before finally stopping. The damage was limited, but the humiliation was immense. A wave of laughter erupted below the stage. Even Li Bo couldn't help but smile, praising in a low voice. This little guy is pretty sharp. How dare you? Wang Linxuan's face darkened. Being toyed with by an ordinary rank pet beast in full view of everyone, he had completely lost face, and his anger surged. His gaze was like a blade, fixed on Lu Meng, with dark malice roiling within. Fine, Lu Meng, since your little stone monkey is so capable, then save yourself the trouble and don't evolve it. Lu Meng's expression changed. She hurriedly explained. I am sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Not on purpose? Huh, then stop hiding. Take this, steel hammer bull. Wang Linxian sneered, his tone full of threat. This, Lu Meng hesitated. Others couldn't tell what was going on, but she felt as if her heart were being torn apart. The implication in Wang Linxuan's words was extremely clear. This was an ultimatum. Having just been toyed with and humiliated, he would never let this go. Little stone monkey. Lu Meng's eyes flickered as the conditions Wang Linxian had privately promised her not long ago surfaced in her mind. As long as she helped him win the martial competition, she would not only receive a substantial reward, but also obtain the black crystal stone needed for Little Stone Monkey's evolution. That ore was rare and precious, produced only by the Wang family's mines. It was expensive, and once released onto the market, it would be snatched up instantly. How could Lu Meng, from an ordinary background, not be tempted? Not to mention that Li Bo's strength was overwhelming almost across the board. Even if they reached the finals, he might be completely defeated by him. Rather than struggle alone, it would be better to let someone else have it, while also bringing back generous benefits. Seeing Lu Meng hesitate, Wang Linxian curved his lips into a sly smile. Steel hammer bull, charge up for a heavy hammer strike. The massive beast swung that heavy iron hammer and suddenly began spinning furiously. Little Stone Monkey looked at its beastmaster, who still had not responded, and its eyes flashed with panic as it quickly turned back to seek support. I'm sorry, Little Stone Monkey, I'm doing this for your own good. Lu Meng's expression turned cold, her voice sharp as a blade. Little Stone Monkey, use rocket headbutt. As soon as the words fell, Little Stone Monkey's eyes widened abruptly, fear surging over it like a cold wind. It stared blankly at the beastmaster beside it. Clearly, with its speed, it should have been able to exhaust the steel hammer bull's stamina first, and then find an opening to counterattack. But it never expected the Beastmaster to make it clash head-on, to rush up and confront it directly. After only a brief hesitation, it still gritted its teeth and chose to trust the command. Its feet jolted hard, and its body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging straight into the iron hammer that came crashing down. Has she gone crazy? She actually dares to use rocket headbutt, Li Bo exclaimed, his voice nearly tearing his throat apart. The steel hammer bull's attack was as heavy as a mountain. How could an elementary rocket headbutt possibly withstand it? Boom. The iron hammer slammed brutally onto Little Stone Monkey's head, and the stone band shattered with a crack. A piercing scream tore through the air, and pain exploded through every nerve. In an instant, it was knocked flying and crashed heavily out of the arena. Little Stone Monkey. Lu Ming's heart ached as if being sliced apart. She rushed over and reached out to touch the wound, which had long since been reduced to a mangled mass of flesh and blood. Amid her ragged breaths, she could faintly sense a weak pulse of life. Letting out a breath of relief, she hurriedly summoned it back into the Beastmaster space. Lu Ming, please return to the arena immediately. The referee's voice rang out sharply, cold as an ice pick. Lu Ming shook her head, resolute as a mountain. I forfeit the match. A hush of sighs rose from below the stage. The referee froze and asked, You've already reached the threshold of the finals. How can you give up so lightly? You're a second-tier Beastmaster. Where is your other pet? Cactus is injured. I have to take Little Stone Monkey to the vet. Without looking back, Lu Ming left the scene with heavy steps. Lu Jun on the stage looked utterly confused, unable to hide the doubt in his eyes. With Lu Ming's strength, how could this happen? You still don't get it. Lin Feng sneered. Principal Lu, it must have been that bastard Wang Yongsun setting her up behind the scenes. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made such a rookie mistake. Lu Jun's expression tightened. President Lin, are you saying match fixing? Lin Feng feigned innocence. I didn't say that. But judging by Wang Yong, who loves shady dealings, he's done things like this more than once. Wang Yong. Lu Jun frowned deeply. The overlord of Zhanghai Mining. But if I find out his son cheated, I'll show no mercy. Haha. Brother Lu, I don't care about the rest. As long as the Wang family's son makes it to the finals, I, Lin Feng, will make sure the rest of the competition is fair and just. His tone suddenly turned cold, like a winter wind scraping into the marrow. Whoever dares scheme against Li Bo, don't even think about touching a single cent of my family's money at Zhanghai University. Lu Jun's expression changed repeatedly, and he quickly replied with a smile. President Lin, rest assured. I'll conduct an internal investigation right away and absolutely won't let Li Bo suffer any grievance. Everyone, after intense competition, the top two in the martial contest have been decided. The referee's voice thundered. They are Li Bo, Wang Linxian. As soon as the words fell, Wang Linxian in the distance shot him a meaningful look. Li Bo frowned, his heart jolting. So, this martial contest champion was actually the one he secretly placed a bounty on. He still didn't understand how, from just an admission token, someone had paved the way for Wang Linxian. Even the Hunter organization had gotten involved in this competition. Even if he obtained the martial contest qualification and entered the Beijing, he would still have to face countless genius experts, and the champion from other schools would never step aside easily. This made Li Bo unable to help but feel suspicious. What exactly was hidden in the Beijing that could make Wang Linxian use every trick in the book to manipulate the competition? But he didn't want to think about it any further. The situation before him was clear. If trouble came, he'd block it. If soldiers came, he'd meet them with water and earth. 3 days later, the finals would begin. During this time, it would be just right to prepare well for Rabbit's evolution. After the crowd dispersed, Li Bo didn't go far and headed straight to Counselor Wu Gang's office. Life do? Wu Gang looked puzzled, shaking his head in uncertainty. That's strange. I've been teaching for so many years, and I've seen all kinds of evolution reagents, but I've never heard of the life do you mentioned. Did you get it wrong, Li Bo? Even the teacher doesn't know? Li Bo raised his brows slightly, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that the system drank the wrong wine? It had actually given him fake materials? He could only set it aside for now and turn to ask Wu Gang. Teacher, do you know where in Zhanghai there's a kind of soil called Yinshun Fertile Earth? Yinshun Fertile Earth? Wu Gang stroked his chin, a complicated look flashing in his eyes. That thing is rare, but it's still a fairly normal evolution material. He paused. However, Li Bo, this thing is generally only used to cultivate grass-type pet beasts. It has nothing to do with your 2 pet beasts at all. Could it be? Li Bo merely smiled and said nothing. Wu Gang's gaze froze on his face, unable to hide his shock. You've already contracted a 3rd pet beast? Nothing can be hidden from you. Teacher. Li Bo forced out a smile. Wu Gang patted his shoulder. TSK Tisk, it's only been how long since you awakened your Beastmaster talent, and you already have 3 pet beasts in your hands. Your growth really makes me admire you. His voice rose with excitement. When you enter the National Secret Realm, show the genius prodigies across the country what a true powerhouse looks like. Seeing Wu Gang so excited, Li Bo hurriedly stopped him. Teacher, I still haven't won the martial arts tournament championship yet. Huh, that kid Wang Linxian, he's nothing but a half-baked amateur. He made it to the finals purely on luck. He's no match for you at all. Wu Gang said dismissively. By the way, you said you were looking for spring-rich fertile soil, right? Just as teacher guessed, my third pet beast is grass type and urgently needs to evolve, and spring-rich fertile soil is the key. What? It needs to evolve again. Wu Gang was startled, but thinking of Li Bo's explosive growth, he felt it was only reasonable. He said in a grave voice, there's a place north of Jianghai called the Misty Miasma Forest. According to a research professor, it seems to be covered with spring-rich fertile soil. You can try your luck there. After obtaining the clue, Li Bo turned and left, returning home. Xiaobai, next, are we going to the Misty Miasma Forest? He asked the little beast beside him. Yes, spring-rich fertile soil is crucial to whether Rabbit can evolve smoothly. Rest well tonight, and we'll set off early tomorrow morning. Brother Li Bo, weren't you just saying that Rabbit is still missing a key material for evolution? Ziyun suddenly interjected. Li Bo nodded. Life Dew, an extremely rare evolution material. Even teacher hasn't seen much of it. Life Dew, Ziyun froze, her eyes darting around him. Oh, Rabbit is coming with us too. Li Bo suddenly froze. Just now, the beast-taming space had sent an urgent request from Tutu. Very well. Let me see how well your injuries have healed. He waved his hand, and Tutu's figure immediately appeared before the others. Tutu, now in her beast girl form, looked at Li Bo gratefully. Young master. Her back was spotless and white, with all her wounds completely gone. Li Bo nodded in satisfaction. Tutu, you've fully recovered. Thanks to young master. Being contracted by you is Tutu's blessing from a past life. Tutu stood straight, her cheeks flushed red, her long pink ears held high, carrying a hint of ladylike grace. Ziyun suddenly raised an eyebrow. Come to think of it, Tutu, the way you speak is so refined. It sounds more human than the two of us. Tutu glanced at Ziyun and Xiaobai, then explained, Sisters, ever since I was taken back by the horse people, I had to study etiquette and speech every day and undergo posture training. If I didn't learn properly, I wouldn't just be unable to work. I'd also be punished with beatings. Over time, I developed this way of speaking. Poor Tutu. Ziyun pouted. From now on, your sister will watch over you. No one will bully you again. Ziyun's sister is so nice. Tutu smiled softly, then turned to look at Li Bo. All right, young master, you were just saying you're going to the Miasma Forest? Tutu knows the Miasma Forest? Li Bo asked curiously. Tutu nodded, her expression turning solemn at once. Young master, the Miasma Forest is far too dangerous. Tutu doesn't want you to go there. Dangerous? Li Bo frowned tightly. How do you know it's dangerous there? Tutu lowered her head, her tone heavy. Because, before Tutu came to Shan Shui No. 1, I had always lived in the Miasma Forest. What? Li Bo stood up in shock. He hadn't expected that the spring-nurturing fertile soil, so urgently needed for Tutu's evolution, would actually be distributed in her former habitat. In that case, Tutu must know the Miasma Forest very well. As long as we avoid the dangerous areas, nothing should go wrong. Li Bo's voice carried confidence. But Tutu shook her head, her brows tightly furrowed. Sir, you're wrong. The misty Miasma Forest is shrouded in thick fog all year round, and almost no one goes there. Although I can find my way by scent, in the mist, vicious beasts with tremendous killing power often appear out of nowhere. A flash of fear crossed her eyes. Those beasts are fierce and cunning. Once they get tangled up with you, they'll fight to the death for sure. Li Bo fell silent. He believed Tutu's words, but he also understood that in this world, the law of the jungle always prevailed. If he wanted that fertile land, he would have to face the forest's threats head-on. What's there to be afraid of, Tutu? Ziyun stepped forward. With Sister Xiaobai and me around, are we really supposed to be afraid of a forest covered in mist? That's right, Tutu, Xiaobai said firmly. If we want to successfully evolve, we have to get through dangerous trials. Every time we could become elites, it was because Master brought us opportunities snatched from the brink of life and death. Tutu's eyes lit up. Looking at Xiaobai's confident face, admiration welled up in her heart. Li Bo smiled and gently rubbed Tutu's head. Don't worry, Tutu. The Miasma Forest is dangerous, but we have Little White, who can fly. If we can't beat them, we can just fly away. No problem. Hee hee. Sister Little White flies unbelievably fast, Ziyun said excitedly with a laugh. Everyone. Tutu's eyes welled up with tears. Her companion's comfort swept away the gloom in her heart like a warm current. She shook off her fear and said firmly, "Young master, then let's go to the miasma forest. Tutu will lead the way. That's my good beast companion," Li Bo said lovingly as he ruffled Tutu's head. Can you take me with you?" A familiar voice suddenly came. As the few of them laughed and joked, Xian suddenly frowned and scratched her head. Weird. Is something wrong with my ears? Why do I keep hearing meow meow again? Xian, you heard right. She's here. Little White's brows knitted tightly as her gaze locked onto the balcony outside. A white figure shot up from beneath the balcony like a meteor. Meow meow. Li Bo looked over in surprise. It was the meow meow he had seen when she fought with Ziyun. However, at this moment, Meow Meow looked desolate, and the dried tear tracks on her face spoke of how long she had been crying. "What are you doing here? Not enough of a beating yet," Ziyun said angrily, rolling up her sleeves with her fists clenched, looking ready to strike. But Meow Meow did not dodge at all. "Ziyun, if you want to vent, then keep hitting me. Anyway, Xiaoxue doesn't want me anymore. Sob, just beat me to death." Meow Meow suddenly choked up and burst into tears. Ziyun's fist dropped helplessly, and she said awkwardly, "Hey. What are you doing? I'm not going to pity you." "Meow meow, what did you just say?" "Mu Aosno doesn't want you anymore," Li Bo asked in surprise. Meow meow wiped away her tears and replied through sobs, Xiaoxue said my heart is too wild, that she can't hold me back. She also said that since I like you so much, I might as well come and throw myself on your mercy." "So you came running to me?" Li Bo said helplessly. "But how did you find out my home address?" Meow meow's cheeks turned slightly red. "Just now, when Xiaoxue infiltrated Ziyun's consciousness, she learned that you had moved into a new home, so I followed her." She looked at him pleadingly. "Beast Tamer, for the sake of me giving you my first time, please take me in." "Absolutely not." Ziyun immediately blocked her. "Brotherly Bo already has the three of us, which is plenty enough. We don't need you." Xiaobai nodded calmly. "Meow meow, to be honest, you're too willful. Even if Master takes you in, there'll only be trouble in the future. I promise. Xiaobai, I'll definitely behave myself and never cause trouble again." Meow Meow vowed solemnly. Xiaobai had nothing to say and could only turn her gaze to Li Bo, waiting for him to make the decision. "Meow Meow, the contract on you hasn't been severed yet. It looks like Mu Aoshua doesn't really want to leave you. She must have acted on impulse back then. You should go back as soon as possible," Li Bo tried to persuade her. "No." Meow Meow shook her head anxiously, her eyes resolute. "Xiaoxue is mentally fragile right now, and her emotions are unstable. If she sees me again, she'll definitely be triggered. I have to wait until her condition stabilizes before I go back." "That's true," Li Bo frowned in thought. Mu Aoshua had just used the tide of longing and suffered a heavy blow to her vitality, and then she was dealt another shock today. If Meow Meow went back now, it would definitely throw her mind into chaos, and she might even go insane. Though he still held some resentment in his heart. After all she had once loved deeply, Li Bo didn't want anything to happen to her. Seeing Li Bo waver, Meow Meow pressed the advantage. "Beast Tamer, you're going to the miasma forest, right? It's dangerous there, so take me with you. Having one more fighter never hurts." "Who would believe you? What if you don't behave?" Ziyun immediately objected. "I'll behave," Meow Meow said seriously. "If you're worried, the Beast Tamer can contract me. That way, he can control my actions." "A contract?" Ziyun snorted coldly. "You still have Mu Aoshua's contract on you. How could Li Bo possibly contract you?" Xiaobai, standing nearby, couldn't help laughing. "Ziyun, maybe Li Bo really can do it." As the first pet to follow Li Bo, Xiaobai was very clear about her master's perverted contractability. He could forcibly drag beasts into the beast-taming space from a long distance. Maybe he really could forcibly contract someone else's pet. "Oh, Sister Xiaobai is right. I remember when Brother Li Bo contracted me that day. He didn't even ask for my opinion, and I somehow ended up in his beast-taming space," Ziyun suddenly realized. "Right? When young master contracted me yesterday, it was also forced." Tutu chimed in right after. Several beast girls all stared at Li Bo in unison. "No, don't all stare at me," Li Bo said helplessly. "The issue isn't whether I can contract her, but that I've never tried contracting someone else's pet before." Although the system talent Succubus Saint Body granted him the ability to forcibly contract other people's female pets, Li Bo had never used it lightly. He felt that taking away the feelings someone else had painstakingly nurtured was a bit strange. Seemingly having figured out his thoughts, Meow Meow rolled her eyes and said, "Beast Tamer, if you mind, you can temporarily contract me for a while." "Temporarily contract?" Li Bo asked in confusion. Meow Meow nodded. "During that time, I promise I'll listen to you. I'll go east if you say east, and never west." You need manpower to go to the miasma forest, and one more fighter is never a bad thing. Once Xiao Shui gets out of the shadows, you can jiu the contract then. Humph. Aren't you afraid this will hurt your mental power? Li Bo reminded. Breaking the contract would cause mental trauma to both sides. But Li Bo had plenty of mental strength, so he didn't care. Meow Meow chuckled lightly. Mental power? As an Esper-type pet beast, that's the one thing I'm never short of. Even so, Brother Li Bo still has no reason to contract you. Ziyin was still uneasy. Ziyin, that's jumping the gun, Meow Meow said with a mysterious smile. What if I told you I know the life dew needed for Rabbit's evolution? What? You know about the life dew? Li Bo was shocked. Looking at her expression, she didn't seem to be joking. Don't tease me, Meow Meow. Why would I lie to you? I heard everything you said just now. Even if you find the spring-nurturing fertile soil, without the life dew, Rabbit still can't evolve. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Meow Meow's lips. Li Bo froze. Though he couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth, it was indeed true that the life dew was the key to evolution. He had no leads at all, and even the slightest possibility, he didn't want to miss it.